Committee on Public Health will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Van Dever,
Here.
Liz Campos, John Busey, Nicole Collier, Charles Cunningham,
Here.
James Frank,
Here.
Ann Johnson, Jolanda Jones, Mike Olcott,
Here.
Katrina Pearson, Mike Schofield,
Here.
Schofield, Joanne Schaffner, Lauren Simmons.
A quorum is present. I want everyone to know, first of all, welcome to today's Public Health Committee meeting. We're looking forward to hearing from all of you today. I know you have some impactful testimony to share with us, and we're looking forward to the opportunity to hear that. We are expecting a relatively lengthy meeting, so we ask for your patience as we work through it. Not everyone can go first, and someone will have to go last. And so we will try to be fair in the way we order the testimony today. I will remind you that if you plan to, we will be taking public testimony, and if you plan to testify, please fill out the affirmation form on the registration kiosk out in the hallway. They're located in the hallways here around the committee room. So please do that. You will not be able to testify if you have not done that. Members, welcome back. We're looking forward to a robust discussion today. And with that, anything before we...
All right, the chair lays out House Bill 5, and chair recognizes Chair Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you. Members, House Bill 5 is a new subject for this committee, although not a new subject in the legislature. I'm going to give you a little background. My layout is going to be much more lengthy than a normal layout for me because typically I prefer a very short layout, but because of the history behind where we are today and the fact that this committee has not heard testimony up to this point on this subject, I believe it would be helpful, I hope it's helpful for me to provide a little more of a historical context of what got us here and then actually lay out House Bill 5 for you as we consider that as the piece of legislation before us today. What started this, I believe, at least in modern times, was when Congress passed the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, the Farm Bill. And that removed hemp from the list of controlled substances and allowed its production and sales. And the bill allowed states to adopt their own plans to regulate hemp production subject to the USDA approval. And the bill removed hemp from the Drug Enforcement Administration's list of Schedule I controlled substances, effectively legalizing its production in the United States. The Farm Bill from 2018 defined hemp as cannabis with a THC concentration of 0.3% or less on a dry weight basis. Cannabis exceeding this level remains classified as marijuana, a Schedule I controlled substance. Prior to the changes made in the Farm Bill in 2018 and House Bill 1325 in the 86, prosecution of marijuana offenses was based on the amount of product someone had in their possession. After these bills passed, prosecutors were faced with trying to determine if a product was below the 0.3% concentration to be hemp or whether the amount was above 0.3% concentration to be marijuana. Many prosecutors across Texas dropped prosecuting these offenses and actually dismissed pending charges in cases involving products determined to be hemp. The then director of the Texas Department of Public Safety is quoted as saying that initially some labs were unable to test because the labs did not have the proper equipment to determine the THC concentration of the plant. He went on to say state labs will not be testing misdemeanor marijuana possession cases. So then in 2019, this body, some of us on this dais were a part of this, passed House Bill 1325 in response to the Federal Farm Bill of 2018 that defined hemp as cannabis with THC concentration of 0.3% or less. The bill analysis for House Bill 1325, known as the Hemp Farming Act, said its intent was to open up a new agriculture market for Texas farmers because hemp is a viable agricultural crop and an agricultural commodity for hemp, food, and fiber products in a statewide regulated market. Unfortunately, the bill's original intent was not realized. An illicit market quickly sprung up to fill an unintended void since House Bill 1325 did not set regulatory guardrails on the sale and availability of hemp products. This new market has grown over the last 5 years and is reported to have at least 8,000 retail stores in Texas selling hemp products. There have been countless reports of artificial and synthetic cannabinoids and their effects on the consumer. These products have become easily accessible at corner stores, liquor stores, vape shops, and THC stores. Some of these products are marketed in a way that is attractive to children or resemble other common food products like candy. So now I would like to lay out for you what House Bill 5 does. That is kind of what got us here. So House Bill 5 seeks to stop the unregulated THC industry by banning all THC products outside the Texas Compassionate Use Program. In addition to banning all THC other than non-intoxicating CBD and CBG, HB 5 tightens the regulations on the manufacturing and sale of CBD and CBG to ensure these products are not harmful to Texans. Testing of these products will be regulated by the Department of State Health Services and will include a process to determine the total concentration of THC in the product. Additionally, HB 5 is creating a strong regulation and fees for those entities that would like to manufacture or sell the products. The property owners of these entities will be required to consent to allowing local law enforcement on the property for physical inspection of hemp products being sold. HB 5 requires any business processing or manufacturing consumable hemp products to pay a $10,000 per year per location licensing fee. This manufacturing and processing facilities are prohibited from manufacturing a consumable hemp product that contains any amount of the cannabinoid other than CBG or CBD. House Bill 5 requires any location selling non-intoxicating consumable hemp products containing CBG or CBD to pay a $20,000 per year per location licensing fee. Under House Bill 5, DSHS will create a product registration that will require any product to be approved by the department before the product can be marketed to consumers. Product registration will cost $500 per product. This bill creates several safeguards aimed at ensuring that hemp is not being marketed toward children. Members, that is a quick layout of House Bill 5. I say quick, not all that quick, I suppose, but I would be happy to open for questions among the committee members. We have some invited witnesses here, some resource witnesses who can certainly help answer any questions we might have. But members, anything before we move into the testimony? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Okay, we'll begin with our first panel of invited testimony. Chair calls Steve Dye, Brian Hawthorne, Dr. Peter Stout, and Alice Amelhat. Is this room set up and ready?
Yes.
I will also let you know that we do have an overflow room for anyone who would like to use that. E2026 will be our overflow room if you would like to go there and wait for your time to testify. Okay, I have Steve Dye. I have you, Steve Dye, the Chief of Police for Texas Police Chiefs Association, testifying on behalf of the Texas Police Chiefs Association and yourself, and you are testifying for House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay, please proceed.
Well, good morning, Chair Van Dever, committee members. As the chair mentioned, my name is Steve Dye. I'm here representing the Texas Police Chiefs Association and our approximately 1,700 members, and I'm testifying today in support of House Bill 5. On behalf of the Texas Police Chiefs, we want to thank the House for your thoughtful consideration in previously passing a ban on THC consumables in the regular session under Senate Bill 3. TPCA looks forward to the continued civil discourse and governing process as we work together to try to protect the health and safety of all of our communities. On a regular basis, validated research continues to be published verifying the fact that these THC consumables are extremely harmful, particularly to our younger populations. Our local engagement with our communities continues to find significant concerns about the proliferation of these businesses and accessibility of these products in all of our communities throughout the state. Some citizens remain uneducated, still thinking that these THC consumables are the marijuana of the 70s with a THC concentration of less than 5%. Nothing could be further from the truth. The products that we've tested contain dangerous chemicals, metals, and have tested up to 80% THC concentration and beyond. As you know, the regulation of these businesses continues to be a topic of discussion. TPCA studied regulation and found it to not be achievable. We must ask ourselves why we're evaluating an expansive regulatory program for a very small segment of our population that seeks to buy these intoxicants and to help syndicates profit billions of dollars. The regulation measures in House Bill 5 cover our farmers. And by the way, all of this legislation intended for farmers, only 182 acres are being farmed in Texas for hemp out of 125 million farming acres. I think everyone would agree that regulation without enforcement is meaningless because it would be impossible to enforce. This is exactly why the hemp industry wants regulation. It will keep the same people in business that have been selling illegal products for the last 6 years. Very few people are purchasing THC products under 0.3%. That's why the wholesalers and the retailers are profiting based on only selling intoxicating hemp for the most part. As a result, regulation, under regulation, these businesses would continue to thrive, and it would create the largest THC recreational market in Texas that would exist in the United States. More specifically, TPCA believes that effective regulation is unattainable for the following reasons. To regulate an industry, the industry partner must be credible. The consumable THC industry over the last 6 years as a whole has proven to be not trustworthy by selling many illegal products. Since 2019, when the industry arose in Texas through this loophole, Texas has not been able to effectively regulate 8,500 retail locations and a small number of hemp farmers. It would take decades and millions of dollars to hire enough agents and train them in chemistry, potency thresholds, lab testing, and labeling compliance, and they will never be able to keep pace with the volume of the retailers, wholesalers, shippers, and producers. When police departments cannot even fill their vacancies with higher salaries, how are we to expect that these enforcement regulatory positions would be filled at a lower salary? Regulation would be seen by the industry as legalization, and the number of retail locations would certainly increase. They're already aware that oversight into their products in this state is unattainable and that we would never be able to keep pace with their growth. THC products will continue to be produced out of state, where Texas has no oversight authority in the production and manufacturing and quality control. TABC does not have adequate resources currently to handle their existing 60,000+ alcohol retailers, only having to test one product metric at this time, which is alcohol by volume. Unlike THC consumables, retail liquor products are tested by major companies who follow strict guidelines to ensure quality control and that the contents of their products actually match what's written on the label. Regulation would still require a quantitative test for DPS labs, and they are currently unable to handle their current workload. Money for private labs and that testing would continue to be yet another expense and layer of oversight. DPS already struggles to keep pace with evidence processing for other criminal cases. Increasing the number of lab reports for THC products would only be an impediment to our other criminal cases for our crime victims. A retail-based registry under regulation would struggle to keep up to date as the industry is regularly changing the cannabinoids. For these reasons and others, we are confident that even a well-intentioned regulatory program in Texas would result in the same outcome as legalization. These THC products are intoxicating, and yet another issue dropped on the doorstep of law enforcement. Over the last 2 decades, we've also been encumbered with other societal problems, and it's hard for us to keep up. This would be yet another duty and another task for which we do not have the personnel or the resources. These products are resulting in more intoxicated drivers on our roadways, and we do not have an accurate means of determining legal intoxication for those who choose to drive while high. Daily, our officers are responding to calls around the state of Texas involving juveniles who have ingested these potent products, which is causing and devastating problems to many families. In addition to the health and safety concerns, our ongoing criminal investigations have discovered that millions of unexplained dollars are flowing through these establishments, and money is going to regions in the world and countries that are of significant concern to the national security of the United States. As a reminder, TPC advocated for moving first-time possession from a felony to a misdemeanor. We also advocated for House Bill 46, which provided more access to licensed physicians for those with legitimate medical issues through the Texas Compassionate Use Program. Self-medication never solves a problem. Moving forward, and in a continued effort to collaborate, TPCA recommends the following be excluded from the ban: licensed hemp farmers, FDA-approved THC over-the-counter and prescription drugs, and interstate transportation, all of which is included in House Bill 5. It is the professional opinion of the Texas Police Chiefs Association that no amount of personnel or resources in a state this large with thousands of locations will ever be able to protect the health and safety of our citizens from these dangerous products. A ban would not include, as mentioned by the chair, legal CBD or CBG. Many states, including some legalized marijuana states, have already banned these THC consumables, and the federal government is currently considering a ban as well. Those states are now exporting their products into Texas. We have found no states who have administered a successful regulation program as we've studied the other states in the union. The only thing that has changed since the House passed Senate Bill 3 banning THC consumables is more evidence evolving that these products are very harmful to one's health. Cannabis-related incidents reported to poison control centers have sharply increased from about 930 cases in 2009 to over 22,000 cases last year. A vote for regulation is 100% a vote for the legalization of recreational marijuana in Texas. Their business model will not work if they sell only THC products less than 0.3%. Some say this is a hard decision, but as you study the facts of these products, it really becomes an easy decision. And committee members, I think we're at a defining point. Are we going to tell our children and grandchildren that we stood up to protect their health and safety and the prosperity of all Texans? Or did we acquiesce to the hemp industry desensitizing us to profit billions of dollars with many proceeds going outside of our country? As I close, you're going to watch a video that shows you that these stores know what they're selling is intoxicating, that the label does not match the content of the product being consumed, that clerks will even coach consumers on how to avoid detection by the police because they know their products are illegal. This video is from 3 random stores in 3 random cities in North Texas. So I can tell you, this is the same thing that's happening in the stores in your neighborhoods. Thank you very much, and I believe Alex is going to play the video for us.
I'm just looking to get high. Are the waxes, is that going to be like the best option for that?
Oh my god, you're going straight to the wax? You'll die.
I'll die?
You feel like dying.
Really?
You're straight doing the wax?
Yeah, I heard it was good.
Who the fuck told you that? You're straight jumping to a wax?
Not a good option.
For real?
Why is that
You
not good?
kidding me? You're a beginner, right?
What?
You're a beginner.
Yeah, yeah,
Come in, and you wanna start off with that wax?
yeah.
You kidding me?
Okay.
Oh my god.
So not a good option?
Okay.
Okay.
He's a beginner but wants to start with the wax.
With wax? I mean, I had tolerance.
Stop.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I'm hoping they had tolerance. I would go with the wax, but
He's the beginner.
Why do you like the wax?
Huh?
Is the high better? Like, I don't know.
Wax is chemically formed from the buds, and it's way
that's all extract.
One
I like
one-
that.
than the flowers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I get the flowers myself, and sometimes it's a hit or miss.
But if I was beginner, I wouldn't start with the dabs.
How long is that high gonna last me?
It might give you a bad trip too.
That trip?
Warning you.
I don't know about that. But I never had
No, actually, I have done all the stuff here.
Have you?
Whatever is present in here,
Okay, so how good is the high on that?
pretty good.
Pretty good? Like, how long does it last?
7 years.
6 or 7 hours? Perfect. What do you have that's gonna get me? I guess the highest?
Which one? James, what?
Her
Flowers, vape THC.
dabs are good. Yeah.
You know that already?
Well, I don't. That's just what a buddy was telling me. How long does that high last on those?
It's, I don't know, it's 3 grams, big quantity.
Okay. Basically looking for the one that's gonna give me the highest. I don't know.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Well, if we're gonna do that, then you're looking for the ones that have like a good concentration of HHC because that's one of the main components in euphoria whenever it comes to getting.
Okay. Does this stuff compare to probably the stuff like I tried in Colorado? Like, I mean,
It is very strong. This
It is.
one, I mean, this one is one of the strongest. I mean,
okay.
you will be extremely high.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So cash or card?
Cash, please.
Oh, cash. Oh, sorry. Cash. You need invoice or without invoice? It's up to you.
I'll do it with.
Then
Why not?
some or without.
I'll do it with. That's fine.
It's if you need the receipt, 77.92.
Okay.
If you don't want the receipt, it's 72 only.
Oh, with no receipt, it's cheaper.
With Uncle Sam or without Uncle Sam? What do you want? That's up to you.
Let's do it without the receipt.
Without
Then.
Uncle Sam.
If you're new to this,
Yeah.
sure you want to start with dab?
Yeah. I mean, should I not?
Well, I would say if you are new, then like start with maybe like herbal, too. Like you know what I mean. Like
Okay.
before you move up, but dab is incredibly strong. It's good, but it can take you by surprise. So either start in very small quantities.
Okay.
I'm talking like incredibly, like maybe just like a point. You know, like
Oh.
something about the size of a little bigger than the head of a pen.
Oh, that's small.
Yeah, just to
Okay.
kind of ease yourself. If you're this is like your first time,
Yeah.
I'm serious.
How do I?
So,
Do you have anything that's stronger than that?
have you tried the FEKDs? I like those a lot.
I have not. Yeah.
So, this wax right here, I like it a lot. I've had some from Colorado and I did a comparison. And this one actually hits a lot better.
Okay. But like I could hit this like once or twice and get a good high from it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's some good shit.
Okay. And these are how much though? Like the, what's the one you said, FEKD?
The FBKDs, those are gonna be 3.5 grams for $44.99.
So same price, but this one hits harder.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that then. So I've heard recently that if I get stopped with like something like this and have a receipt,
You'll be okay.
then I'll be okay. But if I don't, then I could get,
They don't know if it's gonna be either THCA or if it's gonna be real THC. Especially with concentrate like this, they are very particular about it, very cautious about it. I would say if you're gonna be riding around with it, only do what you know you're gonna smoke that day.
oh, okay.
Like, don't ride around with the whole.
Don't take the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you didn't see that last slide long enough, all of those products tested in the 70 percentages for THC concentration. We had those purchased and tested.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief Dye. Members, we will ask questions of this entire panel once we give each member of the panel an opportunity to provide their testimony. Chair recognizes Brian Hawthorne, testifying as on behalf of the Sheriff's Association of Texas and yourself, and you're testifying for House Bill 5, is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Chairman, thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. I think this is extremely important that we're here for the purpose of public health. And I think that video that we just saw from Chief Dye's group really explains why we are in the Public Health Committee. My name is Brian Hawthorne, and I'm the elected sheriff of Chambers County and the current president of the Sheriff's Association of Texas, commonly known as the SAT. I'm here today representing both myself and the Sheriff's Association of Texas, and I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 5. And I think it's important for you all to know that we have an 11-member board of directors, and we had a unanimous vote for me to be here at the state capitol testifying in favor of the ban of THC. Over the last three decades, I can recall at least two major drug crises in this state: the homemade methamphetamine of the late 90s and the early 2000s, and the spice and K2 bath salt approximately a decade ago. Today's proliferation of high-potency marijuana products all over our streets is now the crisis of today. Members, we learn the hard way with those drug crises that we cannot chase after the attempts to regulate individual products, compounds, or concentrates every session, because the illicit drug makers of the drug always are more nimble than the legislative process. And when I say illicit drug makers, in this case, I mean the ones in Oklahoma, Colorado, California, and other states that are filling our shelves with illegal cannabis products for the last 6 years. Sheriffs understand there is a market for intoxicating products, but those products they are falsely labeling as hemp are actually marijuana. If you get any intoxicating effects, it is not legal hemp. My staff has purchased these products over the counter in uniform, and the DPS lab has confirmed it is marijuana being sold in the stores in my county and in your county. And it isn't old school marijuana. The potency of today's cannabis flower and the concentrates far exceed the weed of my generation. The weed, the Mexican Sinsemilla, had a THC potency of around 4%. The THC potency of today's cannabis products exceeds 50%, as you have just heard Chief Dye speak of them at 70%. Which is more than 1,000% more potent than what you and I know as the old reefer. Many people claim a regulated THC market would work similar to a regulated alcohol market. That analogy is misconceived. There is no limit on alcohol by volume. It can be as low or high as the manufacturer desires. The only restriction is when and where it can be sold. Now imagine if the law said that it was to limit a 3% alcohol by volume for any lawful product. Do you really think there wouldn't be an illicit beverage that would be available at 5%, 10%, and higher? TABC would have to test thousands of samples per year to effectively regulate that market. Thousands of hours, millions of dollars, and how effective would you think that would really be? Successful regulation requires an industry that is willing to be regulated and willing to follow the law. The recreational cannabis industry has proven over the last 6 years that it will violate every law, rule, and regulation that it can get away with. One based here in Austin is already advertising on social media how to circumvent the SB 2024 law that you all just passed this last session. And it is not just one or two bad actors. You should have a photograph in front of you. That is a criminal case that my office is actually working. A man smuggling 7 kilos of cartel cocaine and 960 grams of THC cigarettes, both hidden in the walls of the panel van. So if you think that this market isn't cartel and regulated by the Mexican cartel cocaine and Chinese syndicate, which is commonly being managed and run out of Oklahoma, over time will likely all discover that the vape shops around the state are tied to the Middle Eastern money laundering. Make no mistake, recreational marijuana market, the market that some members and state leaders aspire to regulate, is infiltrated by organized crime. That is why we believe THC regulation will fail. In closing, the state and some of the leadership that are looking for the blueprint or guide to the states like Colorado, Illinois, Virginia, and California, their state and local officials will speak to the continuing harms of such regulations as brought to their state. I would welcome you to show me somebody in any of those states that can show the positive effects of what has taken place in the regulation of cannabis. Regulation is recreation. Do not turn Texas green, and that is your sheriff asking you that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. Chair recognizes Peter Stout, President of the Texas Association of Crime Lab Directors, testifying on behalf of the Texas Association of Crime Lab Directors and yourself, and you're testifying for House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, y'all. As Chair says, I'm Dr. Peter Stout. I run the crime laboratory that services the city of Houston Forensic Science Center, and I'm also president of the Texas Association of Crime Lab Directors. In that capacity, I represent the 59 accredited laboratories for the state of Texas. 39 of those laboratories are located within physically the state of Texas, and 16 of those laboratories are part of the Texas DPS system. So just for perspective, Texas DPS handles about half of the requests for service in the state. About half of the requests are handled by county, municipal, or regional laboratories around the state. I have provided y'all way too much reading material for tonight. Big old stack of stuff that's extensive written testimony there. Yeah, everybody that knows me knows there are no short stories with me, sorry. The work of crime labs is complex and it is high risk. Everything we handle is just as likely to kill you as it is to look at you. And the consequences of the results we produce are high impact for everyone in the system. For drug crimes in particular, they are uniquely dependent on crime laboratories because the entire basis of the case is dependent on the result. There is no crime if there is no controlled substance. So all of them are waiting on all of us all the time. There are a total of 266 licensed in the state of Texas. That's it. 266 people. I think Alice and I know all 266 of them. That is between commercial laboratories and the public laboratories all across the country, 266 people. Those 266 people already are wildly overwhelmed with the tens of thousands of requests that the laboratories get from the 19,000 agencies in the state that make requests of us. No lab in the state has even remotely close to kind of sort of enough resources to even dream of keeping up with what is requested of us out of about 400,000 requests for service that are made of us every year. Now, currently, THC is a mess for us. It's expensive, it's time-consuming for us to even produce a minimally useful result for the rest of the system to even try to appropriately adjudicate a case. Whatever the solution is here, and I've been in front of y'all for about a decade trying to find a solution for this. I don't envy y'all trying to find something here. But we need in the crime laboratories for the testing framework to be as close and as consistent to how we would handle every other controlled substance case as we can make it. The farther away we get from that, the more expensive it gets. So fundamentally, that means for forensic laboratories, we need a framework where we are qualitatively determining the presence of any cannabinoid in any product. That's the same thing we would do. If I get something that looks like a legitimately manufactured round blue M30 tablet out of dude's cup holder, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to qualitatively determine that, and now it may be a perfectly legally manufactured oxycodone tablet. I'm going to determine, is there oxycodone there? Spoiler alert, it's probably fentanyl, but that's what almost all the M30s are right now. It's not that we can't provide a quantitative result. We just simply have too few resources to invest in the quantitative determination necessary and manage everything else that we have for criminal prosecutions. We do testing for criminal prosecutions. We can't give somebody money back if we get the testing wrong. There is an enormous risk in what we do. There is still, even if we have a framework where stuff is easier for us to test, and this I can't predict, there is still a risk that labs will see an increase in the case requests that will mean increased resources that we need. But at least if we are in a framework where we are dealing with a qualitative analysis in the laboratories, there's a chance we can manage stuff. Now, I get this stuff is horribly confusing. It is way too complex. You get nerds like me spouting off with arm-long chemical names all the time. So I'm happy to take whatever time is necessary and in whatever format's necessary for you to try and help you understand all of this. But I appreciate your time and consideration, and please understand the laboratories are in desperate need of resources in any scenario, and the farther this gets from the qualitative framework, that just goes up from there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stout. Chair recognizes Alice Amelhat. I'm sure I butchered that. My apologies. Testifying on behalf of DPS, and you are neutral on House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. That's correct.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the committee. As the chair mentioned, my name is Alice Amelot. I'm Assistant Chief of the Crime Lab Division at Texas DPS. My other title is Deputy Lab Director. I'm here in that capacity today. Our accredited crime labs, as Dr. Stout mentioned, provide seized drugs and controlled substance analysis in 13 counties throughout Texas. So I'm here to be a resource witness and answer any questions you have about forensic testing at DPS.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a couple of questions, and then certainly I know committee members are going to have questions for this panel. We hear, as we look at this and learn more and more about it, we see different products out there, and you guys have mentioned the various products that you're encountering. Of the most dangerous and what you would consider most harmful, what kind of products do we see that you would consider to be the most harmful? I hear vape, I hear gummies, I hear THC-infused drinks. What are you guys encountering out on the street?
The way I would answer that, regardless of how it's ingested, it comes back to the concentration of THC in the product. One of the problems with the law is the dry weight basis. So your gummies, because of the weight, can contain a lot higher amounts of THC. So one gummy could have, many percentages of THC. So the form of ingestion is less of a concern than what is actually in the product. One of the big problems is rarely do we seize a product where the actual testing results in the THC concentration being the same as the label. These certificates of analysis that are coming from these out-of-state labs are almost all erroneous. We rarely find one that's actually accurate, and that's one of the problems. Even if someone is going in there for therapeutic reasons, they have no idea what they're really ingesting. That's why I mentioned the poison control going from 930 cases in 2009 to 22,000 last year. This is a result of that. I want to elaborate on Peter's testimony from a practitioner standpoint. What he's saying, what that means to us is, under a ban, when our officers out on the streets, we have a simple field test for THC. We test it, it's positive, we make the criminal case, and then it goes to the lab. And when it gets to the lab under a ban, the lab would only have to test for presence of THC, not quantity. A presence test is very quick and much less expensive. Now, and what he is saying is kind of, creating a problem and a backlog in the labs, is everything has to be tested for quantity. So under a 0.3% regulation system, we're still going to have to test for quantity of THC. That does not help us on the streets, and it doesn't help the labs. Under a ban, does it have THC or not? It'd be like cocaine or meth. If it's got those controlled substances, it's against the law, and then that's all we need for our purposes, and then it certainly simplifies their processes.
Okay.
You have anything to add?
Thank you.
I really don't have anything more to add, other than I feel like what we have seen is the gummies seem to probably be the most dangerous, only because I want from the time that children start eating the little Welch's gummies, all right, little fruit gummies, to now the adults eating gummies. The gummies look the same, and you really have no idea what that concentration is and how many milligrams is in it. So I would warn you, be careful of the gummies.
Okay. So are we seeing concentrations of illegal THC among certain demographics in certain areas of the state? I mean, is it concentrated, or is it just pretty much statewide?
It's statewide. The reason this came to my attention about a year and a half ago is I was getting complaints from my citizens about young people going into these stores. Quite frankly, I didn't know a lot about it. It's a very complex subject. I've learned over the last year and a half. The more I've learned, the more it scares me. But it is widespread. It's across all demographics, race, socioeconomic status, and in all communities. That's why the video, we picked 3 random stores in 3 random cities, because I wanted to show you all that's going to be pretty typical of the shop near your home. We did not have any previous dealings with these particular stores.
Okay. And this bill doesn't do anything to Teacup. Teacup will remain as it is today under this bill. Have you guys encountered anyone who, I guess, is intoxicated but are impaired driving, but who are under the Teacup program?
Not to my knowledge. We're seeing a lot more intoxicated drivers. If you don't have a drug recognition expert on your department, which is a higher specialty of training, it's impossible to determine legal intoxication. And even with the DRE, it's very difficult. So we know a lot of intoxicated drivers are not being held accountable. For example, we may stop a driver that we believe is intoxicated, but we can't prove it. A lot of times they may be in possession of these products. We would make the arrest on the possession because we can't prove the driving while intoxicated. That's why, if you notice in that video, the clerk is coaching the undercover officer on only carrying with you what you're going to use, because she knows that what she's selling him is illegal, and she's trying to help him avoid being arrested.
If I could.
Sure.
So I'm a toxicologist, that's my training, I do drugs for a living. We're talking about the seized drug side of things, so the possession or sale of a material kind of thing is most of what we're talking about. But to Chief's point, the toxicology side and impairment, so an impairing drug used in the commission of a crime, driving under the influence or drug-facilitated sexual assault or those types of things, that runs straight through us again. And a reality that I have been screaming about for years now, we don't have the resources to be able to do that much more complex testing for drugged driving. They don't have the resources because they don't have enough DREs, drug recognition experts, to be able to do the interdiction at the roadside. Prosecution in court does not have enough resources to prosecute these far more complicated cases. So statewide, all of the laboratories, if we get an impaired driving case that has an alcohol concentration at 0.1 or above, all of us stop testing for drugs because that's not what's going to get prosecuted. They're going to prosecute the alcohol, and we're not going to do the drugs because we don't have the resources to be able to test everything for drugs. That's where we're at. I mean, that's the limitation of resources in this. So keep in mind with this whole conversation about these drugs, we've got a whole nother side that we haven't even talked about of the resources necessary to deal with drugs that are involved in the commission of a crime.
So when you mention resources, and that seems to be the theme that you guys can test given the resources. Is that an accurate statement?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any idea of what those resources?
The dollar figure is? So yeah.
We're always looking for dollars.
Yeah,
yes.
I gave you a couple of things just to give you a perspective around stuff. So in this country, on average, crime laboratories have a massive total of $620 per request to do everything for a criminal case. For perspective, a simple sexual assault kit is probably going to cost me $1,000. Firearms exam is probably at the bottom end going to cost me about $3,000. A drug case, like I put a couple of pictures in here of things I've got running through the lab right now. So a fairly typical Monday for us and a case of pills that looks like this. I will probably be into a case like this if it's going to actually get prosecuted, maybe about $10,000 by the time I get done with the testing in it, because I have to test so many things within it. So I may be in Houston, thank you to the city of Houston, if not the best funded laboratory in the state, probably darn close. I've got about $1,500 per request. So I'm only going to go in the hole about $9,000 for this, whereas if this goes to DPS, they're going to be in the hole for about $10,000 on it. My best estimate, looking at things like Census of Publicly Funded Crime Labs, which is Bureau of Justice Statistics does this analysis of crime laboratories once every 5 years, so this is the current data. Looking at those data, there's one other source of economic data for crime laboratories. If you kind of put those together, my best estimate is in today's dollars, if we were to average about $2,500 per request in laboratories, that would be about a sustainable mark to deal with what we're dealing with.
Okay.
So I'm only about, half what I need. They're probably a quarter of what they need.
Okay. Thank you. So in my layout, when I began, I quoted the former director of DPS as saying that labs are unable to test because they didn't have proper equipment to determine the concentration, and in addition made the statement state labs will not be testing a misdemeanor marijuana possession case. Is that accurate?
We do have methods now that allow us to test marijuana, which are plant-based cases. For misdemeanor cases, we aren't resourced to test all misdemeanor controlled substance cases in Texas. For the purposes of the Department of Public Safety and seizures that they do with misdemeanor plant cases, we do outsource those to another accredited lab in Texas who does that work for us. If outside of DPS, a law enforcement officer needs a misdemeanor plant case tested for some reason with confirmation from a prosecuting attorney, we will test those cases.
Okay, thank you. Members, I'm going to hold and let some of you guys ask some questions. I know Representative Alcott has a question. Representative?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to, since we've got some law enforcement agents here, I want to ask you if something comparable's happened here in Texas. The state of Washington legalized marijuana, I believe, back in 2016, or excuse me, 2012. And the AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety did a study, and they looked at data for all the fatal crashes 2 years prior to legalization and the 2 years post-legalization. And what they found was the 2 years after legalization, the number of fatalities, traffic fatalities, the number of those cases where THC was involved doubled. And the latest results that I saw here in 2017 is that 21% of all fatal crashes in the state of Washington involved THC. And let me just give you an example. I'm just going to read these years. 2008, 8.5% of fatal crashes involved THC, which does demonstrate that people are going to be doing marijuana whether it's legal or not. Anyway, 2008, 8.6% of all fatal crashes involved THC. In 2009, 8%. 2010, 8.4%. 2011, 8.7%. 2012, right before they legalized it, 8.8%. The following year, 14%. 2014, 18.3%. 2015, 17.6%. 2016, 17%. In 2017, 21.4%. It's a pretty dramatic graph when you look at it. So my question is, have you seen any comparable data, and maybe the laboratory experts, have you all ever worked together to see what percent of fatal crashes in Texas involve THC?
I have not, and I'm not familiar with that study, but it doesn't surprise me. There's a couple of theories that if this is banned, it will be displaced. In other words, if we ban this, well, they'll just go use another drug. That is absolutely not true. Accessibility is very critical for our younger populations. If they don't have THC readily accessible, they're not going to go down an alley looking for a heroin dealer. That's not typically what we see. So that's certainly one side of it. And so when we study these legalized states, what you're mentioning, Representative, is pretty much the trend that we're seeing. We're not seeing any net gain in quality of life and health and safety. We're seeing a decline in every case. And what's also interesting is even in some of these legalized states, they've now banned these THC consumables because they realize they're even worse than marijuana. So it's, to me, I think it goes back to two major things, the health and safety. And now a lot of these people using are going to be driving. It just makes it more prolific, makes our job more difficult to detect. And then certainly I don't think we need to lose sight of the other thing that we hear as well. This will just help the black market thrive. Let me tell you where the black market is thriving. It's in legalized states because they're operating out in plain view in the open. You talk to people in Oklahoma and Colorado that are in law enforcement, it has surged. The black market has surged. The cartel and international activity has surged because they can operate with eyes wide open and they're not being scrutinized or detected. It's easier environment for them.
Representative, one of the things that I've not mentioned, and I think it's important for y'all to know, and especially your sheriff would want me to tell you this, is that we routinely deal with mental health situations in our jails. And routinely we seem to have felt that they were methamphetamine-induced psychosis. What we are now realizing with the expansion over the last 5 to 6 years of THC and the failure of the ability to enforce the laws of THC, that we're seeing a lot more THC psychosis in our jails because the accessibility is there. It's a younger population and generation that we're seeing. And when they're eating an edible or a cookie, or they're smoking something that allegedly has 3% flour that is really a 44% flour, it only takes one time to put you into THC psychosis if you're that one individual. And so I will tell you that your county jails are slowly but surely filling up with THC psychosis, not amphetamine psychosis. So the methamphetamine has been the problem that we've been dealing with for probably the last 10 to 15 years, and now it is slowly but surely turning into THC psychosis in your county jails.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
So I'm really sorry, but I'm going to have to give you a chemistry lesson to give you this answer. So those data you're talking about there are based on delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. So we keep saying THC, but THC is a catch-all for a bunch of compounds. The understanding of how delta-9 THC impairs in driving is all based on studies done under the National Institute of Health, and a couple of folks, Dr. Marilyn Hustis and Dr. Ed Cohn, did these studies on what's called the NIDA standardized cigarette. In former life, I used to manufacture those. That is manufactured to have 2% delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol in known marijuana material.
The delta-9.
The delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. Now, the problem that we've got is within understanding impaired driving, that's all that's really been studied. So when I test something and go to testify about it in court, if it's something other than delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, it gets really difficult for us to testify about whether it's actually impairing, for them to prosecute it, for them to understand what's going on. So those numbers really don't recognize the fact that we see pretty regularly people that have the metabolites and indication of having taken delta-8 tetrahydrocannabinol or THCP or THCV or THCO or THC, insert letter here, please. There are a bunch of these things, and we have no clue what they do. So not only can I not testify effectively about is that actually impairing or not. Now, keep in mind, and I'm sure you will hear this, because the basic studies around impaired driving with marijuana are pretty meh. Largely, people using the standard NIDA cigarette, they slow down more, they're more cautious. They're easy to spot because they stopped about 200 yards before the stop sign, not running through the stop sign like the drunk. So it's in some ways, it's not wrong to say a marijuana-impaired driver is perhaps safer, but that's not really what we see in the market now. That was on something that almost doesn't exist.
Would you get, this was done in the state of Washington, and I'm assuming this is probably mostly just smoking pot back then. But the officer here was referring to like a standard, a more general, less costly test, and that's just looking for the presence of THC. It wasn't getting into the weeds of which isomer of THC it was. So
it can't
I'm
do that.
assuming that probably that study done by AAA was probably that test. I
No.
don't know that. You don't think so?
So what they're looking at there is the involvement of
The
THC in the human from their blood sample to say they were impaired on it. Those field tests really can only be used on solid dosage kind of stuff. This is also a problem for everybody on the impairment side. There really isn't a version of a roadside test for it. DREs struggle, and Sheriff's nodding here. Alcohol behaves really nicely for impairment. I can tell you X amount of alcohol in the blood means X amount of stupid in the person. Almost no other drug does that. It's highly variable between individuals. We've published studies of what we see of people in the car driving around Houston at astronomical concentrations that historically we would have associated with somebody being long dead, not out driving. Really huge variability in those concentrations. So it's very dependent on what happens at the roadside to establish impairment, and there aren't roadside tests that effectively can be used to say that impairment at the roadside. So what they're talking in that is a sample that's come to the laboratory, we've analyzed it, and that's why I say it's probably what's in that is almost entirely delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol and not all the rest of the stuff. So it's probably an undercount, I guess is what I'm saying.
So what is the Delta 8 we hear a lot about
Yep.
being in the gummies?
Yep.
Do you think that impairs driving just as much as Delta 9?
Maybe.
And-
Again, I don't have good controlled studies for it. Anecdotally, it sure looks like it. It also looks like Delta 10 is, certainly looks like HHC is, it looks like THCO, THCV, all look like they may be as impairing, but I don't have good controlled studies to be able to say that definitively.
Okay. Since we're talking about isomers, there's also a Delta 10 and Delta 11 isomer. Is
Yep.
are those tend to be, they give you a high too, just as much as the Delta 8 and Delta 9?
Probably, yes. All of these things, and what little bit of evidence we do have from not anecdotal things that come off of, websites that say, I did this and I felt this kind of thing, come from basically binding studies. So we've got how tightly does that particular compound bind to modeled brain receptors that might
CB1
indicate, but it's an imperfect way of determining that.
So if we were to go to a regulation model, pass legislation and a regulation model, does your current testing allow for the detection of these other isomers?
We can detect pretty much everything.
Okay.
The problem for us becomes every one of those that I've got to determine quantitatively for criminal prosecution, because I'm sure you will also hear today, cannabis testing laboratories that do this for the industry, they test for concentration all the time, sure, and they do it far less expensively than I'm going to do it, but they're doing it in a circumstance where they may have to sample fewer times, they're providing a report to a manufacturer, and not having to support this in a criminal prosecution where I've got to demonstrate everything and probably have that same chemist come pick on my testing as inadequate. So every one of those things that I've got to determine quantitatively means I've got to go through that same validation, all that documentation, all that explanation for each one of those compounds.
One last question. So you typically do that. So if you get a blood sample, like if DPS sends you a blood sample.
Okay, so yeah, in blood, we do a quantitative determination in blood for like DUIs.
Quantitative and qualitative, or just quantitative of a particular
It's really
isomer?
quantitative there. Toxicology has classically
At what
been-
point do you decide which compound, which isomer you're looking for?
Well, this is where the
Because
system.
that could be, play a big role in the
Yes.
cost of this.
Oh,
Because if you're just looking
hugely.
for the Delta 9
Yeah.
isomer, that's going to be a lot quicker and simpler.
There is an interplay within the system of what I end up testing is driven a lot by what they're going to interdict, so the samples I'm going to get in the first place, and then what prosecution feels they can bring a charge on and actually try. It doesn't, and we struggle with this a lot of, I can devise really expensive testing that's going to give them an answer for all of these things, but if prosecution can't do anything with it, I just wasted a bunch of money that I then don't have to use on sexual assault kids. So there is an interplay there of what I'm going to test is very much dictated by what the rest of the system is trying to do, and we just have to react to that.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here. More importantly, thank you for what you do for our state. I actually have probably quite a few questions, if you could bear with me. There are some of us on the dais who were not here when the decision was made to change the definition of marijuana and put this 0.3% THC in place without any guidelines or regulations, which is actually why we're here. So I'd just like to start out with very basic questions based on the testimony, and then I'll get into some of my questions, some questions I have coming in from my district. First, I would like to start with Chief Dye. The video that you showed us was quite disturbing. What is the status of those three stores? And those are all in North Texas, correct?
Yes, ma'am. They're still operating. So we have a very large criminal investigation ongoing. I can't release any of that video because it's a pending criminal investigation. So this was just going into shops open to the public, having a consensual conversation to depict the demeanor of this industry. So they are alive and well and operating today as they did when we got the video, unfortunately. But again, the reason we randomized is we wanted to get a cross-section of what we believe is happening in most, if not all, of these stores.
And if you could, provide a general timeline from discovering that one of these stores is selling illegal substances at the time that you close them down, by the time an arrest is made.
Yes, ma'am. So I can talk to our investigations. Sure. We did 9 search warrants last summer. We have partnered with the Drug Enforcement Administration. Only one of the stores that we executed search warrants on actually closed. All the others restocked from the warehouses, were in business the next day. There's also a tremendous burden on law enforcement when we do these investigations on storage capacity. So I often get the question, well, Chief, why are not more departments doing what you're doing? And it's very simple. It's very costly. We had to test all of those products through a private lab because DPS can't handle the volume. So it's very expensive. Some district attorneys in some counties won't even prosecute the cases. And then, you know, does the department have the city support and the resources to do that? I can tell you we didn't have the resources, but it was important to my city because we had kids going into these stores. And luckily, one of the worst offenders for the kid patron was shut down. So as we've developed these investigations, I can't go into any other details, but I can reiterate what I said. Certainly, the products tested were well over the 0.3, many into the 70%, just like we saw in this video. Very few products, if any, the label matched the actual contents tested. And then the other side of this is where this money, how much money is going through these businesses and where this money is flowing across our world. Certainly, we have verified that we do know that money is going to regions and countries that are of a concern to the national security of the United States. So our investigations are very much ongoing. But, ma'am, to really kind of give you a short answer, from the time we started last summer till the time we finished, it could be 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And let me just say this. If this product is banned, instead of 24 stores in Allen that I don't have time to manage and oversee, I can tell you most of the stores in my city were 38 minutes away from getting rid of their inventory. They had already told us, if this is banned, we're out of business. But because it was vetoed, I've still got 24 stores to manage. Had it been banned, I may only have 1 or 2 stores I have to manage. Well, guess what? I can oversee 1 or 2 stores. And so there's a real workload issue where that ban would have really helped us actually, because remember, we have no issue with legal CBD and CBG. If that's a therapeutic value, we were proponents at TPCA for TCUP, expanding TCUP. We were proponents. I brought it forth originally to lower first-time possession from felony to misdemeanor. We got 17-year-old high school kids getting arrested for THC that are getting a felony charge today. So it's a comprehensive, thoughtful approach. And what we did, I had 24 stores. We only did warrants at 9 stores. We didn't do all 24 because this was not an attack on the industry. But the more we've learned through factual information, not opinion, we've learned that the stores we hit are pretty much like all the other stores that you saw in the video.
Thank you. And I will ask you about the money at the end of my questions for you. But I just want to stay here for a second because I'm a little shocked that we've had these stores selling limits 75%, well illegal territory, and no arrests. If there was a guy down the street selling dope to a kid, I don't understand why we're not making arrests and why we haven't been making arrests for the last 5 years.
Yes, ma'am. Well, again, I was equally shocked when I first started discovering this. That's really the problem. When you see these polls, the average Texan doesn't really understand what's being sold in these stores and what's going on in these stores. That's why they think, well, it's just harmless marijuana. See, there's a real uneducated segment of our population. Once people become educated, just like the House did in the regular session, they voted out a ban because they became educated on the subject matter. The reason you're not seeing that is, again, in my city of 27 square miles, I've got 24 shops. These chiefs are overwhelmed by the sheer volume in their city. They don't have the resources, and every product they seize, It's going to cost them a few $100s to get every product tested. They can't send them to the DPS lab, so we're having to pay a private lab. Every product has to be tested separately. It's around $500, so they can't afford it. And then in some counties, the DA won't even prosecute it. Again, that's why we studied .3 regulation. We were open-minded to it, but it all comes back to the only way to solve this problem is a ban, period. House Bill 5 addresses what we need to make it manageable. Ma'am, to your point, to hold the illegal operators accountable. Right now, it's the Wild West.
And staying in this legal aspect of things, have there been any arrests for dealing drugs out of these shops?
In our investigations,
In your experience?
very few, but there have been some. Yes, ma'am.
Clearly
And
not enough.
I will tell you, Representative, law enforcement is very cautiously optimistic and hoping that our lawmakers will help us. We are waiting on your decisions, quite frankly, to get after this. But right now, it's in such limbo, both from a practical, affordable, and political standpoint, that a lot of these chiefs just feel like they're in a gray area. So we're hoping for some relief from you all.
Yeah, I still struggle. 75% THC is illegal. I don't know what you're waiting for us for. People should have been arrested all
Well,
day, every day
right.
until they're off the street.
Again, your cities don't have the money to test. You don't have, most every police department in the state of Texas has vacancies. They're just trying to keep their heads above water. This is why I mentioned, Representative, in my comments, this is just yet another issue that you put on the doorstep of law enforcement that we don't have the resources to manage. And then politically, we got DAs that won't even prosecute it. I can tell you the zeal is there.
Yeah.
The resources aren't.
And speaking of resources, I don't see resources in this bill for you either, whether it be for law enforcement or the crime lab or anyone. So that's something else that we need to look at, because the funding is also not in this bill to help you do what you're doing today, with or without the ban. You can't test, you can't arrest. There are a lot of issues here that I hope we can flesh out during this hearing. You had mentioned the federal government and what their position was specifically when it comes to marijuana. That has changed a lot, and I think that has given a lot of pause to folks all over the country, really. We just learned that the Senate has stripped out their THC language just a couple of weeks ago. We learned just this past Monday that President Trump is discussing rescheduling marijuana. Are you concerned about that at all?
We're very concerned, and let me just say, I'm a 41-year practitioner. I spent my first 20 years working the streets. I worked a lot of narcotics cases. That's my background. The president and many other people don't know what they don't know. If you really understand the product and what it does to our society, you will share my viewpoint. But unfortunately, the hemp industry is very well funded, and they're very powerful. And I'm a public servant, and that's what we're going against. Now, if you'll notice in the president's comments, he kind of dismissed marijuana as maybe not being needed to be classified so highly, but he said, absent medical purposes, this is some really bad stuff. What I'm hoping is, like you all, he becomes educated on the topic. And another thing that any police officer will tell him, this is not 4% marijuana. This is 40, 50% marijuana, just the plant. They developed this plant to be very potent. So again, I think that's why I said in my comments, this is the defining moment. Are we going to do what is the political answer potentially, or are we going to do what's best for the health and safety of our communities? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your response to that as well. It is quite contentious. So stepping over now into field sobriety, I'm going to use an example. Let's use a prescription drug, Xanax or something. You can tell when somebody's under the influence. Can't really test for it at the moment. And when the quantitative side does come through, does it matter if it's 0.5 milligrams or 5 milligrams, or does it just matter that somebody was driving under the influence?
Well, certainly the other side of the table may have additional response to this, but the way it works, and ma'am, just so you know, in Allen, Texas, we do put people in jail for this on the street level. Unfortunately, I don't even have the resources to go after all the stores at this time, but certainly we're doing our best. when we stop somebody on the streets, we have a simple field test that shows THC, yes or no, basically, right? And then if the officer's discretion, she decides to make an arrest, then that does have to go to the lab. But I have to send it to a private lab. I can't send it to DPS. So that criminal case has just cost me probably a $500 testing fee because under .3 regulation and under the current way things are, we have to prove that it's above .3. So remember, what they're selling and what we're explaining to you all, it's already against the law federally. It's already against the law in the state of Texas. But there is absolutely no hesitation to do what they're doing. So that's the process it goes through. They would make the arrest if they chose to do so. We would have enough probable cause, if you will. And then once the results come back from the private lab, that's sent to our district attorney for the prosecution. Now, I'm in Collin County. You'll hear from DA Willis, I believe, on the next panel. Very similar to Rockwall County. We use great levels of discretion, but we're a rule of law county. So I also have the ability to make some of those cases in my county where maybe in other counties they can't do that.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think your question was on an impaired driving
Yes.
situation. So
Yes.
Xanax, alprazolam. Texas, like all states in the country, is what's called a per se state for alcohol. So above a 0.08 blood alcohol concentration, the law makes the assumption that the person is impaired for the purposes of criminal prosecution. For all the other drugs, it is just the demonstration of impairment. There is no per se limit. So that means we come down to an argument about what did the officers observe in the field of driving behavior that they can then demonstrate and testify to was indications of impairment. And my experts saying this concentration of alprazolam and its metabolites in the blood is consistent with that kind of behavior. And from what studies are available, in our basically professional opinion, that appears to be consistent with impairment. But there's no like line in the sand that says you done be this stupid if you got that much alprazolam in you. And this is where, like I say, it becomes really difficult on most other drugs, and why it's so difficult for prosecutors to try these cases is you have to be able to convince a jury that the individual was in fact impaired. Does that answer your question around that?
Yes. And I think I was just trying to find an analogy as to, not having a quantitative test in the moment. If there's impairment observed, it's probably should be treated like any other.
Well, so
drug.
like with alcohol, because really in almost all states, Texas included, there's two prongs to an impairment charge. There is the per se side, which should stand alone on its own. You're over 0.08, you're assumed to be impaired. That should be done. And then there's the demonstration of impairment by signs and symptoms at the roadside and the concentration that we report. Almost always, even with alcohol, because these are usually pretty litigated cases and they are pretty competently defended, you got to do both. This is also why it becomes that much more difficult for drugs, is there isn't a per se limit, so there's nothing to fall back on that says, well, by the law, they're at least impaired whether they're above this or not. It's all about the demonstration and the argument that they're impaired. So that's where we're at with THC, marijuana, any of the cannabinoids, and almost all the rest of the drugs.
Right, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I was thinking in the right way here. As I mentioned, we weren't here when all this went down, some of us, and as a mom, thank God my child is grown and I don't have to deal with this issue today. Well, I have nieces and nephews, but with children, and I'm saying children like as in teenagers, do any of you actually believe if these things are taken off the market that these kids don't know where to go get or will get marijuana?
I do. If you look at the packaging, it's made to look like Doritos, Cheetos, Skittles. The black market would have trouble replicating that packaging to the level that it is. We have parents now that think their kids are eating chips or candy because they're so similar. With kids, it's accessibility. It's what the peers are doing. Because it's so accessible, it's more prolific. So yes, ma'am, we are very confident that if the accessibility is diminished, the usage will go down in the younger ages. Because think back to when you're young, a lot of these kids that we talk to, they didn't seek to go buy THC or get a vape. My buddy was doing it, my friend was doing it, I just tried it. It was there, so they tried it. And again, they can get pretty easy access to the stores, either many of them are not checking IDs or through a surrogate buyer. So yes, ma'am, with younger populations, we don't always see displacement. We don't usually see them going to another drug if the accessibility. And then another thing I hear from parents is, you got to help us. I mean, I have to now check every bag of chips my kid is eating. I mean, give me a break. So the other illicit drugs are certainly easier to identify.
And then now I'd like to get to your national security implications. Could you explain to us about the funding, the money, and what you had mentioned earlier?
No, ma'am, I cannot go into any more detail. I can tell you what I told you is factual. We know that there's tremendous amounts of money going through these locations. We know that money is going to regions and countries in the world that are of a significant concern to our national security. That's as far as I can go because it's all a pending investigation. But I state that as a fact, not a supposition.
Can't tell us which location
No, ma'am.
or certain amounts or what the indication would be?
No, ma'am. The Drug Enforcement Administration we are still assisting. They've taken over as the primary investigator on our cases.
So I guess then the implication is there may be an entity operating in the state, sending money to places who probably don't like us very much.
I think that's a fair assumption, and I will go back to K2 spice and bath salts. I was in law enforcement then, of course. What we saw then was a very similar pattern. The one difference with those products, the lethality was much more evident. This is more of a slow degradation of quality of life. You may hear from some of the mothers later that will tell you firsthand about that. But yes, ma'am, very, very similar to what we saw at that time.
And then for the sheriff or even crime lab folks here, there is no additional funding here. If this ban does go through, how is this going to impact you?
Well, if it's a ban, it's really a minimal impact because there are very simple, easy tests that we can test for the presence of THC, and then it goes to the lab, and it's a very simple test for the lab to test for the presence of THC. I'm sure resources, financial, for the amount that will come in their direction, but with a ban, we'll be able to shut it down. It might be very prolific in the very beginning, but it will obviously start weaning off. Back to your follow the money. This morning I was on the phone with one of the directors of the Rocky Mountain HIDTA Task Force, and ever since Oklahoma started their regulation of marijuana and THC, it has become very prolific, and everything is being run up there by the Chinese nationals. We're seeing it down here. The products that are in Texas are coming from Oklahoma, and they have strong Chinese influence to it. Also, just in my own county, I have 11 head shops that we've looked into. I will tell you that 10 of them I cannot pronounce their names, and most all of them are Middle Eastern.
So you're saying that with the ban, you no longer need quantitative testing then?
I'm sorry?
You no longer need quantitative testing?
With a ban, I don't need quantitative testing. No, ma'am, I don't.
But we just heard testimony saying that the packaging is incorrect, and when items are tested, it's a higher amount. So how are we going to know that what's on the shelf is, oh, you're saying that if we get rid of all THC,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
you don't think that they'll get creative as most bad actors do and just change the packaging on these things?
Oh, I'm sure they'll definitely get creative and change packaging, but we have that ability to test it, and if it has THC in it, then we obviously can deal with that issue because it does have THC in it. Currently, it's $530 is what it's going to cost me. So if I was to hit one of those stores, and I feel like 90% of what is going to be in one of those stores is going to be illegal, but it's going to be $530 for every test. And then which store do I pick on and go hit? Because I obviously cannot afford to do all of them. I'm a county of about 50,000, and I'm probably one of the have a more robust budget than some of the sheriffs of a county of 50,000. I could not even begin to start shutting down those stores. I wish I had the resources of the city of Allen, all right, but I don't. But if with a ban, I can do it with the resources that I have now. There's no doubt that the laboratories will need some more resources, but law enforcement, I believe, could deal with the issues of today with the resources that we have of today. And I would refer to the chief to see where the cities, but I feel like the counties could.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you weren't going to stop spot checking these stores.
No, ma'am, and Sheriff is spot on. This solves the problem for law enforcement. And we have to ask ourselves, why are we going to all of this expense and trouble for an expensive regulatory program for a very small segment of our population that wants to get high? We've got teacup. We've got a solution for those with problems. So I keep going back to that as a taxpayer. The investment seems grossly inordinate with the number of users.
So either way, with or without the ban, crime lab testing needs more funding.
Well, with the ban, we need, my city wouldn't need any more funding because, again, most of these stores are going to shut their doors and go away because they can only make a profit selling intoxicating hemp. And after those first few months, they're not going to be able to stay in business. Most of them will voluntarily close. And the ones that decide to stay, again, they're manageable now. I can handle that. So, you know, we're not requesting funding in House Bill 5 or Senate Bill 5 because they're ban bills and it wouldn't require us much extra expense. Now, if the lawmakers, if you all decide to regulate, you'll never be able to give us enough people or money to keep up with it.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
So I wish I had a shorter answer for you, as always. However, okay, a couple of things about the due process. So what they're talking about, what they need is a little different than the laboratories.
Yes.
Labs need more money, period, any scenario.
Well, I heard you say that
Yeah.
you can barely keep up with what you currently
got
have.
right now.
So, okay.
When he's talking about a $500 test, I'm going to pay about the same if I outsource stuff to the same lab they do to try and keep up with some of this stuff. They charge me about $500 per test. What I'm going to do testing around is going to be around developing the data necessary to adjudicate the case. They have a need to establish probable cause for the warrants to be able to seize that material and hang on to it. So for them, they're going to pull something off the shelf, and they need a result on that to justify that probable cause. Where we're at right now, because the tests that they have available to them, again, this is the hazard of the catch-all phrase THC, the test that they have available to them for that probable cause reacts with anything cannabinoid. So they can't distinguish in the field from a product that is CBD, CBG from a product that is a bazillion % THC, delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol. So their probable cause gets jammed up behind that cost of testing because they need specific quantitative testing for the probable cause. So in the circumstances of SB 5 as it exists, you basically say all the cannabinoids are no, except for CBD, CBG, which makes your field tests okay, but there's ways around it. So it at least gives them relatively inexpensive access to probable cause in the field. It's going to come to me, us as labs. We are going to do far more specific chemical testing, and we are going to have to test. If they seize 300 pounds of stuff, I'm probably going to have to test 50 to 100 tests within that to demonstrate for the purposes of trial and the adjudication of the case that all 300 pounds are in fact a controlled substance. So the difference in resources needed, the ban makes it easier for them to determine in the field and justify probable cause. For us, we still, it's easier for us to test because now all I have to do is say up or down, delta 8, delta 6, delta 10, THCV, THC, any of those things are there. What is difficult and probably is going to be the case for us, that means we need more resources in the labs. I'm going to see a lot more cases that come from them.
But Representative, remember, under a ban after the first few months, these out-of-state manufacturers are going to stop shipping into Texas. the volume will be high for 2 or 3 months in terms of quantity, but it's quickly going to diminish once they know that it's banned in Texas. So the temporary spike in the lab's needs will go down when they figure out they can't ship it into Texas because it can't be sold in Texas. Again, I go back. Instead of having 24 stores, I may have 1 or 2, and how long they will last will be probably not very long if they're not selling legal product.
Go ahead.
And we've talked a number of times with a number of all y'all's staffs around basically the concept of whitelisting cannabinoids rather than the current circumstance and the definition. A lot of the problem we've got is because the definition of hemp is less than 0.3% delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol by dry weight, which means it could have 100% delta-8. Well, that's not delta-9, so it's hemp. It could be 100% delta-10, well, that's not delta-9, therefore it's hemp. It could be it's 100% delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, which when it hits the heater coil of the vape is going to instantly turn into delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. But because the product is 100% delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, that's hemp. It's not delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. The definition, it seems like the definition is a technicality, but the definition is everything here.
And that was my whole point in my opening statement. So thank you very much for being here.
Representative Schofield.
I just have a few questions. I want to make sure I understood the testimony. Now, Chief, at the end of your video, you showed some brief stats and you mentioned them, that 2 of the samples of items that you found in those stores were over 77% THC.
All stores sold us products that were over 70% THC concentration, all 3.
And under the current law that they're using to put these things on the shelves, the legal limit is 0.3.
Correct.
So that's over 250 times more potent than the law allows.
Correct.
And as a chief and sheriff as sheriff, to me, the analogy that comes immediately to my mind is with gambling machines. Because we don't want Dave & Buster's and Chuck E. Cheese to be out of business, it's not illegal to possess a slot machine. Unless we catch you in the act of gambling on it, it's not illegal. So we go into a place that has 40 of them, and there's nothing you can do unless somebody's going and getting money out of it at the time. To me, that seems an awful lot like what we're seeing here. When we did away with the ban, and I wasn't here in the legislature when we did that, now you can't look at a package and from the outside with your x-ray vision see what percentage THC it is. So to Representative Pearson's question, why aren't you arresting them now? How do you know looking at it what it is? You see a bright yellow package, you can't tell me what percentage that is. In your mind, is this a similar situation to what we have in gambling, which is regulating it is ineffective because you can't bust them unless you catch them in the act, and you can't catch them in the act in this case unless you run expensive tests on it?
Yes, sir. I think your analogy is accurate. You know, I get a lot of, well, alcohol is legal, and I get a lot of, tobacco is legal, and, they are different products, but I think we all understand now that tobacco kills you if you smoke it long enough, right? So if we knowingly know that these products are very high concentrations and very dangerous, we have to ask ourselves, why are we allowing it? And then we have to ask ourselves with the regulation, the liquor industry, regardless of how you feel about alcohol, they follow very strict guidelines. They self-police themselves. And so I made the statement, it really is the Wild West because, sir, to your comment, very seldom do we find the label that matches the actual content. So even if you're going in there for good intentions, for therapeutic purposes, it's still dangerous to you because you don't know. If you heard the lady talking to the officer about wax, she said, if you've never done this, you'll die. That was her statement. And she sells this stuff. She uses this stuff. So Again, it's, I agree with your analogy. Sheriff may have some additional comments.
Well, it is almost very similar in the context of every one of those stores that's in my county and in every sheriff's county and in all of your counties. Those packages, there's nothing about those packages that is believable. Every product that we have tested in my county has come back marijuana. It has not come back hemp. So effectively, they are selling marijuana. But if you were to read the package, they're calling it hemp, and they're saying it is 3% or less, and that is not the case. Otherwise, the DPS lab would not tell me it is marijuana.
So what would change if we passed a regulation bill? It seems like we'd have exactly the same situation we have now. The law says one thing, the packages on the shelves are something completely different, and you're left with having to send officers into every store and pull stuff off the shelves, which you can't do. So you have to go get warrants from a judge, which means you have to have some probable cause, which you don't have because you just see a yellow package. What are you supposed to do what's the difference between if we pass a regulation bill and what we've had since 2019?
Nothing. It's been regulated since 19. They've just been operating illegally because they know the resources aren't there to check it. The only thing that changes under regulation, the number of stores increase because now you've legalized it, period, in the story. And let me tell you what else will happen. Even the good law enforcement agencies that are aggressive are going to give up on this because you're going to have many more stores. You'll never catch up with resources on testing or personnel to oversee this. You will be legalizing marijuana if you vote for regulation of 0.3. We've studied it. You know, we're not here to scare anybody. We know the facts. We're out there every day with our community. And the other thing, I talk to my community. I have yet to have somebody come up to me and say, why are you fighting this THC? But almost every time I go to lunch, somebody comes up and thanks me for fighting it. So don't believe the polls. Believe what your people are telling you. And I appreciate that because that's the real problem that we see. If you regulate, you legalize.
And the thing that really strikes me is we're not seeing a 0.3% legality being used to justify 4% or 5%. You know, I'm sure back in the day, if it had 6%, it had a name like Maui Wowie, and people were telling you this is great stuff. We're seeing 77%, and even if you've seen 30 or 40, that what the truck they've driven through the little loophole that they were given is unbelievable to me. And I don't see how a regulation scheme is going to fix that. Now, let me ask a question for the other side of the table. Okay, so if we pass a regulation ban, how much is it going to cost you if your law enforcement agency even bothers to do a major effort to follow the law? And again, I go back to the gambling. I live in Harris County, and I will tell you right now, the sheriff's department knows where the gambling houses are. And there's one in my district everybody knows about, and they don't do anything but gambling, so everybody leaves them alone. There was another one in my district that popped up over the winter, and it was too close to houses, and some of the ladies that lived there saw teenage girls going around there in the middle of the winter in bikinis, and they said something else is going on here. The sheriff shut them down like that. The reality is the sheriffs aren't going to go and shut down all the gambling houses. If we have a regulation scheme here and they continue to do what they're doing now, selling 77% product, lots of law enforcement just aren't going to be able to, they're not going to spend all their time dealing with that. But the ones that do, if the city of Houston, under the former chairman of the Criminal Justice Committee in the Senate, says we're not having this, how much, and forget how much it's going to cost in extra police time and overtime and officers, how much is it going to cost your lab if the amount of THC you see actually being out there, if there's any kind of proportional effort to send you product to test?
Okay, so basically you're saying if we've got a situation where I have to do a quantitative determination then on a bunch of stuff, and actually, you know, I got one in here. This one is a current case that we have. It's like 300 pounds of their pre-roll cigarette. They are very much, there's even part of their paperwork says, attention, this is hemp, not marijuana. Has COAs, very clear demonstration that it is less than 0.3% total delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. It's got a lot of THCP, THCO, and HHC in it. So at the current moment, that's hemp, currently. If there is a regulatory situation that I then have to come up with a quantitative determination of all those other things, that's going to be expensive. I mean, I'm up to simply deal with the delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol determination in these for a criminal prosecution of these things. 300 pounds of these. They're all in little 6 cigarette boxes, and there's a bunch of them. I'm probably going to test 100 of these. So I'm probably going to spend on this case right now $20,000. So that's kind of the scale of what we're talking. I mean, that's different than what they're saying there. And these huge costs that, like I say, I know you're going to get said, well, we can do the testing a whole lot less. Yeah.
But not to the standard.
But not for a criminal
Beyond a
prosecution
reasonable
where I have
doubt.
to demonstrate all of this stuff. That's what makes it so challenging for us.
And you mentioned earlier that sometimes you have to outsource. I'm assuming once you do that, you kind of lose control of it. Is that even usable in a prosecution,
Well,
or does that just tell you I need to test this stuff further in my own lab?
When we outsource stuff, we tend to pick cases that we know, there are reasons it's probably not going to go to trial. We need to get the results there so the rest of the system can move on with things, but it's probably not going to go to trial. You also got to keep in mind, people start getting really twitchy about mailing large quantities of drugs around the country. The FedEx guy is going to get kind of nervous if he, drops the package and fentanyl starts falling out all over the place. It really limits the ability to centralize processing of these things because of just sheer transportation. And then at the other end, getting the expert from Pennsylvania to come to Texas, to come to wherever in Texas, is really expensive for the prosecutors and the courts. That's why it tends to drive towards the laboratories within the state. Another aspect, and again, sorry for the chemistry lesson here.
Now, I have to say, I laughed earlier because the person you said you were going to give a chemistry lesson to is a professional medical researcher. He's the one guy in the building that can stay with you step for step down the sideline.
Yeah.
The rest of us are running behind hoping it's an incomplete pass. But so do the best you can. I'm a lawyer, not a...
These cannabinoids can be moved around between each other. So CBD, cannabidiol, if I treat it with a little bit of acid and a little bit of heat, I will close the ring on it and I make delta-8 tetrahydrocannabinol. I can then, in the laboratory, take delta-8 and I can push it over to delta-9. I can take delta-9 and push it to delta-10. I can make all of these things out of it. So again, we go back to the federal definition of this. Hemp is cannabis sativa L, all plant parts growing a knot, a couple other things in there. Any extracts, derivatives, isomers, salts of isomers, but it's that derivative thing. Again, these definitions are everything. If I take CBD grown from a legitimate hemp plant and I treat it in the laboratory to make delta-8, that's hemp. If I take that delta-8 and make delta-9 out of it, that's a derivative of hemp, isn't it? I don't know. But this is part of the problem for the system. I can do the testing. I can spend tens of thousands of dollars giving you a defensible quantity of how much delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol is in this, and we are still going to argue in court about where that delta-9 came from. If it came from hemp originally...
Which is why I'm getting sued, Representative, to your question. That's why more chiefs don't do this. They're always going to sue a chief that comes after them, and they're going to argue that very thing. They want this to be tested as hemp because it was derived from hemp, but then became illegal, and that's why I'm in the middle of a lawsuit. And that's another inhibitor to enforcement. They try to intimidate you not to enforce it by suing you. We're not intimidated.
I mean, good news for me, I'm kind of agnostic on the aspects that are important to them. I can't give them the answer of, to me, a delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol molecule is a delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol molecule. I can't tell you that it came from cannabis sativa L as a hemp plant or cannabis sativa L as a marijuana plant. I can't tell you that.
Okay. Now, Alice, I don't want to call you by your first name, but I can pronounce it.
That's okay.
So I'm not going to botch that. one of the two law enforcement, I forget if it was the chief or referred to sending stuff to you.
Right.
Around the state, obviously, the city of Houston is a large entity. They have their own lab. I'm sure that most of the bigger cities do. Who do you service, and how overburdened, or if you are overburdened, are you? Are the small towns going to be able to do this at all if they don't have capacity and they've all got to send them to you?
So right now, I think it depends on the quantity of cases that are coming in. So if House Bill 5, if a regulated ban were to pass, and we had the same amount of criminal casework that we have for the current submissions of vapes and edibles, plant material, if that didn't change, it would actually increase our capacity to do drug analysis, because this would allow us to move to the qualitative analysis, the presence of the different cannabinoids, versus doing this semi-quantitative analysis that we're doing today. Our challenge, and why we can't determine a fiscal no on the DPS side, is we don't know how many cases will come in, we don't know how many seizures, we don't know how much law enforcement will need our forensic support. So as such, if we were asked, there wouldn't be a fiscal note from the department, from the crime laboratory. I speak only for the scientists. There wouldn't be a fiscal note on this.
But as a person who runs the lab, so we're not getting an official fiscal note from you,
Right.
how worried are you, and how much do you thinking this is I'm probably gonna balloon to this, and we don't have it? And again, a lot of fiscal notes are based on conjecture of, if they prosecute these, we expect prosecutions to rise by 300%, therefore this much. We understand it's a guess.
If you want to speak for Houston, absolutely.
I can give you an answer for Houston. So
I would take an answer for Houston.
basically what I have done, and this is me, blame me, I can't keep up with the pills that we know are killing people. So I have not, and I have said this pretty plainly, I don't think it's responsible for me to invest what probably would be about $1 million to buy additional equipment, train additional people to test marijuana at the scale we might need until I know what I'm testing. So I'm going to pay attention to all the fentanyl stuff until y'all make up your minds what I need to test, and then I will make that investment. But for me to test at the scale that probably Houston needs, probably somewhere in the scale of $1 to $2 million.
Okay. And now, we've talked a lot about cost without really asking what the cost drivers are. So when you have to buy new equipment or keep equipment updated, that's a cost, usually upfront. Is it the personnel and the hours? Is it the materials that you use to test it with? What would be your cost drivers in this kind of a thing?
Personnel and hours.
Okay.
Huge, and
so that's not just a cost driver, that's can we find these people?
Yes. So like I say, there are 266 licensed drug chemists for the state of Texas. In this study, and this is one of the reasons I hand this one out a lot, nationwide, crime laboratories, the 423 publicly funded crime labs in the country, have about 15,000 people that work between all those labs, meaning in the country there are maybe 1,500 drug chemists. So if I need, and I think we've talked about the kind of scale you'd need somewhere like 100 to 200 additional people. No, we're going to hire 10, 20% of the entire nation's population of drug chemists to Texas.
Yeah.
They don't exist. So that means we've got to train them. Well, training them is about a 2-year arc because ultimately they're going to have to defend this stuff in court.
If you can pay well enough to get people
If I
to
can
take
pay
those
them well
jobs.
enough to do that. So we all figure within crime labs across the country, for us to create a new analyst is going to cost us somewhere around $500,000.
All right, well, I appreciate all of you, and Dr. Stout, I don't know how much in a hurry you are to get back, but I have some non-THC local questions for you. When the panel
Happy
breaks
to.
up, if you got
Happy
a couple
to.
of minutes.
Yep, I can hang out.
Thank you.
Representative Schaffner.
Thank you so much. I want to go back to the national security level. Sheriff Hawthorne, you had talked again about the relationship between China, the cartels, and the Middle East. Who plays what role?
Well, I would tell you that a lot of the chemicals, from what we're understanding, are China-based. So it comes over into Mexico, the cartel then gets involved in it. The photograph that I passed out, you'll see that there's the colored packages in the side of the wall, correct?
The box.
That is going to be THC. Was not targeted for Texas, we don't believe. It was headed out of state. It was an interdiction stop. The cocaine and the THC were headed somewhere. Those packages were clearly labeled at 44% THC.
Labeled.
Labeled.
That
So,
doesn't mean actual.
correct. They're currently at the laboratory. Hopefully we'll find out, but once again, DPS won't be able to give me that quantitative number. They'll just be able to tell me it's THC. So I'll have to use a private lab to get that final result of what that percentage is.
Excuse
But-
me for just 1 minute. How long does that literally take for a private lab to
Depends on whether I
quantitatively-
want to pay the upcharge for the
Rush?
speedy recovery.
Is
Yes.
that like a day or a month or 6 months?
I would say probably within 2 to 3 days. Otherwise, it's about a 6-week turnaround.
Okay.
So,
And
so
I was just going to add, there, commercial labs that are available to them is basically 2 in the country.
In the country?
Yeah.
Where are they?
One's up in DFW area, the other
Mhm.
one's in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So to us, that's one of those obvious that even if you legalize it, the cartel is going to continue to stay in the THC business. So even if you legalize the product in other states, because that's probably headed to a state where it's okay to put 44% on the packaging, right? Where here, that would run a lot of red flags. Ours probably are 44%, but the package that was probably targeted for Texas is just going to say 3% on it.
Got it.
All right. So bottom line is for us in law enforcement, we know that moving into the regulatory aspect just opens the door all the more for the cartel to be able to operate in Texas.
Okay, and then where's the Middle Eastern aspect come?
Well, that I think I'd have to turn to the chief because they've got some big warehouse investigations that they're operating that I think they're probably, I don't want to speak for him, but I know that what I'm hearing, there are Middle Eastern ties, that they feel like that the money is being channeled to support terrorism, and I just have to turn that over to the chief to answer that question.
Yes, ma'am. Just with all due respect, I can't get into the specifics
Sure.
because these are pending criminal investigations.
Just in general.
Well, in general, I can just tell you what I told you. We know it's regions of the world and countries that are of concern to our national security.
And so the money being made by the product is being moved out of the country to countries maybe not our friends.
Correct. How much of that money, I don't have that answer for you, but certainly some of the money.
Are any of the stores being funded, back-ended by, or some, or what percentage of the stores are being paid for, by out-of-nation characters or?
That's still all under investigation. It would be speculation at this point if I tried to answer that.
Okay.
And I'm
Can
not
you
gonna
say
s-
anything,
I'm not
Sheriff,
gonna
that he can't say?
Well, as a sheriff, I'm not afraid to speculate, but but at the same time, obviously, y'all know the
Yeah.
sheriff is a political office, and I'm gonna speak my piece to my constituents and to the state legislature. Follow the money.
Right.
Follow the money. I mean, there's a reason why I have 11 of these head shops in my county that is relatively a very conservative county. And obviously, I will tell you that there's this conjecture that everybody's using this stuff. Well, I'm with the chief. That is not true. I'm sure there is a small population in my county that is using it, but that population is very small, and who's really using it, who's going in and out of the stores as we pay attention to it, is our young adults. I don't see a lot of 40 and 50 and 60-year-old people walking into those shops. I do see a lot of teenagers up to, say, 25 years old going in and out of those shops on a routine basis. And I want to say this, and I think it's very important. On every hearing that the Sheriff's Association has been involved in at THC, we have been very outspoken that we completely support the expansion of the TEEP Cup program. And we have no problem with teacup even being expanded more than what you all have done this last legislature. There is a huge difference between somebody who's going to self-medicate on buying something that they can't, and we know for a fact you cannot trust what is on those packages, versus the teacup program that is scientifically and laboratory designed products that are designed for people to use for medication. So please know, the sheriffs of Texas support the teacup program, whether it's for the veterans or anybody else, cancer patients, epilepsy, we could go on. We support the use of THC for medical purposes. We do not support it for recreational purposes.
Thank you. I have a question about, so hemp, the definition of hemp is the Delta 9. So, but the Delta 8, Delta 10, Delta LMNOP, they all give some sort of intoxicating effects, correct? I mean, do all those need to be
Yes.
added to the?
Well, this is, we have controlled dosage studies, all of these things around Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. We really have very little controlled information around all the other things. Anecdotally, they sure look like they do, yeah. But I can't say from like a clinical perspective, this is part of our challenge with it. And yeah, there are a lot of them. There is a lot of debate about what is naturally occurring in the plant, what is fabricated outside of the plant, what is added back to the plant. Some of them clearly have to be completely laboratory synthesized. But it's wildly complicated. I mean, it is literally at least 100 phytocannabinoids, of which we understand one.
And legally test for one, or legally
The definition
prosecute for one.
The definition is based around Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol
Not
exclusively.
acid, et cetera.
Right.
Right. Thank you so much.
Representative Frank?
Just two quick questions, for what I hope are quick questions and fairly quick answers. Currently, the problems we're having is not based on what is legal. It is based on what is illegal, based on what I've heard in testimony, right? It's not the less than 3%. It's not hemp. That's not the problem. The problem is people selling stuff that is currently illegal and we're not able to, for whatever reason, prosecute. Is that correct?
Correct, and then the other side of that answer is we're finding none that is below 0.3.
Okay, so if HB 5 were in effect, now it's illegal. It's already illegal. Now it's illegal. What's going to change? Like, you know what I mean? Like, making something illegal doesn't stop it. Will this stop? Would it actually stop what's going on in some of these places? Or it's just illegal and we're going to change the label to say, hey, this has no THC, but it really does have a bunch of THC, and then...
It's a great question. It'll absolutely get 95 to 100% better, and here's why. There's no longer a 0.3% bright line. So if all THC is illegal, then again, it's simple to test.
It's really just the simple testing will make it...
And quite frankly, a lot of these stores, at least in my city, they were just going to voluntarily go out of business because they know that most of their products are above 0.3. Some of them would have tested us, but that's the big game changer.
So it really is just that simple, which I thought that's what we were saying. I was just trying to clarify. So the second thing, this is fair, this HB 5 is, as written, is pretty broad and affects a lot of different, there are other ways that people get THC. One of them is the drinkables, which are, I haven't heard anybody, is that a problem or is that a separate issue?
It's a newer form of ingestible. They're out there. What I would encourage you to think about, don't think about the method of ingestion. Just think about the THC concentration.
Right.
Studies are still ongoing as to how the THC beverage, when infused with alcohol, changes the intoxication rate or effect. That's emerging, but I would just say, we're often asked, well, can we ban everything but the beverages? Well, THC is THC is THC, so we would say absolutely not, because you're still offering a product that's going to cause intoxication that's already illegal.
Okay, but the problem I've y'all have repeatedly said is not the THC itself, it's the intensity and the lack of accurate labeling that is the problem.
Yes,
Meaning-
sir.
Meaning if it was the less than 3%, you'd be fine, but it's the fact that it's never less than 3%, and it's so easy to cheat the system, it's so hard to prosecute, all of that stuff.
Very well said. And a good thing to remember, less than 0.3 is non-psychoactive, which means it's non-intoxicating. When you get over 0.3, it becomes psychoactive and intoxicating. But what you just said, sir, is very well put.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Alcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stout, I have a question for you.
Uh-oh.
I think it's a safe bet to say that everyone here on the dais is okay with CBD and CBG because of its anti-inflammatory effects. It doesn't, it's not intoxicating. On page 4 of HB 5, under section 443.106, it claims that a license holder may not manufacture a consumable hemp product that contains any amount of cannabinoid other than cannabidiol or cannabigerol. When it says no amount, I mean, whether we're talking about trace or no amount, if you're going to purify some of this from the hemp plant and your purpose is legitimate to try to just produce some CBD for its anti-inflammatory effect, when we put something in here as strict as saying no amount, do you think it's, I mean, are your tests going to pick up? Because it'd be hard for me to believe that you're not going to get trace amounts.
Yep.
Of course,
I
that's
mean,
a relative term,
yes.
trace amounts of the delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. So would your test, I mean, from your experience, have you ever tested something that was supposed to be just pure CBD? And is this could be a potential problem?
You are hitting on one of the cruxes in here that is a real challenge, and I get from a manufacturer standpoint, that's gonna be a challenge.
Yes. So do you have any
Because-
recommendation? Would you be able to recommend to us like a level or a percentage that would make, you know,
That's
and
re-
taking into
that's-
account
yeah.
the type of testing that you have today, that it would,
That is a really tough thing to try and give you a number on that, because once I start giving you a number, we start backing into all
Yeah,
the problems that they've got. It's kind of why the Controlled Substance Act was originally set up to deal with it the way it is, that any amount is controlled. I guess the best I could say out of that is some mechanism of some standardization of testing so that there is at least a known detection limit that
and that's
manufacturers.
what I'm asking
right.
about. What is that detection limit? Because
right now,
I think I'm going to have a hard time wanting to pass a bill that actually
Right.
prevents
Oh,
Granny from putting on
yeah.
her cream that helps her with her
Right,
arthritis.
and I fully understand that. I mean, this is part of the tragedy of the whole thing. Is there appear to be some really legitimate uses of these things that are getting basically hijacked by people wanting to shove Delta 8 and everything. But I think that the best I can say is it's going to be really tough to write that into legislation of a number without unintended consequences. Putting into legislation a mechanism for lab nerds to talk with industry nerds about coming to a reasonable limit of detection that doesn't create an impossible product, but also doesn't stick us with an impossible cost is about the best you're going to be able to hit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just still surprised that you wouldn't be able to give us a number. I mean, we've come up with 0.3%.
Well, I could tell you.
Coming up, that gives you a high.
I could tell you that my testing typically in, the kind of forensic testing, what we're going to do is probably going to be in about the tens of part per billion kind of sensitivity range.
And that's very sensitive.
That's quite sensitive, and
Yes.
it probably is going to be eliminating products
That's,
like you're
that's my
talking
concern.
about.
And I think we really need your help. I mean, I don't know if
Yeah.
anyone else could help us better than you on something like that.
Well, Representative, that is, any number is a slippery slope.
Right.
You're going to get us back into where we're at now. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that language should mimic Senate Bill 5, which protects FDA-approved THC products, both over-the-counter and prescription, and it protects hemp seed oils, proteins, and lotions. So I believe that is protected in HB 5. Again, I could be
Well,
mistaken.
I'm reading straight from the bill.
Okay,
So
then-
basically, it is a consumable.
So that's how we tried to work on that wording, because when we studied this, the number will get us back into the same situation. So we tried to think, okay, if it's FDA-approved THC, that means it's gone through medical review. Or if it's in the hemp seed oils, lotions, and would be part of that. So I think that's how we tried to solve it. I think we would be okay on a practitioner side, certainly.
But, I mean, you're right. I mean, this is a slippery spot that is really difficult, and I wish I had an easy answer for you. I really don't.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you. I had one question, but now Mr. Alcott gave me a second. I had somebody come into my office and I asked them the trace amount question, and they said in manufacturing you could separate out CBD and CBG. So that person may testify later today and explain how that's possible in the manufacturing process. But again, if you put a number in, as the chief said, you're right back where you are. Any number above 0 means I can have 77%, have it on the shelf, and nobody's gonna know by looking at the package. The better way of crafting the legislation, and I do believe it is in here, is that any of the FDA-approved products, any of those things, they're a safe harbor. So should there be, some trace amount of some other cannabinoid that is in the cream because you just can't separate out any better than that, they're covered if they're.
Yes, sir.
But my question was in a similar vein regarding what we test for and how we know. Even in our bill, the bill that we have before us today, when you do the testing and all of that, if you're a Texas manufacturer, we have sort of more ability to control than if this stuff comes in from St. Louis, where they're not going to have abided by our testing protocols during their manufacturing process. How do we, even if this ban bill passes, how do we go about when everything, whatever's on the shelves, how do we go about knowing stuff from St. Louis or other places meets our standards? And to what extent are you relying on what I agree is likely to? If you make it illegal, it's not going to be on the shelves of the convenience stores anymore.
Yeah, I think the shelves go away. People aren't going to walk into a store and buy something that doesn't get them high for the most part, right? I don't want to, say in every case, but it's going to be a supply and demand issue. We're seeing most of the products imported into Texas from California and Colorado. They're not going to want to risk, if we have a ban, pushing those products in, certainly at the frequency and the volume. So organically, you supporting a ban once again in the House, if we can get that into law, that's 95% of the heavy lifting for us, because it'll be a supply and demand. They're not going to risk it. These producers wouldn't risk it. And again, it just makes the number of stores finally manageable for us. And then the other thing that we would certainly want to do at some point, doesn't have to be now, but we want to standardize testing protocol, because the hemp industry is definitely relying on liquid testing of hemp versus the gas testing that we're doing at the labs. And that would be some other cleanup that would, again, empower chiefs to be able to test without, worrying about being sued civilly. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah. And again, going back to Mr. Alcott's, there's been a lot of scientist-level discussion this morning from a lawyer-level discussion, and we're going to have a panel of prosecutors. If there are literally just trace amounts of something in there that isn't going to get anybody high and it's not going to be we don't prosecute now based on people who are actually selling bad stuff. Nobody's getting prosecuted because there's 0.00001 of some other cannabinoid in a CBG cream.
Correct.
That just isn't ever going to happen.
Correct.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. Two last questions for law enforcement. Sheriff Hawthorne, you mentioned THC-induced psychosis.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that plant-derived or synthetic?
Well, I guess we'll never really know, or from a sheriff's perspective, I don't know. I see what's taking place in the jail, and if you were to interview, and I also sit on my local mental health authority board of directors, and I will tell you that when you start talking to people, and especially in counseling scenarios, you learn that most of what they've been dealing with have been THC probably from edibles, not realizing what is in that gummy that they have consumed or the strength that is in that gummy. But it's at the same time, these, we'll call them cigarettes, but from a law enforcement perspective, my deputies will call them just, it's a blunt that you can literally buy, that it's a cigar that essentially has what you and I, or some of these gentlemen that are the same generation as me, would know as hash oil, right down the middle of it. And you can buy them all day long. I could leave here and in 10 minutes I could probably have a blunt in my hand that the THC in that is so high and so powerful that's where this THC psychosis that we're dealing with. And I know you're going to have some mothers that are going to speak at this table, and I will tell you their issues are real. They are real. We're seeing them in our jail. We're seeing them in our schools. The concerns and the reasons that law enforcement is here for a ban are real, and I appreciate, Chairman, for you allowing this hearing, and I'm proud that it's in public health because it's really where it needs to be. This is a public health issue.
No, I agree. I'm glad it's here also. I'm kind of frustrated we didn't get to hear the testimony during the regular session, which brings me to my final question for law enforcement. The House did pass a ban, and I'm sure everyone is aware the House is kind of in the middle here of what we're going to do as a state. So in that vein, I would like to know, Chief Dye, you mentioned that you've studied regulation and it doesn't work, and I heard you say that it creates more stores. And some of the proposed legislation that I've been reading on regulation does the opposite. So I'm kind of curious to see where you think that more stores would pop up with regulation.
Yes, absolutely. So let's start with the fact that the hemp industry that's currently selling illegal products is a big proponent of regulation in the other bills. Let's start there. Regulation does legalize the product, but it requires proper levels of enforcement. So what we realize very quickly, you'll never be able to hire enough people. TABC would likely be tasked with this. We can't even get them out when we need them on bar checks because they're so overwhelmed. They have 60,000 plus, and I think we have one in our area, right? So that the personnel, and then again, look at your police departments. Many are carrying vacancies. We're almost always going to pay higher than the TABC agents would make in a lot of areas, not all. So there's a personnel issue. You're not going to just be able to create these people, and then you're going to have to train them. And then the testing, as we've talked a lot about, we really studied, okay, DPS labs will not be an option for quantitative testing. And at $500 to $600 a test, you can give us millions and millions of dollars every year, and it's not going to be enough. So it will lead to apathy. The police departments will just have to go on to something else because we will not have these resources. And think about this. What else has happened to us in the last 6 years? Fentanyl. We're trying to deal with fentanyl, and now we got this. So, ma'am, I can tell you, you all have brought really the great points out about regulation. I highlighted some in my words, but you're verifying or you're validating with your questions the thing that we came up about. To Representative Alcott's point, well, can we do a lower number for the therapeutic products? But any number will continue to be exploited because they've shown over the last 6 years they don't care about what the law says. They're going to sell mainly products to get people high. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I just want to end with, for the purposes of the committee, and the real-world situation that we're in today, with regards to the ban versus regulation. For law enforcement here, are you opposed to age gating, banning synthetics, and local control if we can't do a ban?
Well, it won't. Our opinion at TPCA, it won't work. Age gating hasn't worked in other industries, number one. Again, we're going to get right back into the boat we're at, and I do find it a little ironic that the state, and I have no problem with this, actually I agree with it, the state doesn't want cities going out and doing their own thing. Let's take marijuana. You've got some cities that have basically decriminalized marijuana, and the state is not happy with that, nor are we, because the penal code is the penal code is the penal code. But now all of a sudden, it feels like it's deferring a tough decision to local authority. I think what's good for one Texan is good for all Texans. And the sheriff said it, we're glad it's in public health. You've got a significant public health crisis that we can help avert at this moment in time. And again, doing this 41 years, look, not every marijuana user goes on to use heavy drugs. But I can tell you, because I've arrested many, many, many heavy drug users, I don't remember one that didn't start with marijuana. So why would we knowingly open this up again to a relatively small level of customers wanting to get high and spend all this time and money and resources that we don't have to currently take care of our core responsibilities, mental health, all of the other social issues that we're already dealing with. And then, now there's new products that are even more deadly than fentanyl. That's come in now. So it's just, why would we do this to ourselves? It makes no sense. Thank you.
Sheriff?
Well, I absolutely agree with the chief on that statement. I can't come up with a reason myself why I want my grandkids to be. I have deputies in the schools, and the deputies will tell you that it never fails. What they find in the bathroom of the junior highs and the high schools are issues that are all THC surrounding. That's whether it's vaping, whether it's edibles, whether it's cookies. And we already have an alleged age requirement to buy these things. We haven't changed anything. But the only way I know that we're going to reduce the amount, because we're all smart enough to know we're not going to stop it, but the only way I know that we're going to reduce it is to go to a ban in which law enforcement can easily enforce it, laboratories can easily analyze it, and prosecutors can easily prosecute it.
So given the testimony, Chief Dive, you think it would get worse, essentially. So is your position that you'd rather either have a ban or nothing at all?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I would hate to remain status quo, because I think we have a real pivotal moment and opportunity here to do the right thing. But we would be better off with status quo, because when you regulate, you're going to actually empower the industry to expand, because they've seen what regulation did with alcohol and tobacco. And trust me, if we regulate as a state, enforcement will go to zero. And in 5 years, you're going to have many, many, many more stores. The only reason you wouldn't have a store on every corner is because they've still got to make money, right? But everywhere that they can make money, they're going to go. So we believe that absolutely the number of stores would increase under regulation.
But under the current status quo, you've got 15-year-olds that can walk into a store and buy something. You wouldn't want to at least try to stop that until we have an opportunity to do more?
Ma'am, with all due respect, I think once you regulate, the genie's out of the bottle. And so what we would do is, over the next 2 years, more validated medical research is going to come out about the harmful effects of these products. That's in our favor. And then what we would do, and we would work with you all on some other things to try to increase the enforcement. For one, we've got to stop allowing chiefs to get sued every time they go after this industry. And I think there are some things that we would do. So in 27, I can promise you we're going to be right back in front of you asking you for a ban. We'll just have even more evidence. But in that 2-year period, how many families are going to be ruined from these products? I mean, think about that. Think of the damage this is going to do to families, particularly with their young people, over the next 2 years if we wait. So now's the time. And I think we can send another ban bill to the governor's desk with thoughtfully discerned by a lot of really smart people that took time to understand the facts of these harmful products and really have the opportunity to really limit the damage now.
I think you're right. I think what we're doing here in public health is we are on this fact-finding mission, and I would argue that the genie was let out of the bottle back in 2019, and we're trying to figure out how to put it back in.
I totally agree.
And I'll do everything I can to help figure this situation out too. So I appreciate you all for being here again, and I know we've got other people, so I'll wrap it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions of this panel? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you all for your thoughtful questions and your
Absolutely.
time. We appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Thank you for being here. Okay, members, our next panel is all going to be joining us virtually. So Chair calls Early Wiley, David Holmes, and Greg Willis. Early Wiley. Ms. Wiley, are you muted? We don't have her muted, do we? Yeah, we're not hearing you. The audio is not coming through. Ms. Wiley, can you try?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Here?
We're making progress. Okay. Terrible feedback.
Are we okay now?
Okay, I believe.
I can hear you. There's an echo, but I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. And I can hear someone whispering. Would you like me to proceed?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay.
You're still-
Okay, we were getting some terrible feedback here, I think. Do you have the stream on in your room of this hearing?
You would, yes, I do. Should I turn that off?
Please.
Trying to figure out how the best way to do that without losing the whole thing. Here for time, would you like, Greg, do you have yours on stream as well?
Okay, can you? Is that better?
I do not. I just have it through Zoom.
Okay. Is there a feedback when Greg's talking, Mr. Chair?
No, the feedback is coming from my microphone.
Okay.
David, are you guys experiencing feedback?
Only when the chairman speaks.
okay now? I believe that's better. Can
That
you
is
still hear
better.
me?
Yes, sir, I can definitely hear you.
Okay, very good. I believe we're good to
Would you
go
like me
then.
to proceed?
I show you registered as Early Wiley, criminal district attorney, testifying on behalf of yourself. And you are for House Bill 5, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members for inviting me to testify. And the chair's already identified who I am. I'm Early Norvell Wiley, and I am the criminal district attorney in Kaufman County. For those that don't know, Kaufman County is a growing county. We're a population close to 200,000. And as the chair has stated, I am testifying for House Bill 5 for time. And because I did enjoy and have testified before with many members of the first panel, I want you to know on behalf of myself that I support the testimony of the law enforcement panel. And I would adopt many of the things that were said. In fact, probably everything that was said. And so I don't want to repeat those same statements, but to emphasize some of the problems that we have in prosecution. Obviously, the panelists or law enforcement partners that we work with every day. Our county is one of the counties because there were some distinctions at the end of the panel discussion on prosecutorial discretion and who prosecutes THC cases with the current legislation. And in Kaufman County, these are cases that we prosecute. But understand that there are the complexity of the testing, which the cost of that, as they went over with you guys, as you made really good inquiries, the cost of prosecution and the cost that falls on the law enforcement agencies to pay for that testing for us to be able to get a quantitative amount of 0.3 or above and distinguish that. And like some of the panelists, I really frankly wasn't aware of this problem. I mean, we know when the bill passed and we went from just the substance of THC being present and the quantity that it was a problem, but I really wasn't aware of how much the increased quantity of, as it was explained, this high level of THC, and they were explaining it as, you know, our marijuana. I didn't experience that growing up, but I understood the analogy they were talking about. It is very high concentrations of THC when you do the quantitative testing. And it really came to my attention with the age group of the 17 and the 25-year-olds, the school district, police bringing it to our attention of what we're doing with these kids with these high potency vapes. And it just became really apparent through grand jury that we needed to go back to the sellers that were selling this to the young people that are young adults and that are caught up in this, because it's just something that happened in the last few years that we really became aware of the potency, the danger, and the community members have spoken that these, we can call them sellers, but they're really drug dealers that are working out of strip malls selling this to our kids. We have a case similar, and DA Willis is coming up after me, that we have a case that's under investigation, and that when we did the testing, we had to decide what drug users or drug dealers, I'm sorry, that we were going to test, because there were so many different ones that were doing this in a county our size that's smaller than Collin County. And it was amazing that there were 9 and 10 different head shops that were selling this lethal amount and very high amount of THC. And so we began educating ourselves about this, and we've learned how dangerous this is to our young people. I've been on panels, and again, it's beyond my experience, except through listening to testimony about the effects of THC on young people up to the ages of 25. We're going to be very aggressive with the prosecution of this, as long as our law enforcement partners want to pay for the testing. But many of the small agencies cannot pay for the testing. I was there on the panel. I've listened to you guys for a couple of hours. I thought that the video that was brought by Chief Dye about the undercover operations, I can tell you with our investigation, I could bring you similar video of the people in the stores directing people to what type. This is the good stuff. this is the stuff that's going to get you really high. This is what's lethal. This is where you start. It sounds just like any undercover when you're dealing with drug dealers, except that we have endorsed this behavior with the state. And, you know, it's a very, we're in a horrible situation with what's happening right now. As probably the best thing to say at this point for us is to ban would send a clear message. It would be easy to test for the presence. I think we will always be chasing the science, which is a problem for prosecution, as pointed out, that we have the burden. We have to have the testing done, and we have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that the substance is illegal. And I think unless we have a ban, that we're going to be forever chasing it wherever it goes. And at the end, I thought that you guys came up with the conclusion, if we're not going to ban it, then probably better to leave it as it is than to regulate it and really open up Pandora's box. And I'll just yield my time back if I have any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will hold questions for this entire panel until we hear from each panel member. Okay, Chair recognizes David Holmes, who is a county attorney testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are testifying neutral on House Bill 5. Is that correct?
I registered neutral. I'm in favor of House Bill 5.
Would you like us to change your registration to in favor or leave it as neutral?
You can leave it as neutral, but I'm just letting the committee know.
Okay,
my personal
so we're
stance.
showing you testifying neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee, and I thank you all for allowing Ms. Wiley and Mr. Willis and I to appear by Zoom this morning. I'm a little bit different than Ms. Wiley and Mr. Willis. They're criminal district attorneys from much larger jurisdictions. I'm a county attorney in the more rural jurisdiction of Hill County. We're a county of about 40,000 people. And I just want the committee to know a few of the practical issues we're dealing with in prosecuting possession of marijuana and other THC-related crimes. First and foremost, Texas DPS, through the Highway Patrol, their policy is still to arrest people in possession of marijuana and charge them as such. Other municipal police organizations might cite them for an offense of possession of drug paraphernalia or illegal transport of hemp materials under the Agriculture Code. However, DPS is still arresting for possession of marijuana, but they won't test misdemeanor quantities of marijuana. And so if we have someone plead not guilty, we have to send the contraband to a private laboratory to be tested. We have to pay for that out of pocket. And if the case gets set for trial, we have to pay fairly exorbitant litigation fees to the private laboratory to get them to come testify for us at trial. One case I wanted to make the committee aware of, it's novel to our office, but I had an investigator from the comptroller's office come into our office several months ago and drop off a case where they had investigated a storefront right out here on I-35 in Hillsboro, tobacco shop, if you will, that was selling illegally packaged product, THC products. And when I say that, I think you're all aware of the cartoon character or celebrity likeness type packaging that is not legal to market to young people. And so they have charged the store owner with, I believe it's a Class B misdemeanor. One of the things that we found really interesting in talking with the investigator is they did what's called a seize in place. So they seized the contraband in place by putting some sort of a label on it, but they leave it there at the store where they're charging this store owner with the crime. Well, as you might imagine, that presents all sorts of chain of custody issues. The state's reason for not seizing the contraband and storing it is that it's a fire hazard because of the lithium-ion batteries that these vape cartridges contain. In addition, the comptroller's office wants for me, the prosecutor, to ask the court to order the defendant in the criminal case to pay the cost of properly disposing of the contraband. In this particular case, where it's a case of THC cartridges that are packaged improperly, he indicated to us that in order to properly dispose of that case of cartridges, it would probably cost in the neighborhood of $10,000. And so for a Class B misdemeanor, they want for me to ask a court to order that defendant to pay, I guess, as cost of court or restitution, upwards of $10,000 to dispose of these vape cartridges. And that's problematic for me. My real concern as a county attorney, I have juvenile jurisdiction, and the THC vape issue in our schools, even in our rural schools here in Hill County, it's rampant. The schools are pulling their hair out dealing with these THC vape cartridges. Kids hide them in the ceiling panels in the school. We now have to have vape detectors in our bathrooms at schools. I'm following the law as a juvenile prosecutor, and when these kids take these THC vape cartridges to school, being a drug-free zone, they're committing a third-degree felony, and I'm charging them with a third-degree felony, and I'm adjudicating them with a third-degree felony, which makes them eligible for commitment to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. And in a state of 30+ million people, where we have around 800 beds available for TJJD commitment, do we really want to make these kids eligible to be committed to TJJD for taking a THC vape to school? I don't know. But again, I prosecute people for possession of marijuana, like the state law says. I prosecute these juveniles for third-degree felonies for taking THC vapes to school. I'm certainly not speaking for other prosecutors, because every office around the state treats these cases differently. And the way the law is now is exactly the reason they're treated so differently. And so I'm very concerned about what the scientific evidence is going to show in the years to come with our young people ingesting these THC products. I don't expect it's going to be very good. And so therefore I am for a ban of THC products in Texas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Greg Willis, Collin County District Attorney, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are testifying for House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed with your testimony.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman Van Dever and members. I'm Greg Willis, Criminal District Attorney for Collin County. Collin County is now up to 1.3 million residents, and we're the second fastest growing county in the country. My job is seeking justice in the courtroom and ensuring public safety for our citizens. I'll give you the bottom line first. Without statewide labs, inspectors, and spot checks, any regulation of consumable THC will be legalization in practice. That's why I support a ban. I'll give you 5 supporting reasons and then I'll expand on them, but I'll give you the 5 first. 1, the danger is here now. Secondly, the testing is the choke point. Third, if you regulate without funding, then you legalize by default. Fourth, not enforcing these cases, I think, is a policy choice to tolerate a gray market that harms kids and public safety. Number 5, in real courtrooms, there's only 2 paths that work. So I'll go back to my first point. The danger is here now. What's on Texas shelves today is not the low potency marijuana of decades past that's been covered already. In Allen last August, officers raided 9 vape shops. Products labeled as legal hemp tested between 7% and 78% THC, way above the legal 0.3% limit. That's not a technicality. That's high-grade intoxication. It's packaged like snacks and flavored vapes that teenagers recognize instantly. And the harm is real. At a Prosper graduation party in May, 2 teens resold THC gummies that they had bought at a Plano smoke shop. 9 students ingested them, 7 showed severe overdose-like symptoms, and 8 of them ended up in the hospital. These were graduating seniors, kids with their whole lives ahead of them, sick in the middle of what should have been a safe celebration. Second point, testing is the choke point, as has been discussed. In court, labels don't decide cases, lab reports do. The number that matters is total THC after heating, because heating converts THCA into Delta-9 THC. No field kit can give that number. Even when a product looks illegal, it must go to a crime lab, be tested with validated methods, and come back with results that survive cross-examination. That costs time and it costs money. The system you can't test is a system that we can't prosecute. Third point, to regulate without funding is to legalize by default. I think real regulation would need 4 things. Number 1, a clear legal standard using total THC. Number 2, in-state labs with fast turnaround. Number 3, licensing plus surprise inspection statewide. And number 4, batch to lab traceability with penalties for fake or missing paperwork. Without those, retail THC is legalization in practice. And once normalized, you will not reel it back in with occasional stings and unfunded mandates. 4th reason, why we enforce when others don't. I believe not enforcing these cases is a policy choice to tolerate a gray market that harms kids and reduces public safety. The Prosper Party I told you about is a perfect example. We had mislabeled products, teen dealers, multiple hospitalizations. Without enforcement, that kind of sale becomes business as usual. The law still protects Texas families, and uniform enforcement is basic fairness, both to parents, to non-users, and victims of drug-related crime. Now, we do use discretion and diversion for the right cases. That's just being a good steward. But announcing you won't enforce entire categories is not stewardship. Number 5, in real courtrooms, only 2 paths work. From the legal side, the choice is clear. Either fund a full statewide backbone, including labs, inspectors, spot checks, and penalties, or pass a ban. Anything else is legalization in practice. It's not my job to design a market. My job is to tell you what will hold up under the rules of evidence. If you choose regulation without that backbone, I believe you are choosing a policy that will collapse the moment mislabeled high-potency products go back on the shelves while cases wait in line for lab results. So the bottom line is this: these products are high potency and youth visible. Labels can't be trusted. Proof in court depends upon the lab testing after heating. Without funded labs, inspectors, and spot checks, I think regulate really just means to legalize it. A ban is the only policy we can enforce today, and my duty is to keep Collin County safe under the laws that you write. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. So it seems to me what I hear a common theme among all three of the prosecutors is that you will prosecute, but you need adequate testing, you need adequate labs to do the testing and to provide you with a case that you can prosecute and win in court. Is that an accurate statement?
I believe so, Chairman Van Dever. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When you guys are prosecuting these, on these charges of THC, do you see very often an incident where there are other crimes associated with the use of THC, or THC associated with the use of, in the carrying out of other crimes, or is it just simply someone who has a higher level than legal THC product with them?
Well, we've seen a mixed bag. I mean, frankly, I think Greg hit on the fact that the schools and what you're seeing, the kids he described in Collin County, that was a one-off. That was just all they were doing. But when you contact other defendants, we have other cases that we make with it. So I have seen just the one incident, but I've also seen that along with other illegal drugs. So that's just been my experience in Kaufman County. Sometimes when we've had stops, and that's an intervention with DPS having a stop for driving facts and then able to do a search in the vehicle incident for officer safety, that's when you will see other drugs involved and maybe a weapon, other crimes. It goes all across the spectrum, but the other DAs may have different circumstances that they've seen.
I certainly have prosecuted more and more DWI cases where THC is the intoxicant. They can be difficult because we don't have a presumptive level. I believe Colorado did for a little while after they legalized it, but they've had to do away with it. But I can tell you that the THC products that are out there, and even the organic green leafy substance, it has such higher THC concentration nowadays that I get DWI cases where people are literally passed out behind the wheel and they haven't had a drop of alcohol. They're intoxicated on THC, and they're passed out in the middle of the road or on the side of the road. So from a misdemeanor prosecutor perspective, that's what I see for them.
Well, I'll echo what my two fellow prosecutors have mentioned. I'll also say, even though it's not directly responsive, Mr. Chairman, is that one of the things that we see is a very otherwise promising young people, and they get exposed to this high potency synthetic THC kind of unknowingly because it's not packaged and labeled correctly. And some of these kids, it appears that they're kind of maimed for life. And it's a devastating thing, not just for them, but their families to see that.
How many THC cases, or what percentage would you say you guys take to trial of the THC cases that are brought to you by law enforcement? How many do you take to trial? And of those that you take to trial, what is your success rate in getting a prosecution and getting a conviction?
I know I don't have that number on me. I don't know, Early or David, do you have that?
The chairman brings a great question, and I don't have that. Should have probably thought to prepare that. It's a good question. I know anecdotally, when I talked to some of the chiefs of the court, we talked about, I talked to them about that number, but I don't have the statistics. Frankly, Mr. Chairman, the testing and the defense uses the testing against us, and so we have to go with the more expensive liquid testing. I'm not going to try to say that long word, but the liquid testing, and so that's very expensive, and so the agencies don't want to pay for that. But when we do go to trial, it becomes more expensive, and so if this is we are creative. We use our discretion for those that don't have other prior records, they're good candidates for pretrial diversion if they quit using these substances. So that's our first one of our tools in our toolkit. And then for people that have other cases and other records, a lot of those cases are disposed of by pleas. And then if we go to trial, we understand it's going to be expensive and the agency has to pay for the more expensive testing. And so when we do go to trial, it depends on I would say sometimes the defense attorney and their knowledge to confuse our juries about the different testing and trying to persuade them that we don't know what the substance is beyond a reasonable doubt, but we have been successful. But I think people are holding their breath and waiting to see really what you guys are going to do in the legislature. And we'll see, because right now it's illegal if it's over 0.3. And so if we have ambiguity on some of the labs, we've talked to some of the chemists at the labs, and they are a little confused in their own expertise about the different compounds and what's legal and what's illegal. So we are having some struggling with that, and THC and what that means when it's heated. So we have we are really in a little gray area here, but so far we've been pretty successful when we finally do go to trial at expense to the trial process for us.
Okay.
It's very few, Mr. Chairman, from my perspective. And again, I'm almost all misdemeanor crimes, but one of the things that helped us when the legislature legalized the hemp products several years back was they created this agricultural code violation of illegally transporting hemp material and made it a Class C with a fine up to $1,000. And so most of the POM under 2 cases that we have filed, we plead those to the illegal transport of hemp and get $1,000 out of the defendants because they're happy to take a Class C. We did adjudicate a gentleman this morning for possession of marijuana under 2 ounces because he was late for court and the judge made him test. And guess what? He was positive for THC. So rather than have his bond deemed insufficient and go to jail, he just went ahead and took a conviction for possession of marijuana under 2 ounces.
Okay. Mr. Holmes, you testified that DPS is bringing you misdemeanor cases, but their lab is not testing for those. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would it be your testimony that it would be good for the state of Texas to provide you with the testing services you need to prosecute those cases that the DPS officers are bringing you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It caught with the private lab that I believe most of the agencies in Texas use is Armstrong Labs in Arlington. It's $250 per test, I believe was last number I had, and then the services of their testimony, if the case does get set for trial, that's in the thousands.
Okay. Members, other questions for this panel? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I think I heard DA Willis, you say that some of these kids are being charged with felonies for these products?
I don't know if I mentioned that, but that is a correct statement. Yes, Representative.
Okay. I went from frustrated from the previous panel knowing that these drug dealers have been selling to these kids without consequence, apparently. But now my understanding is not only have these stores been selling illegal products to kids, but it's the kids that are being hit with the felony. So that's something new that I've learned today, and I think that's, my heart breaks for those parents. I also heard testimony from law enforcement that they would prefer the status quo over regulation. My question for you is, have any of the DAs, have you or anyone you're aware of been involved in prosecuting some of these folks who are selling illegal drugs out of these stores?
Well, we do have cases that come in, and the case is not going to reach my office unless there's been an arrest and an investigation. And so in those cases, yes, we prosecute, and of course every case is a little different. If it's I can't comment too much on the Prosper case since it's a pending case, but we take all factors into account when we're deciding what does justice look like in this situation. But the kids go in the store, and even if they think they know they're going to be getting a very intoxicating product, the label invariably says it's less than 0.3%. And so one of the challenges in prosecuting is they say, well, I was relying upon the label. And then the store can say that too. Now, if you're deep into the circumstances, then you know that it's just a wink, wink, nod, nod. Everybody knows that it's a very high potency THC. That's why the retailer's selling it, and that's why the person is buying it typically. But with the way that it's packaged and labeled, and you combine that with the challenges of quantitative testing, it becomes pretty big, just kind of a huge deal to go to trial on something like that.
And so do you think that, I don't know if you heard some of the previous discussion, but one of the things that's come up in, with this ban specifically, and opposed to whether or not we can pass a ban or keeping the status quo, from your perspective, do you think that the ban would be more helpful, or do you think that age gating and local control and all those other things would be helpful, or no?
I think practically speaking, just from my perspective, a ban is more helpful because I cannot imagine the legislature funding a regulatory scheme that would be effective, because it seems like it would be so expensive. And so that's why I want to shy away from the regulation. I think it can be a great solution if it's funded adequately. But my impression, just as a citizen and understanding budgets and things like that, is it seems like there's no chance of getting adequately funded a sufficient regulatory scheme. And that's why I think a ban is preferable.
Thank you for your personal insight on that. It is very helpful. My fear now is that the status quo means the drug dealers get to walk around and still sell their drugs to the kids who are going to get hit with the felonies, and that's very disturbing. So you've given us a lot to think about. Thank you.
Members, other questions for this panel? Okay. Thank you all so much. We appreciate your testimony this morning. Appreciate you taking time out of your schedule to help us sort through this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the chair calls for our third panel, James Person, Matthew Cherry, Dr. Tim Stevenson, Dr. Lance McMahon, and I believe we have Robin Goldstein virtually. And we will begin with James Person. I have you registered as James Person, General Counsel for TABC, and you are testifying neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, you may proceed. Do you have testimony prepared?
I
or-
do not have any prepared remarks. We're here just to answer your questions and
Okay.
help you all make an informed decision.
Okay, very good, thank you. One thing that I wanted to ask, we heard earlier that TABC doesn't have the bandwidth to enforce current alcohol laws and the issues and the testing and all the enforcement that goes with that. And then to suggest that you guys would be able to handle also enforcing THC would just be asking too much. What would be your response to that? Do you guys have the bandwidth? How are you doing now under your current charge, and what would the future look like?
I had heard the anecdote about not having the bandwidth now to handle alcohol. I think I would respectfully disagree with that. I think, for the most part, we're doing a pretty good job in regulating the alcohol industry in Texas. As far as expanding that to consumable hemp products, I think it was D.A. Willis who mentioned a regulation with a backbone. We would certainly need significant more resources to do that, FTEs, money, a new licensing system and whatnot. But, provided those resources are there, I think the bandwidth could be done. It could be accomplished.
Okay, all right. I'll move on and then we'll open for questions from the committee. I will move to Matthew Cherry, Senior Counsel, TABC, testifying neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're here as a resource witness as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll move along. To Timothy Stevenson, Deputy Commissioner of Consumer Protection, Department of State Health Services, testifying neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Dr. Tim Stevenson, Department of State Health Services, Consumer Protection. As you said, neutral on the bill. Sir, your excellent layout of the bill covered many of the introductory comments that I was prepared to share. There is one aspect I'd like to fill in. As you mentioned, Farm Bill late 2018. This bill passed, as with many states, Texas passed our bill to regulate the hemp industry, lest the feds regulate within the state of Texas. So that was all fine. With the 0.3 Delta 9 THC, everybody today is included, we throw around the term THC. In the hemp industry, when this product came on the market, and then soon we saw in about the 2020, 2021 timeframe, Delta 8 was being added in. Delta 8 is present in the plant in trace amounts, less than 0.1, usually much less than 0.1. But it was being added back in, synthesized and added back into the consumable hemp product. We went down that road to say, you can't take hemp and add in Delta 8 and or other THCs and still call it hemp. We quickly became enjoined in the court system with an injunction that we could not enforce that. So that's where we are right now. The lower court decision has held us to that. It's in the queue to go to the Texas State Supreme Court, but that's a process. So that I think that gets to a lot of questions that have come up, sometimes frustrations. How can this be sold when is the agency regulating what's manufactured, sold in the shops? We can't exclude that currently because of the legal framework. So I'd be happy to try to answer more questions later if there are, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. And Chair recognizes Lance McMahon, Texas Tech Health Science Center, testifying neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay,
And members,
thank you.
thank you for giving me the opportunity. I serve as the Executive Vice President for Research at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. I'm here in my capacity as a scientist. I've studied THC for most of my career, starting as a PhD student at Texas A&M University, and then as a professional in the Department of Pharmacology, associate professor at University of Texas Health Sciences Center at San Antonio. I defected to Florida just for 5 years and worked for the University of Florida before coming back here to the great state of Texas. And so I'm here to answer any questions that the committee might have regarding pharmacology, the actions of the compounds on biological tissues.
Okay, thank you. Before I open it to the committee, you guys might can respond to this, I don't know, but in doing some of the research in our office, my staff came across some publications that would indicate that the 0.3% is really just an arbitrary number. Somebody at the federal level at some point pulled that out of the air, and that has become the accepted level, but there's really no scientific basis that would suggest that 0.3% is the number. Is that?
I think that's related to the crop in the past, that you could grow a crop in the field of cannabis, and the plant in total would normally be less than 0.3 as an agriculture product. The way that they've adapted through selective breeding and transmission of the cannabis plant, those levels seem to be increasing in THC, but that was not a biological human dose level. Others may add.
I think a pharmacological perspective on that is it's just a percentage. You would need to know the amount of substance ingested. It's sort of like when we take ibuprofen, we take 200 milligrams, we don't take a percentage. So one could hypothetically imagine taking sufficient amount of 0.3 THC. If you took a large enough quantity, you could get intoxication. You'd have to take a lot.
Right, okay, thank you. Members, questions for this panel? Representative Schofield.
Dr. Stevenson, this is the first time this committee has been hearing this bill, but we did have it in the regular session. You gave a very brief synopsis of the history, and I want to make sure that I understand it correctly. So the 2018 Farm Bill that we've all heard about, when the feds passed that and kind of put this ball into play, they didn't, and I know you're not a lawyer, but they didn't entirely preempt the field. They left some aspect to the states to do, and that's what occasioned the 2019 Texas legislature bill that we are dealing with amending now. So this didn't come out of left field from the Texas legislature. The Farm Bill kind of left some area of it for the states to do on their own. The state said we had better step in or the feds will be regulating what happens here. And so that's whence that bill came.
Absolutely correct, and the states could be more restrictive. Idaho and some other states are.
And I know, because I do get questions from constituents about, why did you all do this? And it's like, well, really, Congress sort of put the ball in play, but they didn't preempt the field. They left some for us, and so the legislature, and I wasn't in the legislature that session, stepped in and said, at least for now, this is where we think we ought to be.
Texas stepped in, sir, exactly right, lest the feds be in charge of hemp in Texas.
Okay, thank you very much.
Members, before we continue with our questioning of this panel, I accidentally did not recognize Dr. Robin Goldstein, who is joining us virtually. Dr. Goldstein, if you would like to, if you have some comments that you would like to make, I show you registered as Dr. Robin Goldstein, testifying on behalf of yourself as an economist, and you are testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed with any testimony you might have.
Yep. Thanks very much. Just want to
thank the committee for inviting me and for allowing me to participate by Zoom. I'm an agricultural economist at the University of California, Davis, where I direct the university's cannabis and hemp economics research. And I've lived in Texas in the past for about 7 years, decade ago, and I still co-own a small business in Houston. So, and that's a real estate business, nothing really with hemp or cannabis. And I'm not here representing any company or industry association. My only interest is in the economic prosperity, health of Texas, the health of Texans, as someone who loves and still spends lots of time in the state. So for the last 10 years or so, my colleagues and I in Davis have been doing economic impact assessments and cost-benefit analyses for state agencies, including the California Department of Public Health, the Department of Agriculture, Department of Cannabis Control, and regulators in Nevada and other states as well. And one of the main topics of my research and advisory work kind of over this decade has been competition between legal and illegal cannabis and other drugs. And I'm familiar with the range of products in the market and with the issues at stake here. So I'm here in hopes that I could be helpful to you also to answer whatever questions you might have about the products, the hemp and cannabis markets, the economics of these markets, and the economic and public health effects from a cause and effect kind of perspective of this proposed bill, as well as potential alternatives to the bill. And so I'll say a few words about why I've stated that I'm opposed to HB 5 as currently written. First, starting with the basic market situation as it stands now. I think you might have all received a handout. So right now, Texas basically has the biggest hemp economy in the United States, probably in U.S. history, although in Revolutionary War era America, there was a big hemp industry. But in modern times, this is probably the biggest. But it's not by any means the only one. So Texas is one of about 20 states with booming THC hemp industries, including Tennessee, Kentucky, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and others. Many in the Southeast, but also around the country. And I'd estimate the total retail market size of the U.S. national hemp industry right now at somewhere between $20 to $30 billion. And so Texas, which I estimated about $4.5 billion right now, that's total retail spending per year. So maybe that's about around 15% of the national U.S. hemp market. Florida also has a market in the billions. And I'm going to come in a moment to the public health implications and so forth. But for starters, I just want to offer my opinion as an economist that it's not an accident that hemp has boomed in Texas and these other states that I think share a commitment to business-friendly regulations, relatively low taxes, and support of free market principles and kind of individual liberty. These are also states that Americans have been flocking to from the Northeast and West Coasts for economic opportunity recently. So, and I don't think that's an accident either. I think Texas has long stood for that, and as have some of these other states that have done well with hemp. Next, I want to be clear, just up front, that there's no ambiguity about what this is. The hemp boom, the hemp industry in Texas is about intoxicating products. They're products that are similar to the intoxicating products that are consumed legally as cannabis in the majority of U.S. states, and as medical cannabis in like the super majority of U.S. states, I think more than 40 out of 50. And so the hemp boom is not about CBD or CBG hemp cream or anything like that. It's about, it's a $20 or $30 billion market nationally for intoxicating hemp products, just as there's a $100 billion national market for beer, a tens of millions of dollars market for medical marijuana, which is intoxicating, recreational marijuana, and so on. So there's just it's in the category of intoxicating products. America has lots of billion-dollar intoxicating product industries that are not prohibited, but instead are regulated and overseen by the government to prevent contamination, safety, and reduce harm to human beings. So in terms of the just a simple economic overview of the market right now, the market for consumable hemp products in Texas I break it down between 4 main types of THC products, which you can see in the handout if you have that. There's in the first page, flower, which includes pre-rolls, that's buds. That's the stuff that could be rolled into joints, or sometimes it comes pre-rolled for smoking. And then I've separated beverages, and then foods, which the vast majority of foods, the food category is gummies, and then vapes. And so as you can see, flower is by far the biggest segment there, about half the total market. In my estimation, these are pretty rough numbers, but this is also informed not just by Texas data, but by data nationally. You see these patterns around the country, and then that's figure 1. Those shows the percentages, and figure 2 shows my estimates of the dollar values that add up to about $4.5 billion in total. One thing I wanted to mention that I think it's important to know about the differences between these types of products is that the THC percentages are not directly comparable. When people talk about 5% THC and Maui Wowie, and going up to 20, a typical flower or a pre-roll might have 20 to 30% THC, THCA, as it's called in the hemp industry in Texas. It converts to THC when it's smoked. But talking about 20 or 30% in that context of flower is very different from talking about a 70% concentration for a vape or oil. That's a distilled oil product. It's kind of like comparing the alcohol content of a beer of 5% versus a vodka at 40%. They're just different types of products that have different standards, and you typically drink a whole beer as opposed to having 1 shot of vodka. They tell you in your driver's license test that those are the equivalent of 1 serving. A beer is like 1 shot of vodka. That's the same thing with these different products. So the fact that it's 70%, and some products are more diluted than others, and they're also absorbed differently in the bloodstream. So that's a bit misleading to compare that. And under SB 2024, in fact, a vape was 70% THC. That's kind of an ordinary concentration for any vape pen or a vaporized THC product. So although it's certainly more concentrated than raw flower, just as the distilled spirit is more concentrated than a beer, that's not directly comparable. So moving on, basically, although Texas has benefited probably most economically of any state in the country from the hemp industry, it's also the biggest. It might seem odd. I think it seems that with HB 5, the idea is to instead of reining in what are clearly many problems that we've heard today and past testimony, there are problems ranging from age limits to lack of regulations to mislabeled or unlabeled products, and they're getting in the hands of kids. There's all these problems, but to shut the entire industry down rather than regulate it further and solve these problems through regulation is I think an unusual approach to this problem. So it's to give HB 5 as written, and in my handout now, moving on to figure 3, HB 5 as written would shut down the whole hemp industry in Texas. There's nothing left of the industry. There's been estimates of 50,000 jobs, and it's an industry that's built over 7 years. There's billions of activity, and there's obviously hundreds of millions of tax collection. But that all goes away with HB 5 as written. The other pie charts I show in figures 4, 5, and 6, and 7 there is what happens if you, in alternative cases where, for example, if you allow THC beverages, but you don't allow flower, vapes, or gummies, then you save 7% of the $4.5 billion. That's so 4.2 billion goes to the illegal market, and 7% stays legal. And as you can see between figure 5 and figure 6, the really big one here is flower. So there's been a lot of discussion about legalizing or not legalizing in various versions of legislation, not just in Texas, but around the country. Some states have considered enabling THC gummies and beverages to be sold, but not THCA flower. But the flower is really the big one. So it's half the market, and many of the stores that sell hemp products would not be able to survive without the ability to sell flower, most of them. So you'd put those guys out of business, even if you don't put all of their even if you don't illegalize every product on their shelves. And so that's really the tipping point. If you legalize, if you keep THCA flower legal, then you really save this industry to a large extent. Even if they give up vapes, if they're able to continue to sell vapes, as in Figure 7, then you keep even more of it alive. But the big difference is between a flower and not allowing flower. Finally, just to wrap up here, I just want to discuss the implications in terms of the public health, economics, and public safety impacts of HB 5 as proposed. Beyond the economics, it's been discussed a lot today. And I'm going to offer a different perspective than some other people have on the expected impacts of prohibiting versus regulating hemp. The first thing that my colleagues and I have learned and written about and seen confirmed in our research over a decade studying these legal and illegal cannabis and hemp markets is that basically prohibitions don't have a huge impact on use rates. So for example, during alcohol prohibition, Americans didn't end up drinking that much less alcohol, but which products they consumed changed a lot. So people moved from wine and beer, which were legal and regulated before prohibition, to a more dangerous form of alcohol, which is this illegal bathtub stuff that had poisonous gases that killed people. It was made underground, it was unregulated, and the government didn't have the ability to control the quality or the safety of it. And so you have somewhere between 7 and 10 million Texans that before 2018 were all the THC they were buying, THC products of any kind, were all from illegal drug dealers. This stuff was all completely prohibited with all the safety and health risks that went along with that. And then over the last 6 or 7 years, you had this evolution of the legal THC hemp market. And those consumers moved a lot of their purchases from the illegal drug dealers and the illegal drug cartels to stores that were licensed and regulated to some extent, though clearly it's obvious, not extensively enough by state regulators. The most glaring omission being the lack of an age limit. But besides that, there's a lot of problems. There's not enough cracking down on mislabeling and products where people don't know what they're getting and so forth. But the problem with the total prohibition of HB 5 is that you lose the ability to control any of that. It just sends it all to the illegal markets where the legal market isn't perfect. There are bad actors and insufficient oversight, but and there's a lot of problems. And it's very I understand completely the difficulties that law enforcement face with not enough labs. There's clearly a need for more lab testing capacity, infrastructure, protocols, and so forth. But if you take it all out of the legal market and you take away their ability to control these things, and it's all just in the hands of cartels, what you're left with is worse. This business is all in a much more dangerous illegal market. And $4 billion of activity goes to drug cartels. And in addition to the dangers of having those drug dealers, thriving and prospering and supporting their industry, the violence associated with it makes our streets less safe, and the cartels supplying them are more dangerous than the legal hemp products sold by most of the licensed, but not all, most of the licensed products. So that's basically what I've got, and I'm happy to answer whatever questions you may have about economics or anything else I've mentioned. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And just a real quick question for you. I was one of maybe two of us on this dais who was here in 2019 and voted for House Bill 1325 that was known as the Hemp Farming Act. And at that time, I read the bill analysis, a statement from the bill analysis earlier, and I'm going to reread that for you. It says, the intent of the bill was to open up new agriculture market for Texas farmers because hemp is a viable agricultural crop and an agricultural commodity for hemp food and fiber products in a statewide regulated market. we envisioned this as being something that farmers could grow and provide fiber to the economy. And that was really the purpose behind, at least from my perspective, the purpose behind voting for that bill. And then we saw that it became something totally different. So is it your testimony, is it your opinion, professional opinion, that if we do this total ban, if House Bill 5 passes, will we have any farmers growing hemp in the state of Texas?
I don't think, I think substantially none. I think almost none. I think you're going to have almost no hemp farming left in Texas if this bill passes. I completely understand the situation that you're in, which is echoes the same feelings of people across the country in all these other states. I think so many lawmakers were taken aback and by surprise when this evolved into something completely different than what was originally imagined or understood, in part because of technical and scientific issues that were just not foreseen. And so the frustration with that is palpable across the country, but we are where we are. And Texas is in a unique position of having a really big economic benefits from this right now. And the majority of the products out there, in my professional opinion, are not unsafe. There are unsafe products, but the majority of products are not unsafe. The majority of sellers, from what we've seen, are not unsafe and are not misleading people and are not mispackaging products. Those are bad actors, and those need to be dealt with swiftly and seriously. And that's not an easy task. And I don't envy the task of having to do that, but the alternative, in my opinion, is both economically and in terms of health and safety is much worse.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Let's see, I believe Representative Pearson had some questions. Is that right?
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. I believe it is for Mr. McMahon. Thank you all for being here today. My question is specifically with regards, you said something about you could have the 0.3% and then you could have milligrams that go up and to determine whatever would get someone high. Do you have a number? I'm not asking for an exact number. Is it 5 milligrams, 10, 20, 200? What is the range of a 0.3% that could potentially get someone high?
So those milligrams you just mentioned are some ranges that are often studied in terms of the absolute weight of THC that's consumed. So 5, 10 milligrams are considered a dose in many of the human studies that have been published, mostly through oral consumption. As you go up beyond 10, certainly 20, 50, and even higher, the amount of intoxication would increase. I guess the simple point I was trying to make earlier is it's sort of, I guess alcohol is, to compare it to alcohol is sometimes difficult, but at least in terms of the percentages, we have percent content in the beer and the spirits that we consume, and it's the amount that you consume that's important. So you have to know the total weight as a dose of any medicine to understand the effect that's going to be produced. I hope that helps address your
Yes,
question.
thank you. And then one last question for you. We hear a lot of discussion about THC psychosis, and I'm trying to figure out if that's a plant-derived issue or a synthetic issue or both.
There is a receptor in the body that mediates the effects of all of these different chemicals. So there's a lot of different chemicals we've been talking about, and it just so happens to be the cannabinoid CB1 receptor that produces much of the effects that we're concerned about here today. And so for chemicals that act at that receptor and activate that receptor, you can get the intoxicating effects. This question of the relationship between THC use and psychosis, of course, is a difficult one. It's not straightforward. As a scientist, I like to think of it as a correlation. as opposed necessarily to a causation, like, does THC produce psychosis? I think certainly in vulnerable individuals who are predisposed, the answer to that question is yes. But the extent to which people who might be predisposed to psychosis, are they also more likely to consume cannabis? So it's that cause and effect relationship, and I'm not sure if that's the question you were asking, but certainly there's a correlation there, I think, that needs to be considered.
I think I was looking more for a causation. The correlation makes a lot more sense to me, especially if there's some comorbid issues there. But are there any tests, any research, anything that says there's causation from THC and psychosis?
Again, so we're all different, and our biologies are different, our genetics are different, and so I think it's complex. The extent to which THC would produce a psychotic-like episode in an individual is going to depend upon a lot of those predispositions.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Alcott. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. McMahon, I have a couple questions for you also. As you're probably aware, the tetrahydrocannabinol and the cannabidiol are metabolized by this cytochrome P450 system, which means in a lot of other drugs that many adults take, maybe not so much children. And I know one of our biggest concerns is making sure children aren't getting access to this. But I think one of the things that's often overlooked is that older people are taking this too for different reasons, whether it's anti-inflammatory reasons or whatever. But drug interactions, the fact that a lot of these drugs are metabolized by cytochrome P450 as well, can lead to increased levels of these drugs if they're taking, the tetrahydrocannabinol simultaneously. So I wondered if you wanted to, like for instance, warfarin, I think that's also metabolized. And so people that are taking blood thinners for maybe atrial, atrial AFib, that's a concern, because that's a very, as you know, very delicate drug that if you start getting just too high concentrations, people can bleed, and it can lead to some serious consequences. And so that's maybe an extreme example, but there's a lot of other drugs, like I think diazepam and some other drugs that are metabolized. So would you care to comment on the risk of hundreds of potentially drugs that adults are taking, especially older adults that are taking, that the levels of those drugs can sometimes be, the level in the blood can maybe even double because of the presence of the THC?
Indeed. So I think it's, of course, an issue for all ages, including older adults whose metabolic mechanisms might be different as you age. So yes, somebody who's taking THC, you could potentially inhibit the metabolism of another drug and amplify its effects. So THC may amplify the effects of some other drugs, and then it may also have the opposite effect. It can go both ways, where another drug may have a smaller effect because an individual is taking THC. So yes, I think this is one of the issues for which healthcare providers are important to help users and patients understand the potential risks associated with drug interactions. And of course, as the other issue for older adults is they're taking more and more medications for various different conditions. And so the possible and type of interactions that might occur is going to increase as well.
Because one of my concerns right now, I think it's probably doubtful that most physicians, when they're treating older adults, they're probably not likely saying, hey, are you taking marijuana? Or are you taking some of these gummies right now? And that's something that's probably not asked, that, in a routine, when they're taking the history, that's probably not something and if they are taking it, they're probably not going to admit it. And that's something that's a serious consequence. I've also been hearing some concerns about the fact that up to maybe even as much as 1 out of 20 male adults between 18 and 25 that start using marijuana on a regular basis. Someone has described it as like flipping a switch, that 1 out of 20 people, for some reason in that particular age group, develop schizophrenia. And once that switch is flipped, even if you get back off the THC, they're schizophrenic for the rest of their life. Have you heard of those kind of studies?
That's,
And that's probably primarily a genetic thing, but how do we determine who's susceptible to that?
the evidence for that, I think, is still not particularly strong. I mean, there's always been an interest in the potential of THC to, sort of create this schizophrenic-like or psychotic-like episode. Again, that the cause and effect, I want to be very careful about that. To suggest that it doesn't occur, it does. Under what conditions? Again, I think there's much more work that needs to be done to help us understand situations where there's that relationship between THC use and psychiatric.
I would agree. We have to do a lot more research. I'm just going to quote something from Dr. Robin Murray, who's professor of psychiatry at London's Institute of Psychiatry. He estimates that at least 25,000 of the 250,000 schizophrenics in the United Kingdom would have avoided schizophrenia had they not used cannabis. And I don't know what evidence he has of that, but that's his opinion, and that's a serious concern. And I think we're going to hear later today about some testimony from some parents. And my guess is that the majority of young adults that take marijuana aren't going to develop schizophrenia, but it's a serious mental health issue, and it's something that we need to be concerned about. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Stevenson, I wanted to ask you real quickly, you guys, you are charged with basically the overview of, the overseeing this hemp market. Is that correct?
The manufacture and sale of it, yes, sir. If it is above the 0.3 delta 9 THC, it becomes a controlled substance and it becomes a handoff to law enforcement at that point.
Okay. Are you guys receiving a lot of complaints from the field of bad actors out there that are involved in this?
We get questions, sir, about the lack of any age restriction. I think many of the industry folks will say we card people with an ID. We don't sell above a certain age, below a certain age. We can't enforce that. It's not in the statute. So if they are doing those things, it's at their own initiative. So we get questions about that, sir. We get questions about it's right across from the school. And we get questions about all these other Delta 8, Delta 10, and other types of THC, THCA especially, being allowed in the product.
So these complaints you get, are you, under current law, what is your response? I mean, how many of these complaints do you have to say, I'm sorry, but the law just does not cover that?
We have authority to do what the statute mandates. We sometimes get complaints about an establishment not being registered with the state, and then we investigate those with sanitarian to check on those, verify if they are or are not. There have been a few that don't even have a license, so then they have to address that, or a registration for sale. So we get those type of complaints, and that's the authority and the mandate we have. The other ones, as I mentioned, complaints, questions, frequently asked questions, may be a more precise term for it. We don't have authority to intervene.
Okay, thank you. Representative Pearson.
Dr. Stevenson, you just reminded me of something. So my question is about the things that are not within statute. Do you get the complaints when someone does spot check a store and it's 75% or just completely illegal? What happens when those complaints come in?
Begin back, ma'am, to the definition. We don't find delta 9 THC at those levels. It's the other THCs that have been added to the product, whether it's smokable or edible, that would take it to that level, and we don't have the authority based on what the court has enjoined with us right now to enforce that.
So
to take an action on.
I see. So if someone complains that a store is selling illegal drugs, marijuana, there's nothing you guys can do. You don't alert law enforcement, or what happens when that complaint comes in? Or do you even get those complaints?
Perhaps an example, ma'am. So a gummy that says it's 65 milligrams, Delta 8. We can't keep that product off the shelf based on what the court has told us. We could test it for Delta 9 THC, and in most cases it is below 0.3. But it's all the other THCs that are in that product. So from our perspective, based on what the statute and the court
Sure.
allows us to do, it's not illegal.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions of this panel? Okay, thank you all for coming. Dr. Goldstein, thank you for joining us as well.
Thank you.
Members, we do have a couple of resource witnesses from DPS here. If you would like to bring them forward. One, Rebecca Hibbs is with the Driver's License Division. HB 5 does envision some penalties that would involve driver's license. And Captain Christopher Mulch with Criminal Intelligence Division with DPS. Do any of you have questions for them at this time? Okay, we will move on to panel 4. Chair calls Mark Hewlings, Ben Meggs, Susan Hayes, Mitch Fuller is joining us virtually, and Paige Fiji. The chair recognizes Mark Hewlings, testifying on behalf of Early Bird CBD, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Van Dever and committee members. My name is Mark Hewlings. I'm the co-founder of Early Bird CBD, and I'm here to testify against HB 5 as filed because it will have serious unintended consequences for Texas consumers and small businesses. Early Bird sells low-dose, naturally occurring Delta 9 THC gummies. They contain less than 3 milligrams per serving and are fully compliant with state and federal hemp laws. Our typical consumer is between 30 and 90 years old. In fact, approximately 70% are women. We call them soccer moms or soccer grandmas. Many choose our gummies instead of a margarita, Tylenol PM, glass of wine, or Ambien. We have always only sold to adults 21 and older, and we verify the age of every customer for every online order with the same best practices used for other age-restricted industries. Our products are lab-tested, clearly labeled, and include a QR code that directly links to the lab results. If HB 5 passes, our customers who are upstanding citizens and responsible consumers will be criminals overnight. My customer will likely go back to the bar, liquor store, or result to buying from unregulated out-of-state websites. That means less safety, no age checks, and no Texas oversight. Beyond the consumer impact, our business, like others in the space, supports many local jobs. We generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in annual Texas sales tax revenue. HB 5 would wipe out legitimate businesses while creating a vacuum for illegal or unregulated sales. This is about preserving access to safe, low-dose wellness products for adults who want an alternative to alcohol or pharmaceuticals. A total ban won't stop THC, it will just push it out of Texas, out of regulation, and out of your control. I respectfully urge you to amend or reject HB 5 in its current form to avoid punishing responsible consumers and law-abiding Texas businesses.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have, Chair recognizes Mitch Fuller, virtually, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have you registered as Mitch Fuller, VFW Department of Texas, and yourself testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That's correct. That is correct, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to testify virtually. We want to thank Governor Abbott. First off, I'm here at Columbus, Ohio at the 126th VFW National Convention, and we just elected our first female national commander in our 126-year history. So it's a historic, very historic day for the Veterans of Foreign Wars. We want to thank Governor Abbott for vetoing SB 3 after the regular session and meeting with us during the regular session, his staff, and during the special session to discuss regulating the hemp industry, not banning hemp-derived consumables, which is an effective, affordable, and accessible alternative modality to opioids and antidepressants that many veterans, including me, use to address pain and PTSD. I testified before Congress in March, along with our national commander-in-chief, on this very issue. So this is an important issue nationally and in Texas for us. We want to thank Speaker Burris and you, Mr. Chairman, for the invitation to testify today and having an open mind on this issue. Lieutenant Governor Patrick and many in the Texas Senate, on the other hand, have engaged in outrageous and sensationalistic rhetoric in the recent hearing on Senate Bill 5 during this special session, accusing us of being paid to testify, being exploited by the hemp industry, cherry picking veteran suicide data, which is insulting and way out of line, and saying that we only want to get high. These are untruths and performative art for the alcohol, pharmaceutical, restaurant, and marijuana lobbies under the guise of protecting children. I'm a parent. We're all parents. We all want to protect children, of course. The leading cause of death of children in Texas is firearms. The second, traffic accidents caused by alcohol intoxication. No one is suggesting banning firearms or alcohol, of course. 0.03 THC level hemp-derived consumables is not poison. It's not the same as illegal marijuana. It's not K2. It's not bath salts or the new meth, as some members of the Texas Senate alleged, without any sense of any context. The raid in Allen, Texas, which has been frequently discussed at these hearings, was about illegal marijuana, not hemp. Hemp-derived consumables are not poison. The poison are these. It's an empty bottle of alcohol, and that's a pill bottle. They've done a number on us in the veteran community and all of society. Alcohol sales are down in Texas, which is a good thing for society. We support the expansion of the Texas Compassionate Use Program and the intent of House Bill 46, and this is a choice that many veterans use as their choice of alternative modalities to opioids and antidepressants. Many veterans use this to treat their address opioid and antidepressants. Many choose hemp-derived consumables, however, over T-Cup because it's expensive, bureaucratic, puts them on a list, which is maintained by the state, which can infringe on their Second Amendment rights. And that is a real concern with the T-Cup program and the Second Amendment rights. Marijuana is illegal federally, and this can and does affect the right to bear arms. This issue is ultimately about freedom and liberty for us, and unshackling us from opioids and alcohol. We defended this country and fought on foreign soil for freedom and liberty. We don't need Lieutenant Governor Patrick or any elected official in Texas to create an anti-state and protect adults, as he stated at one of his press conferences in May. We are not sitting around getting high. For the last 5 weeks, this issue is important to us, but it does not define us. The last 5 weeks, a few of our VFW posts were affected by the floods, and our posts throughout Texas stepped up. And with the VFW Department of Texas and the Grunt Style Foundation coordinating the distribution and delivery of more than 160 tons of relief supplies and provided more than 16,000 meals in the affected area. This was a mission we took on, and our military training kicked in for sure. So this issue that we're talking about today does not define us. At their request, the White House requested reports from us, and I've sent daily situation reports to the White House on our efforts here in the disaster relief in Texas due to the tragic Central Texas floods. We believe in service and advocating in the halls of Congress and state capitals for all veterans since our founding in 1899, and the Texas VFW was chartered in 1921. And we believe in the freedom to choose what works for us and not be subjected to the pharmaceutical cocktail of opioids and antidepressants. Don't take an effective option away from us and other members, other citizens of Texas. Regulate, not ban. Work with Governor Abbott on this. Governor Abbott does not want a ban bill. He's made that perfectly clear. So please work with the governor, and we are appreciative of the governor. We want to thank Speaker Burris' office and you, Mr. Chairman, again for the invitation to testify. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Benjamin Meggs, co-founder and CEO of Bayou City Hemp Company and self, and you are testifying against House Bill 5, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Vandever and members. My name is Benjamin Meggs. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Bayou City Hemp Company, a Houston-based hemp beverage manufacturer, and I'm testifying against House Bill 5 today. Chairman Vandever and members, since 2019, when the Texas legislature opened up the hemp THC market as we know it, we've grown from just 2 people to a team of over 60 Texans, providing good-paying jobs, supporting local suppliers, delivering a safe alternative for those who struggle with alcohol, and proudly contributing to the Texas economy. I'm a businessman pioneering and delivering an in-demand product for responsible adults. I care deeply about protecting children and my employees. To be clear, we only make hemp-derived Delta-9 low-dose beverages and gummies under the 0.3% federal and state guidelines. These are legal products, and we welcome anyone to go out and tour our facility and test our products on shelf. Over the past 5 years, tens of thousands of customers in our tap room have purchased our products without a single psychotic episode or serious adverse event reported. We sell through highly regulated distributors and trusted Texas retailers, including grocery, convenience, bars and restaurants, and liquor stores. Companies that already have strict compliance systems in place and would lose their licenses if they sold products that are harmful to consumers. These are the same distributors and retailers you trust to sell alcohol to adults, and we have followed that model for years without issue. I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 5. We are once again debating a ban bill that has already been rejected by Governor Abbott. SB 3, the original ban bill, was vetoed because the governor made it clear that Texas should regulate, not eliminate this marketplace. Yet HB 5 brings us back to the same destructive approach despite his veto proclamation stating that Texas must strongly regulate hemp and it must do so immediately. Like SB 3, HB 5 is in effect an outright ban on hemp-derived products across food, beverages, and wellness items. If passed, HB 5 would destroy thousands of livelihoods, force responsible consumers toward unregulated and potentially unsafe alternatives, and return Texans to a black market with no age gating or safety protections in place. Texans don't want a ban, they want regulation. Recent polling from one of President Trump's top polling firms found that 79% of likely Texas voters support regulated hemp-derived sales. We absolutely agree there are problems in the marketplace. Bad actors have been selling smokables and synthetics with no guardrails, often targeting minors. That's why we are advocating for tough regulations like banning smokables and synthetics, restricting purchasing to those 21 and up, prohibiting marketing to minors, requiring truth in labeling, establishing reasonable distance restrictions from schools and churches, and mandating third-party testing and child-proof packaging. The bill is against the will of responsible consumers, good actor business owners like myself, the community of Texas veterans, and Governor Abbott. A ban is not the way forward in the great state of Texas. I urge you to vote no on HB 5 and work with us on meaningful, common-sense regulation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Susan Hayes, attorney, testifying on behalf of Village Farms and yourself, and you are neutral on House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You may
Thank you
proceed.
very much. My name is Susan Hayes. I'm here representing Village Farms and myself. I am a board-certified civil appellate attorney, and I have been working in the cannabis regulation field for about 10 years now. I pay very close attention to what is happening around the country to handle both the intoxicating hemp issue, medical cannabis, and other cannabis-related issues. I also serve as the public representative on DPS's working group to advise it on TCUP. In listening to the testimony so far today and those opposed to any THC products on the market and wanting to ban them, what I'm hearing from them is they don't believe government can work or do its job, which I disagree with. I see this, other states are doing this. They're regulating. They're figuring out how to do it well. And in doing so, we need to regulate with an eye on the TCUP program. We did pass HB 46. It was a modest improvement of the medical cannabis program in Texas. It is still a very anemic program. It still limits what conditions people can take medical cannabis for. It still limits the dosage. And it also provides no protection for patients in the program, whether it's vis-a-vis Child Protective Services or for criminal liability. I recently put in touch with an individual who was on probation from DWI. He got into the TCUP program to deal with the PTSD that drove him to drink. He's now tested positive for THC, and the state of Texas is about to pay to incarcerate him for 7 years in prison, because that's what a judge gave him on a probation revocation when he was in should be a fully legal medical program. And just on the legal issues and why I believe a ban will not work, it is based on a premise that there's a field test that's easy schmeezy for law enforcement to use. That test is known as the Dequinol-Levine field test. If you look into it, it's sort of shocking to me how scientifically inaccurate it is. It tests positive for a range of plant matters, including lemon balm and my personal favorite, patchouli, the incense. So it's as though it's not a test for marijuana, it's a test for hippies. And how that gives anyone probable cause to do further search or arrest is beyond me, and I would love to litigate that in our appellate courts. Likewise, for this idea that you can put someone in jail for a controlled substance without proving beyond a reasonable doubt what that controlled substance is. And not to go too hardcore appellate nerd on you, but in 2019, right after we passed HB 1325, a case came out of the Court of Criminal Appeals that really sharpened that idea. It was called Ex parte Salcedo, and it was about a probation revocation and someone pleading out to a controlled substance. In this case, it was a white powder that turned out to not be a controlled substance. And what the court basically came down with is what I've been saying. You've got to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So whether THC is completely banned or we have allowable limits on it, the government is still going to have to test and still going to have to prove their case in court. And there's been a lot of questions raised today by different members that I have some input on, and I wish Representative Schofield was here about some of the regulatory tools that are already on the books. That, for example, he made the statement that law enforcement just can't take things off the shelf and test them. They can under 1325. We have tools we're not using because the resources aren't there to adequately use them. Ms. Figge is going to talk a lot to you about CBD. One big opposition or problem I have with HB 5 as written is it in practice will completely ban the THC, the CBD products that are on the market. And then finally, with the idea of children being charged with a felony, one of the issues we've got with our Controlled Substance Act is any concentrate is a felony. So that means a single gummy that some PTA mom brings back from her Colorado ski vacation is technically a felony. It's like tossing little hand grenades out there for kids or moms or whoever else to get caught up in, because our drug laws aren't clear and we're not giving clear language to law enforcement to understand or for people to understand what they have will get them in trouble or not, and is that trouble proportionate to what the harm is?
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Paige Figge, am I pronouncing that correctly? Executive Director, Coalition for Access Now, and yourself, and you are testifying against House Bill 5, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, members and Chair, for having me here today, yet again. I am the Executive Director, as you said, of Coalition for Access Now. We're a nonprofit. I work out of Washington, D.C. My daughter, Charlotte, is considered the origin of this whole category that we're all here sort of talking about, this hemp CBD usage as a wellness product. I've been working on this for 14 years. Guiding policy state by state. I've helped in 50 states to create some sort of law to protect consumer access. So my organization is the Consumer Voice federally for hemp CBD. I use CBD as a catchphrase, but we know it's much more than that now. But for the non-intoxicating wellness products, there are 46 million Americans that now take a daily dose from patient zero, Charlotte. 46 million people take a daily dose of the non-intoxicating, the intended category of what we legalized. We've worked in, like I said, in 50 states to have some form of a patchwork of laws, and we were successful. We went to the federal government and said this needs to be two things. It needs to be legalized through descheduling, removing it from the Controlled Substances Act. And part two, I think the most important part that we're racing forward through Congress right now this year is regulate. So deschedule and regulate this. And the good players in this industry, the consumers, the intended consumer, want regulation. We needed to know, I needed desperately to know what I was giving Charlotte when she was 4 years old at the end of her pharmaceutical road. She had a very severe form of epilepsy, and it was a success. A high CBD, low THC product was a wild success. It wasn't a choice. It wasn't a trend. It was a very specific necessity state from research in other countries, and we fabricated a product for Charlotte that had 9 incredibly strict criteria, almost higher than a pharmaceutical is required. And it worked, and it stopped her seizures. We even helped a pharmaceutical company bring a CBD drug to market. They were from England at the time, for Charlotte's condition, Dravet syndrome. And so that exists on the market for a very rare, a very small population of people with epilepsy. We've helped every state come to some sort of sensible policy so people can have access. When this first got out there 14 years ago, people had to medically refugee, or they were called medical hemp refugees. They had to move out of their state to a different zip code. They left Texas and had to come to Colorado for access to a benign, non-intoxicating supplement, what I believe should be regulated as a dietary supplement. So we're working on that quickly. Congress is very proud of this category. Every state, every legislature I've worked with has been very proud to help these people, to stand up for the consumers. I'm not hearing much today about that consumer state, the origin of why we're here talking about this. We are greasing the squeaky wheel, and we're talking about the bad actors that are selling these, I call that catchphrase, Delta 8, street hemp, recreational hemp, based on the backs of our hard work of mothers for over a decade, have come in and are selling these products. Not our intention. It's really not our problem. I guess that would be as lawmakers, your problem to deal with. I apologize. That was not our intention whatsoever. But it is causing a problem for me to represent these consumers who are being removed, their access is being removed. For people like Charlotte, of that 46 million, and that number in Texas is 2.7 million daily CBD hemp wellness consumers. They take a daily active dose of this. For people like Charlotte, this was the only solution for her medical condition. It was the only thing that worked. It was unfortunate to me that it came from such a controversial source. I did not wish for this as a mother of a dying 4-year-old, but it worked. And sometimes things come from controversy and nature, and that's just what the research out of Israel was showing to be the world's strongest, at the time, anticonvulsant. And so these people must be protected in Texas. I stand up for them to wash our hands of this and allow us to, as written, pass HB 5 and stuff those 2.7 million people into either getting that prescription from, which is now it's an Irish company that makes that drug for pediatric rare forms of epilepsy. They don't fit into that. 2.7 million Texans aren't going to get that prescription. There are people that do not qualify for teacup. You have about, before your new expansion, 3,000 to 12,000 active daily teacup patients. It's not going to fit 2.7 million, even with your most recent wonderful expansion. Even if we tripled that, even if we times 10 that 3,000 to 12,000 teacup active users, it's not going to fit 2.7 million, nor do they have the correct pre-qualifying conditions. The people I represent in this country are professional athletes. They come to Texas and train. They do not fit into teacup or have a medical condition at all to be allowed a prescription. And so seniors come in, they do not fit into teacup, they come visit family members here, they're not residents of Texas. And so it exists, and it's legal, and these products are working. It is a solution for so many people here, and I feel like we're just constant collateral damage, the consumer. We are not a large resource. The Coalition for Access is a financial resource. We are the consumer voice. I don't have the resources to lobby regularly in 50 states. We focus on Washington, and they're nearly there. Their failure and slowness and our failure to act on regulation is why you're dealing with these street, I call it Frankenhemp, so I'm just going to call it Frankenhemp. And I'm sorry if I'm offending anyone in the room. I don't see it as a medical product. I see it as a thorn in the side of access for people who desperately need this to survive each day. And so I urge you to do this in a sensible way. And I'll end with this. I'm here. I'm bringing solutions, and I've been bringing these to you for a couple of years now. Solutions that have worked in other states, many iterations of a solution. I've brought them to you. I've met some of you at ALEC. We have model state bills. I would look to Virginia as a great model. Virginia has now 2 years of a track record on how they did two things. They banned Delta-8, Frankenhemp. They preserved proudly the CBD, the wellness category for hemp consumers. And I guess a third thing you can say they did is collected penalties for the non-compliant. They collected in the first year from 23 to 24 after they took our language and passed this law. I believe it was $12.4 million in penalties. And so it's considered a wild success by everybody, I suppose, except for the Delta-8 street hemp companies that are now off the shelf. CBD consumers did not have to leave the state again, and they've collected enough money to deal with the program. And another example of a similar state is Colorado. And again, there's many other opportunities to make it your own in Texas and to do this in a sensible way, but these consumers deserve us to continue to stand up for them. They have done nothing wrong. They're being punished because of those bad actors, and we're giving them all the attention when it really should be on the original consumers who would like to have a solution in their toolbox, and we're removing a tool from them. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you, and I believe we have a video that you have requested that we view.
We are remembering and honoring 13 Charlotte Figge. She passed away Tuesday after a long battle with a rare form of epilepsy. She became a symbol of the possibilities of medical marijuana after our own Dr. Sanjay Gupta shared her story in his documentary, Weed and He Has More, on her life.
For the last 20 years, I have straddled the world of medicine and journalism. And in both professions, I'm always reminded, stay objective, do your best work, but don't get too close. But with little Charlotte Figge, that was impossible. She just had this way about her, that smile, that giggle, that just got you and captured your heart.
You remember me?
That was June 2019, the last time I saw Charlotte.
Oh wait, I had
and she
something
was
to show
doing
you.
great.
Where's that? You're looking pretty good, sweetheart.
I can't imagine back then, she'd be 12 years old and seeing her at 12 years old and what that would look like. She was dying.
Really well.
When I first met Charlotte, it was 2013, for our first film on medical marijuana called Weed.
Pitter-patter, pitter-pat, tiptoe, creep crawls in the cave.
We had heard about this amazing 6-year-old from Colorado who had a rare form of epilepsy. She had a seizure every 30 minutes, every one potentially fatal. No treatment had worked. And then one day, desperate, her parents gave her a non-psychoactive ingredient from the cannabis plant called cannabidiol, or CBD.
This is Charlotte's Web. She didn't have a seizure that day. And then she didn't have a seizure that night.
You just sit there and
Yeah.
look at your watch.
Right, I thought, this is crazy.
And it was at that moment people started to see that marijuana, which had been considered dangerous, could also be a therapy. She changed my mind and opened my eyes to the possibility that this was a legitimate medicine. And in the process, she changed the world.
Probably the most important thing I'll ever do was to help my own child and then share that information and help others.
Charlotte Figge was the entire CBD movement wrapped up into a sweet little girl with a big smile and an even bigger heart. Her story changed policy about cannabis. States were inspired by the story of Charlotte Figge and made CBD more accessible around the United States to treat epilepsy. And in turn, scientists around the world wanted to study Charlotte's special CBD oil, research that before Charlotte, no one really seemed that interested in doing.
I was begging researchers and physicians to work with us and help us understand the phenomenon that we were seeing, and they absolutely wouldn't even talk to us. We were laughed out of rooms. Now they beg to research our product.
She's happy and outside, and this is her jam.
Charlotte lived her short life to the fullest. And while she was almost this mythical miracle, she was also just a little girl who loved to go tandem biking with her mom. And while the last month was not easy, she had symptoms of COVID-19 while never testing positive. She eventually developed pneumonia, which once again unleashed her seizures. Her mother, Paige, says Charlotte was still smiling and happy until the very end, when a seizure became more than her fragile little body could handle. Charlotte's life ended just as it began, in her mother's arms, surrounded by family who loved her, cherished her, and protected her. Forever changed by this little girl who forever changed the world, and everyone, like me, who were caught in her glorious orbit. Please rest in peace, Charlie.
Can you just tell us a little bit more about her and the impact that I'm sorry, Sanjay, and the impact that she had on the world?
Sure, Poppy, thank you for letting us tell her story. I think when I first met her, I was skeptical about cannabis as a medicine. I had written as such, for Time Magazine years earlier, and then you meet somebody, and I thought her story was apocryphal. Somebody who had these crippling seizures and then seemed to have this remarkable turnaround with this medication, CBD. And then I started, looking all over the world, scientists in different labs, and finding patients all over the world who had stories just like her, thousands and thousands of people. And I realized that she made me realize that it would not just be a moral failing, but not just a medical failing, but a moral failing if this medicine was somehow withheld from people. And so, it's tough, Poppy. I'm trying to keep it together just like you. My daughter sort of grew up with her. I have 3 daughters of my own, and it's one place I never let my mind go to think about, loss like this. But she meant a lot, obviously, to an entire movement, and so much in the country, so much has changed, I think, of people seeing her story and understanding her story. But it's a really tough loss, Poppy.
Yeah, you said it so beautifully, her beautiful orbit. So, Sanjay, sorry, I didn't know it'd make me cry, but thank you for that, and just for what you've done through this whole crisis, for all of these stories that you're humanizing for us. We appreciate you very much, and we'll be right back.
Thank you, Poppy.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. All of this panel, thank you for your testimony. We will open it for questions. I believe Representative Frank has a question.
Yeah, excuse me, thank you very much. Just trying to understand, you got the THC and the CBD. That's what helped Charlotte, the CBD portion, right?
It was a combination. It was a full spectrum whole plant.
So
So if you look at the efficacy of that drug that I mentioned, It's a single compound isolated, which actually would test positive. It has THC bonded in there. However, it's like all typical pharmaceuticals, it's one single compound isolated of just CBD. And when you compare the efficacy rate of that drug with the whole plant that Charlotte used, it has a different rate of efficacy. So Charlotte did not use that drug. She used, there's hundreds of things in the plant. They all work together, but it is non-intoxicating. But it is, the highest molecule would be CBD, yes.
But it's the highest molecules, but it would show up on it. There is some amount of THC in it,
Yeah.
but it would be less than the 3%?
Correct.
Okay. So thank you very much. The second question really, it's to the, I don't really know who it's addressed to, but the making sure the THC, I understand when you're using it for medicine, okay, but for those who are using it for, I think really the military, or not really military, but for the mental health aspect of it, if it's not intoxicating, and from everything I've seen, if it's less than 3%, it is not intoxicating. So why are we using it? Like, it's almost like, I feel like you almost have to have something that is over the 3% for it to be useful, except, and again, not in the medical term if you're using it for that, but if you're using it, to feel better, doesn't it have to be intoxicating?
No, and not necessarily. And also I'm going to kind of unpack what you said a little bit because there's not any confusion. And as y'all may have noticed, it's really easy to get confused on the subject matter.
Yes.
The 0.3%, and there was a question about that to one of the earlier panels, that was only ever meant to describe plant matter, not a product. And what makes sense when you're talking about a product is milligrams, because that's how we dose people medicinally. So, and also to kind of put this into some recent historical legal context, the 2018 Farm Bill, what it did that was revolutionary was its intent was to move CBD products out of the marijuana lane, where people like Page's family were having to move to Colorado to access this product, and into the hemp lane. But it did it in a way that did create a lot of room for the market to grow. And when 1325 was passed by this body, everybody was thinking about plants. Hemp gummies, Delta 8 gummies weren't a thing in 2019. They quickly became one and started being produced around the market. Now, as far as why consumers out there in Texas are taking these products, they may be taking them to sleep, anti-anxiety, doses that don't particularly make them high, or maybe give them a little buzz at the end of the day because they want to relax just like people relax at the end of the day with a cocktail. Except now it's beverages like Mr. Mex's company makes. And the consumers they're flying, those beverages are flying off the shelves because people really like them. They make them feel better than alcohol does. There's no hangover. They get the relaxation without the collateral damage they get with alcohol. So does that kind of answer your question about what are the range of things out there and how we measure?
I guess the comments that were made about you really can't get high or you can't get mind altered with less than 3% is not correct, is what you're saying.
It's not correct because it depends on what product you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, like you can. The thing with ratios and gummies is it's 8th grade math. How big is the denominator?
Right.
You just make the gummy bigger and you can up that the numerator to a higher milligram dose.
Okay, thank you.
I think Mr. Fuller would like to respond.
If I may, okay.
Mr. Fuller, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Frank, first off, thank you for your support for veterans. You were on the Veterans Affairs Committee in the 2023 session, and we're very grateful for your support of us. To answer your question, just to follow up with Susan's comments there, this is not, as I said in my testimony, this is not about us getting high. This is about basic, pain management, relaxation. This helps with sleep. It helps avoid alcohol as well in a lot of cases, and it's helped veterans get off of the pharmaceutical cocktail, and that's the greater harm, is the pharmaceutical cocktail, the opioids and the antidepressants. So it's kind of like the metaphor of why take Vicodin when you can take a Tylenol. And I assure you, I use these products. I don't use them to get high. I do have post-traumatic stress disorder. I drive I-35 every day, and I feel like I'm on Route Tampa and Iraq every day. So these 0.03 hemp-derived gummies are very beneficial for my PTSD and my anxiety, and it's helped me personally to avoid alcohol. Thankfully, I have not been personally subjected to the pharmaceutical cocktail that the VA, the overprescription, but many of our brothers and sisters have. So again, this is not marijuana. It's not illegal marijuana. It's not K2. I was on the Cedar Park City Council in 2010 when we passed an ordinance banning K2. This is not even in the neighborhood of K2 or spice. So this is very beneficial to us, and this is not about getting high.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Could I add something, Chairman?
Sure, go ahead.
I'd just like to add that, if we heard a lot of testimony today about how you compare this to alcohol and different things. If we compared it to alcohol, you could say everyone is different. So a light beer is probably not intoxicating for most of us. You have 7 of those, maybe it is. So, anywhere from 2.5 to 5 milligrams, depending on the person, very much like a light beer, is not going to be intoxicating.
Mr. Meggs, I wanted to ask you too. Now, your product is primarily drinks, right?
Yes, sir.
THC infused drinks. So, since learning a few weeks ago that we were going to that I was going to get to hear this bill and become educated on this subject, I did look for some drinks in a store, and I noticed that the store I happened to go into had a cooler, and there were 2 or 3 different varieties of THC infused drinks, and they were there with, I think these were with IPAs in the store. Do you see an issue, or should we be concerned with a consumer who thinks they're buying an alcohol drink and they just pull it off the shelf and it's a THC drink? Shouldn't we, if they're going to be legal and going to be offered in stores, shouldn't we have some way of informing the consumer of what they're buying?
Sure, we have to have very clear labeling requirements that address that. And I think by regulating this properly, we can do that.
Okay.
We certainly self-regulate. We're 21 and up on all of our products. You can go look on a shelf and you're going to know that there is hemp-derived Delta-9 under 0.3% in that beverage.
Okay. Thank you. I believe Representative Alcott has.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have questions for a few of the witnesses here. Ms. Fiji, I want to kind of follow up on Representative Frank's question. So is it the doctor's belief that CBD is the primary way in which your doctor was able to overcome those seizures?
Yeah, so Charlotte at 4 years old was on 9 daily seizure drugs and failed them all. It was the last drug to try, had nothing left to try. From her first dose of this very, very critically manufactured, grown. This was laboratory germinated. This wasn't a plant from the soil. But this very reproducible dose that was given to her, she couldn't swallow, so it was put in her stomach tube. She was on the end of her life hospice. Do not resuscitate. A couple of weeks left to live. Put it in her feeding tube, and her seizures completely stopped. So they went to 99.9% seizure control. She'd have a couple a year. As she went off of all of her pharmaceuticals, and before her death, it was 9.5 years, she only took this high dose of CBD 3 times a day. So it's not a science. It's anecdotal. This is not hard science. But then we got to watch thousands and thousands of Charlottes with the same story, some even more seizure-free than Charlotte was.
Is that disorder that common, where there's already been thousands since then?
Say that again?
Is that disorder that she suffered from that common?
It's very rare. But the first patients that came, those medical hemp refugees that came, they had to live in Colorado. Then they couldn't leave Colorado. They were all pediatric epilepsy. Some had Dravet. It's a rare condition. The rest were very similar, the worst of the worst case, the worst types of epilepsy and the worst cases of those types. They are considered intractable epilepsies. they're untreatable by medicine. You have to try all the drugs, but they don't work. And so it's not scientific to say CBD cured these children. Of course, it's not a cure, but to watch them all come off of their drugs, to stop seizing, and chart this progress, share that information with the drug company to race their drug through FDA approvals. That's as close as you can come without it going through clinical trials. That is scientific data.
Okay, I'm still just trying to understand the components of what she took.
It was-
You're saying, it is your belief that 100% CBD would work on your daughter?
Yeah, a very specific ratio, a very specific
Ratio of
milligram
of what?
of CBD to THC.
Okay.
There's other
What-
things in the plant at much more rare.
This is why I'm getting confused, because I've heard you a couple times say that it was pure CBD, and the other time you said there was another
No.
molecule attached, and so I'm
Pure-
trying to understand
right.
what you
Pure
mean by-
CBD would be the pharmaceutical drug
Okay.
that exists on the market. Charlotte took a high CBD, low THC to a very specific ratio. So it had THC in it. It has other hundreds of things
So it's not
in
pure
it.
CBD?
Not pure CBD, correct.
Okay.
Maybe to help you with some vocabulary words to make this make sense, what Charlotte was taking was full spectrum hemp extract. with
Okay, that's
particular-
very different. That's not pure
Very
CBD.
different.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Right. In pure CBD, and in the market, you also see CBD isolates that is extracted from the plant.
Mm-hmm.
It is intended to be as pure as possible, but it is not possible to get all the other minor
Right,
cannabinoids,
and we talked about that
including
earlier today, and
THC
that's
out
one of
of
my
it.
concerns.
Exactly.
And you were going to be my next question. I'm going to get to that in a second, because I want to make sure this bill is written so we don't prevent from things like that. So what was the source where you were in Colorado? It was a mixture of cannabinoids, it sounds like, that your daughter was taking. But how did you know? Can you describe, where did she get it? And is it reproducible? Like, for instance, the other patients came along, is it from the same batch of plants? I mean, I'm trying to understand.
I hired translators. I called the researchers in 3 other countries that were studying, they were in phase 2 rodent trials for what became the world's next epilepsy treatment. I took their data that they shared with me, and I'm a special forces wife at the time. We had no money. I used my money to do this, to hire these people to call Israel and get this information. I took that data that was working in the rodents that they're bred with epilepsy, and it was showing it to be a very powerful anticonvulsant. I took that information. I figured I live in Colorado. We're not a cannabis family, but there's got to be this information's out there. We're walking around with supercomputers in our pockets. I'm sure we can figure something out. So I went about going through the industry in Colorado, finding people who knew what cannabidiol was. We didn't call it CBD back
Well, that's
then.
just cannabidiol.
Nobody knew what it was. It didn't exist. People were just breeding the THC higher and higher. It was a medical at the time program. 14 years ago in Colorado, it was medical marijuana. And federally, this was a Schedule I substance. I found people. I mean, this was the most difficult part of this was that nobody knew what I was talking about. I found people to figure this out with me. I found people that were interested, and they made it for me. They made me exactly what I needed. And I had those 9 very strict criteria to require them to have it be reproducible, to be done. There's a phytoremedial crop. It cleans the soil. It's planted at Chernobyl. So you need to know what's in there. You need to know if there's heavy metal in your soil. And so they agreed, I don't know how or why, but they agreed to do this for me.
Is this a company in Israel?
This is a company in Colorado that they made this.
You've been
and they
talking
sell
about
it.
Israel, though. Is this what?
That was the pharmaceutical clinical trial. Very different, but it validates the point that this can be both. This can be a pharmaceutical and it can be a supplement. This is an anticonvulsant. This compound is an anticonvulsant. So I took their data, reproduced it in Colorado with experts, soil experts, DEA laboratories. And I had no hope of this actually working for Charlotte. She didn't have long to live, but I figure we can help somebody else who might want access to an anticonvulsant, instead of waiting 15 years for the Israeli drug. And that's what we did. I just recreated this. And I made sure the price had to stay the same. It had to be always available. It could never change, not one drop per year, per a decade. It could never, ever change what worked for her. And they still make that that substance. It's a supplement. I call it a supplement. We're almost there to get it. It's FDA dietary supplement regulations.
Okay. Do you happen to know what percent THC is in that product?
It's below 0.3. It's hemp. It qualifies as hemp. Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mays, a question for you. Would love to hear what you have to say about, like, one of your concerns about this bill that would prevent pure CBD from being, and I'm going to move away from her because it sounds like there's more in there than just the CBD, but I know that CBD by itself is anti-inflammatory, so I don't think anyone up here wants to ban that. And so, you know, I don't know what we're going to end up doing, how we're going to vote, but I would love to know what you think is wrong with this bill that's going to prevent pure CBD to be able to be available for patients that use it, because there's a lot of people that probably do benefit from CBD.
Naturally derived CBD isolate is going to have amounts of other cannabinoids in it. THC and many of, on this chart, we've got a lot of non-intoxicating cannabinoids in this lower box. And the medical data that's out there, which largely came out of Israel. Israel was the only Western country that allowed research on cannabis for decades. So that's why we have a bulk of the research out of there. The Israeli researchers coined a term, the entourage effect. And what they mean by that is, for whatever reason, cannabinoids work better when they're together, not when they're in isolation. The problem I have with HB5 and with SB3 as it passed during the regular session is because the bill text would only allow CBD and CBG and nothing else, it in effect only allows purely synthetically created CBD and CBG, because that's the only way you can get rid of all the other minor cannabinoids because they were never there in the first place. But you're buying this other set of problems, and that is residual solvents, other things that come from chemically and synthetically created drugs, which is what that is, as opposed to a natural plant extract. And as far as what the consumer demand and what works for consumers, quite literally nobody wants that. It's not what works for people. Because of the entourage effect, it's the full spectrum products or the broad spectrum products or the isolate, naturally derived isolate products that are working for people for inflammation, anti-anxiety, et cetera, the many reasons people might take CBD.
Okay. I have a question for Mr. Fuller. Is it possible to get him?
Sure.
on the
Mr.
screen?
Fuller, are you still with us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am.
Go ahead.
Mr. Fuller, first of all, I want to thank you for all the people you represent. I think everyone in this room appreciates the sacrifice they made. And you probably got a lot more members now. In fact, we've had 20 years of foreign wars been going on.
Right, right.
And which is one reason, and I've also heard there's a very high suicide rate among veterans. It's very concerning. And I've heard anywhere from 33 to 44 veterans are dying every day from suicide. That's a huge epidemic, and it's just a tragedy. And so, which is one reason why I was a big supporter of the Ibogaine bill. Ibogaine is potentially even a more dangerous drug than we're talking about, but I don't think it's ever going to become a recreational drug. And if we do bring this to Texas and do the research on it, it's always going to be done in the presence of a doctor under very strict conditions. So, but anyway, I think that's going to be down the road. But I am concerned about the veterans, and I just wanted to read an article from the Journal of Clinical Psychiatry that came out about 6 years ago. Dr. Samuel Wilkinson from Yale University. His goal in this study was to examine the association between marijuana use and PTSD symptoms severity. And what he did, he went back, and the VA implemented a national database collection that monitored outcomes of over 47,000 veterans treated in specialized intensive PTSD programs through 2011. And he took that data and he divided them in four categories. One, people that were using marijuana before they were diagnosed with PTSD, people that began to take it during, and people, maybe they're just three categories, and people that began taking it afterwards. And one of the troubling things that I saw from the study, and one of the conclusions was that marijuana use was significantly associated with worse outcomes in PTSD symptoms severity, violent behavior, and measures of alcohol and drug use. And it seemed to be worse among people that began the use of marijuana after they were diagnosed. And in conclusion, he said, in this observational study, Initiating marijuana use after treatment was associated with worse PTSD symptoms, more violent behavior, and alcohol use. Marijuana use may actually worsen PTSD symptoms or nullify the benefits of a specialized intensive treatment, a treatment like you might be getting a teacup. Now, one thing we have to point out is this is marijuana. It's not some of the pure stuff. But that's a concern that I have, and that's would like to comment on that.
I'm very familiar with, first of all, thank you for the question and your comments about our service. Yeah, 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan and other theaters. We will be growing, and I'm a veteran of the Iraq War, as I mentioned earlier. I'm very familiar with this study, and as you said, Representative, this references marijuana. And in the Senate hearing on Senate Bill 5, Senator Perry referenced some data that 1/3 of veterans have THC, that committed suicide had THC in their system. And I called him out on it, and I said, look, you're cherry picking that data. I'll grant you illicit, illegal marijuana, which is very high potent, could have fentanyl in it, could be laced with something else. But this is not a hemp-derived consumable, a gummy or topical roll-on that's got 0.03 THC or less in it. And I would get, this is the study you reference is about marijuana and illegal high potent marijuana. Now the TCAP program is 1%. That's too high for some of our veteran brothers and sisters. That's why they choose hemp-derived consumables, because it's 0.03. It's less than the TCAP program, and that's the issue that we have. Is THC is being lumped into one bucket. Hemp-derived consumables have THC in it. Marijuana has THC in it. The TCAP program regulates that and controls that. The illegal marijuana that's on the street right now, that's the problem. And so is fentanyl. And so we've got to do a better job of getting those things off the street. But to compare hemp-derived consumables to illegal high potent marijuana is disingenuous, and it's just wrong. And let me back up. Thank you for the Ibogaine bill, Mr. Chairman, and you, Representative. That is another alternative. We support psychedelics, of course, in a controlled environment. Hyperbaric oxygen chambers, hemp-derived consumables, ketamine infusion, more access to therapy dogs. So there are many choices out there. We want all those choices on the table available to us to choose, because what works for me may not work for you, Representative. And so it's up to the individual to choose that. And the scourge here is alcohol. Opioids and antidepressants are a factor in veteran suicide and facilitate alcohol abuse. And it's a horrible spiral that our brothers and sisters, unfortunately, have been caught in. So alcohol that's the elephant in the room here.
But Ms. Spiller, and I understand that when we're talking about just straight marijuana, I mean, probably the primary ingredient is the Delta-9 THC, but like the gummies and a lot of the products out there are the Delta-8, which can, as we've already heard today, can cause a high too. And are you not concerned that, how confident you are that Delta-8 isn't going to do the same thing that we were seeing in this study? Well, especially when we're not talking about the same levels.
Right.
Maybe even higher levels.
This is a great discussion. So I will say this. What many of us choose to put in our body, we're familiar with. The product that I use is tested. It's got a QR code on the back of it, whether it's a Delta-8 or Delta-9. And I'm confident that I'm not putting poison into my body. And this is about individual liberty and choice as well. So if I can take a hemp-derived gummy and use the topical roll-on, which is also very effective for basic aches and pains, kind of like ICI. It's got THC in it, but it's roll it on your knee or your ankle or whatever your joint pain. It helps with that. We're confident that the good actors in this industry are putting products on there that we trust.
So let me ask, Mr. Fuller, let me ask you this. Were you able to listen in on the previous testimony from the law enforcement officers?
I have heard, I sat through a 12.5-hour hearing in March in the Senate and an 18.5-hour hearing in the House.
So you're familiar with their arguments.
Yes.
So I just wanted to pose this question to you. If we do regulate rather than ban, are you not concerned that if they're correct, that it's simply going to expand the market that we already have, that people are still going to be able to go down the street and get gummies with who knows how much THC is in there, Delta 8, Delta 9, or even other ones. And some of, and maybe even a lot of the veterans choose, instead of smoking marijuana, they're going to go have maybe too many of those gummies, and you might get just as bad of an outcome as that. You're not concerned about that?
No, I'm of course concerned about public safety. I'm a former city council member. Cedar Park's a suburb of Austin, rapidly growing. So I have a soft spot in my heart for law enforcement and what they do every day, particularly the police officers who have no idea what they're going to show up to when a 911 call comes from. But with all due respect, this is the chief. The Allen police chief is talking about marijuana. That warehouse that he raided was marijuana. That was not hemp-derived consumable. So I think you need to listen to what I'd recommend. And again, we defer to the industry itself. Listen to the hemp industry, the good actors in here who know exactly what they're doing. They test it. And there needs to be more age gates. So you can't be 21 to buy it. Don't package it so it appeals to children. Anybody with any common sense is going to support that.
I didn't catch the thing about the regular marijuana. He might have mentioned that. I felt like most of his testimony was concerned on the products being sold at the convenience stores, all the gummies, and he showed videos of all the different ways that they were marketing different forms of tetrahydrocannabinol. That's what I heard, and that was his main concern. I want to, in your opening, you mentioned the thing about the Second Amendment rights, and that's something that I've been hearing this past week, is that we obviously don't want veterans to lose their Second Amendment rights, especially there's probably no one that knows how to use them better. But can you cite people that have been in the Teacup program, for instance, that have actually lost their ability to carry or lost their ability to purchase a firearm? Because I have not gotten a single email of a veteran. I've gotten lots of emails about this issue, but I've never gotten an email from a veteran saying that I went into the Teacup program and now I can't own a gun, buy a gun, or carry. Are you aware of any instances of that?
All I have is anecdotal, but I will reference, and I'm not sure if this individual is a veteran or not, but ironically, it's in Collin County. And I became aware of this. This is an individual who's in a divorce situation with his wife. They're going through a divorce, and this is in child custody and working all of that out. So this is a case right now where his ability, he's in the Teacup program, and the ability to have joint custody of his child is in question now, because he's on the Teacup program.
Right. Well, all right, but that's a little bit different than the Second Amendment. I'm just because I kind of get the impression that one of the scare tactics of not banning it is, or not utilizing the Teacup program that's available to veterans right now, is the fact that many want to use it but won't use it simply because they're worried about losing their right to carry or even purchase a firearm. And yet I haven't heard of a single example, and it doesn't sound like you are aware of anyone either. And so I just hope we can kind of dispel that myth, because what we're trying to do here is establish the facts before we make a decision, and I don't want that to taint our opinion.
Representative,
I mean, that's fair, but I will tell you, there's concern in our community about it, because marijuana is illegal federally.
I understand that. And I know it's a concern, but it could be a misplaced concern. That's all I'm trying to say, is that, and it doesn't sound like anyone can give me any examples of that. And so I think that we need to try to stick to the facts and say.
Well, I was just going to say, it's not theoretical. It's a matter of federal law. And if you purchase a gun, you have to check on the form. You do not use or possess marijuana. Yeah. And I've seen it play out in legal marijuana states. I spent some time as the general counsel of a company in Nevada. And at the time, even people who carry had concealed handgun licenses in Nevada were not buying legal marijuana, because you have to swipe your ID when you go in the dispensary. They know the state has the list of who has a concealed handgun license. All the way down to the college kids who worked in the grow of the company I was working with. Right. They wouldn't buy their own company's products because they didn't want to be charged or put themselves at criminal liability risk, because they were using both marijuana
and I understand the theoretical concern. I'm just looking at the practical concern, and it doesn't seem like it really exists. And so, and you would probably know, because I'm assuming that some veterans might hire you as a client if, that are part of the Teacup program. Because didn't I understand that you're actually on the board of the Teacup program?
No, there's a working group that advises the Teacup program that has the 3 licensees, some the teacup physicians and patient advocates, and then I'm the public representative on it. But it is a concern because the federal law is crystal clear. You can't have marijuana and gun at the same time.
Sure. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Mr. Fuller, is he still with us or is he gone? I don't
Yes.
see his.
Yes, Representative.
Perfect. Thank you for your service and thank you for being here today. I have a lot of veterans in my district, and the things that you've mentioned are the things that I've been hearing personally. And just for reference, the 18 U.S. Code 922 is what a lot of them are afraid of with the participation in the Teacup program. So just wanted that to be on the record. And did I hear you say that you were accused of receiving payments from the industry? Is that correct?
That was referenced in the Senate hearing. And just to be transparent, I'm a paid full-time employee of the VFW Department of Texas. And this issue has been approved. This is a legislative priority to ensure that this remains legal. It's been approved by our Council of Administration. So this is a VFW priority approved by the leadership of our organization. So it was referenced in the Senate hearing in July that we're getting paid to testify, and nothing can be further from the truth. That's an outrageous comment. We are not being victimized or exploited by the hemp industry. We are choosing to use this. Many of us are choosing to use this product because it helps us. And 68% of the patients in the VHA, the Veteran Health Administration, who are being treated for post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, et cetera, 68% of those are on psychotropic drugs. So for us, this is about an alternative modality that works for us. So yes, to answer your question, Representative, that was referenced, and I cannot remember the senator who said it, but that was stated. No one's paying us. Of course, I'm a paid salaried employee of the VFW Department of Texas. It's my obligation with my position as the legislative director to speak on behalf of the VFW and our legislative priorities that are approved by our leadership. And I testified before Congress on this specific issue in March of alternative modalities to opioids, all of them. And that's cannabis, hemp, marijuana, hyperbaric oxygen chambers, psychedelics, like Ibogaine.
Great. Thank you. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly, and thank
Yes,
you
you did.
for clearing the record on that. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Meggs, you have the beverages, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had mentioned that there was a lot of confusion about what the difference between what's in many of these products. I don't know that we've clarified much today because there's so much that needs clarification. But for your industry specifically, how do you test your product and how accurate is your testing?
Sure. I mean, for us, we're a little unique because we own all the parts and pieces. So we have PhD chemists on staff. We have full internal testing, as well as required by dishes. Currently, every product we send out has third-party testing. And at least as it relates to our emulsion, we extract an oil, and then oil and water don't mix, so we create this nano-emulsion, and we're able to tell within a very, very small, minute, discrepancy or tolerance of percentage of what is exactly in that can. It's you can go and test any of our products. They're all going to fall within a very strict limit, and to be completely honest, the distributors and retailers that we're selling at also have extremely tight tolerances that if we don't meet those, you won't be on the shelf at all. So we're talking, where a lab might have a 20% tolerance, our tolerance is less than 10.
Okay, thank you for that. Since you've been in business, have there been any reported issues, concerns, medical issues with your product?
Sure, no. So we have a very large tap room. Not only do we sell in a lot of different accounts, bars, restaurants, different places, in our tap room specifically, we've had these products for over 3 years, and we have not had a single issue. I would say that we have significantly stronger concerns about the alcohol consumption, not the THC consumption. But we have very robust training, just as TABC does, and so whether it be our own tap room or other accounts that we sell into, we go through a training program for all of the bartenders so they understand what intoxication looks like.
Okay, and I unfortunately have not had the opportunity to explore like the chairman, but I am interested in investigating just to see for myself, what's out there other than videos and pictures that we've seen. Where are your products? Are they in the convenience stores, at grocery stores? Where are your products?
All of the above, all the sales channels you mentioned.
Okay.
We're grocery store, convenience stores, bars, restaurants. We have several different formats, and of course liquor stores as well. So you can go into any of the mainstream accounts and stores, and you will be able to find those.
And are they mixed in with everything else, like the chairman saw?
Not everything else. They are typically beside the alcohol, the beer,
Okay.
If you will.
So they're not next to the soft drinks?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Nope. And that's just kind of common. It's just what you should do.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
Before I get to you, let me announce that we are going to close registration at 4 o'clock. So if you would like to register to testify before the committee, you need to go and get registered at the kiosk before 4 o'clock to be able to do that. So just want to make that clear and get that on the record. Representative Schaffner.
Thank you so much. Mr. Meggs, with your products, are they shelf stable? Is there an issue with it increasing or, becoming different at any point?
So, we've done quite a bit of shelf life testing. We have an expiration date a year from when we can it or produce it. We don't see any degradation, certainly not an increase. It would be the opposite. It would degrade and you would have less potent product over time. If you kept it on shelf for 5 years, the THC or the Delta-9 content would drop, certainly not go up.
Okay, the laboratory scientist said in the first panel, talked about how, hold on a second, it's going to circle back in just a second. What's my question? The testing of the product.
Sure.
Where he's going to have to test this amount of the same product, and you might have to test one a week, one a month. What is your testing requirements?
Every single batch we produce has an individual test. So anywhere from $500 to $1,000 a test. Every single batch we produce, we send a certain amount to get a good representative sample. It's not like we're just sending one beverage, we're sending 20 or so. You get a good representation of the entire lot or batch, and so every single batch has to be individually tested. And we do both in-house and we do third-party as required currently by law.
And then one batch will create how many products?
It depends, just like beer. I mean, if you go to a Shiner, their batch is going to be significantly larger than a craft brewery, just based on tank size.
Sure.
Our lots and batches, depending on the type of product, it can be 10,000 to 20,000 cans.
Sure. So you're saying one batch is like or similar to one tank or one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, so we test every single individual tank, but of course, once it's canned and in the product.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hewlings, you've been sitting real quietly for a long time. I want to ask you, you produce gummies, is that correct? Your company produces?
Yes, that's correct. We sell gummies.
Okay. So we hear a lot about the way they're packaged and how they are marketed to children and, child-proof packaging and all of that. Tell us a little bit about what you do to prevent kids from having access and just your thoughts on the way these products are packaged. By the way, another piece of my research, I went into my local pharmacy and they had gummies, there where you have your prescriptions filled, and they were not in an attractive package. They were very plain box, So, I have seen that at my local independent pharmacy.
Right.
But talk a little about what you do to keep your product out of the hands of kids.
Yeah, sure. So all of our products have child-resistant packaging. We have a bottle that comes with 30 gummies that's got a child-resistant top, just like any other pill jar you might find at the pharmacy. And then we have little pouches that are sort of sample size. And those are a Mylar film, but they have a child-resistant zipper on them. So when you pull the zipper apart, you can't pull it apart. So a kid who's trying to pull it apart wouldn't be able to pull it apart. The good actors in this industry are all using a very similar packaging, if not probably the same supplier. And those Mylar packages are actually manufactured here in Austin. There's a facility here in Southeast Austin that makes those. So I'm pretty confident, and I've never heard of any children getting our products from just finding them in their parents' house. So yeah, that's what I think it's a. And our products are clearly labeled. They've got QR codes. We do very extensive testing on them just to make sure that everything is well under the 0.3%. I think our gummies typically test around 0.07, so probably closer to a quarter of the limit of the 0.3 amount. And our consumers are typically using them to wind down at the end of the day. They're not using them to get as high as they can. I mean, that's not what our product is for. It's a wellness product. We say we're a recreational hemp company, but just to stay away from making any medical claims. So that's but most of our consumers are using them sort of at the end of the day to help with their sleep.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other questions for this panel? All right, thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Okay, chair calls Ann Gauger, I'm sorry. Kyle Gauger. We'll have Kyle Bingham joining us virtually, Philip Wright, and Randy Rivera. Okay, chair recognizes Ann Gauger, testifying on behalf of Caprock Family Farms and yourself. And you are testifying against House Bill 5, is that correct?
I am, yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Ann Gauger, and I am in opposition to HB 5. I am owner and operator of Caprock Family Farms in Lubbock, Texas. We are a second-generation family-run farming operation. I work alongside my husband, Kyle, and our two sons, Zach and Brett. Between our indoor and outdoor operations, we have grown to be one of the state's largest hemp producers. As plaintiffs in the lawsuit that influenced Governor Abbott's veto of SB 3, we successfully defended our rights as producers of a federally legal crop. West Texas is running out of water, which makes diversifying vitally important to the next generation of Texas farmers. Society cannot exist without farmers, period. So, how do we protect Texas ag producers and get rid of lowlife selling to kids? It's pretty simple. You require that all hemp flower sold in Texas be grown in Texas. Under current regulations, hemp grown here in our state must pass a potency test 30 days before harvest. If you fail that test, the crop must be destroyed. This rule monitors all permitted hemp flower and keeps people from producing non-compliant hemp products. TDA regulations follow federal law and should stay as is. How do you keep out-of-state, non-compliant products from finding their way onto Texas shelves? You require that all hemp being sold here must be grown here with a COA from a licensed Texas hemp grower who has already been vetted by TDA. Most out-of-state hemp products come from recreational states and are not grown under a hemp license. There is no way to monitor flower that wasn't grown here. Texas-grown flower cuts off the funnel of illegal products entering our state. It supports licensed growers who have paid the required fees and passed FBI background checks. And most importantly, it keeps our revenue here, supporting the growing Texas economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just mention also, we've heard from people in the past who are upset because committee members leave the dais. Please understand that you're being monitored. They are monitoring the hearing even though they're not here on the dais, so you're not being ignored. So please understand that. Chair recognizes
Kyle.
Kyle, thank you. Kyle Gogger. Sounds like maybe you have had to
I've
clarify
done that once or
before.
twice, yes.
I show you registered as with Caprock Family Farms and yourself,
Yes.
and you are testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Proceed.
My name is Kyle Gauger, and I'm against House Bill 5. I've been farming on the South Plains for 3 decades. I farm 5,000 acres of cotton, peanuts, wheat, and hemp for biomass. We also have an indoor grow where we produced hemp flour, but I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about biomass. The Texas Hemp Bill was passed as an agricultural bill for farmers, so I think it's very important that you hear from a true farmer. The most pressing problems farmers are facing today are low commodity prices and high input costs. Let me tell you what I mean. When I started farming in 1995, I sold cotton for 75 cents a pound. Now it's 64 cents a pound. I'd be okay with it if price of diesel and fertilizers went down with the commodity prices, but we all know that's not how it works. Back then, a new tractor cost $125,000, and now they're over at $400,000. A cotton stripper today will set you back $1 million. In our area, the environment only allows us to grow certain crops, and hemp fits perfectly. My father-in-law was the most conservative person in the world, and after watching the ups and downs of farming, he told me, Kyle, you just need to grow marijuana. When y'all passed the Texas hemp bill, I thought, well, let's do it. Is hemp profitable? Yes. Do farmers actually grow it? Yes. Is it hard to grow? Yes. Is it for everyone? No. It makes it even harder when the people who allowed us to grow it are trying to ban it. Let's do some comparisons. 1,500 pounds of cotton to 1,500 pounds of hemp. The inputs, seed, diesel, fertilizer, electricity, etc., are all about the same, but the net profit is considerably different. The net profit on cotton is roughly $565 per acre. And for the hemp, it's around $3,000 an acre. Do you see it is profitable to grow hemp? If you ban it and get rid of the consumable hemp, then I won't be able to market and sell anyway. And I wanted to reference something that the chief said earlier about, he said there's only 180 acres grown in Texas. I grow 180 acres, and there's several other farmers that grow in the state, so those numbers aren't accurate. So just want to let you know that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Kyle Bingham. I believe you are joining us virtually. I show you registered as Vice President of the National Hemp Growers Association, and you are testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may proceed with your testimony.
First, just want to say thanks for having me. Just a little bit about myself, my background, 4th generation farmer here up close to Lubbock, Texas. Primarily cotton farmer. We got into hemp along with many of our other rotational crops. As we've learned, we don't want to grow cotton after cotton. We found hemp to be such a great rotational tool. It helps control nematodes. It helps with weed control the following year. And it becomes another tool in the toolbox to allow us as farmers to do our job. One of the big reasons I'm looking to oppose the bill is if my market's gone here in Texas, forced to sell out of state. This is a volatile market. I'm not interested in moving to just supply biomass to out of state or fiber to out of state. We're also looking at the wording here, which we're allowed no. The bill allows no detectable amounts of THC. That right there is going to make it very difficult to move any product. Every product has trace amounts of THC in it. The only carve-out I've heard of is going to be FDA-approved products, which right now we've got carve-outs, serves notifications for hemp seed, hemp hearts, and hemp protein powders. That's great. We've got those. We've also got Epidiolex. That's it. There is no hemp lotion out there, no CBD hemp lotion out there, roller, tincture, that has FDA approval. So right there, my primary product that I sell is extraction grade CBD Biomix. I can't sell that in the state. And it's unclear to me whether I'm even allowed to possess it, as it will have trace amounts of THC in it. Looking at this bill, I think it does address a lot of important concerns that need to be addressed. We've got a lot of bad actors that are doing things that are unacceptable. I think the lack of a regulation, though, has allowed them to flourish. They're always going to produce a faster product, a cheaper product. They're always going to beat me to market. And they're always going to be more cost competitive to what I do because I care about the products I produce. I take my time to make sure they're going to meet all state and federal regulation. We have third-party testing in everything we do. And so for where I'm coming from, I want to see better regulation so that we can deliver a higher quality product to our customer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stay on because we may have some questions for you here in a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Chair recognizes Philip Wright, Administrator in Regulatory Affairs for the Texas Department of Agriculture, testifying neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And I'm actually going to defer to Mr. Rivera to give an overview of the program, but I'll be here to help answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Randy Rivera, who is the Director for Crop and Plant Industry Programs with the Texas Department of Agriculture, testifying neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon, Chairman Van Dever. I am Randy Rivera of the Texas Department of Agriculture, career long bureaucrat with TDA, working on my 36th year, administered various number of regulatory programs at the department. And essentially with the hemp program, we treat it just like any other regulatory program where we license people to grow hemp. We license primarily hemp producers under the hemp program. It is a very simple process that we, enabled over at the Department of Agriculture. Folks here like the Gauger family go through. They go to our website, sign up, apply for the license, pay for the fees online, register their facilities where they're going to grow the hemp online, and then once they're licensed, once they pass the background check and those things, come back in then and apply for lot crop permits, which allows them to tell us, the department, tell the government essentially where they're growing the hemp and how much they're growing, et cetera. When they're ready to harvest, they come back in and they apply for an official lot crop permit, official harvest request, in which they make contact with the lab that's going to sample their crop, which in turn employs a lot crop handler sampler to come in and sample that crop to test it for the THC content to make sure that it's legally considered hemp, which is 0.3% or less THC content. Kind of in a nutshell, that really, what we're talking about here today primarily is to allow those folks to grow hemp.
Okay. And I don't know if one of you growers or you guys with TDA would be the best to answer this. You may all want to chime in. I think I mentioned earlier back when we passed the bill in 2019, it was because it was to help our farmers, to help the agricultural industry, and I don't think any of us want to do anything to harm that industry for sure. You may or may not know I'm a former high school ag teacher. I have an ag background, and certainly that's something that's very dear to me. So I guess our challenge is, how do we protect the ag side of this and protect you guys as producers? I don't want to say protect, but do no harm to you guys as producers, and yet do our duty to the state of Texas and to the citizens of Texas and get these dangerous products off the shelves and out of the hands. So as we think about that, how would you guys encourage us to move forward to accomplish those two goals? Any of you, Mr. Bingham, you may.
I would say mainly the Texas grown. That way, you know what you're getting here in Texas, rather than bringing other states' products into our state, California, Oregon, Washington. I think that would be the best way to doing that.
Yes. The Texas Department of Agriculture already has ag producers or hemp producers following protocol. We're very, very used to the way things go. And 30 days before that harvest, you apply for you apply to harvest. You let them know we're about to harvest. They send out a hemp sampler from the state that's certified, has taken a course, and is also has a USDA certification. And they come out and they take the sample, and they take the sample with them. There's no way for that grower to tamper with it, and that sampler mails it off themselves to the lab the agreed upon lab. And so that plan is already in place. It protects the grower as well, because in the case of our family, we're a conservative farm family. And in 2019, my husband came home and said, "Hey, we're going to grow hemp." I said, "We're going to do what?" So in our case, it was very, very important to me as a mother and a wife. I needed to keep my family out of jail. I needed to make sure this is the only commodity that he's ever grown that could land our family in jail. So we learned the rules, and I really, really appreciate the fact that those regulations are there. It keeps us out of that gray area, and so if you have Texas grown hemp sold on the shelves in Texas, it's a very, very trusted source, and you're not going to have cases like the police chief earlier in that video. You're not going to have those cases because you're going to know exactly where that hemp flower was grown.
So I hear that some of the problems we have is in how these products are stored and transported, and from the farm to the shelf, and even simply sitting in a warehouse and getting hot on a truck, getting hot changes the chemical makeup. Tell me how we prevent that. Even from Texas.
Right. I think you're back to the way the Texas Department of Agriculture does things. That potency test 30 days before you harvest, it's very clear whether or not that plant has been stressed out, because when you're growing the plant, sometimes that plant, if the plant stresses, its response is to the THC elevates, right? So, for instance, last summer it happened to us. We had an air conditioner in one of our grow rooms go out. Well, these plants, they don't like the heat. They don't like excessive heat, and it was over 100 degrees in that grow room for several days before we could get it fixed, and that crop failed. And we knew that 30 days before that harvest, so we weren't going to accidentally put a non-compliant crop on the shelf. We knew not to process that crop. And of course, we've been doing this a while, and we have a really good relationship with the Texas Department of Agriculture, and we knew exactly what to do with that crop. We knew how to file a disposal report. We knew exactly what to do with it, and so I feel like that keeps at least the growing side, the ag producers, it keeps you honest, and it keeps, it provides legitimacy to our
So-
industry.
So what happens, how do we keep something from happening to that product once it leaves your farm and goes to whatever manufacturing facility or whatever facility it goes to? You know, yeah, you as the grower are very conscientious, and you do your job, and you test, and you keep it from getting too hot and all this, but you can't control it when it leaves your farm. Or
Right.
can you?
Well,
I guess.
There's a temperature, I think it may be 125, don't get me wrong, but there is a certain temperature where it decarbs, and I'm not exactly what that is, but it's pretty high.
Okay.
And it can decarb, but usually everything's in a air conditioning environment when it's in trucks, or it's not acceptable to the heat as much as you would think. So it's in a good environment. And also I want to add, we do grow in Lubbock, and we are very close with the DEA there, and they come to our facility and they do training in our facility. So we have very good relations with the DEA, and they do approve of what we're doing.
Okay. You mentioned, I think you mentioned earlier that you guys do both inside and outside growing, is that correct?
Yes,
sir. So how do you protect your outside crop? I mean, I can imagine, I mean, do you have high fencing, or what do you do to protect people from coming in to your product?
Well, I actually grow in Dickens County, and we don't really have a lot of people around there. But I have never had anybody come into the field.
Interesting.
I don't think, back when it first started in 2019, I think there were people, coming in and saying, hey, that's marijuana. But I think everybody knows now that it isn't marijuana. It's hemp, and it really has no
they're not really very
any
interested
effect.
in it anymore, I
So,
think.
but nobody bothers it. But we have more problems with hogs and deer.
Yeah, I understand. Mr. Bingham, would you like to address that as well? Do you have any comments on that?
Sure, yeah. So I think we need to look at regulation from two different perspectives: what's a farm product and what's a retail shelf product. And I think right now, TDA, Randy Rivera, all those guys up there, they're doing a great job of that farm product. We're delivering federally compliant hemp product that meets the standards and expectations, and it follows not just the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. Then we also have to take a look at the retail product. I think that's where a lot of your bad actors are operating. We also have to have better testing definitions. This bill only allows for CBD and CBG products. It has no mention of the acidic precursor. It's kind of surprised me, and this shows, I think, just a lack of knowledge in this bill, and that's one of the issues we're running into. We don't grow hemp biomass high in CBD for CBD products. It's CBDA. During the processing, it gets processed into CBD. Maybe it's isolated, maybe it's a full spectrum product, whatever that may be. And so the second I deliver, if I were to deliver a hemp product for CBD extraction, it's not even CBD, it's CBDA. So right there, we've immediately got a little issue there. But we also need testing definitions for our labs. So what's the LOQ for the equipment used to test? There's no LOQs. And what that means is that's going to be your lower limits of detection. How low are we going to be looking at these different hemp products? Because if I send hemp fiber over to Panda Biotech, who is fiber processing, they don't touch cannabinoids, you'll still test THC in that straw down at parts per million. Similar, you'll find arsenic at parts per million. And so I think we're missing that testing definition, and really all we've got is this 0.3% THC, Delta 9 only. We don't worry about any of the other deltas. And I think that's a great it was a good tool, not a great tool for biomass coming out of the field, for products coming out of the field. It's not a good measurement or definition for end products. You can run a larger product, a smaller product. It's easier to manipulate those numbers. And so I think you have to take a look at those testing definitions. And I think the bills need a better understanding of what the plant is, how the plant works, to get this right.
Thank you. And for all of you growers, just want to kind of get a better understanding. One of you mentioned rotating your crops. That's essential, to maintain your soil conditions and fertility. How does this? Is this something you're growing every year, or is it something you rotate with cotton or other crops? How does this fit into your crop rotation?
Yes.
For me, if the market conditions are there, we may be on a third-year rotation. We're a 2,000-acre cotton farm. We never want to see more than 100 acres of hemp. So just because of market conditions, I could see potentially if the market was there, we're doing more fiber or grain, maybe going to an every other year rotation. But I'd never envision farming the same crop. Doesn't matter what the crop is year after year.
Okay, thank you.
The same, yeah, we're on a 3-year rotation at least. So we don't do crop after crop. We use rotation for all crops.
Okay. So when you say you're on a 3-year rotation, are you growing some hemp every year, just on different areas of your farm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Members, Representative Alcott, I know you have questions.
Yes, one of my questions, I know I wasn't here when this bill was passed, but it did sound like to me that one of the intentions of the original bill was to provide the farmers a chance to grow a crop that could maybe even be, the primary purpose of it was for fiber, but I haven't really, what percentage of the farmers are using it for fiber? And are y'all selling any of it for fiber?
No, we don't do fiber.
So my second question is the man, is it Mr. Bingham that was just by
Yes, sir.
Zoom? Mr. Bingham, are you there?
Yep. Yes, sir.
So you had mentioned like trace amounts of THC when it got to the point where you're processing to produce fiber. Is that even a problem in this bill? Does this bill ban that? I mean, I was a little curious why you brought that up, because I wouldn't think that this bill would be a problem for you processing and
Yeah.
producing fiber, why you didn't have to worry about THC content.
So there's still going to be THC in fiber. There will be
Right.
trace amounts. And there's no specific carve-out for fiber production that I've seen in this bill yet.
But fiber's not considered consumable though, is it?
As I read the bill, it's the possession of any hemp, and there's no carve-out. That's just what it says. It just says the possession of hemp products. It's when it is referring specifically to work in hemp product, any work in progress hemp product. It doesn't really. I'm not I may be reading it wrong, but where I see it is that if it's on site as a hemp processor and it has any detectable amounts of THC, that would be illegal.
So I guess my next question is for our chairman, the author of the bill. Do you believe that this bill would prohibit or pose a problem for farmers that are producing fiber? If there was trace amounts of THC?
Of it causing a problem for anyone producing fiber. Other than, as he said, I guess all hemp has THC in it.
Yeah, and it probably would have trace amounts of
And so,
THC. But I just wouldn't think that would be a problem.
It's certainly not the intent of the bill,
Sure.
nor the spirit of the bill.
I think
Representative
specifically, it says on page 2, or line 24, this chapter does not apply to the cultivation of hemp regulated under chapter 122 in the Agriculture Code. And then it says in another place, non-consumable hemp, this chapter does not apply. So it would seem to me it doesn't apply, but I think we need to drill down on that.
That might be something that would need a little more clarification.
So, yeah, another question I had for y'all, if this bill HB 5 does pass and we ban it outright, is this producing fiber? Is that something, since you're already kind of in the business of producing hemp, is that something that you would contemplate, actually? And it's not really just for you. Is it your impression, or you think it's a possibility that some of these farmers that are currently growing hemp, would they switch over to producing fiber? Do you think that's something they'd be willing to do?
Yeah, so I've been on the genetic research side and the R&D side of the fiber projects for a couple of years now. I think they're a couple of years out before they really are looking for large acres. But yeah, if the market's there, yeah, absolutely. We definitely we're already looking at that, looking to pursue that.
I would do the same. The price of hemp and the fiber, there's just price isn't there. We
Right.
can grow other crops.
The profit margins are much greater
They're
for
very,
selling it.
very
Yeah.
narrow. Yeah, and then we don't have the infrastructure, the processors anywhere near us. So you get into trucking, you get into all the other things that it takes to move this product, and it's just not feasible.
Yeah, there's absolutely no money in fiber right now.
Can someone refresh my memory? Earlier in testimony today, I heard about the total number of acres that are being used in Texas to grow hemp versus the total number of acres being farmed. I don't remember who, it wasn't this panel, but it was someone else that mentioned that. Does anyone happen to recall those numbers?
Yes.
And I'm not sure if the witness is still in the
Yeah.
room. I'd
So-
actually be kind of curious.
So
about
I certified 180 acres this year.
Okay.
But I know I'm not the only one in Texas that's growing. There's another gentleman here that's going to testify. He also grows. I don't know how many acres he has, but it's well over 180, which he suggested earlier.
The number that was referenced earlier was 182 acres, and it was a number that we provided to Senator Perry's office a couple of months ago, and that was the numbers that were reported in 2024. So we report the numbers that are provided to us in the lot crop report. Once a crop is harvested, the producer has 30 days to provide us that information as to the number of acres that were planted versus harvested, and that's the number that we provided to Senator Perry's office in July.
Now I'm really confused. You reported 182,
Yes, sir.
but your farm's 182.
But that was in 24.
That was in 2024.
In 2024.
2024, yes, sir.
Okay.
And again, keep in mind that we're talking about the numbers that are reported to us in a lot crop report after the crop has been harvested.
So does this suggest that the vast majority of hemp is being harvested to produce these products that we're trying to potentially ban? Does that mean that most of it's coming from out of state right now, would you say?
I couldn't answer that, I'm sorry.
I think maybe Kyle can do a better job answering that.
Probably, yes. I think a lot of it is. Yep.
Thank you.
So you mentioned it's been reported to you, and so I read into that to mean that there's probably some that maybe has not been reported because it has not been harvested or whatever. Can you clarify for me that reporting process?
Yes, sir. So, essentially, the federal rule, which we mimic, requires that once the crop has been harvested, that the producer report to us either what's been harvested, what's been destroyed, essentially the disposition of that crop that was planted for that, with that lot crop permit. And so that's what we report. We report that also back to USDA through the Farm Service Agency as well.
Is hemp something that's grown spring and summer? What is the growing season for hemp?
It just depends on where in the state you are. In South Texas and deep South Texas, you could probably grow 2 crops. On the Panhandle, up on the South Plains, you probably can just grow 1 crop outdoor. In a greenhouse, you could probably grow multiple crops depending on if you have the right, conditions, lighting, heating, air conditioning, that kind of thing.
So do you guys, in your greenhouses, do you grow year-round?
Yes, we actually don't have greenhouses. We're indoor, so
Okay.
it's different. We grow all year round. We produce 5 crops a year.
Okay. Members, other questions for this? Oh, Representative Cunningham, you had asked.
Thank you, Chairman. And most of it's all pretty much been answered, but I want to go back, Mr. Garber, to you. Well, first of all, now, how long have you guys been in the business?
Since 2019.
Since 2019. And you made mention of a regulation or rule or whatever preventing other states from bringing their products in. Is that correct?
Yes, if we could regulate to where our products were only Texas grown, that would prevent other states from bringing their products into our into our state to where we could better warrant and regulate and watch what we're selling here in the stores, and that would prevent a lot of this so-called marijuana coming into our state.
Okay, thank you. And so, you know, and I believe I agree with you, you know, it's really not a agricultural issue, it's a retail issue, which leads me to you, Mr. Rivera. You guys, your department rather, sets the standards and the rules and stuff for our farmers here in Texas, correct?
Yes, sir, that would be more or less correct. We have to follow a federal rule. We can't be less restrictive.
Yeah, I'm getting to the feds in a minute, though,
Yes,
because
sir.
everything is based on what the feds has allowed us to do.
Yes, sir.
And so, but you guys set the rules here in the state.
That's correct.
And so my question goes back with Mr. Garber, what he's saying. Is there any way to regulate stuff coming from out of states?
It would be challenging.
It's
I think.
challenging.
Yes, sir, it would be challenging.
So it basically.
Yeah, it would be challenging.
Okay, and so, and I guess I had my question answered on how many. So according to your 2024 report, it was 182 acres that we have. And that's here in the state of Texas.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So what is preventing us from trying to regulate the other states that are producing hemp and getting it here? Or is it coming in, help me here, is it already coming in, already refined, processed, or whatever?
I would have to defer to maybe Mr. Bingham or.
Ms. Bingham, yeah, you're up there. There you go, Kyle. Can you help us there?
Yeah, so, I mean, a lot of the out-of-state product is coming in as a finished product, and so that's going to be out of the jurisdiction of CDA. That's kind of where your disconnect is.
Okay, good. So, and I guess I'll circle back to you, Mr. Garber, just one more time here. From an agricultural standpoint, what does better regulation mean?
I think as an agriculture, and being in agriculture, I think regulations, as long as we're below that 0.3, we're fine. I think regulations need to be more in the retail end of it. And when I say grown in the state of Texas or dishes, I think would be more able to regulate that rather than a TDA.
Okay. Yeah. And so I guess the way I read the bill, you know, you say it's probably unintended consequences for the agriculture department area?
Say that again.
It's unintended consequences
Yes.
for the farmers?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm thinking we're trying to more address this problem that we're having at a retail issue.
I believe so, yes, sir.
So.
Yes, I'd like to add
Yeah,
that.
go ahead, Ms. Garber, please.
When the first talk of the ban came out, I had my voice in my head kept saying, how does a West Texas farm family have anything to do with a bad actor selling to a kid in, suburban Houston? And somehow I just kind of felt like it was wrong that we were being grouped with someone breaking the law somewhere else when we are so diligent about following the Texas Department of Agriculture's regulations. And so somehow maybe that needs to be separated somehow. Like, I just feel like we can do better somehow.
Okay, well, that's good, and you've actually helped me out a lot here, so, and I definitely agree, we need to protect Texas, so, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, other questions for this panel? All right, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Mr. Bingham.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so that concludes our invited testimony. So we are going to move to the public testimony portion. For those of you who are planning to testify in the public testimony portion, please understand that we do have a 2-minute time limit per person. I know for some of you that's you don't understand, you don't appreciate that, but we have so many people signed up to testify, and as I said at the beginning, we want to be sure that we give everyone a fair opportunity to be heard. I would hope that you can tell your story within 2 minutes. Alex down here is going to be manning a timer. It'll have a green light, an amber light, and a red light, and it has a buzzer on it. So please adhere to that, and but if you get to your 2 minutes, I will stop you. So again, don't want to offend anyone, but just trying to be fair to everyone and make sure that we're able to hear everyone who wants to testify. Bring them up in panel fashion again. Yes. Okay. We will bring you up as groups to sit at the table and allow each of you to provide your testimony, and then we'll open for questions from the committee to each group. Chair calls Paula Blackman, Aubrey Adams, Beth Arcata, Cindy Castilla. Did we get?
Beth had to leave for work.
I'm sorry.
Beth Arcata had to leave for work.
Okay. We will show Beth Arcata registered but not testifying. Chair calls Lisa Flores. Okay, I have Paula Blackman. I show you registered testifying as for yourself, and you are neutral on House Bill 5, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Paula Blackman, and I serve on the Dallas City Council representing District 9. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 5 and to recommend an important enhancement.
Excuse me, House Bill 5?
I'm sorry, Senate Bill 5. House Bill 5. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Just
And my apologies.
No problem.
Enhancement that would strengthen its impact on public safety and public health for our residents. Dallas supports legislation to legalize marijuana and seek additional research metrics regarding its economic, health, and safety effects. I support sensible regulations on consumable hemp products that keep dangerous items off the market, restricts youth access, and helps law enforcement address illicit sales. As a city leader and, more importantly, a parent, I have seen firsthand the dangers of these unregulated products can pose to residents, especially our young people. Regulations is not enough. We need dedicated, sustainable funding stream to support law enforcement and allow for thoughtful responses related to health and safety challenges. A funding framework which dedicates a portion of revenue to opioid and narcotic response, mental health services, substance abuse treatment, and related research is exactly what we need. And it's the kind of resource that could make legislation the most impactful. We have several programs in Dallas that could be expanded through these funds. We have seen benefit from pairing enforcement and prevention with funding. Through our opioid response strike force, we have brought together law enforcement, schools, healthcare providers, nonprofits to coordinate strategies against fentanyl and opioids. We've received one-time funding from the settlement, but this funding, we need a sustained revenue to combat this ongoing crisis. We have an overdose response team that conducts follow-up visits when clients are struggling with substance abuse and have recently experienced an overdose. We have more than 100 people in the program since '24. We've launched the Right Care, a behavioral health desk program. And what happens when a Right Care team operates 18 teams citywide? We de-escalate and stabilize individuals, safeguard them from jail or hospitalization, and ensure proper care and connectivity to treatment and services.
Ms. Blackman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Aubrey Adams, testifying on behalf of Citizens for Safe and Healthy Texas and yourself, and you are for House Bill 5, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. I hope I can get this in 2 minutes. I'm available for questions. There's some things I would love to clear up. I want to thank you, Chair Vandever, and the Public Health Committee. Despite bipartisan support, Governor Abbott devastated our families when he vetoed SB 3 and instead called for marijuana legalization, enabling the predatory addiction for profit THC industry that has saturated Texas neighborhoods. My son started his THC addiction in Colorado. He achieved 3 years of sobriety in Houston. Then he relapsed to Texas THC, which led to psychosis, suicidal ideation, and severe GI issues. He struggles daily. He walks for hours trying to calm his brain down, and he refuses medical help because he's paranoid. Abbott claims that he wants to legalize non-intoxicating hemp products with 3 milligrams of THC, but the research shows that 2 to 3 milligrams of THC is intoxicating. And you cannot regulate THC like alcohol because a shot of alcohol would not cause psychosis like a swallow of THC. You can't regulate for just adults because the most highly regulated drugs out there are alcohol and tobacco. They're age-gated and the most accessible and used by youth. We've already proven that. Science shows that THC is the primary environmental factor in developing schizophrenia. That is 100%. That is a state of suffering where people lose their freedom. While Abbott argues it's federally illegal to ban hemp-derived THC, other states have successfully done so, like Colorado and California. Marijuana-related deaths in Texas aren't tracked effectively, except when it comes to child deaths due to abuse and neglect. The Texas Department of Family and Protective Services 2023 reports confirms that marijuana was the most identified substance used by perpetrators in those deaths of children. It's outrageous for Texas to legalize marijuana without adequate public education resources in place first. Texas taxpayers will bear the cost, and families of all socioeconomic backgrounds will be impacted. Failing to address this will perpetrate systemic inequality.
Ms. Adams, thank you.
Thank you.
For your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Cindy Castilla, President of Texas Eagle Forum, testifying on behalf of the Texas Eagle Forum and yourself, and you are for House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
Texas Eagle Forum supports HB 5. Banning THC is first best for Texas families. The THC industry, store owners, and cartels' focus is to make money, even if it harms children's, families, and users' brains. A drugged population will not care what their government is doing unless it is taking away their drug. Without a ban, fatality accidents related to THC intoxication will continue to rise, along with suicide, homelessness, and healthcare costs. Many users who numb anxiety or depression with THC will find their symptoms increasing when not using, which will cause addiction. Legal THC creates danger for our police officers and first responders. Colorado spends almost $5 on societal damage repair that THC causes for every dollar that they collect on its sales. Psychotic violence is real. The recent New York City shooter had marijuana in his car and antipsychotic medications back at home. Chris Kyle and Chad Littlefield's killer used THC the morning he murdered them. The Uvalde shooter was known by coworkers to have hated his mother and grandmother because they tried to make him give up marijuana. If you ever read a personal account of a psychotic episode, you will see psychosis in many news headlines, including the recent Target shooting. THC is linked to the onset of psychosis, which can develop into bipolar disease, even full-blown schizophrenia, leading these victims to need hefty pharmaceutical medications, usually at a cost of $1,000 to $2,000 a month just to stay stable. Families dealing with a loved one who suffers from cannabis-induced psychosis live a life never imagined in their pre-THC impacted days. Please support a complete ban on THC products in Texas. Addiction is not liberty. Mental illness does not provide liberty. Extracting taxes from others to pay for societal damage to the government that the government has condoned does not provide liberty. The preamble to our Constitution states that the government should promote the general welfare of the people. Please provide for our general welfare by this ban. I have provided an abstract on the dramatic increase, you all have this, of child exposure to poisonous amounts of THC. While the population that can use cannabis, this is just in 2021, had gone up almost doubled, 95%. Child poisonings have gone up 1,375%. We have to care about our children.
Thank you
What
for
does
your
this do to their brains?
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Randy Flores.
Lisa Flores?
I'm sorry?
Lisa Flores?
Lisa?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Lisa Flores, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are for House Bill 5, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
I just wanted to share my story because it's becoming all too common. So my daughter, 15-year-old freshman in high school, unbeknownst to me, she was a perfectly well-adjusted teenager. She did competitive volleyball, all A's and B's, lots of friends. All of a sudden, the onset freshman year of depression and panic attacks. At her high school, I had to go pick her up. She had a panic attack and was unconsolable. Never seen this behavior out of my daughter her entire youth growing up. We have none of this in our family either, mental history or whatever. So upon further investigation, as her depression worsened, but I still didn't know she was using THC vapes, until one night I get a text message at 3 a.m. that said 3 words, "Mommy, help me." And when I talked to her the next morning, she's having suicidal thoughts. So it spirals down and down. The more they use the THC, the deeper the depression and the social anxiety get, and they get caught into a cycle. I had her professionally evaluated immediately by psychologist team and got her into regular psychologist therapy for the depression and the anxiety. We did this for years on a regular basis, so just to help her cope with emotions. Eventually, it's just come and go. Did she stop using THC? No, she's addicted to it. And I will say I don't believe the psychologists treat it aggressively enough because the cycle just continues. So if she's having a problem, she goes back to the THC. So she ended up getting arrested on a felony possession charge and sat 24 hours in Fort Bend County Jail, 2 months into becoming an 18-year-old because she had a THC vape in her car that she bought at the vape store. I'm in Katy ISD, 6A, largest school system in Texas, and we have about 5 vape shops within walking distance from our high schools, junior highs, and elementary. 5 locations. Gas stations, vape shops. Nobody's checking IDs. Those products have way above the amount that the FDA would even say that induces psychosis.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Flores, for your testimony. I know the committee will have some questions for this group. Members, any questions? Or maybe not. Okay, Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for waiting and being so patient today and being here. I wanted to give an opportunity to Ms. Adams. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story. We hear a lot, from the business side. We hear a lot from, other members, but not really enough from parents. And I know there's a real issue out there. I know you were sitting here and I expressed my frustration about how we have these people who are selling these products to our kids who are not being charged with felonies, but yet our kids are caught up in this. So this is where I really want to focus on trying to solve the problem, whether it's the ban or regulation, whatever we decide to do. My focus is on you as a parent and your children, because this is where we're having the hardest impact. It's what we're hearing from other people all over the state. And I just wanted to give you the opportunity to tell a little bit more about your story. And I'm curious to know specifically with some of the testimony we heard earlier about THC psychosis. I keep hearing about it. No one really can tell you what it is, where there's causal. And were there any preconditions that your child had that may have contributed to it? So I'm really trying to wrap my brain around this issue. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Representative Pearson. I really appreciate the opportunity because the messages, especially we got from the governor's office, is that our families are insignificant. And that was really offensive to us. So thank you for this opportunity. Our families have paid the emotional and financial cost of this drug. I'm from Pueblo, Colorado, ground zero of the marijuana expansion movement. And I think it's really, really important that all the elected officials understand if you regulate, if you legalize THC, you are aligning with the Drug Policy Alliance. And the Drug Policy Alliance goal is to legalize all drugs. It's a pathway that the United States of America, the state of Texas, should not go down. So that's one thing I hope you understand, that THC is just their big stepping point. Now, my son had some anxiety growing up, normal anxiety. We had support, never medicated for it, but he got a hold of Colorado's THC when he was in middle school right after they legalized. The products immediately started showing up in our schools, and that caused him to be completely irrational. He was repeating things that didn't make sense. He was paranoid, thinking people were coming after him to get him. We never saw behaviors like that before his THC use. I was witnessing psychosis. I didn't even know what it was at the time. I just knew we were in crisis and I couldn't find help. That's how we ended up in Houston. My husband thought marijuana was medicine too. He ended up in a psychiatric unit, and I was scared of him, and I left. And I finished raising both my boys in Houston. We lived and breathed recovery. I became a host mom for Youth in Recovery. We would work with the families and the professionals as a team, as a community, to set the boundaries around these kids and still have fun while we're trying to get them off drugs and mentally stable. Learned a lot through that. So my son got 3 years of sobriety in that program, and then Texas THC came on the scene, and he relapsed, and he relapsed hard, and we didn't see him for 2 years at that point. So
you'll have to forgive me. I'm not
Yeah.
familiar with the Colorado statutes on their efforts. Do you know what product he was consuming in Colorado? Was it plant-based? Was it synthetic?
He smoked some of the plant-based, and then he used brownies, and then he started dabbing, which is the very high concentrated THC products. So he did pretty much all of the above. And those were age gated. In Colorado, he was not allowed to have access to that. But just like kids have access to alcohol and tobacco products, you know, when you legalize a drug, you legitimize it and you normalize it. And so he had access that way. So here in Texas, though, it's worse because he could go to any gas station or vape shop. And his program was using nicotine as a harm reduction drug. So the transition from him going to vaping nicotine to vaping THC was like that. I mean, he would go into the stores and the people would say, you know, use this. So after he just worked so hard to get his sobriety. Just kind of fast forward my story. I've been trying to develop a relationship with him for years, and last June he called me, and he was at his wit's end, and he was going to take his life. And we begged him not to. It's a state of suffering. Thank God he survived. I said, son, just start over, try again. You can do it, you know. It's okay. You know, he's full of shame. And he let us pick him up. And he was skin and bones when we got there, only testing positive for THC, only admitting using THC. There's a condition called cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. These products are so toxic. They're developing where they can't even eat and they're vomiting all the time. Now that he's back in our home, he's been detoxing. He doesn't want to go to treatment. He's paranoid. He's eating more. I think he's gained about 10 pounds in the past 2 months he's been with us. And but he walks like 10 hours a day. We bought him a pair of shoes when we got him there, and I was looking at him and I was like, son, you already have a hole in your shoe from all the walking because he can't calm his brain down. He needs to get on some kind of antipsychotic. He needs pharmaceutical drugs, but he's not accepting to it. So we're just taking things really day by day. So I just can't emphasize the emotional and the financial costs. I lost all my equity. At one point, I owned 2 homes. I had to sell both my homes to pay for his treatment. So we hear about all this money and they're going to lose their jobs. I lost my dream job through my son's addiction, too. I was a prominent physical therapist assistant. I specialized in chronic pain. I did women's health with that. And I couldn't leave my older son home alone with my younger son because he was so psychotic. And, you know, I had to be there 100% of the time. And nobody batted an eye when I lost my job, you know, and that's what families go through when they're dealing with addiction and mental illness. And so I can't emphasize enough. I know Abbott is pressuring you all. I know he is. And I spoke to his team. I spoke to his lawyer. And, you know, what ended up being a 30-minute meeting turned into a 2.5-hour meeting because I wouldn't let his lawyer get away with anything. It was just excuse after excuse after excuse. And, you know, I don't want Texas to become Colorado. I don't want Texas to become California. I'm from your future. I've lived your future. This is what drug prevention looks like. It's too late for my son. I don't know if he's going to get better. I'm grateful that he's back in my life and I have this connection with him. Our families are here taking the responsibility to prevent this from happening to other families. So please, the lieutenant governor has pled his case. He's very educated. We're very proud of him. I have never seen elected officials work so hard for public health and safety and for our families, because I have testified in front of many legislators across the country. But here, you all have a chance. Texans are different. Texans are common sense. Texans stand up for their public health and safety. So I beg you, support HB 5, get a full ban, and get this poison out of your neighborhoods. It's not going to ban the hemp plant. It's going to ban THC. And yes, people are going to use THC regardless. That's their business. We don't want these products being sold in Texas neighborhoods and being called less harmful, medicine, and all this other deceptive, predatory practices that they have, because the education's not even there. We are 100%. THC can cause acute episodes of psychosis. We have large studies combined showing this, and that of all the drugs that can cause psychosis, THC is the worst offender out of all the drugs. 47% will convert to schizophrenia. That's more than a meth psychosis. Meth psychosis is at 32%. And we can't ignore the science. We can't ignore the facts. We've got to protect public health and safety. My son was never violent, never psychotic until he started using THC.
And with your permission, I'd like to keep your family in our prayers.
Thank you.
And this is a real world scenario. If it turns out to be regulation, if we can't get the ban, I'd like to hear from you on what you would like to see. What you think would be helpful as a parent that we could do.
Well, you need to fund a very large, robust education campaign to even educate adults. You need to let people know that the main drug used by perpetrators in childhood deaths from abuse and neglect is marijuana here in the state of Texas. And that's very special data that you can't ignore. There's only 3 states in the union that collect that type of data. It's Texas, Florida, and Arizona, and all 3 show the same results. Marijuana changes who you are. It steals your humanity. It's a hard drug. It might not stop your breathing right away, but it changes you in other ways. And we need you to connect the dots. This is why we're having such violent, evil crimes happening. This is why we're having such a homeless crisis. When you see the young men on the streets of Austin and they're lost in psychosis, a significant factor in how that young man got to that is THC. I guarantee it, because the science shows us that does lead to schizophrenia.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I just want to add, too, that you need treatment detox centers for THC, too, up to 6 months, because our families here, they're sending them to, Mexico to get treatment. They're sending them to other states like Florida to get treatment, and they're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that. So if you're going to legalize and regulate THC, then the taxpayers need to pay for the treatment, because it's not fair to the families, no matter what amount of income they have.
I appreciate you adding that. THC aside, studies do show that for any drug, detox takes at least 90 days. So what we're currently offering, even through insurance companies, is way too short.
Yes.
It's one of the things I'm personally working on here, so I appreciate you adding that.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. Ms. Flores, I wanted to follow up with you, too. I know I cut you off and told you I would, and I have to do that. But I do want to follow up. You mentioned the number of shops that are close to the schools there in Katy, and I'm not picking on Katy. It's all over the state.
I wish she lived in my district, but actually she lives in Mr. Morgan's.
I noticed that she did not live in your district, but in your opinion, what has been done in your neighborhood to prevent this, and in your opinion, what should we do as a legislature to keep these kind of businesses from popping up next to your schools?
That's a good question. First of all, nothing has been done. That's part of the problem. The second thing is, just that you have to keep in mind from a public health perspective what youth and young adults perceive the products to be when they see them on every street corner and they can walk in and they can buy them everywhere like it's candy. Because of that, the perception is this can't be bad for me. How could I get a felony, or why should I not use this when I'm feeling anxiety and depressed? It's on every street corner. It can't be bad for me. This is the perception among adults and teens, and they've grown up with it. So the other thing that is good that has happened is that, like KDISD, for example, just a year ago did zero tolerance policy on the vapes, and they've installed so many security cameras because it's so portable and it can be hidden. I mean, our poor teachers, they should be just focused on teaching our kids, and yet they have to police their classrooms because they're taking hits off their vape. As soon as the teacher turns around, there's no smell, no odor, it's small. They have to police the bathrooms. Kids are putting gummies in their pockets, sticking a vape in their sports bra, walking around with it, taking hits all day long. So how do they get addicted? The potency, the accessibility. When you have 8,000 retail locations, double the amount of McDonald's and Starbucks, distribution and access, it's everywhere. And you're trying to break your addiction, and you're surrounded by it.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you all. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Chair calls J.R. Johnson, Matthew Moore, Mark Bordas, and Janae Sergio. Okay, I show J.R. Johnson. Okay, you're an attorney with Butler Snow. You are testifying on behalf of Sky Marketing, doing business as Hometown Hero, and you are testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. That is correct.
You may proceed.
As you mentioned, my name is J.R. Johnson. I'm an attorney with Butler Snow. I'm representing Sky Marketing, DBA, Hometown Hero, which is opposed to the introduced version of HB 5. To be clear, my client is not opposed to responsible regulation and enforcement that would target many of the bad actors you've heard about today, keep these products safe and out of the hands of minors. In fact, stronger regulation is the only way to effectively achieve those goals, because as we've seen, full bans get held up in the courts for years, and the status quo prevails. That's the reality that the governor recognized in his veto proclamation, which is why, as it relates to consumable hemp products, this special session was called to craft a, quote, regulatory framework that protects public safety, aligns with federal law, has a fully funded enforcement structure, and can take effect without delay. So what does that framework look like? You've heard a lot of good ideas today. There are many of them that responsible participants in the market, like my client, support, including but not limited to those identified by the governor in his veto proclamation. Conversely, HB 5, as introduced, is virtually guaranteed to result in further legal challenges. You've heard a lot about those today, too. There are significant constitutional concerns with a full ban, including those arising under the Supremacy Clause, the Takings Clause. You've even heard some potential Second Amendment issues today. But because I know my time is short, and because it is wrapping up, I'll conclude with this. I'm here to simply mention that there is a path to targeting real risks, protecting minors, shutting down the black market, and preserving a lawful, thriving Texas hemp market that is ready to help Texas lead the nation in safe, enforceable, and constitutional hemp regulation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Janae Sergio?
Good afternoon. I stand before you today as the voice of 1.4 million Texas veterans who refuse to be silenced. I'm a Navy combat veteran living with PTS and a mother of two beautiful
ma'am.
girls.
Sorry. I've got you as Janae Sergio, out of practice. Janae Sergio with
Grunt Style Foundation.
with Grunt Style and Self registered against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right,
yes.
now go.
I'll get going again. All right.
Yeah, sorry.
Can I start
totally
over with
my
my
fault.
time?
Start the 2 minutes again. Sorry.
That's good. I got a little practice in. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I stand before you today as the voice of 1.4 million Texas veterans who refuse to be silenced. I'm a Navy combat veteran living with PTS and a mother of two beautiful girls. I'm here on behalf of Grunt Style Foundation to tell you the truth you don't want to hear. You're pushing our warriors back into a deadly cycle of suicide pills and alcohol. These are the same heroes you sent to fight your wars, and now you want to strip away their lifeline. We are waging war against the SSRIs that are killing our veterans. That's what your system offers us. Pills that destroy minds and souls, and now, hiding behind the shields of protecting children, you want to rip away the one thing that's keeping us alive. Cannabis is the most controlled plant on this planet, period. This is my third time standing in this chamber, and I'm done with your gaslighting. I'm done with your accusations. Our community finally found the courage to speak our truth, and you respond with lies. Your colleagues claim THC is found in veteran suicide victims. Where's your data? You say there's no way to differentiate hemp-derived THC from marijuana. Then why are you pushing us into the TCUP program? Let me make this crystal clear. Delta 9 saved my life. When I walked into the VA in a mental health crisis, they handed me antidepressants and showed me the door. If I hadn't found these products, I wouldn't be standing here today. I waited 12 hours to testify in March. I waited 18 hours until 2 a.m. in April, and this is my third time testifying. Why? My life matters. It became devastatingly this is personal. It became devastatingly personal on April 7th, while hundreds of veterans gathered in this very building fighting for our lives. MA2 Mark Miller took his own life at Audie Murphy VA. He was the 16th out of 17 veterans who chose the VA steps as their final battlefield. A desperate message that I can't get the words out. Mark handed this book, Suicide Stalks a Sniper, to a bus driver, stepped off that bus, and shot himself in the head on a VA property. He fought 18 years to save lives with this book. Yesterday, the VA Secretary, Doug Collins, admitted to 3,000 VFW members that the VA alone cannot stop veteran suicide. He said we need to take action. So when we do take action, when Mitch Fuller, Dave Walden, hundreds of veterans, and I fight like hell to save our brothers and sisters, your colleagues have the audacity to call us combat veterans paid shills. The same men who have no problem sending us to combat and destroying our lives now want to ban the product that gave us our lives back. What do you want from us? Lethargic, disassociated veterans rotting away in our homes with bottles of prescription pills? Cannabis is our biggest tool until you stop force-feeding us suicide pills. I'll stop.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Really appreciate it. I know we'll have some questions, and thank you for your service.
My apologies, I got a little emotional there. I'm speaking on
look,
behalf.
Look, this is very important. We wouldn't be spending all the time on it. It's just there's problems on both sides. So, Chair calls Matthew. Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Matthew Moore. I've got you listed as Matthew Moore, self against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Dr. Matthew Moore, and I'm representing myself as one of the only chemists in the world to have produced FDA-approved THC.
Will you pull that microphone a little closer? Thanks.
I received my PhD in chemistry at the University of Texas and have spent nearly a decade working in the pharmaceutical industry producing Schedule I compounds like THC for clinical research and pharmaceutical distribution. I provide manufacturing and regulatory consulting services to companies spanning pharmaceuticals, licensed marijuana, and hemp. I help companies meet the standards from other industries that don't yet exist in the regulatory form for our state's hemp industry. Cannabinoids compounds as a drug class have been shown to be exceptionally safe. In general, they are better tolerated in higher doses than caffeine, niacin, or vanilla flavoring, all of which are produced by way of chemical conversion to meet the demands of the American market. I do not wish to downplay any individual adverse events. However, the statistical findings accepted by regulatory bodies around the world are that these compounds are safe for human consumption. There are molecules that can be found naturally in the cannabis plant, and there are also cannabinoids that are entirely synthetic and nowhere in nature. Previous legislation has mistakenly focused on the semantics of converted versus purified extract when the focus should be on purity standards. The primary concern with cannabinoid safety is identifying and eliminating the contaminants of concern produced by a given production process, including all the pesticides, heavy metals, and mycotoxins pulled into the biomass from the fields and anything that material contacts during the manufacturing. It is also critical to test for chemical byproducts of the production processes that happen naturally in refinement or as a result of any chemical conversions. Testing for these compounds and their contaminants is routinely performed at many accredited labs across the country, often on the same day. However, testing is not free, and if this testing is not required, it is unlikely to be performed. Alcohol is not banned for increasing liver values or causing psychosis or affecting thousands of traffic fatalities. Tobacco is not banned for causing reproductive harms, and peanuts are not banned for killing people. I hope this committee sees the value in regulating these highly important and valuable compounds to the standards that already exist in the dietary ingredients and pharmaceutical industries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair called Mark Bordas. We've got you as Mark Bordas with the Texas Hemp Council against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right,
Thank you very much. As opponents of the bill, we have economics, history, science, and the vast majority of Texans on our side, and yet we find ourselves fighting to preserve a $10 billion a year industry, paying $2.1 billion in wages, contributing $267 million in taxes, and employing 53,000 Texans who economy incur a 2.4 times multiplier effect. It's been said that a generation that doesn't follow history has neither a past nor a future. Prohibition was an abject failure. The U.S. government, in today's 2025 dollars, spent $203 billion in a failed attempt to ban alcohol from 1920 to 1933. This number does not include broader economic damages from lost jobs, industry collapse, increased crime, related law enforcement expansion, and adverse public health implications. The CDC cites that there are about 480,000 deaths a year linked to tobacco, while alcohol contributes 180,000 deaths a year. Fentanyl remains the #1 killer of Americans 18 to 45 years of age. Hemp, meanwhile, has contributed 0 recorded deaths. 4 different polls were run by highly respected firms this past year. Basleys and Associates showed 68% of Texans were for robust regulation of hemp. Ragnar Research focused on Republican primary voters only, and once again found that regulation won by a 10-point spread. Fabrizio Lee and Associates found that 70% of Texans wanted regulation. And finally, McLaughlin and Associates showed 80% of Texans were in favor of keeping hemp with regulations. Meanwhile, members of the committee, we have economics, history, science, and the public on our side. We want you on our side as well. Hemp is widely used, overwhelmingly accepted, and legal at both the state and federal levels. Please join us and vote no on House Bill 5. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions? Yeah, Representative Alcott.
Ms. Sergio, first of all, thank you for your service. Appreciate your passion. You're claiming that as the legislators have been lying to you. Do you believe today you've been hearing lies from anyone here on the committee?
The lies that were by your colleagues, Senator Perry.
We're in the Texas House right now.
I apologize. I said your colleagues are lying. So the lies are that THC, that veteran suicides have been found with THC in their systems. I'd like to see the data on that because I find it difficult to believe that that's something that can be proven. I will tell you that the #1 killer of our veterans are the SSRIs, which have a 3 to 4 chance, a higher suicidal ideation rate than if you're not taking them. And then when they're not properly titrated off of those, that suicide rate also increases. So that's actually the #1 killer of our veterans.
Okay, well, we're not here promoting SSRIs.
The other lie Senator Perry said was that we are paid
Once again, Ms. Sergio,
shills.
we're in the House.
I said your colleagues.
Oh, okay. All right. Are you familiar with the story of Chris Kyle and how he lost his life?
Yes.
Do you know the perpetrator was undergoing psychosis induced by THC? Were you aware of that?
I'd have to look that story up to get more information on that.
Okay. And is this Target shooting that just happened recently?
Are we sure that's the only thing that was in his system?
Well-
Again, SSRIs that were being prescribed by
We're
the
not
VA
talking
and
about
that were being
SRIs here,
prescribed
ma'am.
by
We're
medical
not talking about
causes.
SSRIs. Okay, that's not what we were talking about. Like I said, I appreciate your passion. I just want to keep us focused, okay? And we're trying to get some facts here, and that's all. And like I said, I appreciate your passion, but I don't think anyone on this dais has lied to you today. And I'm sorry you had bad experiences elsewhere, but you're in the Texas House now. We're trying to examine this bill and see whether it's a bill we want to pass, and we're trying to stick with the facts. What is your response to some of the mothers that just have gone through this terrible experience?
The mothers that sat up here and said that they also want to put their children on those SSRIs and antidepressants.
Did they say that?
Yes, that is. She just sat here and said
Okay.
she wants to put her son on prescription pills. So that's my response. I also saw her GoFundMe where she admitted her son had a heroin addiction. That's my response.
Okay.
So
Do you-
are we
do you-
sure that it was THC that
Okay,
caused
well,
those
Ms. Sergo,
things?
do you believe that there is a significant number of teenage boys in particular? Do you deny the fact that some of them that's been triggered to go into schizophrenia because they've been, I mean, that's been shown by clinical studies.
So first thing is the mothers that were sitting here, my understanding is that their children are actually adults, right? And the second thing is that this is my third time testifying. And every time I've testified, I've sat here and said that we are for age gating. And if I had gotten far enough into my testimony, I would have said that, right?
Okay.
We are for age gating.
Well, let's
So
just stick with
if it's
adults
for
then.
children-
Let's move on to adults then.
But they're not children, they're adults. And just like alcohol, just like any other recreationally legal product, they have choices. They're making choices, right? So if they choose to use a product that is not properly regulated, like Mitch said earlier, if they're not going to look at the QR code and see what's in that product, they're making choices. It's free will.
Do you believe that THC has any negative medical consequences?
I believe that there are products that people can get their hands on that can cause psychosis.
Okay. Mr. Moore, I wanted to ask you a question, because if I understood you correctly, you said that THC is a safe molecule. Is that right? That you see, I got the impression you think there's actually nothing unsafe about THC. Is that right?
That's not what I said. I said it's federally approved, and it is approved by
No, I know, but
statistical
I heard
evidence
safe.
bodies.
Opioids.
Okay.
It is considered safer than many other drug classes, and that's not just THC, it's cannabinoids in general. And THC is the boogeyman in the room right now. But it is a federally approved molecule for therapeutics for cancer-induced nausea and vomiting, so particularly sensitive patient population takes it on a regular basis. It is considered an adverse effect to get high. Your question earlier was, do you need to feel high to feel better? Your SSIs don't make you feel high.
That wasn't my question.
I think
Okay.
it was Mr. Frank's, actually.
Okay.
It was one of the
Oh,
previous
yeah,
ones. Yeah. Not for me. Previous question. The therapeutic dose of these things, or the efficacious dose, is not considered the dose that gets you high. It's the dose that stops your pain, or alleviates whatever your suffering is. People can abuse whatever they want. At the end of the day, I think someone earlier said that you can actually sell any range of alcohol concentration. That's actually not true either. You stop at 95% and you get into a different range of where it's not treated like a consumable anymore, and it's actually a chemical. So there are lines that we can draw where it's no longer safe or it is safe. But to say, oh, this is safe or it's not safe, well, people kill themselves with Tylenol. And we sell that over the counter in bottles of 500, which is enough to do it 3 or 4 times. That also rapidly, just taking Tylenol every day increases your liver values. Right? There are all sorts of things that we make these exceptions for. And I agree, education. We need more education in this state. We need more education on this topic. We need more research. But to ban it basically eliminates the opportunity for that.
Okay. What is your thoughts about the study? Were you here when I was mentioning the AAA study that showed that there was a doubling in fatalities due to THC up in Washington within the first 2 years of legalizing marijuana?
This year, there was a report about a month ago that was published that shows that Regular use, it was medical in Colorado. Regular users show no discrepancy in driving versus recently dosed versus 24 hours. I think that
Yeah,
there
but
are.
in particular, I'm talking about fatalities, car fatalities, was what the study did. They looked at traffic fatalities in the state of Washington within the first 2 years. Actually, they looked at it the 2 years prior, 2 years after legalization, and they showed that there was doubling of the number of fatalities that were where they had THC in their system. How do you respond to that?
There's 30% of car crashes are caused by alcohol.
Okay,
Fatal
well,
car crashes.
and I'm not saying alcohol's good, you shouldn't be driving with alcohol.
Right.
But I'm just saying that I just got the impression from listening to your testimony that I got the impression that you think THC's, a harmless drug.
I don't think I stated that. I said they are widely recognized
I heard the
as a
word
safe
safe,
drug
but okay.
class.
Okay.
And they have a lower toxicity than even vanilla flavoring, niacin, and caffeine. I chose those specifically because those all have higher toxicity than THC.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any other questions? Yeah, Representative Cunningham.
Thank you, Chairman Frank. Just a couple of things there. Want to ask, I think, Mr. Johnson, you basically said there's a path forward to addressing this. I won't say give me all of them, but what is one of them? What is the path? Consider what we've got now with HB 5 that you are definitely against.
I think the easiest thing to do would be to refer you to the veto proclamation. The governor listed a long list of recommendations that could be included in a regulatory framework that I think responsible participants in the market would support.
How do we regulate the synthetic product here?
Now you may be a little bit beyond my area of expertise.
Actually, synthetics have been illegal, Representative, since 2011 in Texas.
Realize that. But earlier today, we had our folks in here that are saying we don't have enough resources. They can't do plant-based testing, but most of these products are synthetic-based. And so where is that, how do we regulate that without just banning it?
Well, the Baker Institute associated with Rice University did a FOIA request and found that of the current licensing fees and regulatory fees that are collected, less than 30% are being reinvested for enforcement. So I would think where there's a will, there's a way. We take 100% of that, and if we look for another funding source, we need to get serious about enforcement and serious about punishing bad actors.
So what you're basically telling me then is the resources and money is what it's taking. That's one way path forward. I'm just trying to figure out what this path forward is because
Absolutely,
this
sir.
is a problem.
Absolutely.
And we're here to solve problems.
We
It became a problem after the feds opened the door, basically, and some of my colleagues will tell you that was the legalizing. And that's the problem that we have now. And so now we're trying to find and close this loop. And just for all practical purposes, I'm a veteran too. 1975 to 1981. So I had some colleagues, and yeah, it's just not, I understand when we're talking about veterans. Sergio, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but that's okay. But I'm just saying, I just need to know what this path forward is going to be, because we've hem-hauled around and now it's landed on our lap. And so we're here to find a solution. If it's regulation, then give me more than just money, because money is the bottom line of everything. Follow the money. So what is it?
I think there are many people who are far more educated about this issue than me.
Thank you.
But I can help put them in touch with your office.
Thank
I would
you.
be more than happy to do so.
Appreciate it, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Sergio,
Yes, sir.
regulations, what is it?
The same regulations we have on
I
alcohol.
heard you say education. I think you said education.
No,
No, there you go, Mr. Moore.
We got-
Education, yeah, go
The
ahead.
same regulations that we have on alcohol. It's already a regulated product. And so the regulations that we're needing right now are age gating. It's age restrictions and age gating, right? And when you talk about the funding and the resources, I mean, sir, $3 billion per year is spent on the VA, and the suicide rates are not going down, right? So throwing money at the problem isn't necessarily going to solve solve it.
My point
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I agree with you. It's not about throwing money. It's about like sitting down and really coming up. And our offices would be absolutely willing to sit down with you. I work with the VFW, Grunsell Foundation, Irreverent Warriors, and we would be happy to sit down with your office as well and help come up with some regulation. Again, much smarter people than I am in our organizations, but we'd love to sit down with you and help with that. But the $3 billion and the suicide rates, you know, we lost, if I can, 7,000 in combat, 150,000 we're losing to veteran suicide. So the passion that you're seeing, I'm sitting here and I'm reading the words of a father of the person who took his life the last time I was sitting here testifying. While I was here testifying, he was taking his life at the Audie Murphy VA. So I apologize for my emotions, right? But, you know, these words of this father, we want to stop this. We don't want to see this anymore. And so throwing money, it's not the solution. Our offices are ready to sit down with you and talk about some of the regulation that could be done.
All right, thank you. Mr. Moore, you know, you seem like you're on the medical end of the side of it, at least the chemist side of it. You know, THC is well known to cure cancer.
So,
So what I hear, but.
Can I address one thing real quick?
To who?
To all.
No, I got the mic right now.
Sorry.
All right, you know, you get back to him later.
Sure, perfect.
THC, well known to cure cancer. You talked about education being the thing. If we're going to live in this world together with a natural product, if I think you heard, so what else is there?
So what I mean so THC and some of its analogs are found in the cannabis plant. Then there are things like K2 and spice that are not found anywhere in nature, right? And those are your synthetic cannabinoids. So the word synthesis has gotten conflated with that class of molecules when synthesis is just it's a verb, right? Like it's something you do. It's how you change one molecule into another molecule. And in general, the synthetic cannabinoids are fully synthetic. They don't start in nature. They're not found in nature. Whereas the synthetic THC that people are referring to in a lot of the space is converted from CBD. And that is actually how the FDA approved method is as well. That has an established impurity profile. People know what it looks like. The safety of it has been studied. And so that comes back to is it safe? Well, safety references toxicity. It doesn't reference social harms or other things like that. It references, will this cause your heart to stop beating? And it generally does not, unless you are a very anomalous patient.
And so we have these gas stations that have these grams that are, I forgot what some of these numbers were. I mean, way beyond the 0.3 here that we've got going on. And we should just continue to let them exist?
I think that not once have we talked about manufacturers. And we talk about this as a retail problem. The retailers are buying what the manufacturers are selling. If you're working with good manufacturers, they're selling you products that are legal. If you're buying them from out of state, they're going to sell you whatever you want to buy. I think that there are good actors and there are bad actors, and there are a lot of people, especially the people in this room, who are trying to do things the right way and are trying to follow all the rules. And the people who aren't hanging out in here trying to support any sort of testimony. And if these sorts of controls already exist at the federal, like, controlled substance level, right? And we have many states with limited license markets. You have to understand what you're selling, right? You can't just, I'm going to open a hemp store and I'm going to, right? These people are effectively playing doctor in some cases, and that's not appropriate, right? And no retail location should do that. The liquor store should not do that, right? So it does not matter what you're selling. If you're not a pharmacist or a doctor, you shouldn't be recommending products to people in that way.
Thank you.
And there are control mechanisms that exist in other industries for tracking those types of things, and we just don't have them in place here.
Thank you. I'm going to yield, and I know you had a thought for my other colleagues, so I'm going to yield, Mr. Chairman, right now. Back.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to specify safety versus harmlessness, and safety being a toxicity study and the likelihood of a given chemical killing you.
Sure, I understand that. But I think when, like some of the mothers here present, you know, when you said it, when I heard the word safe, and I hear what you're saying, I think they would probably disagree with you that it's a safe drug. I was just a little surprised to hear you use the word safe.
There are lots of people who are allergic to lots of things.
We're not talking about allergies here.
call it sensitivities then.
Okay.
In general, the FDA finds that a 5 milligram dose is an appropriate dose to give someone initially of THC and them to be unlikely to get high. That doesn't mean they're not going to, right? But these drugs have been used by thousands of people for decades, literal decades, since 1980s. They've been using these drugs under controlled conditions, and psychosis is an extremely rare event whenever you're using these things correctly.
I want to relay just real quickly something that happened in my office last week sometime. I had someone come in to lobby on behalf of some companies that manufacture it, probably in a reproductive way, I mean, in a way that's reproducible. I mean, they do it, standard and everything. When they put something on a package, it's probably exactly what you want to put. And so I just asked him hypothetically, we're going to be debating this bill next week, and how would you feel if we, since CBD, cannabidiol, is known to have anti-inflammatory effects, what would you feel, would your company be willing to produce that and market it as an anti-inflammatory agent, and that maybe would solve it? And his answer was, it won't work. And I said, why? He said, because no one's going to buy it. And I said, why? Because they won't get high. And so I think it's recognized among the manufacturers that the reason they're able to sell as much as they're selling is because even though there are people, including veterans, that are using it for legitimate purposes, a lot of people are using these products to get high. And that's very different than like what Mrs. Sergio, I know her purpose is it's alleviating some PTSD symptoms. Although, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if you were here, that there is, if you can equate that the study that talked about marijuana can actually worsen the conditions of PTSD, especially when you're self-medicating, that's a concern. And so I don't think anyone up here wants to be able to have a market that's regulated so that we can still allow adults, and especially kids, to take it to get high. And I think that if we could wave a magic wand and come up with a way to where the only people were taking it was for medical or therapeutic reasons, it'd be a whole nother situation.
Can I address
Yeah,
that?
sure.
Respectfully. So the first thing is, if the study showed that marijuana was increasing PTS symptoms, then why are we pushing our veterans into the TCUP program rather than allowing us to use this federally legal product that we're already able to access, right? That would be the first
Yeah.
question I would have.
Yes, I have an answer to that.
Okay.
Two reasons, in my opinion. One is that the people that are just taking marijuana in this particular study, they probably were taking fluctuating doses, unregulated, and also unsupervised by a medical physician. Because from what I understand, the reason why TCUP is successful is because not just because of the constant and consistent amount of a fixed amount of THC is being used, but because they have a support group that helps them along the way, and that's why it's successful. And so the problem, and I had lunch with a respected physician yesterday that said that he thinks that that's one of the main reasons why it's successful, is because studies have shown self-medicating never tends to work. And when you have a setup like TCUP, you're getting a fixed amount of THC under supervision and with support groups there. That's very distinct from the study that I cited, to where people go in and they get diagnosed with PTSD and they leave and they start taking marijuana. Who knows how much marijuana? Who knows what the strength is? Maybe it's a little, maybe it's a lot. But the study simply showed that it caused, on average, the severity to go up. And it also, they saw an increased statistical chance for physical violence. And a lot of people probably don't even encounter the physical violence, but it's something, it looked like, I think I mentioned it, 92,000 veterans, and that's what they looked at. And so, if you were here in the room, as I mentioned, we need to be doing what we can to protect veterans and prevent the suicide. And as I said before, that's why I supported the Ibogaine bill. We just want to make sure we do the right thing. And I think the TCUP program is the use of medical marijuana in a warranted way. This, just being able to use it and self-medicate, I don't think is a good idea. And that's where I am.
And then to add to that, though, so the I'll just use my own personal experience, and I know that I'm speaking on behalf of many veterans. This is something I do I work with veterans. I understand what they're experiencing. So the first thing is with the SSRIs and antidepressants that were being prescribed, we don't have the support systems. We're not getting the individualized care with those, right? So initially, that was probably the
And that's probably a problem.
expectation.
And that might be the reason why you may be exactly right. Maybe that's leading to suicides because
So-
they're doing it, without the right supervision. So
Right.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
When I went to the VA, I was prescribed antidepressants, and nobody followed up with me to make sure that those were good. And you know what I got in the mail? Another prescription for them, a follow-up. And then the next thing, though, is I'm not here just to advocate for this for medical use. I'm here to advocate for it as recreational as well, because here's the thing, 50% of the veterans aren't even going to the VHA system, right? And then 68%, as Mitch said earlier, that are being prescribed SSRIs and antidepressants. And so what we're doing is we're leaving. We don't want that, right? So having it recreationally available, it's the same as having alcohol recreationally available. I'd rather our veterans be moving towards recreationally available cannabis than alcohol, because alcohol, from personal experience, I can give you just my personal experience as somebody who lives with PTS. Alcohol causes me to black out. Alcohol causes me to get angry. It causes me paranoia to think that everybody's going to come after me and hurt me. And it also gives me the courage it would give me the courage to take my life. If I was feeling like I was at the end and I wanted to take my life, alcohol would actually give me the courage to pick up that gun and take my life. I can tell you this from personal experience. What I can tell you from personal experience in using Delta-9, it actually saved my life. I'm sitting here in front of you because I reached for that. And all it did was it just calmed. I had tremors, kind of like you're seeing now, which I wish I had some right now, right? I had tremors, I was anxious, I could feel it building up inside of me, and there was fog, and I couldn't think of the right thing to do. Even as an advocate against veteran suicide, I couldn't think straight. I couldn't think of the right thing to do until I took just one gummy. And all it did was it just calmed me down. And within seconds, I was able to kind of start focusing, get the pause that I needed. I wasn't angry. I wasn't paranoid. I didn't feel like people were going to attack me. This is my personal experience as a veteran sitting in front of you. And again, I speak to countless numbers of veterans with regards to their experience. The alcohol is what's killing us. Alcohol is what's destroying our lives. And yet here we are debating over cannabis, over a federally legal product that our veterans can, in a moment like that, where you're in a mental health crisis and you don't know what else to do, you can't go get into the TCUP program. I wouldn't have been able to go get into the TCUP program in that moment. When I went to the VA, what did they give me? They didn't offer me TCUP. They offered me antidepressants. Instead, I could go down to the local store and grab Delta-9. I know I'm going over, I apologize, but I could go down and grab Delta-9 right there and just calm my worries. Alcohol or Delta-9, I'd rather grab the Delta-9.
Okay.
Sure.
You good?
One other question. Why was it difficult for you to get into TCUP?
It wasn't offered to me. It was not offered to me. It's something that, you have to go through community care.
But are you aware of the program?
I'm aware of the program. Okay. And if I can explain one of the reasons that, I apologize.
No,
If
that's
I can
okay.
explain one of the reasons that veterans, we've been conditioned our entire careers that one pop on a drug test will ruin our entire life. It will destroy our career, right? There's no forgiveness. One pop on a drug test and that ruins everything for you as a veteran, as a service member. So our entire careers, for me, we're at 25 years, right? 25 years of believing that using this product will completely destroy my life. And so veterans are sitting in silence and they're out there using the products because they know they work, the ones that are readily accessible, the ones that are federally legal, they're using them because they know that they work, but they're using them because they know they don't have to go on a list. They know that they don't have to worry about it destroying everything in their life. And just like we're sitting here trying to reverse something that is federally legal, I'm coming out publicly and saying that I use this. If this suddenly becomes illegal, my security clearance is at risk, my Second Amendment rights are at risk, my child custody is at risk, my ability to keep custody of my children is at risk, my job is at risk, my reputation's at risk, all because I was using something that was federally legal and then all of a sudden now it's not. And so same thing with TCUP. You put veterans into the TCUP program and they think at the time, okay, it's okay for me to use this. Now their name is on a list. When suddenly we decide to reverse that, we suddenly want to demonize that again. Now these veterans are back in a situation where they could lose their gun rights, they can lose their custody of their children, they can lose their security clearances, all the same consequences. We don't want to be on a list. We shouldn't have to when there's a product that's federally legal.
Okay, I'm going to just close with this, and that is I haven't heard of any examples of veterans.
I have a name. I
actually-
have a name for you.
Okay.
Okay, I want to give you the name because there was a video that was done. There was a veteran. His name was James Frank. He lost his Second Amendment rights. What? James Frank. There was a video. Oh, well, there you go.
That's not me.
I swear this was not planned. There's actually a video that's already out there. His name is James Frank. It was circulating while we were advocating for, there you go. It was out there while we were advocating for the veto. He did a video and he came forward and he said he lost his Second Amendment rights, and we can get you a copy of that video. And I assure you, as an advocate with a lot of veterans that are keeping track of my work, many may come forward after today just because they want to continue to advocate. We just want to stay alive. We just want to see our brothers and sisters stay alive. I don't want to lose this product because it keeps me alive.
Thank you.
I'm just going to make a comment, not a question, if that's all right, and I'll hand it back over to the chairman. One, I think, first of all, I think the testimony's been great today. It's a little hard, though, because to me, when we hear stuff, you hear stuff. Most people only see one side of the issue, and y'all are seeing, and I actually think THC is much better than opioids. In fact, the opioid crisis has been almost designed, and so I think anything we can do to replace that, whether it's through TCUP or whether it's through whatever, I think is a good thing. And I know and I'm sure others want to make sure that is still there and available in a better form. However, I think people, whether it's because of tremors that they have as a prior witness or whether you're using it, at some point have to see the incredibly huge problems caused by an incredibly irresponsible industry. And it is, it's a problem with the industry. If an industry allows themselves, and sometimes it's the other actors, when it allows themselves to become as irresponsible and incredibly irresponsible, I mean, like you have literally thousands of places producing something and saying on a packet it does this, and that's not what it does. And it's like, and at some point we don't know. So I'm just saying it's really easy to see your side of the issue, and I'm saying for everybody in here, just remember there is another side, really and truly. There are real problems with hemp that's not hemp out there being sold. At the same time, I definitely believe that there is a place for it, certainly better than opioids. So that's just a random comment. So.
Okay, members, any other questions for this panel? All right, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I want to remind everyone, registration will close in about 10 minutes or so. If you have not registered and you wish to testify, you cannot testify unless you have filled out the affirmation form at the kiosk out in the hallway. So please do that. Chair calls Christine Scruggs, Rhonda Howard, Veronica Rios, and Joshua Howard. Okay, I'm assuming Joshua Howard is the one I do not have.
My son, not here.
Not here?
Wandering around, lost.
Okay.
Psychosis.
So, showing registered but not testifying? Yes. Okay, so we will show Joshua Howard as registered but not testifying. We'll call, chair calls Francisco Rios.
He's not going to testify.
We'll show Francisco as registered but not testifying. Chair calls Maricruz Woeful, sorry. That was weird. Okay, I show Christine Scruggs testifying on behalf of self, and you are for House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Christine, and I'm in favor of HB 5. I speak so no more families have to go through the devastation that cannabis-induced psychosis caused us. My son was a smart, driven man who was 22, an adult college graduate before he tried THC. Within 8 months, he was using every day and was addicted. He developed paranoia and a delusion. Once we found out, by day 2, we discovered the THC use. By day 3, we thought he had either suddenly developed schizophrenia, had a brain tumor, or it had something to do with a new thing in his life, which was THC. By day 4, the doctors at the ER ruled out brain tumor and schizophrenia, so we knew what the culprit was. The speed with which we were educated about psychosis from THC is a blessing. We took action to get him the addiction and mental health treatment he needed out of state, since Texas laws fail for substance use impaired adults. He stayed for over 8.5 months. He had no underlying mental health condition. His therapists say he's lucky to not end up with a long-term diagnosis such as schizophrenia caused by THC. Most are not so lucky. The financial cost was enormous, as seen in my written testimony. That excludes the mental and emotional costs, as we have borne, all because of the rhetoric from an industry that says this substance is beneficial. The fact that hemp causes psychotic symptoms has been known and written about for 18 decades. That information has been brushed under the rug in favor of taxation and regulation. The reason it's making headlines now is that the industry, because of their own greed, made products so available and normalized that they accidentally normalize the psychosis it induces. I speak for thousands who are living with loved ones in psychosis from THC. It can happen to any sex, race, or age. There are over 20 million people with cannabis use disorder in the U.S. This to a product that many here today are trying to convince you is non-addictive. Most of those do not realize they have a THC use disorder. I'm asking you not to be led astray by any political figure or by others here. Today, you've been given the wisdom to know what is right to do for public health. Please have the courage to follow the science and facts and pass laws that promote health and safety for Texans of all ages. Thank you, and I welcome any questions. Just want to add, I'd rather go 2 more years as is versus trying to regulate this addiction for profit industry. At least we have SB 2024 to take care of some of the vapes.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Chair recognizes Rhonda Howard, testifying on behalf of self, and you are testifying for House Bill 5, is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rhonda Howard, Harris County, for HB 5. THC is a fat-soluble compound. That means it absorbs into fat. The human brain is composed of approximately 60% of fat. The fat is essential for brain structure, function, and protection. It provides insulation for nerve cells, supports cell growth, and stores energy for the brain. THC itself, once it's absorbed, remains, in the fat cells. For my son, the use of the THC products has caused psychosis. That's the one that's wandering around, I told you, because he's just 3 weeks out of the hospital. He has spent the last 5 years struggling to regain brain function. He was an honor student graduating from Challenge Early High School with almost an associate's degree, went on to Sam Houston, Eagle Scout, and his second year there, no history of mental health in our family. He started using there at the school, came home, started using even more during the Christmas break, and had his first psychosis break. Again, he spent the last 5 years struggling. I, too, have sent my child out of state to get help, $5,000, $6,000 a month for services, because THC is not something that is considered a drug that programs will participate in recovery. You have to have THC and alcohol, something else. So we struggle to get this. I had something, AARP, I'm that age now, so they put out an article that was sent to me, and it just says if you ingest too much, it can, and this is for older adults. This is a cardiologist that wrote this. If you ingest this a little bit, it says it can cause nausea, vomiting, dry mouth, drowsiness, and dizziness, increased risk of falling, okay? Even if you were an old hand at using marijuana in your youth, many of the older patients report that these days, these products are much stronger and that they had a wealth of experience, but their edible hit them with a wallop. So these are adults, that are grown. So it not only affects our youth brains, and my son, again, was 20, it affects older brains too. It doesn't matter. It affects us. So please ban it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Howard. Chair recognizes Mayor Cruz Wolfel, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are for House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That's correct. Dear representatives, my name is Mary Cruz Wolfo, and I support HB 5. Thank you for picking up again the topic of banning the psychoactive component of hemp, THC. It is demoralizing to know we are here because of a last-minute decision that discarded a bipartisan, bicameral resolution. But what is truly disgusting is hearing that an outcome might already be decided, regardless of how hard facts are presented and arguments repeated. Nevertheless, here we are, if for nothing else than the sake of history and to share awareness with those willing to listen. For one day, we will be able to say with a clear conscience, we sounded the alarm. Hemp was meant to be an agricultural commodity, but has been turned into an addiction commodity. Banning THC does not shut down the hemp industry as originally intended. Individuals, even those older than 21, are being severely harmed by hemp-derived THC products, whether they are consumed in the shape of gummies, vapes, or seltzers. My son was healthy and independent, and unfortunately, because of cannabis-induced psychosis, THC stole his Texas liberty. His brain is still shackled by THC. The impact of THC is evident in our daily news. Our legal and mental health system are not fully prepared to handle the effects THC is causing in society. Private treatment centers charge per month what my husband receives from Social Security in 1 year. Taxation and licenses fees won't cover the cost of regulation, much less prevention or recovery for families like mine. My son would be homeless and a tax burden if it weren't for my husband and me being his full-time caregivers. Banning THC is the right moral and financial decision to do. So I urge you not to swim with the current, but to stand strong like a rock and ban the THC products. Nation is watching and history is being recorded. I appreciate and welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Veronica Rios, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're for House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Veronica Rios, and my son suffered from cannabis-induced psychosis due to THC products, and he's addicted to THC. During one of the numerous times that he had psychosis episodes, he bought a gun and carried on his car. We were very afraid that he could harm himself or others because he was paranoid. He believed that people were against him and they were after him. So I was very, very afraid. We took away the gun and he went to a psychiatry ward. We had spent over $1,000 in rehabs, doctors, and medication. He has been in rehabs here, but we can no longer afford it. So we have to send him to Mexico. He has been there 6 months and he's coming next week. At this point of his life, we don't know if my son will suffer from psychosis all his life or have damaged his brain forever because of THC. Also, we don't know if he will have to take medications all his life. And my son was not an adult when he started consuming THC. And also, I want to add that my youngest son is 17, and I just realized that he started consuming after he has lived all this nightmare in the family. I cannot believe it. I cannot comprehend. And he's 17 years old. I'm asking for a full ban of THC. We need to stop this. We need to protect other kids. This is not possible. There are thousands of families that are going through this. The ERs are getting every day visiting by people suffering from this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, questions of this panel? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here today as parents. And I can't imagine outside of a terminal illness, the helplessness that you must feel with a child that's struggling with addiction. And I want to ask you the same question I've asked other parents, because, you know, as someone who doesn't understand it, we could ban everything and I'd be okay. But that's not a real world situation we're in. What is it that we could do as a legislature to keep these products out of the hands of children?
From my experience, my son, he wouldn't have never touched these products if he knew how dangerous they are. Because he was a person very conscious about health and nature and not doing any kind of drugs. And he believed that they were safe, they were natural, and they were beneficial. Yeah. And that's how he fell for it. He didn't choose psychosis, and so the lack of real information and transparency, advertising and selling these products as the great discovery to help with every ailment known is just a fallacy and a trap for many of our children. And then once the damage is done, there's no help. Our system is failing us. My son is practically in limbo because as an adult, he has the freedom to reject help. He is not considered by our Texas standards harmful enough to qualify to be warrant arrested to get medical help. So he's just year after year. It's been 2.5 years for me. I cannot help him, and I don't have the funds to take him to Florida and use the Marshman Act that we don't have. Because here we have only a revolving door. 2 days, if you qualify as dangerous to himself or others, and then you're back on the street. He will be actually living under this bridge right now. President Trump wants to remove all these people from under the bridge, but we need to look at what caused the problem. My son was healthy, never suffered any medical issues. 27 when he had a psychosis break. 27, he's 29 and a half, and I'm not able to help him because I don't have the funds. The treatment is $30,000 per month. That's what my husband receives from Social Security. And all that we hear is that this industry is gonna lose thousands and millions of dollars. What about the harm that is causing to our society? And we see it in the news every day. There's no solutions. There's no treatment in place, effective treatment, because there's now a dual diagnosis situation here. There's an addiction and there's a mental health issue caused by that addiction. They didn't choose that. My son never chose something like that. Even in some moments of clarity, I said, please tell me if you use other drugs. And he said, I only use weed, and I bought it, and it's safe, and all that you hear is propaganda, and we hear that everywhere. Oh, you're just propaganda. Even he believes that. Yeah. And that was the trap that he fell for. And I said, well, is there anything else? He said, no. And in moments, he said, I need to detox. I need to just don't eat. And he will not eat for days. And he will lose like 40 pounds and skinny bones just because he was trying to heal himself. He knew that there was something that was affecting him. But as soon, and I have seen this pattern over these past 2 years, as soon as he starts clearing up like 2-3 months, the addiction kicks in. And he goes somehow, because he lost everything. He had a successful career, and he lost every source of income, credit card, cash, everything. And we disabled his car to keep him safe. And the first thing that he goes find out around the corner, somehow another vape, another cookie with THC, and all the symptoms come back. And again, we help him at home. I'll take him to the sauna. I give him good food and little by little the supplements that he was so, omega-3s and fish oil and vitamin D, etc. Because he was a health good guy. And he starts recovering, and then 3 months, and that craving comes back. It's an addiction. So we have two problems. We don't have the qualified mental health treatment for this type of problem that we created with a legislation that was meant to promote a commodity for agriculture purposes.
And I know that we're calling them, Ms. Scruggs, I think you said your son was 22 at onset, and these products
That's when he
you're saying-
started using. That's not when we found out about his psychosis, but that's when he started using.
Okay, so,
He's
and these
22.
were products that were purchased in one of the stores, not something off the street?
Correct.
And then,
Yes.
so if we're talking about addiction, addiction is a real issue, and if your son is addicted to a product, do you think banning it is going to stop him from getting it?
I believe it would. He sees this product as beneficial because of the media and the insistence that it is good for anxiety, depression, every ailment under the sun. That rhetoric needs to stop. He would have never tried it, I don't think, if he had known the consequences of his actions. And I just want to stress the importance of this is not something that we just need to be concerned about with young people. This can have the same effect on people 22, 25, 27, in your 30s. There was one time when I was walking a few months ago. I have 5 dogs. I walk a lot. And I thought, what age would I be okay with them legalizing this for? And I came up with the age of 50. And then I thought about my brother who started using microdosing for his Crohn's disease, which he's basically masking symptoms of and having flare-ups and having to get on large amounts of, steroids for. That made me realize there's no real safe age for this. THC in even small amounts for many individuals. 2.5 milligrams is what they start with Marinol twice a day, and they still have in my documentation, you'll see the warnings for Marinol. It's not just a certain large amount of THC, it's not just a certain potency of THC. THC is THC, no matter synthetic, natural. It is the THC that's the problem, and it affects lots and lots of people. If you were going to do anything, I would request very robust education campaigns throughout the state of Texas. I know of several qualified individuals who do education. I've been trying to get one specific lady in our school district, and our school district, I've talked in front of them, I've emailed them 2 times. They are kind of hiding their heads in the sand, hoping that it's going to go away. Maybe legalization, maybe regulation or banning is going to take care of their problem. They have vape detectors all over the high schools. I don't have any high school students anymore, but education is key. And the lies coming from the people who use and the people who promote this need to be stopped. The industry says themselves in a recent video, hemp is cannabis, guys. Hemp is cannabis. They're so proud of the fact they got a veto, and then they just yell out that hemp is cannabis. It is. It's THC, and it's been known for over 18 decades and written about that these products, this product and the current products, can cause psychotic symptoms. That's the truth. Let's tell the truth, and let's warn people about it, and let's not promote this drug. We don't need to promote it by regulating it.
Thank you.
And I just want to add that what she said, mirror that with the education, because when my adult child had his first psychotic break, and he wanted to get back to school so desperately. Of course, as a parent, yes, go back to school. It's your sophomore year. Had I known that CIP, cannabis-induced psychosis, was something, because the doctors don't know. And only some know because they've experienced and they're seeing it more and more in the hospitals when they go in. But had I known myself, because I work in mental health too, I would have not allowed him to go back. I would have sent him to a program where he could have gotten education, and because he wasn't using it like that. It was just a sometime thing. We could have gotten it cleared up, and we wouldn't be here now 5 years later, and he's not able to go back to school. We spent thousands, like she said, going to different places, and he still wants to use sometimes. Sometimes he knows, and he's like, no, this is bad for me, but he's like, well, just an edible. Well, shoot, this edible says, whether you're chasing a micro glow or looking for a full-blown ride, I don't know what Silicaps, but that's the brand name, I guess. It's your legal getaway to an altered consciousness. So this is the advertisement for these gummies. So he even wants to do that. And like I said, if he was here, he would testify probably that he wants it to be legal still because he wants to be able to go into the stores and continue to buy it so that he can calm his brain. But then unfortunately, after the brain is calm, it stays in the system, and then they go out and he's gotten violent before, aggressive. So those are the things that happen to his body and his chemistry. So knowing that and being educated about that and teaching other parents about that, I think is really important.
And the product that you just referenced, is that in a store that you've seen?
This was just on my feed. I don't know why it came to my email. It's Cheech and Chong brand. So I don't know where.
But
you can
that's
buy
not
it.
in a store in Texas, though, is it?
I don't know. It came on my
Okay.
email. Yeah.
Okay.
It's Cheech and Chong brand. So I don't know if that's because I haven't gone in the vape stores. I've gone in when I was mad when he stole my credit card to go get some, and I went in there and fussed at the people for letting me use my credit card, but I didn't look at their product. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Members, other questions for this panel? All right, thank you so much. Chair calls Hunter Hamberlin, Zach Gauger, Ayo Mitchell, Haley Hunt. Jow Mitchell. Okay, the chair calls Dylan Hop. Is this Joe? Okay, if you will hang on, we'll get you on the next group. You go, no, you go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, Chair recognizes Hunter C. Hamberlin, Director of State Affairs, Taxpayers Protection Alliance, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Hunter Hamberlin. I'm the Director of State Affairs for the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. TPA is a nonprofit, nonpartisan taxpayer and consumer watchdog organization that seeks to educate public officials about the government's effects on the economy. I want to thank the chair and the other members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. TPA urges you all to enact tough but smart regulations on hemp-based THC products in this state. Any heavy-handed regulations or an outright ban on these products would hurt Texans, children, our veterans, and our economy. Common sense regulations for THC products with clear rules on manufacturing, labeling, and stronger protections against underage sales would keep Texans far safer than an outright ban. Smart policies can protect the public while preserving economic freedom and personal choice, values that all Texans hold dear. Enforceable measures on THC limits, independent product testing, packaging, age restrictions, and required licensing and registration should be a part of the discussion as our state looks to lead on this critical health, medical, and public safety issue. Hemp products are derived from a growing industry in our state, and hemp offers the opportunity to diversify and fuel innovation across health, textiles, and sustainable goods. The hemp industry in Texas powers around 53,000 jobs while supporting almost 8,000 retailers with an estimated economic value at around $10 billion in this state alone. We also need to be concerned about any heavy-handed regulation pushing these products to the black market. Empowering criminals and bad actors, like the drug cartels that are right next door, would only create more problems for Texas law enforcement and would endanger Texas children. Smart regulations with proper enforcement procedures are key. TPA is against an outright ban, and I want to thank you guys all for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I possibly can.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Glenn Howard. Chair recognizes Ann Gauger, testifying on behalf of.
Zach Gauger, sir.
Chair recognizes Zach Gauger, testifying on behalf of Caprock Family Farms, and yourself, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Please proceed.
My name is Zach Gauger, co-owner and operator of Caprock Family Farms from Lubbock, Texas, and I am against HB 5. I've been in agriculture in some sense my entire life, starting at the USDA working under Dr. Burrows in the sorghum research lab, to working in an agricultural equipment warehouse hauling around plows and discs, on to working with my father on our family farm to take over when he retires, and ultimately making my way into growing hemp. Agriculture is in my blood. Believe it or not, my first word was tractor. I am in charge of selling all hemp that we produce, which includes biomass, flour, and everything in between. Farmers of my generation have a bleak future when it comes to profitability. Input costs like seed and fertilizer are continuing to rise and commodity prices are falling. Hemp for extraction and for flour gives farmers a way out of this cycle. At the same time, our market has to be protected, and Texans want to feel a sense of security with what they put in their body. The only way for both of these to be true is to make sure all flour sold in Texas is grown in Texas. From my knowledge of the market, most of the flour that is sold in stores all across the state comes from outside of it. Oregon, California, Washington State, just to name a few. The only true way to track where the flour in this state comes from is to be grown here. This ensures that all flour that is sold to the public is compliant with TDA guidelines and safe to consume while also helping the Texas farmer. And I can elaborate on the agricultural panel that was had earlier when this question was brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Dylan Hopp, Director of Operations, czar, Wellness, and yourself, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Dylan Hoppy, representing Czar Wellness. I will be reading a statement from our founder, who unfortunately couldn't be here due to health reasons. Here's his testimony. My name is Assad Shalimi, and I am the co-founder of Czar Wellness, a Texas-based hemp wellness company operating 16 locations statewide. I also proudly served in the U.S. Army as a combat medic for 8 years. Czar Wellness was born out of medical necessity. After returning home, I struggled with chronic insomnia. Conventional medicine failed me. It was hemp-derived, full-spectrum products that finally brought me sleep and peace. My wife, who lives with rheumatoid arthritis, also found meaningful relief through these products. That experience drove us to help others, especially veterans who face chronic physical and mental ailments. As Our Wellness, we don't just sell products, we follow the science. We educate our clients on the endocannabinoid system, how to feed it, and how to build holistic canotherapy plans that restore balance, or what scientists call homeostasis. We've built our business on integrity from day one. All clients must be 21 and up. Every product is third-party lab tested. We use child-resistant packaging, clean professional labeling, and we refuse to sell candy mixed with cannabinoids. Over 1/3 of our clients are veterans, many of whom have turned to our products to break free from opioids and harmful pharmaceuticals. Through our Mission 22 program, we've given veterans over $5 million in direct discounts since 2020 to make canotherapy affordable for them. HB 5 would erase all of that. If lawmakers had truly studied the science, they would know that cannabinoids like CBN, CBC, and THCV are non-psychoactive and medically beneficial and should not be included in any ban. The entourage effect of multiple cannabinoids working together is what brings real healing. Lastly, I must address the harmful rhetoric that has entered this conversation. To be labeled a terrorist by our own leaders simply for how we look or where we come from is not only false, it is disgraceful. As a U.S. Army veteran who risked his life for this nation, I expect and I demand better. Words have power, and our leaders should use theirs responsibly. Thank you for your time, and please vote against HB 5.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Haley Hunt, owner of Texas Hemp Coalition, testifying on behalf of Texas Hemp Coalition and yourself, and you are against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Hello, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Haley Hunt. I'm a mom of 3 young adults, a nurse, and an executive board member of the Texas Hemp Coalition. I own and operate House of Jane, a retail hemp boutique in Dripping Springs, which I opened in 2019. Since then, we have served thousands of Texans focused on education, transparency, and high-quality products to adults 21 and up. If HB passes, not only will my business shut down, but 4 people will lose their jobs, 10 children will lose the income their families depend on. Our community will lose safe, regulative access to plant medicine that has improved so many of their lives. From day one, we have followed Texas law. We have full panel testing on every product, child-resistant packaging, and we do not market to children. Our customers are moms who are dealing with stress, veterans who need better sleep, less pain, and our senior community looking to get off heavier medications. We are a trusted source in our community, and our community will be devastated if and when we close. Earlier this year, we were audited by the state. A few items did need correction, and we fixed everyone within the time frame. That is how regulations should work: oversight, accountability, and compliance. We continue to monitor every product we meet to meet the high standards Texas has already set. I support reasonable regulation, a clear 21 and up age limit, banning synthetics, a safe distance from schools and churches, and limits on milligrams. Since 2022, my store alone has paid over $185,000 in sales tax revenue to the state of Texas. 40% of our sales are products over 20 milligrams of hemp-derived THC. That's exactly what our customers request and trust us to provide safely. If these products are banned, they won't stop using them. They'll order them online from out-of-state vendors delivered straight to their door without the quality and safety or education we provide.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. I did warn everybody that I was going to be asking a lot of questions today. So, Mr. Hamberlin, you mentioned if there was a ban to be implemented in the state, that your concern would be that it would be pushed to the black market or controlled by the cartel. My question for you is, earlier today we heard testimony from law enforcement that that's happening now with the status quo. What are your thoughts on those implications? And I heard it in the statement read by the gentleman on the panel as well. We've heard that this money could potentially be funding foreign nations who may not like us very much. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think an outright ban would potentially make those problems worse, specifically pushing it to the black market, other than just tough, stronger regulations. And then regarding some of the other claims that the law enforcement made, I mean, respectfully, there were a lot of things I disagreed with him in his testimony. He said that, or he basically said that the severity of these products is similar to that of bath salts, spice, and K2. I grew up in high school when K2, spice, and bath salts were first coming onto the scene. I have to wholly disagree with him about that. I feel like those products are in a completely different category, and I've personally seen a lot of people ruin their lives because of those products. But just more speaking towards what I said about the cartels, like I said, I just think it'll make it worse. I think there might always be a black market, even if there was a legalized market in the state. But I think if we impose an outright ban, it's going to be a black market, the likes of which we've never seen before.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, other questions? Representative Schofield.
Can you follow up on that? You said it'd be a black market unlike we've ever seen before, but this stuff was illegal till 2019. That's not Revolutionary War times. We didn't have the black market, the likes of which we'd never seen before in 2018. And the law enforcement officers said in the places where it's legal, the cartels are operating more because they can come out in the open. You can get the stuff onto the shelves, and you don't know if it's 0.3 or more. So why would it be worse if we banned it when we banned it in 2018 and it wasn't worse?
I think it's worse now because now there's a legal market for it, and people have come out and they started to use the product. I think if they banned it now, the black market would just collect or try their best to collect all those customers. I think the legal market back in 2019, I mean, it was non-existent until it became legal. But I think now, bad actors see like, oh, when the good guys leave, I can come in and I can take all their business.
And you talked about bath salts and some of those things and the problems they cause. We had testimony here from families who lost their children, had their children experience psychosis to this. One of our own legislators' daughters. What do you have to say to them? It's okay as long as you guys make a lot of money for their lives to be ruined?
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying. I think those bath salts, K2 and spices.
Well, they weren't from bath salts. They
Well,
were from
well, no,
THC.
but the point I'm making is I think those products and those chemicals were a lot worse than the chemicals that I'm sitting up here and advocating for, like very tough regulations about.
I'm willing to bet that that's not a lot of comfort to the ladies we heard from earlier.
I
Bath
understand.
salts are worse than what ruined your son's life. I mean, is that really where the road we need to go down, where we make that stuff legal and have a market for it and have these kids undergoing psychosis? And my understanding from one of our colleagues who's a doctor, who told me the literature is frightening. He says even when you stop using, the psychosis persists. Is that really, I understand y'all want to make a living, but I'm sure y'all made a living before 2019. Wouldn't it be better if y'all made a living doing something that wasn't giving people psychotic breakdowns?
Respectfully, sir, y'all, we are not paid for or funded by any of these companies that are advocating for these products. We want to give consumers a choice. I know we've talked a little bit about choice today at this public hearing, but I see your point, but I think you can make the same statement about Xanax, as the representative mentioned earlier. I think you can make the same point about alcohol, which have been, in our country, been legalized to some extent in our country for a lot longer than these products have. And like I said, I think the severity of the products like bath salts or K2 are a lot worse and have a higher percentage or a higher degree of the possibility or the potential to abuse those products than these products that I'm sitting here advocating for today.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Schaffner.
This is for Zach. Who do you sell your product to? So you cultivate your hemp, and then what?
Yes, so our biomass that we grow outside, we sell mainly to other states. We just don't have the infrastructure here and the extractors in Texas to actually sell all of the acres that we grow. Like my father said, 200 acres. And for our indoor, we sell to shops around Lubbock and Dallas, Houston, sometimes out of Texas too.
Right, so so are they creating the product that goes in the stores?
So what we
Or
do
are you
is
creating the product?
Yes, so we harvest our flower,
Right.
trim it, and then package it up and sell it in the store.
So to the stores?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions, members? All right, thank you. Appreciate all of you testifying. Chair calls Mateo Rios, Adet Rodriguez, Hunter Rodriguez, and Elizabeth Jones. And the next panel, I'll go ahead and give you a heads up so you can be ready, will be Jao Mitchell, Lucas Gilkey, Colton Luther, and Elizabeth Miller. So you are on deck. We will be calling you up in just a bit. Okay. Mateo Rios. Okay,
not here.
show her registered but not testifying. Who's next? Adet Rodriguez?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I show you testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are for House Bill 5, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Public Health Committee. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you today. I'm not here as a professional or an expert. I'm here as a family member. someone whose life has been deeply affected by something that many still believe is harmless, THC. My son, a young person full of life, potential, and big dreams, is now living with schizophrenia. It started as a terrifying psychotic episode, something none of us saw coming, and what was most heartbreaking part, it was triggered by high-potency THC. We went through several ER visits, 4 psychiatric hospitalizations, 5 treatment centers, each giving us different answers, but never a lasting solution. In Texas, there's such a lack of medical knowledge of what cannabis-induced psychosis is. We've had to go to Florida. We also went to Utah. And in March of 2024, after a suicide attempt, he finally got a genetic test that revealed that the only medication that could help him would be clozapine with his DNA. But then, by then, his prolonged psychosis had developed into full-blown schizophrenia. Today, he not only lives with this, but also major side effects from the medication, which is weight gain, hypertension, depression, medicated induced liver disease, and prediabetes. I want to be very clear, I'm not here to judge anyone's choices. I know many people use it and never experience anything like this, but I also know what I've witnessed. I know what it's like to watch someone you love change in ways you never thought possible. I've seen the damage it can do to a young brain, especially when the brain is still developing. Before this happened, I truly didn't know THC could cause something like this. I'm welcome to take any questions. I hope that someone else might pause and ask questions and make a different decision before it's too late. This is not just about cannabis. It's about mental health. It's about protecting families. It's about making sure young people don't pay the price for something they didn't fully understand. So please, I urge you to prioritize people over profit. Look closely. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Hunter Rodriguez, testifying on behalf of self, and you're for House Bill 5, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
One second. Hello, my name is Hunter Rodriguez, and I'm here today to share my personal experience with THC and why I strongly support a full ban on products like synthetic THC, such as Delta-8 and Delta-9 here in Texas. Before THC, I was mentally stable, motivated, and a clear path forward. I wasn't struggling with my mental health. At 19 years old, I started using THC. It was shockingly easy to get. I wasn't buying it off the streets. I was going to legal businesses, gas stations, and vape shops. No real warning, and honestly, no reason to believe it was anything dangerous. It was just marketed as a harmless, just a chill, legal way to relax. That couldn't have been further from the truth. At first, I didn't notice anything major, but slowly things changed. I became paranoid. I started hearing voices that weren't real. I was convinced people were watching me. I would check my vents for hidden cameras. I was afraid to go outside. I felt like I was losing control of my own mind. Eventually, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't function. I fell in a dark depression. I became suicidal. I had been hospitalized more than once, needed psychiatric treatment. Even now, years later, I still take medicine to manage the long-term effects that THC had on my brain. THC was my gateway to pharmaceutical medicines. I'm standing here today because I don't want this to happen to other people, especially young people who've been being targeted by these products. Delta-8 and Delta-9 is just not weed. They're high-potency, lab-made drugs that are doing real damage to real lives. Most of the time, vape stores and gas stations don't even check your ID, so anyone, especially youth, can receive these dangerous and harmful products. That's why I'm asking Governor Abbott and the Texas legislators to take this seriously and support a full ban. While some may argue it's a matter of personal choice, the truth is the real choice doesn't exist when the risks are hidden. The marketing is misleading, and the product has the power to trigger full-blown psychosis. I want to thank everyone here today who is working towards banning THC. Your work matters. You're helping protect the next young person from going through what I did. And you're giving people just like me the strength to speak up, heal, and make a difference. Lastly, I just want to note my cousin took Delta-9, and he's fully disabled. He can't speak English anymore. And my uncle and aunt, his parents, have to take care of him 24/7 now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Elizabeth Jones, testifying on behalf of Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth and yourself, and you're for House Bill 5, is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 5.
I'm Elizabeth Jones. I'm Director of Policy and Strategy at Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth, and I'm also the wife of a 16-year United States Air Force veteran. Research shows that when you increase access to a product, youth use also increases. The Texas Hemp Bill created access to cannabis-derived products with no limitations on the products themselves or their marketing strategies. The industry uses cartoon characters and candy flavors to market these products in convenience stores, vending machines, malls, and gas stations all across Texas. This is frustrating because we know early cannabis use leads to long-term consequences like the ones you've been hearing about all day today. These products also contribute to impaired driving. Alcohol remains the leading cause of fatal crashes, but alcohol combined with cannabis is the second leading cause of fatal crashes. Young drivers are particularly at risk, with 26% of crash deaths among 25 and younger involving both alcohol and cannabis. Regulation would not address the roots of the harm, which are the intoxicating cannabinoids themselves, as well as an industry that persistently undermines every attempt to protect our communities. Now is the time to put our kids ahead of businesses that profit at the expense of public safety. I urge you to ban intoxicating cannabis products and implement a strong framework for enforcement to keep our children safe.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
I think you testified, and maybe both of you testified, that the first THC used was high-potency THC, that was what caused the problem.
It was a
So-
dab pen.
I'm sorry?
A dab pen is what they call
Okay,
it.
Okay. So, again, I'm looking to be educated here.
Okay.
I've been told that all of the stories, basically, of these psychotic behaviors come from high potency and not the lower amounts of THC that are currently being found in drinks and gummies that are legal on the shelves. Please respond to that.
So this was a THC you could buy at the vape shops, and you can buy them at the gas station. They sell them everywhere, so it's not anything that was illegal. Or how do you know how much high potency is in it or how much THC is in it? It's just like, I guess, if you're drinking a shot of vodka versus a whole bottle, how do they gauge it? How are they supposed to know? How are we as parents? I didn't even know what it was when he had his first psychotic break. I didn't know what was happening with him. I took him to a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist thought maybe it was me that needed help because he didn't understand what I was talking about. We've gone, and we're leaving next week, and we're going to Johns Hopkins University. I mean, we're still struggling with this. We're still fighting. We're still looking for answers, and it's just, there's got to be a program where the physicians here will have to do like continuing education so that they know what cannabis-induced psychosis is, because we've been through a lot of psychiatrists who were just not comfortable enough to treat that because it's so new. It's so new since this hemp bill that they really don't know how to treat it. And if it's not treated properly, it can develop into schizophrenia. So if you don't treat it right away with the antipsychotic, is what we're told, after 6 months, it turns into full-blown schizophrenia.
Okay. So what would be your response to someone who says, well, we can regulate it and regulate out the high potency and allow the lower potencies to still be available? What would be your response to that?
I don't, my response would be a full ban, not, just don't do it, don't touch it, because, it affects some people, it doesn't affect others. I don't know how I would respond to that. I would just say, don't touch it, don't do it.
Okay.
That's, a full ban is what I would call for.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I have one of my friends in high school. This was before like synthetic THC was a thing. He would usually invite me to go smoke with him like right before high school, like in the morning. You know, I didn't think about it at the time, but like he was just doing regular THC, not synthetic, and I would see his mood change. He would hear things. He would tell me things that like, bro, do you see that demon across the street? I'm like, what demon? I don't know what you're talking about. So even though he didn't take the high potency THC, I think even low potent THC could affect people, and because everyone's different, everyone has different types of sensibilities. So honestly, I don't feel comfortable for people to take any THC because it's dangerous. It's been dangerous, you know. So.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Members, any other questions for this panel? All right, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Joe Mitchell, Lucas Gilkey, Colton Luther, and Elizabeth Miller. Okay, and I know I'm mispronouncing your first name.
No worries, happens all the time.
I understand. Joao.
Joao. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You did it a lot better than Representative King did, so thank you.
All right. Chair recognizes Joao Mitchell, testifying on behalf of the Texas Cannabis Policy Center and yourself, and you are testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Van Dever and members of the committee. My name is Joao Mitchell, and I'm a legislative analyst with the Texas Cannabis Policy Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in opposition to HB 5, which seeks to prohibit and criminalize the possession of products that are federally legal and responsibly used by adults across Texas. This bill ignores clear guidelines put forward by Governor Abbott when he vetoed a similar bill just a few months ago. In his veto proclamation, he said, "Texans can and should reasonably regulate consumable hemp products to protect public health and safety without eliminating consumer access." HB 5 clearly ignores that guidance and doubles down on the failed prohibitionist policies of the past, which cause harm and waste public resources. Multiple statewide polls have found that Texans overwhelmingly agree with the governor's call for regulation over prohibition. Each of these polls have shown that the vast majority of Republicans, Democrats, and independents want reasonable rules, not criminal penalties. HB 5 would create new criminal offenses, leading to the arrest of tens of thousands of Texans annually. Due to the fact that these would be criminal drug offenses, the charges carry lifelong collateral consequences, hindering access to employment, housing, and educational opportunities. Criminal records derail lives, resulting in an immeasurable human cost. We at the Texas Cannabis Policy Center agree that gaps in the current regulatory infrastructure must be addressed. But the problem is mainly not the hemp industry, it's the lack of regulatory enforcement. Through public information requests, we have received documents from DISHES showing that the agency has only spent about 30% of the funding it collects through licensing and registration fees. Without proper oversight, bad actors are going to slip through the cracks. Accountability is critical, and it should come through administrative enforcement, including fines, license revocation, and product recalls, not criminalization. Lawmakers should give DISHES a clear mandate, step up regulatory enforcement and oversight. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Lucas Gilkey, testifying on behalf of Hometown Hero and yourself, and you are against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, proceed.
Chairman, committee members, thank you for your time. My name is Lucas Gilkey. I am the CEO of Hometown Hero, a proud father and veteran of a U.S. Coast Guard counter-narcotics unit. I'm also currently the CEO of Hometown Hero, the plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Texas regarding hemp that has been ongoing since 2021. My Texas consumable hemp license number is 363. We are here again discussing a ban despite Governor Abbott's desire that the legislature find an appropriate way of adding the few missing regulations to the already existing ones. The hemp industry is regulated in Texas by DSHS, who receives millions of dollars per year in license fees. 4 different statewide polls show that Texans, including Republicans, do not support prohibition, and yet a couple of legislators continue working against the will of the people while they accept large amount of money from the alcohol industry and work closely with lobbyists who represent the Texas Compassionate Use Program companies participating in the state-sanctioned monopoly. The products being sold in the Texas Compassionate Use Program are identical in most cases to what is being sold legally in the hemp industry, especially now that they have appropriated specific products from the hemp industry to save their bad investments and protect out-of-state venture capitalists to the detriment of hardworking Texans who have broken no laws and hurt no one over the last 6 years. Governor Abbott's mandate was simple: add in the missing pieces and allow Texas to be able to claim it is still the most business-friendly state in the USA. Rather than respond to Governor Abbott's call, this committee is contemplating a ban that would erase $10 billion of economic impact in the state and $4.3 billion in retail sales that brings in $268 million of state sales tax annually. I hope this committee considers everything and everyone at stake before making any decisions, that they comply with the will of the people who elected them and show concern for their constituents faced with bankruptcy, debt, and unemployment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Colton Luther, testifying on behalf of Texas Green Craft LLC and yourself, and you are against House Bill 5, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
Colton Luther, I'm a sixth-generation Texan. I'm an entrepreneur in both the agriculture and consumable hemp side of this industry. On the agriculture side, I've got to see what the plant can do for the world through agriculture, through cultivating the plant, both for biomass and for fiber. On the consumable hemp side, we see the good that this plant and these consumable products do for Texans, everyday Texans, veterans, blue-collar workers, and everyone in between. The money that everyone likes to say we make in this industry, that $8 billion, is not from us pushing things down people's throat as much as it proves how much people depend on the products that we make. And we so terribly want to continue to serve those Texans from all walks of life on the consumable side. HB 5 as written makes that impossible to do. You've heard the intense and extreme emotional weight that this issue carries. As a producer and a consumable hemp manufacturer, I carry that weight too, the responsibility of not only providing a good product that people enjoy and can use for their benefit, but of course, getting away from the dangers or the potential misuses of those products. So we only use organic, natural cannabinoids, and we take extra pride and care in protecting our Texans. We take that very serious. The bad actors are not doing that. And if we didn't want sensible regulation, we wouldn't be showing up here. It's logical for us to want regulation and for any ban bills to fail. But we don't want that. We want something that works for all of us. That's the consumer, the manufacturer, and the grower in the farm. And I don't think that HB 5 is that solution, but I think we're getting a lot closer based on the information we've heard today. And I really appreciate all the time that you've given each one of these panels. I know it's a lot of information. I didn't want to repeat a lot. So again, thank you for hearing us out.
Absolutely. Thank you for testifying. Chair recognizes Elizabeth Miller, testifying on behalf of self, and you are against House Bill 5, is that correct?
I am. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Miller. I am opposed to this bill. I also happen to be the policy director for the Republican Liberty Caucus, but I want to speak to this personally. Some of you I didn't spend as much time in public health this session as I would have liked to. Some of your colleagues had to see me a lot in elections and whatnot. But it's nice to appear in front of you. I wish I could have spent more time. I want to speak to this personally because although I do a lot up here now, I came to this building because of cannabis activism. I have a genetic hereditary connective tissue disease called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I'm going to have a bill for you next session on that, by the way. And it's known for its pain and a lot of other issues, GI issues, neurological issues. So I use cannabis for pain, for appetite, for seizures, and I would not be before you without it. I might not be alive without it. The reason I felt compelled by my circumstances, by the above perhaps, to be here and work on this issue is because I can't use flour or edibles don't work for me. I have to vaporize. So I must commit a felony every day in order to appear before you. And I've been coming up here and saying that under oath for years, that's the only reason I'm able to be here. I'm forced to do that. And every 2 years I come back and tell y'all how many thousands of Texans have been arrested, many of them children. I appreciate you pointing that out. Not the dealers, many of them are young people trying to kick off their lives. Many thousands of them are arrested each time, and each time I come back. So I'm asking, I know this is a difficult area. You have more education. Frankly, I don't mean that disrespectfully. It's a hard area. Until you know the difference between colloquially CBD or the cannabinoid CBD, you have no business voting for this, respectfully. And so on behalf of RLC, I ask you to give me some time to explain more of this to you and discuss how we could have a good policy, because this is just not enough time. And please read their very, very thoughtful comments on why HB 5 is an incredibly bad idea.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions for this panel? Representative Schaffner.
Thank you. Read whose comments on why it's bad?
Republican Liberty Caucus, some of the members, including, I believe, the chair of the party, and I did some other things that I didn't say here, posted some comments and thoughts on the bill. And we just respectfully ask that you give us an appointment to discuss those concerns. It's going to be bad for Texas as a business. Our business reputation will be trashed. I was at a pool party this weekend with a whole bunch of people who made a whole bunch of money making stuff in this state. Isn't that cool? And they had no idea, and they were appalled. And actually had one said, well, I won't be moving the next thing here. And every one of them, when I told them, sorry about your vapes, they said, oh, I'll just start smoking again. So people are gonna still do it. We can regulate this and improve. All the harms you heard of, all of them, today in every hearing, talk about the fake stuff. This makes the real thing criminal and pushes us towards more fake stuff. Not only will you not hear more of those stories, you will hear more of them. My father treated substance abuse disorder for many, many decades. The earlier mother you heard from is accurate. The cannabis use psychosis wasn't a thing until prohibition, and then we created all the fake stuff. That will have higher doses, even higher in a ban. You'll have higher doses directed at kids with the labels, no age gate, no nothing. You'll see more of those harms. I promise you. I really believe that. Which is why people are home praying right now that you guys will listen to this and not do this. Conservatives are praying.
Any other questions? Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, this is what I've been trying to draw out all day. I've spent several years in mental health and substance abuse clinics, and it's not going away. So we've got to figure out what to do here. I mean, it's not an option to just ignore it. I've heard testimony of people saying, well, if we don't get a ban, we want the status quo. The status quo is not acceptable to me, personally. Just as a person, as a mom, as someone who's in charge of helping guide public health for Texas, it's clear the status quo is failing our children, it's failing our parents, it's failing legitimate businesses. So I want to ask some questions to those of you who are in business. I understand how it will impact you financially, but what I've been hearing a lot of when it comes to the psychosis, I've been trying to flesh this out. Unfortunately, we haven't had a medical panel yet, so I've been holding on to some of those questions. But it sounds to me like we are talking about illegal substances that are being sold at some of these shops. Is that what you've heard? I want to know what you guys in the industry are hearing about the complaints of THC psychosis and all of these other issues.
Representative Pearson, what you're hearing about is typically, especially in the streets of Austin, right? We have a large homeless population who deals with a lot of illicit drugs. What they are using are products that have been illegal for more than synthetic products. These are products that are not plant-derived. They're not taken from anything that anybody's grown in Texas. There's nothing to do with that. These are created in a lab or a bathtub somewhere and have nothing to do with the products that we are selling in the stores. If they were selling synthetic products in the stores, there would be people in jail, massive amounts of people, regardless of what these officers say. And if they aren't arresting people for having synthetic products in the store, why the hell not? So that's a huge question. I heard you ask that earlier, right? Why are people not in jail? If these are illegal synthetic products, why are we not putting people in jail? But I can tell you right now, living in Austin and dealing with the homeless crisis here and all these people that use these illicit drugs, they're using synthetic products, K2 and Spice. These are products that have been illegal for a long time. The city of Austin, for whatever reason, decides not to enforce any laws on that. That's their own issue. But right now, we're talking about plant-derived hemp products. And these are not products, in my experience, we probably have 500,000 customers in Texas. I have yet to hear one of them complain about one of our products causing psychosis. And I heard one of the experts up here early, and it sounded like he was eliciting that essentially that comes from pre-existing conditions, right? So if people are experiencing psychosis and already have pre-existing conditions, then I don't know what the medical causation could be, because they already have pre-existing conditions. But everything that I'm hearing sounds like a synthetic product. We see this in Austin all the time. I know you guys see this here when you're here in Austin. These people that are strung out on the streets, they aren't buying this stuff in the stores, despite what you've heard today. I assure you, these products are not being bought in the stores. They're being bought on the streets. They're synthetic, K2 and Spice, and they've been illegal in Texas for over a decade.
And I think that's where I get stuck in all this, because these products are illegal. And, even if we move forward with the ban, the House passed the ban last session, I don't know where we go from there. Do we make it worse by passing a ban, in your opinion?
Yes. You're literally handing an $8 billion industry over to the cartels. What do you think they're going to do with it? It's going to be a nightmare. The police sat up here and said they can't enforce this already the way it is. So we're going to now take products that are legally required to be tested and come from licensed manufacturers in Texas. Every product that's sold in a store is tested, has lab results. And we're going to take all these products that are being tested and being vetted and pure of fentanyl and any other garbage that's going to come from products that come across the border, and we're now going to shift that into a completely black market that is now consisting of fentanyl, who knows what else they're putting in these products that are going to be coming across the border. I think it's ridiculous not to assume that the cartels are not going to move into this space and take this over when Texas goes to make these products illegal. It's crazy to think that they're just going to sit there and watch and be like, oh, that's nice they did that. We aren't going to move in and take this $8 billion industry. I would argue right now the cartels, this is the most harm the cartels have had in decades by making these products legal in Texas and putting them in stores, because we're now buying from Texas manufacturers and Texas growers and not buying stuff that's coming across the border through the cartels. I guarantee you the revenues are down because of this.
And law enforcement made a good point, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. They said if we ban it, then they can just test it, yes, no, end of story, and then that person...
What about the products in the TCUP program? Right?
Well, I mean, this is why we're having this discussion. We have to figure this out.
So that doesn't make any sense at all to me. And this has been brought up multiple times today. DSHS receives about $1.6 million per year from the state licenses, right? There's about 8,500 licenses. They get about $1.6 million per year. The information has been made public through an information request to the state that only about 30% of those funds are actually being used in the program. The rest of that money is going back to the state general fund. Why? So then there's a complaint of they don't have the resources to do enforcement, but they aren't even using the friggin' money. So what's the deal here? Like, are we being serious about this, or is this a joke? And I don't mean that for you guys. I mean just in general within the state. Like, if we're going to be serious about this, give them the resources to actually do enforcement. Right? Like, they have the resources to do it. And if we need to raise the license fees, we can raise the license fees. License fees are cheap. We're talking like $250 per license per year. That's dirt cheap. I mean, I don't think anybody in this industry would have a problem if we 4X that, right? And multiply that. I mean, 4 times 1.6 million, we're getting up to $6 million a year. If they can't do enforcement on $6 million a year, which is a very reasonable increase in license fees, I don't understand where the issue would be. So I think there's a lot of very simple solutions that could be done within this industry. We've been pushing for an age gate since 2021 and have never had the opportunity to pass it, and there's been constant fight back on it within the political side for a variety of reasons, which you guys can sort of have those discussions behind closed doors. I don't want to speak out of turn, but we have been pushing for an age gate since 2021, and we have been denied every single session. That's a very simple solution to a lot of the things that are being brought up today, is let's make these products 21 and up. That's very simple. Let's increase the licensing fees, give DSHS the actual resources they need to do enforcement, and stop ripping all the money out of their program and putting it back in the state general fund to where they actually have the money to do the enforcement. I think I heard something the other day that they were up to like 4 to 6 agents for 8,500 licenses, and they said it would take a decade to do all the inspections. That's crazy. Let's give them the resources to actually hire the agents they need. The testing is already required. We do full panel testing on every single product. We spend probably about $100,000 a year on full panel testing. It is insanely expensive. We test for microbials, heavy metals, pesticides, harmful constituents. Every possible thing that you can test for on the cannabis side, we test for, and we publish those results on every product that we sell with a QR code. Every single product that a consumer buys from us, and this is not just us, almost every company in the state does this. We have some issues with out-of-state companies, which I think need to be addressed and can be addressed simply by forcing more of the businesses to operate within Texas. Also, that helps Texas and brings more jobs. This industry created 53,000 jobs in Texas. Let's double it. If you start taking and forcing these companies to operate in Texas, one, it's easier to regulate, and two, you're going to put more money and more jobs back in the Texas economy. This is a time period where I think this is very, very important in how this committee acts and what you guys do. And this is literally creating the future of Texas. And I plead you guys to really take this seriously and understand that whether or not everybody likes it or not, the sort of cat is out of the bag with this. And the ideal scenario is if in 2021, where the politicians were not happy with this, that should have been handled back then. This industry is now massive. I'm disappointed that it's been let to go this far and not addressed, because realistically, if there are political sides of this that didn't want this industry, it should have been handled in 2021. Why was it not made illegal then? Why was it not shut back down? And here we are in 2025, 53,000 jobs. Many people have their entire livelihoods tied up in this industry because it's been allowed to be legal. It's been legal for 6 years now. You can't blame these people for wanting to be a part of this industry and actually putting their life resources into it when it's been given to them as a legal product. And so now to sit in this and hear, both sides really looking at, the legality of this and trying to shut down the industry, I just think a full ban at this point doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And for the variety of reasons that we discussed, but you're literally going to create a massive market for the cartel that is going to cause the largest influx of fentanyl into Texas that you've probably ever seen. And I'm tired of seeing the billboards on the freeways from all the fentanyl deaths. I'm tired of it. And it has nothing to do with these products. All we're going to do is enable the cartels to do more of that. And it kills my soul to think of that.
And then, so what do you have to say then to the families, to the parents who feel like this industry has destroyed their lives?
I hate to say it, but I believe in most cases there are predisposed mental conditions that may, whether they're worsened by hemp products or THC products or marijuana products, which they're all the same thing, by the way. They all come from the same plant, which I think really gets lost in a lot of these discussions. Hemp and marijuana are both cannabis, and they both come from the same plant. The government regulates it as cannabis sativa L. The L is a long Latin word, but it's the same plant. It's exactly the same thing. The products being sold in the Texas Compassionate Use Program and the hemp program are exactly the same in almost every way.
Thank you. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, actually, this guy's hard to follow, right? I did want to add a few things, especially on resources for enforcement. We are regulated. Honestly, there is a structure to it. The enforcement's what's lacking, and I'll bring up an example. We are showing up here, putting our name and our business name and everything out there into the public. We're opening ourselves up to more attention inevitably. We know this, and it's been proven because ever since companies have started to come up here, there's been increased visits, there's been increased inspections and enforcement, and we continue to pass with flying colors, and we continue to show up here. And if we have 8 enforcement agents for the manufacturers, which also regulate the retails, by the way, 8 people for the entire state. If we had 16, would that break the bank, and would double enforcement be something that we're not willing to do? It doesn't have to be something crazy like tens of thousands of enforcement agents coming around, chasing every complaint. There are people out there, obviously, that are coming to the table. We're putting our neck out for even increased exposure. And we continue to, again, meet all the regulations, all the guidelines, all the standards, all the testing procedures. So I think the idea that we're not regulated or that you can't get it under control is just not true.
Thank you. Go ahead.
May I address the psychosis especially? I'm just a caveman lawyer. I'm not a doctor, but something you'll notice, having grown up around the head shrinkers, they taught me this. The conditions where psychosis is a symptom, the mental illness, tend to show up in late teens and early 20s. And you will find a lot of these stories coincide and show up in that age range when that tends to show up. You'll have, not to say that the cannabis use isn't a trigger or a breakup or sexual assault and any number of things. substance use, but that's what you will see. And a lot of times you'll see these kids beginning to struggle, and then there's some self-medication, and I'm not saying that's successful, but I challenge you to look around and find some where the cannabis use disorder shows up in little old ladies and stuff, that it's that age range that you'll see it again and again.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. There's a trend there, which is why I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. Very familiar with late onset schizophrenia, which could be also drug induced earlier, but I'm looking for patterns here. So thank you for that.
Representative Cunningham?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Gilley, you pretty much started answering some of the questions that I had because I'm reading your statement here.
Yes, sir.
And you kind of outlined that the products sold in the compassionate use program is identical to what's being sold legally, and I guess that would be your products.
Yes, sir.
And so I guess the difference to me, and maybe you can help me, from the compassionate use, that program is more in a controlled environment.
I believe that is a myth that we're led to believe.
Okay,
Most of the
that's what I'm saying.
doctors-
That's what I'm saying. Just correct me now.
Yes, sir.
Because
My understanding, and we've tried to get the information on any kind of training that the doctors have had in that program, and my understanding is those doctors have little to no training whatsoever on prescribing marijuana within that program.
Okay. So, but on the other hand, though, you're telling me you're constantly having testing that's being done.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have internal testing and we have third-party testing done as well. We spend over $100,000 a year on full panel testing.
Okay. So even though the compassionate use probably has no testing and they're just measuring out dosages or whatever.
They are, the companies within the compassionate use program are responsible for their own testing. They report to themselves. If there's an adverse issue on one of their products, they literally report it to themselves.
Okay. One of the other things that you mentioned also too is that you've been trying for some time, and it appears that I'll put myself in there, have been kind of ignoring you, that you've been trying to get an age limit of 21.
Yes, sir.
Now, with that age limit, are we trying to say that these products, there are some concerns with them, with certain ages?
No, sir. It's more
You say
so.
yes
It's
and you
more
say
so
no.
just a formality.
So
So
it's a
right
formality.
now, like the lieutenant governor went into a store right near our office,
Uh-huh.
tried to buy product, and they ID'd him. He was trying to prove that they weren't IDing, and they did ID him.
Gotcha.
I do not believe that children have access to these products right now the way the industry is set up. I believe everybody's doing child-proof packaging already. We're IDing. We're doing the things that we need to. But in terms of a legality issue and legislatively, there is no 1325. HB 1325 was not passed with an age limit. So we are trying to be proactive as an industry to do the right thing and go put that into place.
Yes, ma'am. I'll let it go this time.
We've had bills that would have done that had the votes, and I won't drop names, I don't have to, certain powers.
You already
have-
did when you said we had bills, so.
Yeah, right. But I mean, they were taken, that had the votes to get this regulation we're talking about done in earlier sessions.
Right.
And because of things, people decided to make a strategic play of, well, let's just wait and see if we can get the ban rather than regulating. And I, like you, find that abhorrent, respectfully, because we can regulate, minimize the harm, and then they can keep trying to get their ban if they must. But there's no reason for us to continue this harm.
Okay. Well, and back to you, sir. So if I quite understand, try to understand you right, the key in moving forward is not to do a total ban that basically wipes out not only an economy and jobs and things of this nature, but is to put in place, I would probably say, in my own words, regulations that would, well, let me put it this way. Can regulations include banning some materials or substance or
Yeah,
products?
I believe the industry would be open to having discussions about that. If there are certain cannabinoids that the legislature is not wanting to exist within Texas, there can be a conversation about that. But just to be clear, synthetic products are already illegal. These wouldn't be synthetic.
Right,
These would be
right.
plant-derived.
Right.
But I believe the industry would be open to having a conversation and trying to find a happy medium.
Right. And so just to get sure, because I'm looking at something that one of the mothers sent me in, and you're on one of these pages here.
I'm usually him.
That's good. You're not producing synthetic products.
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Frank.
Yeah, just a quick question. I think one of the questions is really, can we intelligently regulate it? I think when you listen to the law enforcement, the real question is, can you intelligently regulate it? Do you have the ability to do that with testing, that kind of stuff? The one thing I was just going to maybe push back on a little bit, because you said, you know, all this growth has been based on legal, right? Like, we made it legal and now we're making it illegal. Well, from what I can tell, the vast majority of the growth has actually been because people are selling stuff that is not legal, that it is actually impacting people, it is getting them high, because the stuff that has been legal has been the less than 0.3, right?
Correct.
And that is very hard to take enough. You can, but it's very hard to take enough to actually.
That's completely incorrect.
Completely false.
Okay, so everybody else is wrong.
Yes, that's completely incorrect.
Completely
So it's 0.3% on a dry weight basis delta 9 THC, specifically delta 9 THC, which is the single cannabinoid. Like, if you go buy a product in Colorado or California or Oklahoma or any of these states, that's typically what the cannabinoid is that's going to get you high. There are other cannabinoids that have psychoactive effects. Delta 9 is the most prominent. That is the one that is highly recognized as, you know, if it's getting you high from cannabis, it's typically referred to as Delta 9. 0.3% on a dry weight basis goes by the weight. So if you have a 6-gram gummy, for example, you can have up to 18 milligrams of Delta 9 THC in that 6-gram gummy. Now, this scales with weight. And I think this is something that gets lost in sort of understanding this. That Delta 9 amount scales with the weight of the product. So you can't really say anything less than 0.3% is not going to get you high, anything higher will, because you could have a 1-gram gummy that has a substantially less amount of THC than a 6-gram gummy, and one will get you high and one may not. Does that make sense?
No, but yeah, I'm sure it does to you.
I apologize. We've been doing this for a long time.
I mean, part of it, I've tried to do research online and everything, and pretty consistently, it's like the 0.3. And I will say it does appear like when people put those in place, and certainly when the legislation was passed here, it was more agriculture, and the intent was, hey, this is not an intent, doesn't matter, right? Like, what gets written matters. But the intent was, hey, this is for agriculture use. We're trying to make sure not to punish agriculture, but it was put low to try to get where it wasn't impacting people as much. Would you agree that that was likely the reason that it was put in place?
The documents I've seen
At a
around
very
HB
low level?
1325, the politicians knew that THC was present in hemp.
Of course.
I don't know if it was fully understood the amount, but if you go back to the federal farm bill, where all this came from, because Texas copied the federal farm bill, I think it's been made pretty clear over the years that their intent was to legalize hemp and everything of it, not just from an industrial agricultural standpoint, but to actually create a thriving industry. And so if Texas copied that, I would argue then I don't think it was just for the agriculture side if it was copied from the farm bill, which it was.
So it was a threat. So it was basically as much, because it just seems to me like the industry has grown based on how badly it could either, in some cases, say it's less than 3 and then produce whatever, and then obviously, you know, you would acknowledge there is a lot of stuff sold under incorrect labeling.
No, I actually disagree with that. So
all the law enforcement going in and doing that, they're just lying to us, or what?
A lot of times
8,000 different stores.
A lot of times they don't understand what they're saying, and I don't mean to be rude. I have a love for law enforcement. I think they're wonderful people, but they are not experts, and I trust what the chemists say more than what the law enforcement gentlemen say, because there are some very fine caveats in this and how words are used. It got brought up today multiple times with synthetic and synthesis. There are words that are being misused in this and misconstrued that confuse a lot of people and make us all trying to figure out what the hell is going on with this. And it's not that complicated. And I believe, I tend to trust the chemists more than the law enforcement people, the people that are actually doing the testing and looking at the products and trying to understand this. Those gentlemen and the people that I heard today that were the chemists made the most sense to me.
Okay. Well, and I think that law enforcement is using chemists and getting this
They're
information.
saying different things in a lot of cases, though.
Okay. I think this may go back to the, I find when people can't see the other side of the issue, and that seems to be where you are on this, but that's fine.
May I add a point, Representative Frank? Just about the percentages and whatnot. I think part of what confuses people so much about this is that they're equating alcohol percentages to cannabis percentages, whereas we need to be looking at cannabis more so like the way that we dose, I don't know, Tylenol, right? We're not looking at like what percentage that Tylenol is ibuprofen. We're looking at the 200 milligrams of Tylenol like per dosage. And so I think that's probably a misunderstanding, which has caused a failure within the policy. That at the end of the day, cannabis acts more like something that's dosed by milligram more so than it is like dosed by percentage, if that makes sense.
No, sorry, that does make sense. So what gets you high with the 0.3? How many milligrams?
So it is arbitrary. So with that 0.3, you can go anywhere from like you can have a super giant Advil, right, and that's going to have a million milligrams of ibuprofen, or you can have like that tiny Advil, which is only going to have 200 milligrams of ibuprofen, regardless of it, because there'll be the same concentration of ibuprofen in both those giant and tiny tablets, right? But at the end of the day, that giant tablet is going to kill you, and that tiny tablet won't.
So how would you tell somebody how potent the THC is? You're saying
based
this
on
doesn't
based
make
on the
sense.
milligram, based on the milligrams that are in the package. So let's say a gummy has 50 milligrams. I would say that the product should be regulated based on the amount of milligrams in that package, not on the percentage.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Representative Schaffner.
So what's the milligram would you suggest?
So, I mean, there's different guidelines done by different, doctors and researchers. But, I mean, as someone mentioned earlier, a lot of the starting doses on the TCUP program are probably around 5 milligrams to 10 milligrams. But, that kind of depends on the condition and the weight of the person, how large their brain is, et cetera, et cetera. Someone can try 5 milligrams for the first time and get super high. Someone can try 100 milligrams for the first time and not feel anything. So it's really dependent on the person's biochemistry and their weight and other factors.
Okay, I had another question. Now, with the Teacup program, where are they getting their product?
They grow their own product. They grow their own flower. Yeah.
In their own fields, in their own whatever. But you're saying that the doctors don't know what they're doing with the
so they were supposed to be producing their own flower. There's lawsuits going on alleging that they might be getting out-of-state flower legally. But yes, I mean, by law, they are supposed to be producing their own flower and extracting it themselves and producing their own products.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I heard your exchange with Representative Frank, and I'm tracking now because honestly, I've learned way more about this than I ever wanted to. But I think I have a better understanding now because the confusion is the 0.3%. It's all 0.3%. It's just in dosages of milligrams. So the percentage stays the same. It's just the weight that is determining the dosage. And Ms. Hayes left us a nice chart about what other states are doing, and they're actually capping dosages, not percentages per se. Is that accurate? She's shaking her head. Thank you. And that's something we have not discussed yet at this point. So thank you for reminding me to bring this up. And you said teacup is 5 milligrams to what? I think it goes to 5 to 10. Is that what it is?
Starting off, yeah, depending on the condition, that's completely up to the doctor's discretion. Right now, I believe we're capped at 1%, which kind of gives the doctor discretion. There is, with the new teacup expansion going in September 1st, that will be changed to a 10 milligram cap, where the doctor can kind of decide how many 10 milligram caps you get, if that makes sense. It's still kind of wonky in terms of the policy. It's really confusing. But yeah, I guess, so to go back, yeah, I mean, some people need 5 milligrams for anxiety and some people need 100 milligrams for PTSD. It really depends on the condition and their biochemistry.
And so it made a lot more sense after hearing this discussion when we have the Deputy Commissioner of Dishes, because I asked the question, well, if all of these complaints are coming in about these dosages, why are we not arresting people? And he said, because they're legal.
Yeah.
And they're legal because of the 0.3%.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm getting this now. So when we see something that's, if you have a product that's 25 milligrams, it's still 0.3%, it's just 25 milligrams.
Yes, ma'am.
So would you be open to a cap on milligrams?
We've actually had discussions about that in the past, but it didn't go anywhere. But yeah, I'm very open as an industry. I believe that we're all open to having any kind of compromise discussions to make this work and not end up at a full ban.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
I'm going to make a point too on the milligram versus the percentage, that it it is an option. I think, again, that's just something that is arbitrary for the individual. So 5 milligrams for me might be a high dose, but 25 milligrams for him might be nothing. And there's ways to get around that. So I just have to go buy more, eat more. I think that is focusing on capping the amount in a package is a distraction from regulating what's in it, how it's made, where it's sold. So I think that's kind of something that other markets have failed with, because it's not so much, it's not really related to, oh, I only had 3 milligrams, so I'm okay. It's just like I can have one beer and be okay, or not. I mean, it depends on my chemistry. It's the same thing in liquor stores. You know, there's different dosages and levels of potency, and consumers can read the package and see if it's from an honest, legitimate company. They can see exactly what's in it, how much is in there, and what the serving size is. I have a product where the serving size is one piece of a larger piece, but we're very clear about that. And that's based on person to person. If you're not being careful about what you put in your body, when you put it in your body, how it's made, and doing some research, I do that with my food. I do, right? So I'm making those decisions as a consumer. So the milligram and the percentage is kind of a distraction. The percentage comes from agriculture. Again, I'm a farmer, because we needed a threshold of what signifies this being a legal, federally legal hemp crop versus a federally illegal marijuana crop.
Right.
Federally illegal marijuana can get up to 1, 5, 10+%. Ours has to always remain below that 0.3. It's just that potency threshold that I think is important, but making it a milligram or throwing some arbitrary number that we choose is not the real solution. It's how it's made, where it's made, how it's sold, where it's sold, who it's sold to. All of those issues are things that I think this legislature can get a handle on without having to dive into the minutia and chemistry as much as what has maybe been already presented today.
The alcohol industry has made the percentages work. I don't believe they have serving sizes, and they also don't use milligrams or grams of ethanol in terms of the dosing. So they have made that work, and I believe they've sort of set the standard with that, and that's sort of how this ended up being where it is with cannabis and with hemp. But you know, we're open to having discussions and finding a happy medium to make the legislature happy.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just looking at all the options that we have available to
Yes, ma'am.
us. So would it be fair to say that a lot of the people who see these things, packaging is horrible, by the way, on some of these products when they're
Totally.
marketing them?
That's one of the things that we wanted to address and get some packaging updates, some clear guidance on good packaging for Texas.
We've also already seen nicotine vapes and other things in consumable markets. They can't use fruit. They can't use celebrities. You know, that's stuff that's easy to abide by. Again, I can't speak for bad actors, but as a good actor myself, we already do all of that.
And so, speaking of the bad actors, the high potency stuff is the issue. I mean, this is what law enforcement's talking about. They're testing 70%, you know, you name it. Do you know where these products are coming from? Because if it's not being made here, if our farms are being checked, and apparently we've had testimony saying that they are checked at this 0.3%, where are these high potency products coming from, and how are they getting into the stores? Is there any talk in the industry about where it's coming from?
A
and
lot
what
of
we
them
can
are
do
coming
about
from
it?
California. And
So it's coming in from out of state?
Yes, ma'am. And that's what I was saying. If we focus on making this industry more Texan focused from sort of seed to finished sale in the stores, if we focus on making this industry really Texan all the way, it will completely change everything and make it much more easily enforceable.
I don't want products from any other state or any other country. I do know that there are things like that on the market. We combat cartels and other states around us and all kinds of other black market and sometimes the government to operate and keep people safe and keep providing safe products. A lot of times, like with what I just experienced, where we're getting checked on when we're already out here in the public. We're already explaining who we are, how we do things, inviting people in. We know when we get the license that our doors are unlocked. You can come in anytime, check us out. When resources are spent on the good actors, all these bad actors, they can order whatever from wherever. They can put whatever on their store or on their shelves in their store. So again, where it's made, how it's made, who makes it, where it's sold, how it's sold, who's selling it, all of those things are easily regulated, and there's already guardrails for that. There's just not as much there for the enforcement side of that. And no one here definitely is against any of that stuff.
And not all the companies from California, I want to say, are bad companies.
Right.
What you would see is if you force this industry to stay within Texas, you would have companies moving from out of state, moving to Texas to participate in this industry, and it would alleviate all the bad actors.
Which I've already been doing for 6 years. So is this guy. So is this guy.
I see.
Invested a lot of time.
We, you know, outside of my legislative work, I'm a general manager of a couple stores here in Austin, and we grow our own flour, we produce our own gummies, we do everything by ourselves because we want to make sure that none of the crap that comes from, excuse my language, that comes from out of state is what's being sold, because a lot of it is crap, and it hurts Texans, it hurts people, it hurts the industry, because it hurts our legitimacy when bad products are being sold and they think that it's coming from people here in the state producing good agricultural products. It angers me when we're doing everything right and at the end of the day we're being punished for it, or not, or at least demonized for it. Sorry, not punished.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you.
Chair calls Nisha Whiteley, Chris Justle, Karen Reeves, and Draven Sheen. Just set them there.
Oh, is this yours?
All right, I have Nisha Whiteley, I have Nisha Whiteley testifying on behalf of Credo Science and Self, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may proceed.
All right. Thank you so much, Chairman Van Dever and committee members. Really appreciate the time and the attention that you guys are giving this issue. I'm against SB 5 and certainly for thoughtful regulation. So much of the anti-THC camp, I believe, is conflating the dangers, the real dangers of synthetic THC and things that are being called synthetic THC with phytocannabinoid THC. So many of the things that you've heard today from parents and from patients are all true. They can all be true at the same time because this is such a nuanced issue. I am providing a chart to everyone that hopefully will help you explain or understand the differences between natural THC, chemically converted cannabinoids, and then synthetic cannabinoids. We've heard a lot about psychosis and schizophrenia, and from a clinical researcher's perspective, the threats of psychosis and schizophrenia are overblown. And if you'll notice on the chart that I'm providing you, the psychosis-inducing dose is different for a natural THC product versus a synthetic. And I think it's very important, to understand that the synthetics actually have a different binding affinity than natural THC. And so let's just assume we've got 1 milligram of natural THC could actually work in the body, if we're talking about a synthetic, could actually work in the body as 2 to 100 milligrams of THC if someone's taking a synthetic. So the same amount could yield a very different experience. In the natural THC, it might be a therapeutic dose, but when we're talking about synthetic THC, then it could be a psychosis-inducing dose. And so the nuance here is very important, and I would argue that we have an incredible opportunity to regulate, to make cannabis safer, better, and to provide therapeutic products to the public, which they are asking for and really looking to you to provide that for them.
Ms. Whiteley, I'm going
And-
to have to stop you there.
Thank you.
There will likely be some questions for you, but your time is up. Chair recognizes Chris Justel, testifying on behalf of the Epilepsy Foundation of Texas and self, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. This has been a long day, so I can only imagine, I feel bad for all of us because I'm starting to lose it too. I'm tired. I drive in from Houston, but I am the CEO of the Epilepsy Foundation Texas. I'm an advocate for, Texas residents impacted by epilepsy, and I have a very personal connection to this because I have epilepsy myself, and I've seen its devastating impacts on many, many families, right, including my own. One thing I want to make clear, at least from my perspective, is I'm way out of my depths on anything recreational. I am not testifying anything related to that. But there are many families whose last resorts are to, go after they've tried all the other prescription drugs and some even surgeries. They've resorted to products that are very, very low in THC that you heard Mrs. Fee talk about earlier today, and they work. They have real medical efficacy, and it's in those circumstances that we support those full spectrum, non-intoxicating CBD products, right? We are, again, in no way advocating for anything, and I'm out of my depths to talk about anything recreational. But this is very important because these are husbands, wives, daughters, sons who have up to 10 or more seizures a day. And this is the only thing they found that stopped them, or at least control them to a large degree. And they've gotten caught up in all of this. And I think that Ms. Fiji did a great job of saying, the intent of our support long ago in 2019 is to provide people options and treatments that are effective, not to open up an industry, right, that we have talked about so long today. So I'll leave it at that, but I'm open to any questions and comments, as we go through more testimony.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Karen Reeves, testifying on behalf of Syntex Community Outreach and yourself, and you are testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Karen Reeves. I'm here to testify against HB 5. I'm here testifying for myself, and I hope to be a loud voice for our Syntex Community Outreach. We believe no one belongs in jail for a plant. I'm here to represent those people like myself that have hidden illnesses such as chronic pain, anxiety, depression, and PTSD. We are currently benefiting from cannabis and hemp products. Hemp helps. Hemp heals. We should not be considered criminals for choosing a safer alternative to harmful pharmaceuticals. Thousands of Texans like myself have long-term chronic illnesses. Hemp is helping us. It helps alleviate the suffering and the dying of those that don't have safe access. Turning to a safer choice that works for us should not make us bad people. This bill, if passed, I need to ask, what will happen to me if I'm arrested? What will happen to my family if my house is raided? Will Texas start opening prisons for senior citizens and people with disabilities to help combat this problem? It sounds insane to me to recriminalize products that so many people are currently using with great success. Texans deserve the medical freedom to choose what we put into our bodies. It should not be against the law to want to feel better. And banning any type of hemp products that will hurt thousands of Texans. We need better regulation. We need compassion. I am a disgruntled teacup patient. Our Texas Compassionate Use Program has been in effect since 2015. The products are too expensive, and the products do not work for most people. The program, in my opinion, is a failure. Simple as that. Hemp helps. Hemp heals. And I'd like to add, if I can, I'd like to remember all those advocates that are not with us today. Advocates that came here to testify in past sessions that are no longer with us because they didn't have safe access. And I'd like to remember all those advocates that have been here testifying in front of this committee that moved out of state. Our Syntax community outreach will continue to fight the battle to end prohibition in Texas. This bill is wrong, and we hope that things will come to a head, and this will.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves. Chair recognizes Draven Sheen, testifying on behalf of Compliance Professionals LLC and yourself, and you are against House Bill 5, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, proceed.
As you stated, I am Draven Sheen, partner at Compliance Professionals. I had a whole little testimony here written out, but really there was only two main things I wanted to touch base on after everybody's testimonies. One being a comment that Chief Dye made regarding regulation and funding. And Lucas Gilkey touched on this a moment ago as well, that only 30% of the funding from our licensure is used to regulate, right? Colorado has both medical and recreational cannabis in their state, and it costs them about $30 million a year to regulate that industry there. We're a surplus state. We have billions of dollars available for whatever projects that y'all deem is worthy to spend. Our industry in 2023 generated $150 million in state tax revenue. That's 5 times over what Colorado spends on regulation. If we increased our licensure or added a tax, regulation wouldn't be an issue as long as we properly allocate the funds for regulation. There are so many good actors in this industry, and there are a lot of bad ones. And we need to stop the bad actors in this industry, not only to safeguard our children, but also this industry. Texans demand THC. The polls and the data show it. It's just a matter of regulation. Age gating is basic, and we've been asking for it since 2019. You know, it shouldn't be this hard to just pass an age gate, child protective packaging, you know, all of that. And I feel like we just go round and round in circles. This is the 7th time I've been up here to come say the very same things that I've said. Back in March, there was 2,000 people here, and yet a ban still went forward, and then Governor Abbott had to veto it. And he vetoed it for regulation. So here we are again with a copy-paste bill from SB 3 without any clear insight as to how we're going to fix the issue. The answer is responsible regulation, not a prohibition. We saw that 100 years ago with alcohol. Didn't work. It's not going to work with this, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Whiteley, you mentioned, I think I heard you say something about the psychosis, the instance of psychosis related to THC are overblown.
Yes.
Did I hear that correctly?
You did.
Can you take us a little farther down that path?
I appreciate that. So the starting dose for THC really, I would argue, is closer to 2.5% for a naive user. A person can receive benefit for even 1 milligram. That would be therapeutic. So what happens for cannabis naive users, and even those who might know something about THC, is that they get themselves in trouble when they take a higher dose than what is really necessary. And so on the chart that I provided for you, you'll notice that where it says psychosis inducing dose for the phyto-derived THC, plant-derived THC, a 10 to 15 milligram dose very rarely induces psychosis. And a 10 to 15 milligram dose, frankly, that's a substantive dose. And if I were to take a 10 milligram dose, I'd be very high. I'd be very happy, but I'd be very high. But I'm also an experienced user, and I would never suggest that somebody who has never utilized cannabis and who wants to take it for pain or anxiety start at 10 milligrams. But when you look at go to the far right side of your table and we start talking about synthetics, something maybe THCP, which really should be illegal. Somebody might take 5 milligrams of that and have a true psychotic experience because their genetics might actually be such that that would be a psychosis-inducing dose. Maybe their body is going to receive it differently than somebody else that might take the same dose because it has a higher binding affinity. It is also important to note that if every single person in this room were to take the exact same dose, we would have very different experiences. And there would be a real majority in the middle, but then we would have outlier experiences on each side. And that would be because we all have very different genetics, and the way that we metabolize THC and other cannabinoids is different. And there are many different factors that contribute to our individual THC experience. And for people who are experiencing psychosis, it could be, as I said, genetics. It's dose dependent. So maybe they've taken 100 milligram dab, which no one should be taking. The only time I can think of somebody taking 100 milligram dab would be in the case of opiate withdrawal and someone's in a very serious withdrawal episode, or maybe in the case of someone having lost a limb. 100 milligrams is an extraordinary dose. So I'm not sure if I have answered your question.
No,
Have I?
thank you. So as someone who needs a lot of education on a lot of things, tell me what a dab is. I've heard that term used, several times today. Exactly what does that look like? How is that taken?
So dabs come in multiple forms. It is a concentrate. And so what that means is that the butter, oil, shatter, there are all these different street names, but and not just street names, market names. And so it is a highly concentrated extraction of cannabinoids. And generally that will either be in a pen, like a vape pen, or something like you take a little, not a needle, but a scraper, and you would get just a little bit of the dab, the substance, whether that's honey, shatter, whatever it is. And you put it on something that is very hot, and then they will inhale the vapor. And so the vapor is then giving you a very high dose of cannabinoids.
Okay.
And it is typically more for the connoisseur user that is using the product for recreational use. It is very rarely used in a therapeutic setting.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome.
Members of the Representative Pearson.
Thank you. You were mentioning dosages, but not percentages. On the chart that you have given us, is this on the 0.3%?
It's on any percent.
So you're saying that the 2.5 milligram to 5 milligram on the far left-hand side is for any percentage?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the percentage really is arbitrary. It's for a legal definition. So what matters is the amount, the milligrams of the cannabinoid that somebody is receiving.
Okay, so your chart is percentage arbitrary. Okay. And as far as the dab goes, that potency is safe to say under current law is illegal in the state, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
believe so.
But yet they're in the stores, it's from what we're hearing. Whether or
There are
not
a lot
that's
of-
true, I don't know. But some of the testimony that we're hearing is, we had one of the users came, that they were talking about dabs, and apparently they are in the state. I'm not sure where they're coming from. But you would agree that the dosage in the dabs is under current law illegal.
I believe so, yes.
Okay,
But
thank you.
there are a lot of things that are being sold that shouldn't.
Right.
And those of us in the hemp and cannabis space really would like to see better and more enforcement, because that's what's good for public safety.
Oh, I agree. Thank
And
you.
if I may, I followed a couple of the moms that spoke earlier out to the elevator, and I had some questions for them, because the experiences that they were talking about their children having are not in alignment with what we see in the clinical literature about normal, responsible, plant-derived THC products. And so it really begs the question, what else was in what they were taking? Or did they just start out with concentrates?
I think that is the question, which is what I've been trying to figure out most of the day. When we hear from parents, my parents were Woodstock parents. We didn't hear about, THC psychosis back when it was all the rage. But suddenly we have a problem. It's a very real thing. Parents are struggling. We've got to find a way to get this off the streets, out of the stores, wherever it is. And help provide some relief to families. And however we decide to do that, I think this discussion is going to help a lot. So thank you. Did you want to add to that?
I would love to, yes. So dosing, as far as THC is concerned, is extraordinarily subjective based on the person, whether it be genetics, size, weight, etc. For myself, I use THC for sleep. I have insomnia. 50 milligrams is what I have to take in order to fall asleep. 2.5 milligrams, I'd be like I am right now. It would not affect me. Whereas my own mother, who uses it for her breast cancer, 2.5 milligrams, she's great. Anything higher than that, she'd get headaches and everything else. In the subject of concentrates, I think the analogy or the example that I want to try to use to explain that, and I'm going to use alcohol for a second, right? Let's use Everclear. Extremely concentrated alcohol percentage in that bottle of Everclear, right? And most adults know, I'm not going to go drink half that bottle. That's going to cause liver cirrhosis, and I'm going to throw up and have alcohol poisoning. With concentrate, it's a similar analogy where if you're sitting there doing dabs, let's call it, it's heavily potent. You're going to have a lot of cannabinoids hit your body. And if, let's say, I am a larger individual, higher tolerance of THC, maybe a dab is the only way that I can ingest cannabis that I feel an effect to sleep or what have you, whereas for, let's say, a novice or someone with a lower tolerance like my mother could never do something like that. But what we have in this industry here in Texas is not only misinformation, because we're having to use strange terminology. There's weird synthetic cannabinoids out there that are already illegal, that shouldn't be on the market, yet they're in the stores of bad actors that perpetrate and act as these super high dose products that are causing, let's say, these schizophrenia moments or anything like that, or these medical issues. And really it comes down to not only, again, regulation and enforcement of those regulations, but also education, so that your everyday consumers and Texans aren't walking into a store and going, give me the strongest thing that you have, because it's not a one size or one glove fits all kind of circumstance. It's a case-by-case basis. It's subjective based on the person.
Education is critically important, and we are not doing a good job at that. We aren't doing anything in that department.
And then would you say just a ban would pretty much solve that issue? Just take them all out of the store and then they're all gone?
As far as the dabs, or?
As far as, well, yeah, of course. The high potency stuff that people are somehow getting their hands on and hurting kids.
If it is a synthetic dab or concentrate, it's already illegal. It shouldn't be in the stores, and those operators should be jailed and fined and so on and so forth. To my knowledge, I don't believe there is a concentrate form that, without being put into gummies in a manufacturing setting, should be out on the shelves right now. But like Lucas mentioned earlier, he has, Hometown Hero, they have 25 milligram gummies. That's a pretty standard dose, like 10, 25 milligrams, 2.5 milligrams, like Early Bird we talked about earlier. And I heard the mention of milligram caps earlier, and that concerns me, not only as someone who utilizes these products, but also as an operator, because if I have, let's say, a veteran, come to me and say, I need a higher dose, I have a high tolerance, and I don't have a product that they can utilize, and let's say they don't qualify for teacup, because most people can't qualify for teacup, and there's not enough locations or accessibility, and they're too expensive, then that individual is, let's call it SOL, and they don't get a product that they need to be helped, right? So I think really the core answer here is regulation, right? Putting those confines in and really allocating funds appropriately for proper enforcement so that the bad actors are pushed out, the good actors get to step forward. And like, I'm blanking on his name, but he had said, we're out here, our names are here, our businesses are out in public knowledge. We're coming here representing our industry because we want your assistance and regulation for not just our businesses. Screw the money, it's for the people. It's for the veterans. That's why we have the head of the VFW coming and speaking on this repetitively over and over and over, because they need our help. Because teacup's not the answer.
And then, Nishi, is it Nishi?
Nisha.
Nisha. When you say the percentage being arbitrary, I'm trying to find an analogy so that members on the dais, not everybody's had a chemistry class or a biochemistry class. Could you just explain why, in your opinion, that the percentage is arbitrary, but the milligrams are what's most important?
I'm going to backtrack just a little bit. So when we talk about the definition of hemp versus what has been called marijuana in today's conversation, the 0.3% or less is what we call hemp. Now, when we're talking about cannabis, regardless of whether the conversation is hemp or marijuana, a variety of cannabis will have different percentages of different cannabinoids. And so if we are just talking about the hemp and the 0.3%, then that is definitely arbitrary. Someone needed a legal definition. But when we are talking about flower, then the percentages come into play, because that's how you know what is in the flower that you might want to smoke or use to make some sort of an oil or an edible or a dab or whatever it is somebody's going to make, or that a manufacturer is then going to use to make a commercial product. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
So to touch on that as well, let's use like an iron supplement, right, that you get at GNC. They don't sit there and tell you it's 40% iron per pill. They tell you the milligrammage of iron within that little capsule. And the percentages related to hemp and or cannabis as a whole are arbitrary due to the laws that are in place, because they're all based on a percentage of THC and the dry weight of whatever the good is, if it's the flower, if it's the gummy, so on and so forth. But for dosing purposes, for consuming purposes, it's based on milligram. Just like if I had an iron supplement from GNC, I'm gonna go and look for whatever that particular milligram amount of iron in a capsule is versus, they don't talk about percentages of iron in a supplement or what have you. You see what I'm saying? Like that's I think the misconception is that we hear percentage, the under 0.3 or 1% for teacup, and our brains want to associate that with dosing, but that's not the case. That's more the legal confines of what is hemp versus what is marijuana. The dosing is milligram based. How much THC is in the gummy, the flower, so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Members, other questions for this committee? Representative Schaffner.
A few more questions. I guess one comment would be, of course, any time we use alcohol, hemp, marijuana, harder drugs, you know, if I'm a first-time user, I'm gonna need this much. If I've been doing it for 10 years, I'm gonna need this much, right? So that's just typical usage for humans and et cetera. When you talked about with your chart, Ms. Whitley, so the Delta 8, Delta 10 and all that, would that fall under converted or synthetic?
So Delta 8 would be a converted cannabinoid.
Okay.
And I'm not sure where Delta 10 falls. It's either converted or synthetic.
Okay.
So Delta 8 occurs in the plant naturally, but not in a large enough amount for it to be extracted commercially. And Delta
But if you smoke it, or if it hits heat, is that correct? If it hits heat, then it can be converted to Delta 9? Did I get that
So
today somehow?
Delta 8
Right.
Does occur in the plant as Delta 8,
Mm-hmm.
but what is on the market is chemically converted. So someone took a different cannabinoid and through a chemical process changed its chemistry, so now it's Delta 8. And so it's just plain Delta 8 in the gummy. So when decarboxylation happens, that's a little bit different. That's happening in a natural cannabinoid. So THC occurs in the plant first as THCA, which is the acid form.
Sure.
The same is true for all the other cannabinoids. They are decarboxylated either by the application of heat or just degradation over time. And so
they can do that on their own?
yes.
In a day or a month or a year?
It
Depends.
takes a longer time than that. I
So
can't tell you
that's
a
where it comes
specific
where
time.
it's not, it can become not stable. Or rather, it's not the same thing. If I make a something with it, it will be different a month from now?
So if you have, it's so complicated
I'm
and
sure, I know.
nuanced, it really is. But the important thing really is, the beginning of your question, is that Delta 8 in the market is chemically converted. It is not, although it occurs naturally in the plant, that is not what is on our market.
Okay.
Because it doesn't show up in high enough volumes in the plant to be commercially viable to extract it as Delta 8 from the plant. So people chemically convert it. And
Okay,
the-
are you okay with, or is the industry all right with, we just want to sell natural, we don't want to sell converted or synthetic?
I
I
personally
see lots of
am a
nods. I
purist.
see a nod no
and
too.
I would prefer to see it be all natural phytocannabinoids on the market. I appreciate that there are some people in the room that do make products from Delta 8. And I would say that if Delta 8 is allowed or,
Well, we've got 10, 7, 6, I mean.
yeah, I'm a no on those. Delta 8 might be the only one I would say yes to, and it would need to have some pretty strict quality standards, in my opinion, because so many people get into the manufacturing of chemically converted cannabinoids, and they aren't doing a good enough job cleaning the impurities and the chemicals that were used for conversion out of the products. And those are problematic.
Okay,
And
so.
that's my personal opinion.
So you personally would say, hey, I just want natural, I don't want anything converted or synthetic. We have other people that might go, no, let's do converted also, but not synthetic. But you also stated, I believe, that any sort of psychosis that we've been hearing about and knowing about, we have friends and family and neighbors too, who have, children, et cetera, that you think the psychosis is from the synthetic product or the converted product possibly too, or a potent DAP, natural product? Because DAP is natural too, right?
It can be.
It can't be.
Can we have a class next week? I'm available.
Yes,
I'd like to say something with your comment about longtime users. I've used cannabis flower for over 50 years, and I actually use less, consume less now. I only use about a gram of flower a day as compared to when I first started, I used more. So I think that's a misconception. And also edibles for a lot of people like myself, my liver does not break down the enzyme THC, so I feel no effect on edibles. So.
Okay, did we solve all the problems? So natural, so you would be okay with natural?
I'm an
only.
advocate for
For natural
natural
only.
cannabinoids, absolutely. And if we were to allow any chemically converted products, there need to be strict quality standards to ensure that there aren't impurities in that product.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Members, other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You had,
I would love for us to consider an education component to this that would be paid for with taxation, and that it would include enforcement, education, and research. And I'd be happy to write that website and have a QR code anywhere cannabinoid products are sold. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Anthony Fusco, David Bonilla, Kyler Rucker, and David Sergi. Okay. So we will show Anthony Fusco, registered but not testifying. And we will show David Sergi, registered but not testifying. So the chair recognizes David Bonilla, testifying on behalf of David K. Sergi and Associates and self, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, or good evening. My name is David Bonilla. I'm a law student at UNT Dallas and an intern at Surgery Law, where we stand with ordinary Texans between unclear laws, who are caught between unclear laws and aggressive enforcement. Our leaders have said that this is about protecting children, reducing car accidents, or stopping bad actors. I agree, we must protect children and educate parents on these products, but if the goal is public safety, the answer is not prohibition. The answer is smart, fair, consistent regulation, selling products only by licensed retailers, testing under a uniform standard by state-approved labs, and restricting those sales to adults only. And that's how you would protect consumers and give law enforcement clarity. Instead, SB 5 drives the market underground, wastes law enforcement resources, and invites unlawful searches. Today, even the sheriff admitted that he cannot pronounce the names of shops he targets and must choose the ones to enforce against. That seems like selective enforcement, not safety. Further, the science does not justify the ban. Poison control shows most exposures are mild. From what I've seen, alcohol misuse among young teens is declining, and marijuana use is flattened. There's no youth crisis to justify criminalizing an entire industry. Teacup allows intoxicating THC when sold by the state, but if THC is medicine when the state controls it, why is it contraband when a farmer grows it? Criminalizing this plant protects Big Pharma, but not Texans. This is not about left or right. It's about freedom, fairness, and keeping Texans safe. The people are asking you to lead, not by banning, but by regulating. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Kyler Rucker, testifying on behalf of David K. Sergi and Associates and yourself, and you are against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kyler Rucker. I'm a paralegal working on the legal side of the hemp industry. I want to address some of the claims that you've heard from law enforcement in favor of a ban on THC. Throughout the primary session and this, I mean, they've claimed that these products are killing people, that people in their jails are overdosing on THC, that it's being sold to children, and that it cannot possibly be regulated. Yet they've provided no credible evidence for many of these claims, and the available data overwhelmingly contradicts them. Independent health surveys and state-level reports from across the country show no pattern of cannabis-related fatalities, no surge in youth use after regulation, and numerous workable regulatory models. Today, we heard Sheriff Hawthorne testify that THC lab tests cost his office $530 and take each, by the way, and take around 6 weeks for the results to come back. I find that kind of interesting because our office routinely tests hemp products, and we choose to use the same lab that most law enforcement agencies around the state use, including, I mean, it is the same lab that Chief Dye and Sheriff Hawthorne were referring to earlier in the DFW area, Armstrong Forensic Lab. We pay $260 per test and usually get the results within 30 days. They do offer expedited testing at an increased rate, of course, but that means you get the results within days, not weeks. So either law enforcement is or they're being ripped off, or they are overinflating these numbers to make regulation sound less feasible. Either is a cause for concern. Law enforcement's position on this bill should come as no surprise. As the gentleman from the Houston Crime Lab aptly pointed out, law enforcement's priority is establishing probable cause. Legal hemp makes that harder. This alone explains their support for a ban. It's about making arrests easier, not keeping Texans safer. SB 5 won't make Texans safer, but smart, targeted regulation will. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, y'all did a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Nathan Bashira, Jessica Dallas, Hayden Meek, and Jake Steele.
Most of them are in overflow too.
Okay. Yeah, those of you in the overflow room, we have plenty of room over in the hearing room. If you want to come on over, that will speed up the process. Okay, Chair recognizes Nathan Bashara.
Bashara.
Bashara?
Yes.
Okay. Testifying on behalf of Delta 8 Denton and yourself, and you are testifying against House Bill 8. House Bill 5, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Proceed.
I had originally written something that I believe is being passed out to y'all, but after listening to everyone today, I rewrote a little something. I've been working at Delta 8 Denton for 4 years now and have become well acquainted with the different kinds of customers we serve. They come from different backgrounds, work every different kind of occupation, are from every race, every nationality. They are all 21 plus, with the majority being older than 30. And they are safer getting their hemp products from us rather than the black market. That one already exists, and two, we will have an even bigger problem in this state if this ban passes. The ban will hand the industry over to the black market regulation, whereas regulation would snip its claws. As a company, we have been able to donate over $100,000 back to our local community in North Texas, supporting different community events, nonprofits, our local homeless shelter, food banks, etc. We have built an educated community and have a well-informed and engaging staff that is always available to provide information to anyone who asks. We are just like any other community-focused company. We want to do what's right for our community, and that's why we're here representing them. The regulations proposed by the hemp industry create guidelines for the state to protect thousands of jobs, just like mine, in this industry, keep hemp out of the hands of minors, and protect Texans while upholding their right to these federally legal products. A ban would break more than it would fix, and it would put Texans in danger of an even more aggressive black market. Please regulate, don't annihilate.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Chair recognizes Jessica Dallas, testifying on behalf of Delta 8 in Denton and yourself. And you are testifying against House Bill 5, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. I'd first like to say thank you for allowing us to be here to speak again. It means a lot to us. My name is Jessica Dallas, and I'm here from Denton, Texas, speaking on behalf, of course, of myself and the local small hemp business I work for, Delta 8 Denton. And I'm here to voice my strong opposition to HB 5. In my 2 years with the business, I've seen firsthand how legal hemp benefits our community. It provides safe, regulated products, educates consumers on responsible use, and creates stable, meaningful jobs. Our customer base is incredibly diverse, be it veterans, parents, seniors, disabled individuals, really all Texans. Many of them depend on these products for relief, wellness, and quality of life. If HB 5 passes, Texans will lose access to safe, tested hemp, and many will turn to unregulated, unsafe black market products, items that are untested, often brought in from outside the state, and potentially dangerous. That does not make Texas safer. Heavier regulation, stricter age restrictions, and stronger consumer education definitely will. This bill doesn't just threaten small businesses like ours. It threatens livelihoods, relief for thousands, and a growing Texas industry that contributes millions to our economy and keeps thousands employed. I truly, truly believe we share the same goal, and that is keeping Texans healthy and safe. But safety comes from smart regulation, not eradication. So please consider voting no on HB 5 to help us create a stronger, safer, well-regulated hemp market for Texas.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Hayden Meek, testifying on behalf of Delta 8 Denton and self, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And before I start, I just want to remind the committee, a brown man with a funny name is not a terrorist or an adversary of the nation, much like the sheriff earlier mentioned. So just want to bring that up. Honorable members, my name is Hayden Meek, and I own a small hemp shop in Denton called Delta Denton. Over this session, I've heard a lot of falsehoods about businesses like mine, and rather than just accepting what Perry or Patrick say about us, I'm here to tell you directly. First, we don't market or sell to kids. Kids should not have access to THC products, period. We need a codified age limit of 21 and up, so we're not relying on just self-regulation. At my store, I don't care if you look 18 or 80. You get your ID checked every time. I've lost customers over that, and that's fine. Kids don't have disposable income, and marketing to them makes zero business sense anyways. Second, you've been told we deal only in cash because we're criminals, and that's just false. My background before this was actually as a banking officer for 6 years, and I can tell you confidently, we sell federally legal products and enjoy federally protected banking privileges because we are federally legal. That's why Chief Dye can't make arrest, by the way, to Ms. Pearson. Our banks verify us with lab reports for every item that we sell. My store doesn't even accept cash. We're all digital. Third, I've heard there's not enough police power to regulate us, but I remind you, we don't use police to regulate alcohol, Tylenol, cigarettes, or snack cakes. We have agencies like the FDA, TABC, DSHS, and I've been audited by DSHS, and I can tell you they're thorough and committed to safety. With more inspectors, bad actors are going to disappear quickly under their leadership. And then there's claims that hemp shops are all run by Mexican and Chinese cartels and that there's no mom and pop shops. Well, you all have an image of my cartel, and that's my beautiful fiance, several of my employees here, and my 2 cats and my dog. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Jake Steele, testifying on behalf of Delta 8 Denton and yourself against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, proceed.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Jake Steele. I'm from Denton, Texas. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Delta 8 Denton, the business that I work for. I've been working in the hemp industry for 3 years now, and I've not only witnessed tens of thousands of orders placed by responsible adults, but have hand fulfilled multiple thousand myself. I firsthand see the people who use hemp on a daily basis, and they all look like you. Despite what some may believe or say they have experienced, these people are not degenerates trying to exploit a loophole. They're people who want regulation and laws to consume hemp in a legal and safe way. Earlier into a couple months ago, I would say maybe to a year, we used to carry these alcohol-flavored rosin gummies. They were pretty low milligrams. I didn't really understand it at first. I'm not a big drinker. I figured it was just something people could relate to as like flavors. But as we started selling more, customers would come in and tell me that these gummies assisted them in getting off substances that were destroying their life. For some people struggling, hemp is a safe, legal alternative that they can rely on and help create a better version of themselves. Hemp is not just a drug, it's a medicine for many, a tool for people to improve their lives, not just people struggling with alcohol or other dangerous addictions, but people on dialysis, anxiety, depression, eating disorders, people who have just turned 21, veterans, parents, grandparents, people very late into their life. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. So let me ask you, we saw a video early in the day of an undercover person going in and into a shop. What would that person have found if they came into your shop in Denton?
If they came into my shop, and I'm the owner, these guys run the shop every single day. But if they came into our store, they're going to find federally legal products. Whether or not, I had to laugh whenever Chief Dye tried to make such a big deal out of this person saying, oh, that's going to kill you. Well, if you take a dab, you're going to cough. That's what they're talking about. And it's not a very fun cough. So these kinds of products that you're going to find, they're federally legal, and they range in potency from very low doses up to, things that are maybe for more experienced users. So you're going to find the gamut, but one thing that I can tell you is every single product that we take into my store, we vet for sometimes months before we actually start selling it. And I'm getting vendors calling me every single week saying, hey, when are you guys going to start carrying this? And I wait for reviews from my employees trying the products. Occasionally, I will send those products out and get my own third-party lab test to verify the lab results. And I'll tell you, sir, Mr. Gilkey here runs Hometown Hero. I don't have to do any of that with their products because they are always above board. They're an anchor brand in my store. And it's a large portion of my sales coming from Texas businesses like that.
Okay. Members, other questions? All right. Thank you guys for being here for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair calls Liz Crow, Justin Helmick, Mickey Harris, and Todd Harris. No takers? Okay. For those of you in the overflow room, if you would, please come on over to the hearing room so we can expedite as much as possible. So, Liz Grow is not here. Show Liz Grow registered but not testifying. Have Chair recognizes Mickey Harris. Is that okay? Mickey Harris testifying on behalf of the Happy Cactus and yourself, and you're testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
Hello. Thank you all for being here and listening to us. It is a very important issue, as you've figured out throughout the day. Just thanks for being here. My name is Mickey Harris, and I own a legal hemp business in Austin, Texas. I'm here to oppose HB 5, as it would shut down my business completely. My brother and I have run a business above and beyond y'all's current regulations and believe we could help y'all with the framework for better regulations to keep our community safe. We have a shop across the street from a high school, yet we have had 0 issues with kids coming in trying to get products from our shop. And if you let us, we will help you serve our communities, which are relying on you to make the right decisions. I would like to make one main point, because most of the information you need to know has already been shared today. Earlier you said you want numbers, so I put some together for you. If we can regulate over 66,000 alcohol licensed businesses in Texas, but claim we cannot regulate 8,000 hemp businesses, the problem is not feasibility, it's will. Texas deserves solutions, not excuses that make their government look unwilling to do its job. TABC has around 650 employees to regulate over 66,000 licensed businesses. If we take those same ratios and applied it to hemp regulation, we would need just over 80 employees to do so. And at the average pay of TABC of $62,000 a year, it would cost around $5 million for those salaries. If you charged $600 per hemp license per year per license, which I just repeated that, that would cover it. If you charged $1,000, the program would profit $3 million a year. If you charge $2,000, the program would be profiting $10 million a year that we could be using for education and social services and more protection. So if you're saying we can't regulate it, that's just because you don't want to.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Oh, I guess I'm next.
Okay, hang on just a minute. Okay, Chair recognizes Todd Harris, testifying on behalf of the Happy Cactus and yourself, and you're testifying against House Bill 5, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, proceed.
Yeah. My name is Todd Harris, and like you said, I'm representing myself and me and my brother's business, the Happy Cactus. House members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Todd Harris, I already said this, but I wrote it down. And I am strongly opposed to House Bill 5 alongside over 70% of Texans, if you check the polls. I'm again very curious why we are back debating a ban bill instead of a regulation bill. If the House and Senate truly cared about Texan adults and Texan children, the answer is extremely simple. Pass a regulation bill that keeps the industry in check, use hemp taxes and license fees, like Mickey said, to fund the regulations, and allow adults to make their own choices. Some of the arguments being used in favor of the bill are deeply misleading. There's 4 of them, and I'm going to tackle them now. One, Sheriff Dye mentioned that, which someone already mentioned, that we don't use, or we only use cash, not credit cards. You already found out that's not true. We don't stockpile cash. 80% of our sales is credit cards. We actually have to get verified from our banks every single year. It takes about a month with our testing, with our processes to make sure we can continue baking with them. 2, people are claiming these hemp-derived products are mostly sold to kids. My brother and I own 2 licensed hemp shops in Austin. We serve over 15,000 adult customers every year. Not one is under 21, and we know this because we card every single customer, even 75-year-olds like Dan Patrick. They are saying that the hemp-derived THC effects on adults are so harmful that no one should want them. Our regulars include teachers, EMS workers, veterans, seniors, contractors, and even doctors. Pretty wild. If these products were truly dangerous, why would respected professionals rely on them month after month? And lastly, many that support the bill are saying Teacup is the better option for Texans. We consistently have customers that have medical marijuana cards from Teacup that come to our shop. And this is why Teacup is pushing to shut us down. We know because one of the owners came to our shop, and then he called us out on the hearing the next time. These Teacup customers are coming to us because Teacup is expensive. It's also hard to access, and they're worried about getting ostracized and losing their rights because of the medical license. My cousin actually lost his life insurance, or his cheaper life insurance, because they found out he had a medical card with Teacup, and he didn't even use it yet, which is pretty crazy. Also, on May 27, 2025, the first U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals unanimously rejected the challenge to give states rights over medical marijuana, so reaffirming that Congress has the power to criminalize marijuana even for the medical use. So what we're doing is federally legal. What Teacup is, even though I love Teacup, we love the program, we wish it was more expansive, it is federally illegal. So those doctors can get raided, those shops can get raided. Our shops are protected by the feds.
Okay, thank you.
And
Thank you for your
time.
testimony. Chair recognizes Liz Grow, testifying on behalf of Lucy's Rock LLC and Grow House Media LLC and yourself, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much for asking so many amazing questions to seek to understand, as opposed to just make a decision based on one argument on either side. I stand here before you today as a mother, a Texas licensed professional counselor, and I specialized in adolescence, and the CEO of Lucy's Rock Hemp Company and Grow House Media. I'm not a lazy stoner, a criminal, or an unstable patient. I'm a professional, a parent, and a Texan who believes in responsible regulation and safe access. I'm proud to say I have a very healthy 20-year-old daughter. She's a junior in college. I feel very blessed, and my heart goes out to those parents who are dealing with any problems with their children. Certainly problems that involve a very simple solution, which is age gating, but we'll get to that. We can all agree that no one wants bad actors in the industry. We want safety, accountability, and clear rules such as age gating and sensible dosage caps like we do in other industries. Texans can and should have a robust hemp industry that's both safe and regulated. Regulation is the answer, and we've seen it in other conservative states like Georgia, Tennessee, and Florida. We know that it works, guys. I'm so proud to sit here today and be here today with such amazing leaders in the industry. So thank you guys for what you guys do. But I am a mom and I am a patient of the Teacup program. Okay? And I'm a gun owner and business owner. And I'm not afraid. I just want my medicine. But guess what? The Teacup program, it does not meet my needs. And I'll tell you why. One bottle of gummies in the Teacup program, that may be the dosage that I need, is $90. That same dosage of pure, beautiful, made in Texas gummies by my favorites, Hometown Hero, $35. You know, that's what we're talking about here. And so I ask that you all have the wisdom, I pray that you have the wisdom to support Texas hemp farmers and support regulation and reject a ban and vote no for HB 5. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Justin Helmick.
Yes, sir.
Testifying on behalf of Burner Smoke, Vape and Herb.
And myself.
And yours, okay, we need to add himself. Do we have your permission to just
Yes,
add?
of course you do,
Add that
sir.
you're
Yes, sir.
testifying on behalf of yourself? Okay, and you're testifying against House Bill 5, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
As once you said, my name is Justin Helmick. I'm a two-time combat vet in Iraq, U.S. Marine Corps. I'm a disabled veteran who depends on legal hemp to manage not only PTSD, but also chronic nerve pain and severe sleep disturbances. For years, I was prescribed cocktails of narcotics, antidepressants, anti-anxiety medications, sleep aids, along with other God knows what medications through the doctors themselves. These prescriptions left me feeling like a zombie, detached from life and void of hope at times. At my lowest, I nearly took my own life. My youngest daughter saved me from that. It wasn't until I found cannabis while living in California after I got out of the military that I finally regained control of my health with access to legal THC. I was able to rejoin society, return to the gym, improve my mental and physical well-being, and find stability in myself. Since moving to Texas, access to legal THC products has been vital in maintaining my quality of life. If your proposed ban moves forward, you will be criminalizing over 64,000 veterans like me who rely on this relief, not recreationally, but for survival. You will force us to choose between suffering in silence or turning to illicit alternatives, or leaving Texas completely, or voting blue for the first time in my life. Beyond my personal health, this legislation would directly impact my livelihood. I'm employed by a shop that sells legal THC. Should this ban pass, I'll lose my job, my income, and the ability to support myself. I'm set on a set income. The Teacup program isn't viable for me. On a set income being disabled, I can't afford that. Unless you guys got all the money up here, unless you're gonna find a way to help us veterans with it. Because I can't afford $400, $500, $600 a month on a set income. So I hope you guys listen to some of us veterans and realize that this isn't just about getting high. Sometimes it's about survival. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So, all of you guys represent a business. You work there, own one, whatever. I'll ask a similar question to what I asked earlier. You know, we saw a video this morning of undercover police officer going into a shop and apparently having access to some things that are extremely powerful. What would they find if they came into your shop?
I can answer that easily. He is very hard on any person he comes in. He says, we check every ID. I don't care if they look, I don't care if you know them, it's your mother. You check your ID. If I see you're not checking IDs, one, you're gonna be fired more than likely. Two, you don't know if it's someone who's undercover and you're gonna come in and you're gonna get a fine of $5,000 and then lose your job as well. Sorry, but like I said, with an income, I can't afford a $5,000 fine.
And I think it's really about what's on the shelves.
Yes.
What will these fine gentlemen find? We can't expect that they've ever been into a store like that. You know, you should feel safe first and foremost to go to a store like that. There are very clean stores that are really patient-driven. So we can give you a list of recommendations. But secondarily, you'll find products that are rigorously tested. You can buy this stuff on Amazon. You know, you can buy bad products everywhere. You choose these retail shops because of the high integrity of the owners. They're from your community, and they want to offer natural relief. You know, cannabis has helped in all manner of things in my life, but one of the most notable is just alcohol intake. I mean, we're human beings. We're organic beings. Alcohol breaks us down. I don't care who you are. You could be Superman. Alcohol will break you down eventually. And man, that was one just beautiful thing that I found. And I learned that through the dispensary owner in my community. They weren't by a school or you know, marketing to kids. They were marketing to moms like me who needed a natural relief. So sorry to jump in on
No,
that.
my owners-
I have a product. We don't have
An
we don't
amazing
have a
product,
store.
by the way.
Thank you.
And my owner's very big on education with us employees. If there's new products that come out, he comes and talks to us about it, no matter what it is. It can be just from stuff you use for your product, from papers to whatever, all the way to the flour we get in. And we hand out a COA, a certificate of analysis, with every purchase we get on flour. And on the back of every product we have, it has to have that scan code to get it. And we check them regularly. We go through every product, check them, make sure that that product is still online and that COA is online to be able to be viewed too. If it isn't, my owner has us yank it off the shelf immediately because, one, we can't prove it's a legal product and there's no certificate of analysis for it. So that's also protecting our community without needing you guys to do it too. A lot of us, people who work there and care, and the owners like I have, they're a part of the community and they are there and they make sure that everything is being ran the way it's supposed to be to protect all of us.
Okay.
Yeah, and as owners of a shop, we are the exact same way. We're a little confused and frustrated too, because Dan Patrick, who kind of headed this, was Perry. He came to our shop. We carded him. I talked to him for 12 minutes, showed him all of our products. He actually said to me, "Looks like you guys are doing it right. I don't see any child, advertised packaging." I showed him our biggest gummy was 50 milligrams, but you're supposed to cut it in multiple pieces, so it was like a 15 milligram dose. And he said to me, "You guys are doing it right," and I've said this multiple times at the hearings. You can go back and look at it. Not changed. He said, "You're doing things right." And then the next morning, he's calling us evil, that we don't card, we're giving it to kids. We are across from high school. It wasn't intentional at all. It's just literally, I'm from South Austin, and Cherry Creek Plaza was a neighborhood, an area I've known my whole life. And the landlords were really gracious. And we've been there for 4.5 years now, and we've never sold to a kid. We actually sent a letter to the school across from us too, Crockett High School, letting them know that their students are not allowed in our school, and it's a trespassing if they do come into our school. So yeah, into our shop. So yeah, we would love to help out with Framework. We already been doing it ourselves. I think you're seeing a lot of shops coming here saying the same thing. So a lot of shops are doing it like we are. So I think the fix is to go and force the shops that aren't doing it like how we are. And I think that would get rid of, if Dan Patrick said we're doing it right, that means other shops are doing it right. And that means enforcement can get rid of the shops that don't do it right. And I think, Mickey, we spent a lot of time going over numbers this week and yesterday and today after y'all are asking for numbers, to kind of see what it would actually look like. Because we're curious too. We want to be a part of the process. We think that bud tenders should be all licensed just like TABC bartenders. We think, the age gate for sure. and the packaging should be a lot more strict. And we do that ourselves, and it costs us a lot more money to get packaging, and we do lose customers by carding. We had a guy the other day leave because he was like 70 years old. I felt really bad, but we just do it every time because we just want to get into a rhythm. Like, yeah, of course, maybe obviously he's not under 21, and the law isn't even under 21 in Texas. So like they said, Hometown's been fighting this for a long time. Like, we're born and raised here in Austin. I realized the other day that I've only lived within 50 miles in Austin, and these are the people that are owning these shops. And that's why I think that's why the frustration comes from. It's not, oh, you're going to take all this money that we're like stockpiling with cash because we're selling to all these kids and adults are like getting sick from it, but we don't care because we're making money. Our 15,000 customers a year wouldn't come back to us. Like doctors, this lawyer, he's a huge-time criminal lawyer in Texas, super tall. He deals with huge cases. He has to come. He takes like 50 milligrams at a time to be able to just relax. And yeah, so yeah, we've been here 3 or 4 times now at these hearings to let you know, like we're just trying to drill it in. We've been inspected by DSHS, Department of State Health Services, 4 times. And we passed with flying colors each time. So if they were coming in to check for all the things, synthetics, full panel testing. The only issue they really had, they took our house brand products and they tested it came back totally green, everything. We just didn't have a cosmetic death box or morgue box in the back for any lotions that break that you can put them in. That was the only thing that they wrote us up on. And we fixed it. I just got a box and put morgue on it. And those are regulations they have. The packaging has to have all the ingredients. We did actually we didn't have our address on it. So I'm just being honest with y'all. We had our manufacturer's address. We didn't know we were supposed to put our address here in Texas as well. So we just changed the packaging on the next round and put that on there. So yeah, they would have caught so many issues, even with the flour, all these different things, if we were doing it wrong. And that's like someone said earlier, we're inviting our doors. If we were scared and we knew we were doing it wrong, we wouldn't be inviting you into our shops. Like we've been interviewed by KVUE, KXAN because of Dan Patrick. And they're all just taking videos of our shops, our customers coming in, they're watching them card our customers. Like, I would be terrified if I thought they would catch something.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Members, any other questions? All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Brandy Flores, Randall Gates, Alberto Earl Green, and Shauna Gutierrez. Okay, do I have Brandy Flores? Okay, we'll show Brandy Flores as registered, but not testifying. Chair recognizes Randall Gates. I show you testifying on behalf of yourself as a retired Texas peace officer, and you are testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Randall Scott Gates. I became a licensed peace officer in 1989 and have been continually licensed for more than 36 years. And I spent 20 years as a commissioned officer. 30 years ago, I came down here to Austin and was the only peace officer who testified in support of the concealed carry legislation. And there was some blowback for that. But the law enforcement administration turned out and had doom and gloom, skies falling, Chicken Little mantra that they offered up and said that, there was going to be shootings at every traffic intersection. And now today, more than 30 years later, we have constitutional carry. They were totally and completely discredited. And I'm going to tell you what, I don't know how the officers that testified here today have any credibility. The chief twice used the term Wild West. Well, that's what he used 30 years ago. So I'm offering you a historical perspective of what happened 30 years ago. We know they were completely discredited 30 years ago. Now they're trying to do the same thing. But what I heard them saying was, our job's hard. We don't like it hard. We want y'all to make our job easy. Easy, like charging high school students with felony offenses. You know why they do that? Because it's easy. It's a drug-free zone. And it's wrong. I don't understand how they have any credibility at all. He told you that his solution was that, oh, we ran these search warrants, but you ask him, did he have any arrest warrants? No. When you run a law enforcement exercise and you don't have arrests, and you dedicate that much resources and you don't have an arrest, there's a problem. There's a credibility issue. I can't believe that, the lieutenant governor attached a lot of credibility to these peace officers testifying in support, representing all other law enforcement. It's wrong. It's just wrong. And I oppose. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Alberto Earl Green, testifying on behalf of SomaLab, and yourself, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. Thank you. I appreciate it. Honorable members of the Texas House of Representatives. My name is Alberto Earl Green. I come here as an epileptic patient, as a scientist, and as a business owner. I have epilepsy for years. I struggle with seizures that disrupted my ability to live, work, and think clearly. What changed my life was not a pharmaceutical drug, but a full-spectrum hemp product containing CBDV, a non-psychoactive cannabinoid not even mentioned in HB5. Thanks to the synergy of that compound with other plant-based cannabinoids, I drastically reduced my seizures and regained control over my life. I still take a low dosage of antiepileptics medication, but the real breakthrough came through the cannabinoids. And clinical research is beginning to catch up with, with what many patients like me already know. It was a really hard time when I was taking just pharmaceutical medications. I got a lot of side effects. Actually, not only mood swings, I gained like 60 pounds in 6 months, depression, suicide thoughts. And I was able to get rid of most of the medications just with the CBD. CBDV, a minor cannabinoid that we know nowadays that it helps in different the GABA receptors of the brain. Basically what it does, it lowers the irritability, so it helps with different types of epilepsy. It helps also with migraines. It helps also with mood swings. So that's one of the cannabinoids that is not even mentioned here. Also, there's other cannabinoids like CBN that helps for sleep disorders. All these compounds work that well in our system because we have the endocannabinoid system. That's something discovered in 1991 that should be in all the anatomy classes because that's how the body works. Basically, I want you to see how does that help and improve the quality of life to many people. We really need these kind of products and accessible prices.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Shauna Gutierrez.
Yes.
Testifying on behalf of GC Enterprises and yourself, and
Yes.
you are against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
I own a small legal cannabis shop in Wimberley, Texas, and I'm in the store every day working the counter, talking to customers, and hearing their stories firsthand. The people we serve are looking for relief, stability, and a better quality of life. Every day I speak with veterans struggling with PTSD, women facing hot flashes and night sweats during menopause, people living with chronic pain, arthritis, autoimmune conditions, anxiety, and insomnia. THC is helping them often when nothing else has. There's solid science behind what I'm seeing in my community. The National Academics of Science concluded that cannabis is effective for treating chronic pain in adults. A recent study in Menopause Journal showed that over 70% of women using cannabis reported relief from sleep disruption and mood swings. THC has shown promise in improving sleep quality and reducing nightmares in those with PTSD, according to research published in the Journal of Clinicals. THC also works as a muscle relaxant and anti-inflammatory, with studies confirming its ability to reduce inflammatory responses. These are not fringe studies. These are peer-reviewed, widely cited, and align with what I see in my store every day. HB5 ignores this science. Instead of improving safety, it would ban legal, lab-tested products and push people back toward unregulated sellers or addictive pharmaceuticals. Regulation protects public health, keeps products out of the wrong hands, and allows responsible businesses like mine to continue helping people safely. Governor Abbott vetoed SB3 to preserve access to legal hemp products. HB 5 directly undermines that decision and the will of many Texans. I'm asking for collaboration so we can build cannabis policy that respects science, supports small businesses, and protects the health and freedom of Texans. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you coming.
I'll try not to.
Chair calls Gregory Laird, Wyatt LaRue, Joshua Martinez, and Miles Tatique. Chair recognizes Gregory Laird, testifying on behalf of Bahama Mama and self, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for taking the time to meet with us today. My name is Greg Laird. I'm the CEO of Bahama Mama, and I'm here representing approximately 85 locations that contribute near $10 million annually in sales tax and rent to our state and local communities. We employ approximately 300 Texans across the state in the legal hemp industry. HB 5's total ban on hemp products would devastate not just our business, but the thousands of everyday Texans and veterans who rely on these products as life-changing alternatives to traditional pharmaceuticals. Many of our customers are veterans dealing with PTSD, chronic pain, and sleep disorders who have found relief through hemp products when conventional medications failed them or caused unwanted, potentially life-altering side effects. Behind the public health impact, this ban would eliminate many of our 300 employees' jobs and affect the lives of everyone involved in our business, hardworking Texans with families. I will say a lot of them are probably the people you guys refer to with hard to understand last names. I represent them proudly today. A lot of them are proud Texans, proud U.S. citizens who have moved here in pursuit of a better life. So I wish that there would be more appreciation for the people that are coming here to contribute to the local economy rather than them being ridiculed. Hemp products are our annual and sales tax and rent payments fund local schools, infrastructures, essential services, and help drive economic growth. Our stores purchase a large portion of our inventory from local Texas suppliers and manufacturers and support dozens of other businesses in our supply chain. Hemp products are federally legal and regulated. Millions of Texans already have safe and legal access to these alternatives. Governor Abbott has already vetoed nearly identical legislation, recognizing that banning hemp products does not serve Texans' interests or reflect the will of everyday Texans. Bahama Mama supports hemp only being sold in 21 and only spaces. This is a solution I'd encourage you to investigate and also support the elimination of what we're referring to as high-dose synthetics from the market like HHC and Delta-10. Personally, we interact with these customers every day. I'm happy to be a resource to help understand what we think is a valuable, wellness alternative and what might be, something that's less useful. I'll just close in saying that HB 5 would force these customers, including disabled veterans and those with chronic conditions, to either cross state lines, turn to underregulated markets, or return to pharmaceuticals that can do more harm than good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Wyatt LaRue, testifying on behalf of Wyatt Perp and self, and testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chairman and committee. First, I'd like to say that I am a transplant patient. 6 years past, had a kidney transplant, came from death to here, okay? I have a producer license, a processor license, a manufacturing license, a hemp handler's license, multitudes of each. I have a multitude of businesses. This isn't one business for me. I am vertically integrated, if you want to say that, from production to manufacturing to the sale, the entire bang and caboodle. I do every part of it. What I invented was called the Controlled Substances Act compliant THC delivery system. I am the first company and the first person in the state of Texas to bring these products to market. I did this in the most legal way possible with a design that is compliant with the Controlled Substances Act. And that is what regulates and defines whether drugs are illegal or not. So that's why these products are legal today, is because they have been designed to be compliant with not just federal law, but international and state law and federal law, which granted me access to the international banking system and allowed me international commerce, okay? Because of those things, The testing, I want to get to the testing real quick. GCMS testing is why law enforcement is giving you these answers they're giving you. Cannabis is legal. It has been legalized via plant biology in 6th grade math. In case I can make this equals MC squared for all of you, 0.3% is 3 milligrams per gram of dry weight. This is a 6th grade rudimentary math equation. If the entire state of Texas, the Congress, the governor, and the Senate passed this without understanding what they did, you guys have serious problems on your hands. This is not very complicated in any way, shape, or form. The testing law enforcement is using is a antiquated form of testing that the Texas Forensic Science Commission has decided is not viable, and they are actually framing every single person they've arrested since 2018 for any cannabis possession since then, especially minorities. 60% of those 200,000 people arrested that were framed for cannabis using this illegitimate testing method that is not used by anyone else in this industry. You guys need to know that.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Chair recognizes Joshua Martinez, testifying on behalf of Grass Monkey LLC and self, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you all for being here this evening, and thank you for your time. HB 5 is in regulation. It's handing control to the cartels and the corporations that want to keep Texans from an alternative to drinking alcohol and all the money that DUIs contribute to the Texas criminal system. If we are for protecting the children, then we need to decriminalize and promote regulation, just the way the other states have. Age verification, milligram caps on total packaging, and public education. We see warning labels on cigarettes, pregnancy warnings on alcohol, and gambling hotline numbers on billboards. Hemp and cannabis should be no difference. As parents, when our children reach a certain age, we sit down and talk with them about the dangers of drinking and driving and what it means to be responsible. Cannabis should be no different. Even though in Texas, 19%, 1 out of 5 of all alcohol-impaired drivers in fatal crashes are aged between 15 and 20 years old, and 42.37% of all traffic deaths are caused by drunk drivers. Why do we insist on an outright brand that will hand demand over to the cartels and push our children and veterans into an illicit and dangerous market? If you want to make it easier on law enforcement, then decriminalize cannabis possession. Make it a Class C misdemeanor and a $200 fine and an online drug class. See how much money the state would get from that and how many kids don't have their records and lives ruined from a simple possession. Even Texas A&M, the college, has decriminalized marijuana on its campus to protect its students. Let's give small businesses a chance and let the free market decide. Ridiculous fees and taxes will only hurt small business owners and make them unaffordable to consumers that can't afford to be on Teacup and protect the privacy of Texas citizens. For example, the story of the local news of recently combat vet losing custody of his daughter because he was prescribed medical cannabis. Let's give Texans the opportunity and freedom to succeed and grow Texas hemp on Texas land for Texas businesses, for Texans. The people who have spoken, there have been several experts on the pro-hemp side that have used their knowledge to help other states regulate and write bills, not by taking money, but by volunteering their time. A safe and regulated market that promotes responsible use and business opportunities to all Texans possible. Not just wealthy corporations can afford lobbyists and political contributions. Isn't it true that Anheuser-Busch's lobbyist is Dan Patrick's former campaign manager? We know who Anheuser-Busch is, but there are 100 other small craft breweries in Texas. Let's give our small farmers and big dreamers the same opportunity that they have. After all, this is Lone Star State, not the big business state. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you got it all in. Chair recognizes Joshua Martinez. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
That was me.
You can hear from him again if you need to.
Chair recognizes Miles
Teddick.
Teddick.
Yes, sir.
Testifying on behalf of Life Leaf Remedies and yourself.
Yes, sir.
And you are testifying against House Bill 5, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Committee. I am here, again, Miles Teddick, founder of Life Leaf Remedies. I'm here today because Life Leaf Remedies is a natural remedies company that does not sell THC products, yet we would be an unintended casualty of SB 5, SB 3, HB 5, all of them, whatever the hemp ban, they're all copied and pasted, whichever one you want to pick. I'm not here to contribute to the anecdotal tug of war going on. You know, I can do that. I've got some anecdotes that would be fun to talk about, but I would like to hopefully provide some perspective for you guys to actually move forward with as you're making these decisions on this bill that seems to have been going round and round for months now. The first one that I take specific issue with is this looks a lot like an argument that conservatives would have an allergic reaction to in another subject. And I'll get to that in just a second, but as I sat here and listened to Chief Dye today, what I gather is this is something, a vendetta against bad actors, but you're taking it out on the good actors. Now, I know that if you bring people up here that have lost children to gun violence and they try to campaign to get a gun ban, it's going to be met with an allergic reaction. And the first comment is going to be, we will not punish law-abiding citizens for the actions of not law-abiding citizens, illegal actions, whatever you want to say, criminals. So do not take away my business, my compliant business that has followed the laws that you all set forth because of bad actors and their actions. I'm selling products that are not even THC products. We have one product that has trace amounts of THC in it. There's zero recreational value for anything that I sell. We have an immune capsule, a pain cream, a sleep gummy, and a general CBD soft gel. There's zero recreational value to that. Why would my company be part of all of this? Why am I getting thrown under the bus here? That's my question. And just for the anecdote, I took 100 milligrams of THC and then finished a 24-hour race by running 60 miles with that. So, we want to talk about big, small, all that, tolerances. You're going to be all over the place. So we can sit here and debate chemistry all day. You're going to get a fingerprint. Everybody's unique, right? Everybody's biology is unique, and we're never going to get anywhere with that. I really would love to implore you guys to stand on principle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for Representative Frank.
So there's no THC in your product?
We have one product that has
Okay, so
0.001%
So
THC.
what in the bill makes any of the other products illegal?
I appreciate you asking that. First of all, our sleep gummy is primarily powered by CBN, cannabinol. It's non-psychoactive. It helps with sleep.
So what in the bill makes it illegal?
Well, the bill would ban CBN because it bans everything except CBD and CBG.
Okay.
Right? The other thing, and I would like to just ask you guys a question, how many small businesses do y'all know that can take on $10,000 of additional overhead without value in return? Anybody? Anybody that's just looking to burn $10,000 a year on their business without getting anything in return for that? I'm not. I can't do that. So if you guys pass this with that $10,000 licensing fee a year, I get nothing in return for that. You guys have already listened to Chief Dye tell you he can't enforce anything, even when he has acknowledged that they are selling illegal products in the store, right? He said it. He said it's 77% or something right now. That means he tested it. He tested that product. He confirmed it's illegal, and then he said, I can't make an arrest. I guess it's too expensive to pull out the handcuffs?
But in fairness, he can enforce it if there's an outright ban, which is really what his whole point is.
Sure, right, but
Thank
then, let's talk
I
about
realize
guns
there's-
and
I
alcohol and
realize there's
cigarette,
challenges with that, but
pharmaceuticals and all that.
That's what we're having the discussion on, so.
Right.
Can I say something real quick?
I think you set it up.
Okay. Mr. Laird, I wanted to clarify, you mentioned that something about someone being disrespected because of their last name.
The last names of the individuals that own these licenses has been brought up multiple times over the course of both today and other meetings.
By no one on this committee.
By invited guests of this committee. So I don't think it's fair to say that you're not associated with them if they were invited guests. And my whole point is just, I don't think it's fair to judge a business by the last name of the person that owns it.
Thank you. Sure.
I apologize for being snarky. You basically, in your testimony, said how stupid we all are. It makes us a little hard to listen to your comments. So, but I was still out of line for doing that. So, sorry about that.
Thank you. Any other questions for this panel? Representative Schaffner.
I'm not going to be mean, I promise. But I did want to ask Mr. Laird. So how many stores do you have?
There's approximately 85, and there's some that are not open, various stages of open, but I would say...
Is that just in Texas or
Just
everywhere?
in Texas, correct, yep.
And you have any others in other states?
No, ma'am.
And so, and going to the common of last names or whatever, of course, I didn't hear any of that today from the dais. Those are your investors?
So I'm a hired CEO.
Okay,
I work for
hired
partners.
CEO, okay.
Yeah. I'm not the founder of the business. not the
Okay,
owner.
and so the founder, just to kind of get structure, I don't need a name or whatever. So the founder came in.
There's an original founder that owns a portion of the businesses. They hired a CEO. There's also other partners in the business.
Okay, got it. Okay, and let's see, Mr. LaRue. what is the testing that is accurate for law enforcement? You were talking about the law enforcement testing and that's inaccurate. And is there another state, is there another test that is actually accurate?
Actually, the national standard of testing all of these products is called high-pressure liquid chromatography, in which like liquid nitrogen or a cold-based solvent will be used to separate the cannabinoid profiles of the plant. And every cannabis company across the United States uses DEA-accredited labs, including myself. And we do all of this testing, and they use this type of testing to do all of the products that are posted on all these packages. Law enforcement, according to the State Forensic Crime Commission, is using an antiquated form of testing that uses heat to heat these products up and converts all of the cannabinoids into the illegal one. So it is not possible to be in possession of any legal cannabis by the way that law enforcement is testing these products and presenting it to you like that's normal when it's not. No one in this industry tests the products the way law enforcement is, other than law enforcement to guarantee guilt. That's what I'm trying to explain, is you can't test using heat on an acidic product and it not convert into another one. Also, a lot of these products are available naturally. Like, you don't have to do synthesis to get all this. Like, my company is 100% natural. My technology, I separate the THC that's naturally in the hemp plant from the waste byproduct of the isolate manufacturing process. So there's a little amount of THC in these hemp fields, but a hemp field compared to a marijuana field is not comparable because the size of a marijuana field is roughly 2 acres. The size of a general hemp field is hundreds to thousands of acres. So that 0.3%, that 3 milligrams per gram, when you're actually looking at it based on scale, the quantifiable mathematics are not even comparable. There is tons more THC in hemp than there ever will be in marijuana based on the way that you grow it and the quantity in which you grow your fields. And part of why this is not going to be enforceable if you put a ban is that when you make CBD to where it has 0 THC in it, you're going to have to make it an isolate, which means that I have to grow CBD in a field that is impossible to not have any quantifiable amount of THC. That's not possible. How for me to get to 0% THC would be to process that flower into a distillate, which would be an oil, and then I would have to crash that oil out 3 times in ethanol and concentrate that oil into a crystallized form where it can become a crystal. When I crash out the CBD, I can't not crash out the THC. So in order to make isolate, you have to make quantifications of THC that exceed well over 0.3% in the byproduct of that isolate manufacturing process. And that's how I get my THC. I committed one of the greatest upcycles in human history. I took all the waste byproducts and I recycled them into natural 100% full spec products. There is a way to do this that you could cut out synthetics. It won't bother me. I've never sold one. I won't.
Okay, so that's what was my next question. So you're all right with, you'd be all right with banning synthetics? How about the converted?
Yeah, 100%. None of my products are converted because I don't buy, I don't think that there is, I don't call them synthetic. They are converted from natural plant-based products, okay? But those are derived in a way in which, to me, is, I can't do it. I'm a transplant patient. I did this for myself, not for money. I wanted to be able to take medicine, you guys. Like, I take 30 pills a day just to stay alive. If I eat synthetic cannabinoids, if I eat bad medicine, anything of pesticides, I will die. Like, that's just the reality of it. I am the person that you're supposed to be protecting, and I'm the first person to market with these products. I did this the most responsibly. I've never sold a synthetic product. No one under 21's ever gotten my products, and I designed this to be compliant with international law. Like, that's the glory of this. You guys are about to prop up a state-funded narcotics monopoly that is going to sell Schedule I narcotics that they will have to operate in all cash when I've put $30 million in the bank, and I get to pay taxes on it, and it's totally legal, and I get to reinvest that into the stock market and live the American dream. I've accomplished my goals. And it's trying to be ripped from me and stolen from me and given to people who are misrepresenting facts to steal our business. This is a hijack of a business. THC is legal. It's legal. You guys, cannabis is legal. I'm not going to pretend that hemp and marijuana are different. I can grow marijuana to where it legally comes out as hemp every single time. I understand the biology of the plant and how to feed the plant to make it never have any D9 in it. And I can still grow 27% THCA cannabis that will convert into high THC, but under federal law, that's not illegal right now. Otherwise, all these people would be, their assets seized by the DEA, everybody would be facing massive charges, and that can't happen because these are backed by the supreme law of the land. That's what the Controlled Substances Act is. That's what gave you the authority to lock up millions of people over the last 30 years. Now you need to take that same authority and apply it to us and protect us, because under the same authority you arrested everyone, I've now created a solution that's legal in which you can't. I didn't do this to be bad. I did this to help humanity and my fellow Texans. Lots of people use THC. It's not bad. Cannabis is not bad. Marijuana is simply the black law definition of cannabis. Hemp is a black law definition of cannabis. That cannabis is the noun. Marijuana is the adverb of cannabis that describes illegal cannabis. Hemp is the adverb of cannabis that describes legal cannabis. Cannabis is legal on an international scale. And this committee needs to recognize that and not get hoodwinked by these large, massive corporations that represent marijuana companies who want to come in and rip it. We've only captured 15% of the market, and it's $10 billion. You guys, this is a $60 billion a year industry in 5 years of capture. This is huge for us. If we embrace this and act like adults and stop lying to each other and actually deal with reality and the reality that 5 years later we've built these amazing businesses.
Thank you for your answer.
I still have another question. One last question, please. Mr. Laird, do your shops have converted or synthetic?
No.
Sorry.
We do have some converted products. Some of the Hometown Hero products are converted with Delta 8. Everything is federally legal. Again, we only carry products that have a QR code on the back that you can look at exactly what's in it. And I'll say personally, I'm fairly new in this job, and one of my biggest priorities has been refining the product catalog. And the way I've been doing that is honestly trying a lot of the products myself. So if I seem like a functional, well-adjusted person to you, I'm kind of living proof that you can consume these products. And I mean, there's different reactions for everyone, but they're generally safe products if you use them the right way.
Great. Anybody else?
I had a quick comment about
Sorry, can I just clarify one thing? The only thing I'll say about the synthetics, I don't agree with calling them synthetics, but I understand that's how you guys understand them. There are a category of these synthetics that me as a retailer, I see a small problem with. They've been mentioned today. Stuff like THCP, HHC, Delta 10. These are cannabinoids that are meant to bind, I don't know if it's more quickly, he probably knows better, or more efficiently to those same receptors. Essentially, they work extra well, right? There's value in these products for very, very niche users that are very heavy users, but 90% of people have no business ever having these products. So if there's something you need to look at, there are a few things you could look at that would improve. The problem is the industry is fast, they're smart, they're going to create something else. Right. It is difficult. I'll admit that for sure, but there are things you can start with that will solve current problems.
Right. Anyone else, quickly?
To elaborate on your question about the testing, they brought that up in the agriculture panel whenever they were talking about shipping their products. That's the chronograph that he's referring to. Is the heat is what changes the chemical
I
compound.
get that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I had a comment about earlier, it's somewhat unrelated, but I think ultimately comes back to around the same thing. If you have a regulation versus the ban, the question was, why would cartels in the black market actually increase? The reason for that is, and the reason it's happening right now, in California mostly, is because they're fully legal, so an incompliant grow is a misdemeanor, okay? That's California's problem. That's not our problem, and it is a problem, right? An incompliant grow should be a big problem. That shouldn't be a misdemeanor. Right. So that's the issue, and it's certainly not something that can't be dealt with.
Thank you.
Representative Alcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Laird, can you briefly talk about you said the problem that law enforcement is using wrong testing again, and you mentioned high-performance liquid chromatography. Is that, you're saying that's a good, are you saying that's a good way of testing it? I mean,
yes,
by
sir.
purifying, or a bad way?
That is the correct way, and that is the industry standard in what law enforcement.
And you don't have to heat for that?
No, sir. You use no heat. You mostly use real negative temperatures to Yeah, cold in order to derive the cannabinoids. That's how we're getting an accurate prediction and accurately labeling our products, where law enforcement is saying they're all illegal. No, they're not. They're actually tested by DEA accredited labs under the correct performa of testing. When your own state police crime lab is telling you that they're framing people and they wrote that into a public document, you guys have to take this seriously.
But what is the test that you object to, the manner of testing you object to? The
it's-
heating that you're talking about, what is
Gas
that?
chromatography, mass spectrometry.
Okay.
And that is a way. I have patents, patent pending technology. That's why I understand a lot of these things. When you use advanced heat, like high temperatures of heat, you're gonna convert these things, and most of them all convert into D9.
Okay. I have a question for, can I just say your first name, Miles?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you tell me more about CBN? Because that's the first time I've heard it mentioned. I've got a sheet here with like 20 different structures on it, and I found CBN, but I haven't heard anyone talk about it today. Can you tell me a little bit more about the compound? Because I don't think the intent of this legislation is to prevent compounds that really have no psychotropic or you know,
Certainly.
highs. What do you use it for? What do people use it for? And how did you come about marketing it?
Yeah.
Just tell me a little more
so
about it.
CBN it's a counterpart of CBD, CBG. It's another cannabinoid.
It looks like it actually comes from CBD. I mean,
Yeah.
it can be
Yeah.
converted from CBD.
Right, or CBD can age into it. That's
Okay.
how that goes. But CBN is, it's from everything that I've experienced, a non-psychoactive. I think there has been some idea that it could be psychoactive at very large amounts. That's not our product. We have 5 milligrams per piece in our gummies. And it is essentially, the best way to think about it is a natural replacement for a melatonin gummy, right? So if you're all familiar, melatonin gummies are sleep gummies, right? But melatonin is a hormone. It helps create a hormone. It's not a good thing for you to take on a regular basis. So there is common knowledge out there about that. CBN is a compound your body is designed to accept through the endocannabinoid system, and it is overwhelmingly seen as helpful for
Is
sleep.
it thought to react to the CB1 receptors? Or is it in unique receptors? for
I
sleep?
believe it's CB1. I'm not going to say specifically because I'm not going to get into details of science that I'm not qualified to talk about, but I know.
But the primary purpose of what is for sleep.
For sleep,
And that's
yeah.
really the only thing people use it for.
Absolutely.
And you're not, when they don't come back and say, hey, I got a little buzz or a little high off of that?
No, I've never heard that before. I've never had a single refund request or complaint for any unintended consequences of using the product.
Okay, thank you.
And just real quick, because I know you were about facts, sir. As I got into this issue, because again, we're an unintended casualty, I think. We don't sell THC products. We have one product that we could live without that has tiny trace amounts of THC in it. When this first came to my attention as SB3 back a few months ago, I was curious, why am I a casualty of this? So I started digging in. Well, as an entrepreneur, the first thing that I look to solve problems is data. The first thing I did was go to the DSHS website to find out what's going on. Apparently, we're concerned that kids are being harmed by THC, right? That's the general sentiment. Well, I went to the DSHS website, looked up how are kids being affected by this? Well, through the student substance use study, alcohol, from 2018, alcohol went up among students. I think it was about 36 to 39% from 2018 to 2024. And marijuana use went down from 16% to about 13%. So that's less than half of the problem that alcohol is, and that's specifically with students. That's the state's data. So we're sitting here going round and round over a problem where I'll sit here and tell you that nobody's died from it. I'll die on that hill. But we're looking at the state's own data that says alcohol is more than twice the problem among students than marijuana is, and the use of marijuana has gone down since 2019, since this legislation, HB 1325, was passed. So,
But isn't the most likely explanation for that, instead of smoking marijuana, they're simply going and getting gummies?
is that not still consumption?
Yeah,
This
I'm
isn't about
just-
smoke,
yeah.
it's about consumption. So it's consumption either way, whether it's gummies or smoke or
Yeah.
whatever dabs, all the things that we're talking about up here, it's putting THC into your body. because that's what marijuana is.
Right. I
It's
mean,
not
it
hemp.
sounds like the scenario you're describing is simply replacing smoking marijuana with
No,
consuming
not at all.
THC.
No, this is the state's own data about marijuana use, not smoking marijuana, marijuana use, which marijuana is THC.
I understand that, but if you were here earlier.
I've been
one of
here
the
all
compl-
day, sir.
Okay, you heard the complaints when I cited the study from the state of Washington with the AAA study, and that was.
Sure did.
They were looking at marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the other witnesses were claiming that that's because marijuana could be more dangerous than the the Delta 8 or
What-
Delta 9.
How does that relate to student use being less than half of what alcohol use is?
I know you're wanting to focus on alcohol.
No,
but
no,
I'm
I'm focused on marijuana.
Okay.
It's gone down since
Yeah.
since 2019. Use of marijuana among students in Texas has gone down, according
So
to
what
the
is your
state's own
definition?
data.
What is your definition of marijuana?
It's the cannabis plant that is high in THC.
Okay, but do you think that included gummies, or is that smoking marijuana?
You'd
in
have
the
to ask
traditional
those
way?
students, sir, and you'd have to
Okay.
ask your state. It's
Okay.
the state's data. That question is for DSHS, and he was up here earlier. You'd have to ask him. I'm a little disappointed y'all didn't.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one more question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, kind of both a question and a comment, because I've heard it mentioned here, and I appreciate my chairman, because we are here to really try to find a balance. And that's what we're here for, and I stated it earlier. You know, it's not a problem until it gets up here. And we want invited testimony to hear from that, and we want public testimony. And that's how we get the balance. Now, the question I'm just speaking on myself, the concern I have is when I've got children getting these products. It's all right while they were getting them. Nobody said nothing. And now the law comes. SB 3, SB 5, HB 5. And now I hear from you. And I'm glad, because I love everything that you said, where we're at from a federal level all the way down to a world level. But the question remains, we have to find balance. And so my question is, can regulation be included, can include banning some products? Now, you mentioned your product, which is probably a casualty, unintended consequence, but can regulation include banning projects? You know, some products that you guys have. And and just down the line, just answer. Can it include it?
I think so. Why not?
Get rid of the synthetics.
Yeah.
I think that whatever's constitutional needs to be applied. However this works in a constitutional way, like you can't take away things that are federally legal. It has to be in compliance with both international and federal law because we have international obligations.
I'm gonna agree with you a little bit, and I'm just gonna stick with you on the federal.
Yes,
Because
sir.
I don't care what happens in another country. But I'll agree with you on that. And I think that's the answer to the question, because right now, and I asked this of my chairman early on, before we even had this, are we within federal limits? And now I would ask you guys, because you seem very knowledgeable. What we have now, are we in federal limits?
Yes, sir.
We are.
Yes, sir.
And then even with the stuff that's going on now, is that within federal limits? Now, you guys, I'm gonna assume you guys were the good actors.
Yes, sir. We wouldn't be here. Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, I don't want to lose this.
The bad actors are hiding.
Yep.
To answer your question, though, yes, I mean, we would ban products if needed. I mean, there's.
I appreciate your
I think
answer.
I was just said identifying, I guess what I would look towards is language that includes, substantially present in the plant, something along those lines, bring it back to the plant, bring it back to the full flower.
You guys have brought it back to the plant. You just told me all I need to know about the plant now.
Yeah, but it's important to understand, I guess, the difference between like a converted cannabinoid that never would have existed in the plant and a converted cannabinoid that people are converting because it's more convenient and cost efficient, right? Like that's why Delta 8 gets made, is because it's convenient and cost efficient. And Delta 8, to my understanding at least, is not actually like psychoactive in and of itself unless you take like a crazy, crazy amount. It's the other stuff that generally gets mixed into those gummies that are the problem. So, I think there's language that this group can come to that will, make safer products on the shelf, still keep consumer choice that has, these full spectrum products, because that's what veterans, that's what people with anxiety are using for wellness, because that entourage effect you guys have heard so much about is what really makes those things powerful. So you don't need everything to do that, but you do need a lot of the stuff that was in the plant. Stuff that was never in the plant, personally, I don't care about.
Real quick,
Service media.
just the key words here are biosynthesization and education. Like, we need to inform everybody about this. Like, I didn't know anything about this when I started my company in 2019. I started going to the Texas Hemp Summit, which at least 5 folks behind me have been educating and self-educating themselves for safety for the last 6 years. And the information is out there, and it needs to be shared. And that's the only way that we're going to agree on anything, is biosynthesization and education, public education.
All right, well, gentlemen, I want to thank you. All I'm trying to do is just get off of, in your words, I'm trying to get off of stupid. So I'm trying to make sure that I understand before I make a decision. But right now, the best decision is to make sure that I keep kids safe.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Members, Representative Schofield.
Just to comment on the data, it depends how you're collecting it. Now, first of all, we don't know what every kid has taken in the state, so we don't have God data. If it's survey data, I guarantee you what happened is what Mr. Alcott said happened. As the kids switch from smoking dope to taking gummies, they don't think they're doing marijuana. So if you ask them last year...
That's not up to you, though. You don't get to interpret the data like that. You have to ask GSHS to do that. That's your own opinion.
And again, if it's survey data, that's what it's going to be.
No, you didn't talk to those kids. You don't know that.
Neither did you.
No, exactly. But the data says it went down. So I take the data at face value, and you're trying to interpret it in a way that's just totally subjective. You don't know that.
But we can ask them.
Well, you should.
Because there's only 2 ways they can get data on kids doing drugs. One is from arrests, and the other is from surveys.
Well, Chief Dye is not arresting anybody except for kids.
Then it's got to be from surveys. And if you tell kids who were, when they were juniors, smoking dope, and by the time they're a senior, they're taking gummies, they're going to say, I don't take marijuana anymore. And your data's going to go down. That's why we get data errors. We had a great crime drop in Houston in the last couple of years of the Turner administration because they started, if they didn't have enough officers to deal with the case, they counted it as not happening. So how you get your data and what data you report is going to tell you what you're getting, not what actually happened on the street. So I will.
Okay, so then we should just
I'll bet you money it's
DSHS
survey
data should just be totally ignored. Then we shouldn't be paying attention to that.
I would take a look at where it came from. If it's
It came from
data,
it's their survey, man. They were here this morning. It's the state.
They got it from
sir,
but they didn't make it up. They got it
Thank
from
you.
surveying somebody.
Mr. Schofield, is there a possibility that they could, instead of saying that they
Hey,
were using marijuana?
guys,
be hemp?
we ask the questions, you answer the questions, okay? Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Appreciate you.
By the way, Michael, I do think you're able to use your judgment. Thanks. If you want to.
That's right. Chair calls Sheila Hemphill, Xander Herbold, Aaron McGrew, and Callan Salganick.
Hey, I'll give a public service message. Sometimes you can be your own worst enemy. There are so many times I have seen it where literally you have pushed people the other way. I don't care on which side of the argument, but it is really funny. Just, y'all do what you want, but.
And I'll also make the statement that just as you have been here all day, we have been here all day. We are trying to find the truth. We are trying to find the path to the best solution for the state of Texas. So please keep that in mind when you provide your testimony. We are acting in good faith. This committee is here because we care. And so the last thing we need is a lecture. So keep that in mind. Thank you. So Chair recognizes Sheila Hemphill, testifying on behalf of Texas Right to Know and yourself, and you are against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Can I go? Okay. I've got handouts, and it takes a little moment. Thank you.
This gentleman right here will take your handouts and.
Thank you.
And take care of them.
Have to make sure I have a copy, so we're all on the same page.
Okay?
And I have to admit, this is the most invigorating committee hearing I have heard in nearly my 13 years of being here.
Good.
And I'm very oh, wrong ones. Okay, this is one of each. Would you give me Kleenex, please? Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, you may, let me read you in. I have you registered as Sheila Hemphill with Texas Right to Know and Self, and you're testifying against House Bill 5, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, you may proceed.
My name is Sheila Hemphill with Texas Right to Know, and I'm so grateful for this committee. This is the 4th hearing on this issue, and this is the best respect for we the people to give us some time. The way these are set up, that he who controls the mic asks the questions, and you got your 2 minutes. So thank you for the time that you're taking to learn. I see the genuineness, and I hope I am offered the same questions at the end of this. 34 years ago, I was the 3, and then yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Oh, were they singles? I don't know. I did these up in the library while I'm hearing what they want to talk about, trying to get it out to you. So where's my timer? You know what I figured out? When they go, you've got 2 minutes, it is a PTSD, and I get rattled. So I'm just going to start with, I have all the time that God gives me. So,
I'm timing here at the, so proceed.
This timing thing is just, okay. To give you a brief, I am kind of a walking canary in this capital about mental illness because I've recovered from it, but it has been a struggle for 34 years. I was diagnosed manic depressive. I had everything right in my life. I had the husband, I had the baby, I had the house, I had the job. I loved it. And then I was hit with absolute devastation of empathy for the pain exhibited from my students that I had in Ozona, Texas. After teaching 4 years of computer science at a university level, I couldn't take it more than 4 months, and I ended up 30 days in a psychiatric facility. I was sent home with the treatment that absolutely are the bowels of hell thought processes that anyone could ever experience. When you want to hold your baby's head underwater at 18 months old, or even contemplate putting his hand under an iron. I did was sleep because I couldn't handle the torture, and it was from the drugs. Representative Alcott, at the top of this page, my call out is we need I know. Okay, got it. Thank you. The call out is we need Senate, HHS, and House public health hearings on risk and benefits of psychiatric drug and treatment options. We need to talk about serotonin selective serotonin, SSRIs.
Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors.
His mic wasn't on.
Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors.
We need to talk about that because that is where you're destining this group of people that are desperate to even preserve their life of something they've been searching for that they didn't even know existed. So I started this hemp initiative in 2015. My son and I were walking around trying to get industrial hemp. I work with international physicians and researchers who do research in Mexico utilizing cannabis and how it was very beneficial for their cancer patients because it enabled them to eat. So listening to all this, I've been at this since 2015. What you're trying to do is determine whether or not you should ban fire because you know people can be burned. So what we have here with this incredible God-given plant that you've gotten, I think, a really good understanding of our endocannabinoid system. Think of it as a chain on a bicycle and a link. These cannabinoids.
Ms. Hemphill, your time is up. Thank you. Chair recognizes Xander Herbold. Testifying on behalf of Innovate Distribution against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Howdy, I'm president of Innovate Distribution. We make and distribute a lot of the cannabinoids that are being discussed Yeah, that makes sense. So we make and distribute the cannabinoids that are being discussed to 37 states and 7 countries. So I'm here as a principal and a native Texan, not out of self-interest. As Ronald Reagan best said, the 9 most dangerous words in the English language are "I'm from the government, I'm here to help." The same rationale being used to support HB 5 is being used to attack the Second Amendment, which I'm sure a lot of y'all are in favor for. As a conservative voter, I believe in personal responsibility, accountability, and freedom, not a nanny state holding Texans' hands, telling them what they can and cannot do. I encourage you all to look at this matter through an economic lens instead of the guise of public safety and lies about children dying. There are roughly 6,000 shops leasing about 9 million square feet of retail space, employing over 40,000 Texans. CBG and CBD will not keep these shops in business. If we raise the cost of licensure and impose a reasonable excise tax, over $2 billion could be collected each year and applied to something like property taxes. The vast majority of Texans oppose HB 5. If you want to ensure you retire on your own accord instead of losing an election, break party lines, scrap HB 5, and work with industry professionals like myself to draft a replacement. If this was truly about public health, HB 5 wouldn't be attempting to hand a multi-billion-dollar industry over to the cartels, who I can assure you are tuning in are excited to sell unregulated, untested marijuana products to children, like we're being accused of, as they did prior to 2018. It's never been hard to find these products. Hell, I mean, even the unofficial mascot of UT in Austin, Matthew McConaughey, got famous playing a stoner at a high school based in Texas. That was way before 2018. So intelligent regulation would include an excise tax to alleviate property taxes, raising the cost of licensure, expanding the hemp and licensing enforcement division, require products sold in Texas to be made in Texas, universal testing standards, child-resistant packaging, advertising constraints, out of sight, out of mind, and a minimum age to purchase, not a total ban that will be
Mr.
Arvell,
Arvell,
by the
your
cartels.
Time's up. Thank you. Chair recognizes Aaron McGrew, testifying on behalf of Breathe Free Cannabis Company, LLC, and self, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
It's actually Breathe Freely Cannabis Company. Maybe I typed it wrong. I'm out of Kerrville, Texas. I've been doing the industry since 2019, have my own business since 2020. I am also a veteran, 7 years Army. I'm actually formerly the Harris County Sheriff's Office and a former firefighter. I have dedicated my life to service and helping others. That has been all I have ever done. And through that, I have accrued my own PTSD and my own issues. I used to be a severe alcoholic. That's how I treated myself. It was actually at my time at Harris County Sheriff's Office when I started using cannabis. Because, yeah, it's fine drinking a fifth of alcohol a night and coming in half hungover, half drunk, and going to work, because that's part of the culture. T-Close even says 30% of all police officers have a serious drinking problem. And so, culturally, it's fine to go home every night and kill yourself with alcohol and show up in a depreciated state the next day. But heaven forbid, you take a plant, you get a great night's sleep without any side effects, and you go to work the next day clear-headed. It was my journey through cannabis that made me separate. I was never caught. I never tested positive. But it was my cannabis use that made me change my direction of my life. I wanted to help people outside of violence. And that's been the purpose of my business from the beginning. I focus on a 40 and older crowd. If I brought my customers in, they'd all look like you almost. I'm in Kerrville. I moved it there because it's a retirement community. And the fear that I have to deal with in these people's eyes, because some of these people, again, are 70, 80 years old, and for the first time in their life, they're finding something that helps them. And they found something that helped them, and now it's threatening to be taken away from them. And now I've got to come in and calm these people down and try to assure them that their life is not over, that they're going to be able to continue to sleep or deal with their pain or conduct their life in just a better way. And it's all going to be threatened to be ripped away from them, and they don't understand it because, again, I deal with good, clean products. You hear about all this psychosis and stuff. I'm telling you right now, that's the smoke shops. That is all these synthetics. I think, honestly, these are inflated numbers. When you say 8,000 cannabis businesses or 55,000 employees,
Thank you.
it's not that high. Most of those people don't even need to be in the industry.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Callan Sauganek, testifying on behalf of Sauganek Services Incorporated and yourself, and you are against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'd like to also just, before I start, thank you guys for giving us a genuine hearing today. You know, honestly, I've been to a few of these, and this is truly incredible. So thank you for what you guys are doing for the state. My name is Callan Sauganek, and I own and operate multiple businesses in the hemp industry, and including retail stores. And Chief Dye of Allen, Texas, you know, he's painted a false picture of this industry, especially when it comes to enforcement and raids. And I know because I lived it. My store was raided, and this is who I am. I'm not part of some Middle Eastern money laundering scheme like him and his comrades claim. I'm a registered Republican, and I voted to weaken Mexican cartels, not empower them. Yet HB 5 will do exactly that by handing over our billion-dollar industry to the Chinese and Mexican cartels. And the truth is, Chief Dye, as some other people have pointed to, he's relying on a private lab that uses testing methods which actually change the chemical composition of hemp products to make them appear over the legal THC limit. And the Texas Forensic Science Commission published a report on this. And to Representative Frank's question earlier in the day, if you want to find out if he's deceiving us or lying to us, you can find it in that report. It's called the Schwett Report on Cannabis Testing Methodologies. It was published this past April. And unfortunately, it was about an individual who was pulled over with a pin, and they used this result and tried to stick him with the felony. So it's very sad. And when I was raided, my store, you know, had just been open for 2.5 months. They took all my inventory, tore apart my store, kept me in handcuffs for more than 5 hours. I was never arrested, never charged, because the truth is I'd done nothing wrong. They never returned my products, caused over $250,000 in damages, and I was honestly on the brink of bankruptcy, and only the overwhelming support from my community kept me in business. I have since filed suit on the matter, and I expect to achieve justice. So thank you guys so much for your time today.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Members, questions, Representative Alcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Hemphill, I know you've been waiting here all day, and you probably drove quite a ways to get here, so you did exceed your 2-minute limit, but you think in 60 seconds you can maybe give us the most important information you'd like to give us?
Yes, sir, and these are written. I want to point out under comments, there is a minuscule amount of THC in any hemp product, and that would be your seeds in your smoothies, that would be your cereal bars, your fiber sold for textiles, ropes. It's innately part of the plant. So this zero thing, you're not, if you look far enough, you're going to find THC in these products. I've been educating legislators and universities since 2015 on this topic, and I also work on the medical side of it with doctors that deal with cancers, and mental illness is my major because I've been off medication for 32 years, and I'm figuring it out. Here are the recommendations. That the hemp products contain the 0.3. Let's develop a Go Texan hemp logo with distinct coloring for hemp products, just like you have a red box for your needles that go in with the hazard. Let's get our Go Texan. Let's get the packaging when the parents could look at that and identify from a distance that that's a hemp product. Limit the retail products to Texas growers, manufacturers that are currently Texas-owned businesses. So you have to own you be from Texas, you own the business, you're manufacturing, and keep it to Texas, and we can do Go Texan Hemp. permit law enforcement to suspend licenses of facilities found to be in violation with pending criminal charges. How many times did we hear it was a legal product from DPS? It was legal. Why weren't they arrested? Did you suspend their license? Did you take out their TABC? You're not going to sell your alcohol? Whatever license you have with the state, gone until proven, you know, that I almost said guilty until proven innocent. I don't think that's how it's supposed to work.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hempel.
Wait, required packaging? Oh, I already did the coloring. With one last thing, I have identified what I think is an underlying condition of mental illness that is completely unrecognized, but is identified by Carl Jung. This attribute, there is a personality he calls the most dangerous, an undifferentiated perception. They see things other people don't see. And when they try to bring it up to solve a problem, they're accused of being the problem. That is what happened to me. I had no drugs, I had nothing going wrong in my life, and I was hit, and it was the treatment that nearly destroyed me. There's a place for psychiatrics. It is to bring people down. It is not a management. We've got to supply the endocannabinoids.
Thank you. You did a great job of summarizing your thoughts. Thank you for coming today.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Members, other questions for this panel? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is for, is it Callan?
Yes.
You said you were targeted for a raid for your business?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you think that happened?
Yeah, I could only speculate, honestly. I think that honestly, you know, I'm young. At the time, I was 24, you know, and I was doing door-to-door sales, saving up, you know, everything I had, right? And I think they saw an opportunity to, you know, close me down and cripple me because I'd only been open for 2.5 months. Honestly, that's why I think I was probably targeted. But that's purely speculation. I think political factors could have also been involved.
What about your products?
Yeah, so
Was
my product.
there a warrant? Was there a complaint?
Yeah, so there was a warrant, and basically what the affidavit said was they used a presumptive test the day before. It was actually less than 24 hours before they conducted the raid. They used a presumptive field test, which many professionals have spoken on. A presumptive field test for hemp does not exist, and the National Institute of Science says that to conduct a search warrant on a business for something like this, you have to have an analytical test. So a lot of violations occurred, and that's why we're very confident that justice will be served on this. But as far as my products go, everything was compliant. If I was selling marijuana openly out in the open under their nose like they claimed, I would have been taken to jail. They still claim that it was marijuana. I think really to cover themselves because, they're using gas chromatography to heat the product to change the chemical composition to then say, oh, this falls under the definition of marijuana. However, that is the furthest thing from the truth. It's disingenuous and deceptive at best, but, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Schofield.
Mr. McGrew, I just have one question for you. Your registration said you were from Texas, which I really liked.
Oh,
but you're actually from Kerrville?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Thank you. Chair calls Kenneth Berner. William Anderton, Lauren Pena, and Serena Nolan.
I know. I saw that.
Okay, Chair recognizes Kenneth Berner, testifying on behalf of A to Z Investments and Wholesale LLC and yourself, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
So
I just want to take a minute to tell you a little bit about myself, and then I know I'm not supposed to ask questions, but I'm going to. I don't expect an answer. They're more thought-provoking. I am a Texan, a fourth-generation Texan. I'm also a veteran. Texas Army National Guard, served in Iraq, et cetera, et cetera. I've been married to a wonderful woman for 15 years. I have 2 kids. The oldest, believe it or not, probably will wind up in an Ivy League school. I guess that depends on if you take my revenue stream away or not. But, I mean, he's an incredibly intelligent kid. They're my heroes. They all are. But here's the thing that I think we as Texans sometimes get a little too proud to admit. We're not perfect. We're not the perfect place to be. We're not the perfect people. I grew up in Texas, small town Texas. If you're interested, Valley Mills. Grand total population, 1,200. Retirement community. I knew where to find marijuana in the 90s. It was prevalent then. It's been prevalent ever since. We just kid ourselves and pretend. I think Senator Perry likes to say Texans don't get high. I think Texans disagree. It's been around for a long time. I think there's a stigma to it that we all need to get over and get past. And I mean, think about it like this for 2 seconds. We've heard about a chemical or a plant today that can cause self-harm. And we're raising 10 kinds of ruckus about it, right? But what about something that causes you to harm others? It's legal. It runs around. I mean, I can go to a liquor store and buy a bottle big enough to kill me 3 times over if I don't go out and kill everybody else first. So I don't understand it. I really don't. We're adults. I don't need another set of parents. Mine did a really good job. I should be able to make choices that affect me that don't let me affect other people or aren't going to cause me to die. I don't think that is the role of government, to be my parent. I'm sorry, it's just not. And if it's not clear, I oppose that. HB 5. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Serena Nolan, testifying on behalf of self, and you are for HB 5.
I am.
Okay.
Very much so, and I was for SB 3. I'm from Dallas, and I do what is called I'm a volunteer organizer with the Ministry of Truth Summer Film Fest. We show films on Sunday night, 5 o'clock, at the Angelica Film Center. We on issues of concern to us. We showed on the 20th of July, on the eve of this special session, the silent, cannabis-induced psychosis, the silent epidemic. You received a source sheet where we try to put other films, books, whatever, on the subject. I tell you, I had no idea what this was all about, and I was stunned. I was also stunned because in the 4 years that we've been doing the Summer Film Fest, we have not had the kind of, I would say, the turnout, the people that came that were this happened to my child, this is my cousin, this nephew is, he's lost to the world. It was just unbelievable. I think this is the most dishonest, I'm saying a lot of good people, good businesses. This is 10 servings. Trust me, I would never make it through 10 servings. It would be a 1 serving for me. I just can't imagine. To me, it's very dishonest. One of the women on our panel on the film, her son, he had his breakdown because he had a cookie. And it's unbelievable. I just don't think we need drug-laced caramel corn. It's just unbelievable. Okay, gotta get it in time. I don't also think I could have brought a better example than, and she's a very nice woman, city councilwoman from Dallas, cracked me up that I saw her here, and she's down here with hat in hand. She wants some money, to take care of her homeless and for that. And someone had mentioned, we just have to raise the registration and we got a 1.6 million. What program have you ever run for 1.6 million? If it's anything like alcohol and tobacco, 10%, I know you have to stop. It covers about 10% of the cost. It's just insane.
Thank you
Sorry.
for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes William Anderton, testifying on behalf of self against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, proceed.
All right, I want to start off by saying thank y'all for expanding Teacup. It did a lot, but there's still a long ways to go. There's a lot of issues and limitations that make access difficult, but that's a discussion for another day. I have a son with severe autism. I watch him, used to a year ago, slam his head into a hard floor about 5 times a day. And now with CBD broad spectrum that contains less than 0.01%, we might see one meltdown every 3 days. I fully support regulating. I buy from Colorado because they have a very well regulated. It's a very safe product that I get. So 100% we need to regulate it. But there are some parts of this bill that have me concerned. Mainly the trace amounts of CBD, or trace amounts of any cannabinoid inside of the CBD. I think that's going to be too hard, too low, or too high of a threshold. As a veteran and a father of a child with autism, I know a lot of Texans that rely on these products to live happier and healthier lives. I recommend remove the language banning trace amounts of any cannabinoid other than CBD, CBG. Ban synthetic compounds in CBD. I want safe products for my son. I don't want this other stuff, Deltas, or I don't even know what it is, but I want to know what's in there. And allow adults over 21 to use full spectrum and make exemptions for Teacup patients to make access easier. Oh, in closing, if I got time. I keep hearing how hard it is to regulate hemp. Y'all don't know how hard it is to watch your child try to give himself brain damage. That's all.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Lauren Pena.
Hi, my name is Lauren Pena.
Hang on just 1 minute. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I paused too long there. Testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are for House Bill 5. Is that correct?
It's partially correct now.
Okay.
Okay.
How would you like us to change it?
I just want to testify on the bill, please.
Okay. So we have your permission to change you to neutral on House Bill 5.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That is done, so you may proceed.
Hi, my name is Lauren Pena. For those of you that don't know me, I actually live downtown on the east side of Austin, so it's a low-income neighborhood. There's a lot of crime, a lot of homeless. The reason I'm testifying neutral on this bill today is because I recognize that this is a much bigger issue than should be solved in just a special session. And I guess I would encourage you guys to separate the deltas from the regulation, because the Delta products are just detrimental to my community. And I heard someone sitting up here say that that just wasn't true, and that it's the Special K and all of that other stuff that they're using. That's just not true. I'm as close as you guys get to the street level of things that are going on. Nobody is doing spice or none of that. They can literally take the $2 you guys give them at the stop sign and walk into most of the convenience stores on my side of the highway and get a $2 pre-rolled. And I want to offer, I guess, why don't you guys come and do a field trip? Come over to my side of the highway. Let me show you these places up front. I mean, I saw that, I think it was Dan Patrick went, and he went into one of the stores and he went on the news, and that was a nice looking store. Those are not what the stores look like on my side of the road. And so it was nice of him to go over there, but let's go to the real stores. Why don't you guys see what's really going on? And it's not that far away, but these Delta products have to go. And I think that regulation for the THC products is probably what's best for our economy. And honestly, it's probably what's best for most of Texans, especially those that are elderly, disabled, or they have illnesses and they need this product. But the homeless crisis is being amplified by these Delta products. I would also encourage you to, since this is it's different in the rural communities versus the city communities, I would also encourage you to start implementing hefty fines on the cities, because as someone else said, the officers go into and they see these things. You could go buy real marijuana in these stores. The cities do not care. So start implementing tough fines on the cities so it doesn't affect the rural communities, because it's a different problem.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions of this panel?
Mr. Atherton, you mentioned Teacup, but then you also said that you get your products from Colorado. Why don't you participate in Teacup? And I'll roll into that question. We've heard from other people about the cost. Is that the primary driver? And in your opinion, and you're nodding your head, so in your opinion, what can we do to drive the cost back down to where it's reasonable?
Okay, so for me, so we started using CBD 1 year ago. My son didn't qualify for the teacup until June. So I was looking for answers.
And that was what, like a paperwork delay, or like you had to pass a certain
The
age to
original
qualify?
teacup did not name autism as one of the as one of the diagnoses.
Oh, so June when the law
original.
changed.
So in June,
Okay.
the teacup got expanded to allow autism. So for about a year, we were using CBD broad spectrum with less than 0.1% THC. So I didn't really look into teacup because we had a product until I saw SB3 going on Governor Abbott's desk, and I was like, oh boy, because this is a product we come to rely on to help my son, and it's done wonders. Not even just the headbanging, but so many other levels. And so then I started to okay, well, maybe there's other options. Okay, don't freak out yet, and started learning about how. So as of December 2024, there's only 103 doctors in Texas that can legally prescribe you to the teacup program. Secondly, there are only 3 distributors in Texas, all located in Austin. I love coming to visit y'all, but I don't want to come visit you that often. So right now, once a month, $45 subscription fee sent to my mailbox, super easy, convenient, cheap. I believe it's gonna probably double or triple by the time if we use teacups, because the bill bans mail delivery for anything over a point or with any trace amounts, I believe. So I'm gonna have to come to Austin. That's I live up in Denton, so it's a little bit.
My
of a trip.
understanding of the way the bill's drafted is that it exempts teacup from the provisions of the bill. And if the mail provision, and I read the bill 2 weeks ago, but if the mail provision is in the bill, then that actually should exempt teacup from that provision.
That would help. I still think that you're not. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat $45.
And remind me, where do you live?
The company we use, they have no stores. They sell directly to the consumer online, and I think that has allowed them. We pay $45 for one vial. Is that we use a tincture? We use it like oil.
And you live where?
In Denton.
Okay, so and there are no teacup affiliates or distributors or whatever we call them in the teacup program.
All 3 are in Austin.
They're all here. And I presume with the expansion of the program, we're looking into expanding that so it's nearer. Not everybody lives in Austin.
Right. And I hope, like I said, we got a lot of progress to make on that area. I'm just making sure I don't lose access until we get that.
Very good, thank you. And Ms. Pena, you were talking about the and we're all at least somewhat familiar with your neighborhood. Not that mostly we go there for lunch, but
You sure?
on occasion. But we heard a lot of people say, "Oh, there are no above 0.3 products being sold in the stores, and that's all fiction," which kind of boggled my mind. You're telling me your experience in your neighborhood where you live is different.
Absolutely, and what's more, so I live walking distance to 6th Street, and so I actually went there with a couple friends a couple weeks ago, and so I was walking home to my residence on the other side of 6th Street, and we have vending machines, but we also have taco trucks that are selling these products, and so by 2:30 in the morning, they're standing outside of these taco trucks giving away free gummies to people who are intoxicated, and so my mama bear instinct and my also appreciation for the legislative process, I made it very clear to that person to not do that again, although I don't know if they're going to listen. But there's so many places in that area that are just giving away so many free products. It's actually moved on to mushrooms and a whole bunch of other things, but they're passing them out to people that are already intoxicated, and it's crazy. There's vending machines. I mean, I could take you to a couple right now where you could just buy straight marijuana. Like, it's not a problem, and they don't ID, they don't care. And the police, they really do. They sit there and they monitor who's coming in and out of these places, but I really don't understand. But yeah, it's definitely over there right now.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Pena, would it be fair to say that these taco trucks are not licensed?
I believe they are, honestly.
Okay.
Because a lot of them, they stay there in the same spot all the time. They don't move around. So they appear to be almost permanent, but they're not moving. So I believe that they are licensed, and the police sit there next to them. They don't, I would figure if they were unlicensed, the police would at least check on that. But there's at least 4 on East 6th Street that have been there for the past year.
And you said marijuana, mushrooms, things that are illegal?
Correct.
And the police,
Don't
they just
care.
watch them?
Right.
And what police are we talking about here?
We're talking about the Austin Police Department, and in fact, I did a ride-along with them about a year and a half ago. Maybe it's been 2 years now, and I tried to tell them because a lot of the street marijuana right now is being laced with fentanyl, and so I was trying to blow the whistle at that time, like, hey, this is being laced with fentanyl. There's about to be a big problem, and they told me that their issue with that is that they can't test fentanyl and marijuana because there has to be kind of like a different substance for them to test it. Austin Police Department doesn't do anything about it, but in their defense, it's not their fault. It's the district attorney. The district attorney does not prosecute these types of crimes. They're way too lenient on crime, and it's dangerous for my community.
Okay, thank you.
Members, other questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
This one. Chair calls David Ramirez, Stone Slade, Derek Stuckey, and Sharon Trimble.
Did you call John Elmore?
No, not yet. Okay. David Ramirez. Okay, we'll show David Ramirez as registered but not testifying. Now, Stone Slade. All right. I show Stone Slade testifying on behalf of self against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
All right. My name's Stone Slade, and I'm here to urge you to reject House Bill 5. Let's be clear, this bill is not about safety. If it were, we wouldn't be stripping down a natural plant to just CBD and CBG, forcing it through a chemical process to remove other beneficial cannabinoids that work together to make it more effective. I've spent the past few years traveling across the country, meeting with patients, industry experts, and even the governor of Colorado to understand the plant, how it works, how it's regulated, and what legalization actually looks like in practice. I've seen systems that are safer and smarter than what we've been discussing here. In 2025, it's 2025, yet we still cling to prohibitionist propaganda from the 1930s. Consider this, literally every bad thought someone has about the cannabis plant comes from misinformation created by decades of fear campaigns, not science. Many of you are people of faith, if not all of you. Cannabis is just one of the few plants that's uniquely designed to work with our body's endocannabinoid system, a system every mammal has that regulates sleep, mood, pain, and appetite. If you believe God created this world for us, how can you not see the connection with this plant that can nourish and heal? Because of prohibition, most doctors graduate without even learning about the endocannabinoid system, which does explain some of the opinions of some of the doctors associated with the bill. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick's deep ties to the alcohol industry make it very clear where his priorities are. Texas alone, excessive alcohol use causes more than 10,000 deaths annually, yet it's legal. Cannabis, by contrast, is non-toxic, can't cause fatal overdose, and offers real health benefits. In legal states, since legalization, teen use, violent crime, and DUIs have gone down, not up. The sky didn't fall. Communities got tax revenue, safer products, fewer people in jail for using a plant that helps them live better lives. HB 5 won't protect Texans. It'll keep us stuck in the past, protect corporate interest over public health, and deny people access to a plant that can genuinely improve lives. You can vote for science, freedom, and common sense, or keep protecting an industry that poisons people while criminalizing a plant that heals them. The choice is yours, and we will all remember.
Thank you. Derek Stuckey?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Show you registered as Derek Stuckey, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Please
So I
proceed.
just want to share an anecdotal observation. I did not originate in the cannabis industry or hemp, but brought my odor control product from the industrial waste world into this industry to help them out with the odor. And the first year we launched the product, in 2019, I did 36 trade shows. And at every single trade show, one or more people stopped at my booth and said, I was sick, or somebody that I love was sick, and this plant helped them. The follow-up to that, folks, is that, believe it or not, the original anointing oil recipe that God gave to Moses on the mountain includes cannabis. So that may be an interesting factoid, but I'm against a ban of the product, and I'm certainly in favor of sensible regulation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have David Ramirez? Please come on down.
I'm so sorry about that. I was in the restroom.
Yeah, no problem. Hang on just a minute. Let's get you pulled up. Okay, I have you registered as David Ramirez, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
So I do have a small business. I have a retail store. I wasn't able to put that. I don't know if that matters or not. Because I am testing it for myself, but I also have a retail store.
So but you're testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And my store as well. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you want to add your stores to your.
If it's okay. I mean, for myself, it's fine. Whatever's easier for you guys. I don't want to make the whole,
Let's just keep it the way you're
Okay,
registered.
okay,
And
yes, sir.
we'll keep you that way, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right, thank you.
So I'm here to of course oppose HB5. I'm not as smart as a lot of my peers. They're a lot more educated on the cannabinoids and all that. I did see a discrepancy in the licensing when it comes to because I have 3 licenses: a retail license, my manufacturing license, as well as my hemp growers license. So for 2 of those licenses, you're required a background check as well as fingerprints, which is the manufacturing as well as hemp growers, but you're not required any background checks on the retail side. So based on a lot of the testimonies, you see a lot of these retail stores that we call bad actors in our industry. It could be because of that. Like I said, we're required fingerprints, we have to take pictures, we have to provide coordinates of our locations, as well as a letter authorizing DSHS to go and actually check our locations. And some retail, excuse me, it's a little nerve-wracking, I'm sorry. And the retail license does not require any of that. So that could maybe help you guys a little bit more to get rid of the bad actors and keep the good actors in place.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Members, any questions for this panel? Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Sharon Trimble will be shown as registered but not testifying. Chair calls Emily Van Zant, Ethan Yost, Brian Pernet. You can correct me when you get up. Aaron Owens. I'm guessing none of you are Emily.
No, sir.
Is that accurate? Okay. Is Emily Van Zant? We're going to show Emily as registered but not testifying. So I have Ethan Yost testifying on behalf of Euphoric, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
Honorable members of the Texas House, my name is Ethan Yost. I'm representing myself and my company Euphoric. I oppose HB 5. Growing up, I never imagined myself using cannabis or drugs. That changed after doing research for legal alternatives to pain medications following multiple sports injuries. I didn't want to get hooked on opiates doctors prescribed me, and I can't take ibuprofen because I suffered a side effect of severe internal bleeding that led me to receive 2 bags of blood as a child. Then I learned about cannabis. It seemed a very promising pain management. Unfortunately, that did not qualify me for the restrictive and expensive TCUP program. This set me on a mission to provide Texans with safe, legal access to cannabis under the hemp program. I faced constant hurdles in the beginning from unclear laws. As one of the first adopters of legal THCA flower in the country, I was investigated despite my transparency with law enforcement. My case made it to the DOJ's lead federal prosecutor, the highest-ranked law enforcement official in the country, who then cleared me, affirming THCA's legality under Texas and federal law. A principle Governor Abbott upheld in his veto of SB 3 to keep Texas federally compliant. I stand with him. We must stay federally legal under law and not legalize marijuana yet. This will allow our businesses continued access to banks and exporting products worldwide. Even after my investigation, the police sergeant that started my investigation ordered me to stop selling THC beverages at bars, threatening arrest despite my compliance proof. I then worked with TABC to confirm THC beverages are legal to sell at bars. I don't fault law enforcement. I'm glad they did their due diligence to protect our communities, but I'm frustrated with these total bans. HB 5 crushes honest businesses while using kids as pawns, yet some bad actors are selling to children. That's wrong. Do we ban alcohol, tobacco, or firearms when they're sold to minors? No. We arrest the bad actors, and we need regulations in our industry that enable law enforcement to have the tools to do so. Let's protect our kids with strong rules, not destroy lawful businesses.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Okay, the chair recognizes Brian Parrott, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are against House Bill 5, is that correct?
That is correct,
Okay.
and you pronounced it correctly.
Great, awesome. I did.
HB 5 can be summed up in one word: draconian. I have a few questions for myself. I wish you guys would answer them, but as a consumer, I think they're very important to understand. I purchased this Texas-made product legally, paid sales tax, and own it lawfully. If this bill becomes law and the state takes this from me, will I be justly compensated for the property that the state has seized? Would possession of this package count as one criminal offense, or is it a separate criminal offense for each product each serving in here? Why should I be locked up for 180 days for merely possessing this? How does the public health risk justify criminalizing millions of Texans as the only solution? Have you ever personally tried any of the products that the bill is trying to criminalize? Am I correct that someone traveling through Texas could carry a firearm legally, but could not carry a hemp product that they purchased legally out of state? This is a $1 billion a year market in our state. That says enough people want these products, and that if you insist on banning them, we might as well tell Texas to come and take it. And I suggest that we make it very easy for Texas by coming back here on the night that it becomes law and turn ourselves in and let the juries nullify this bad law. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Aaron Owens, testifying on behalf of the founder and farmer, testifying on behalf of Texas Hemp Coalition, Tejas Hemp, Tejas Tonic, and yourself. And you're testifying against House Bill 5, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Dever and committee members. I just want to commend you all for hanging in there, and I can tell you right now, you've been the most active committee that's paid attention to this and asked the right questions all day. My intention here is to get right to what Mr. Cunningham asked earlier, and that's to the solutions of our problem. All right, agriculture, that's what this is about, all right? The wool that's being pulled over your eyes is very simple. When I farm, pardon me, let me pause for a second. Tejas Hemp was organized in April of 2017. I may be the oldest hemp company in the state at this point. I farm in Dripping Springs as well as Lukenbach. We farm 5 to 10 acres a year. I created the first hemp-derived beverage in the state of Texas. It's called Tejas Tonic. We're sold in about 1,000 accounts. And I am a founding board member of the Texas Hemp Coalition. What's happening is when people say synthetics, it's encapsulating a whole group of THCs that everybody wants to understand why they're here and why is this psychosis happening. When we farm this plant and we extract this oil, there are 130 natural compounds, but there's only one THC.
It's called Delta 9 THC. That's why it's in the regulation. Then what is Delta 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all these other things? What's happening is people are isolating the CBD compound and they're chemically synthesizing and turning it into other THCs that we have never seen or dealt with in the history of cannabis. Some of these are up to 20 times stronger than regular Delta 9 THC. The solution is to ban all synthetic, isomerized, and converted cannabinoids. By doing that right there, you capture every single THC that's out there that's not the one from the plant. So right there, you just took out 90% of your problem. The next issue is milligrams versus percentages. When you go down to, say, a 5 milligram per serving cap, now all of a sudden you're dealing with Delta 9 THC at 5 milligrams per serving, which is a very predictable environment that we can all control and regulate. I realize my time is running thin, but I just want to share a couple more things. When it comes to this psychosis, it's very common. Why? A person walks up to buy a THC product that they think is THC, but it's not. It's a synthetic or a converted cannabinoid that's 20 times stronger than what they're anticipating. They go into psychosis. We don't need that. Okay, so when you allow converted cannabinoids, you do not require agriculture to be part of the supply chain. So to maintain agriculture as a part of the supply chain in the original intention of this bill, you ban synthetics, converted cannabinoids, and isomers. You regulate per milligram per serving, make it 21 and up, and I will pause there for any further questions.
Thank you. Let me clarify. We've talked about this 0.3% all day long.
Yes, sir.
But what you're advocating, and I think some others have advocated for, is that we go to measuring the milligram that
Yes,
is
sir,
actually,
without question.
So the 0.3% is really not telling us anything.
0.3% was intended for a plant material. The moment that you extract that plant material and put it into a consumable good, I don't like using the word loophole, but the issue is that you can scale up the deliverable by its net weight, and then that milligram count gets intoxicatingly high. So to control that, you just do it by a milligram per serving. It's simple. Okay, the plants are below 0.3, therefore in that state they are not psychoactive. Okay, but when you say make a gummy that's 3 grams, 0.3% of 3 grams is 9 milligrams. So I can legally put 9 milligrams in a 3-gram gummy. If I want a 27 milligram THC gummy, I make a 3 times bigger gummy. So to tackle that issue and to regulate that issue, you take it down to a milligram per serving. Now, if you look at all the other states in the country, they've all landed at 5 milligrams a serving in the hemp space and reserved everything over 5 milligrams for the medical marijuana program. The standard milligrams per serving in a medical marijuana state is 10 milligrams. So it makes a lot of sense in hemp to say, let's just draw a line and say 5 milligrams and below is hemp, and that everything over that is teacup. Simple.
So I don't know if you heard me mention earlier, much earlier today, that I was in a store looking at the THC-infused drinks, and I was talking about where I found them in the store, and
Yes,
I found
sir.
two different brands, 2 different varieties. Both of them were 10 milligrams.
Yes, sir.
Are you suggesting that those really are too strong to be sold in?
No, sir, I'm not. And what happens is with every delivery mechanism, there's a little bit of a different effect. So to keep it real brief, when you smoke something, it's right here, right now in your face. When you drink something, it's diluted substantially. When you eat something, and I wish Mr. Alcott, who just walked back in, when you eat something, it metabolizes the THC and actually converts it to a stronger version of THC that's on average 3 times stronger than when you drink it. So when I suggest a serving size of 5 milligrams, what I'm saying is that whether it is a drink or a gummy or another consumable, you are at a very fair and balanced rate that is not going to be sending a soccer mom off into psychosis when she's driving her kids home from school.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yes, very good. Thank you. Members, other questions for the Representative Shaw?
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say that in the drink with the 10 milligrams, it could be 2 servings?
So in some states, what they are doing is they're saying, oh, we're going to do 5 milligrams per serving, but you're allowed 2 servings per can. Okay, let's just keep it simple. 1 serving per can, it makes sense. When you create a spirit, much like the alcohol situation, the way they're doing is they're saying a resealable container can then contain more than 1 serving, but it needs to go down a different sales channel. So for example, for my beverage, which is 5 milligrams per serving, it would make very much sense to sell in convenience stores, grocery stores, anywhere where beer and wine is sold. But if I wanted to make a spirit like Willie's Reserve, everyone has seen the Willie Nelson spirit, there's 25 servings in there. There's a lot of milligrams of THC. That probably doesn't need to be sold at the corner store, so that might belong in the liquor store. So to answer your question, we should decide in regulation how many servings per can we will allow, and I find it very wise, this is just my personal opinion, to just make it 1.
Right.
Then you don't have any trickery.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, other questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Chair calls John Elmore, Sean Burke, Nathaniel Zerwinski, and Brian Dombrowski. Okay. Have John Elmore, one of you, John Elmore?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Show you registered testifying on behalf of JTE Enterprises LLC and yourself, testifying against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Chair and members, my name is John Elmore. I oppose HB 5. If you ban hemp THC, Texans will still get THC from out of state or the black market where there's no age verification, no child-resistant packaging, and no testing. This makes access more dangerous, not safer. On Monday, the Houston Chronicle reported ghost pharmacies that pumped 70 million opioid pills into Houston's black market over the last 7 years. HB 5 would do the same to hemp. Take a regulated industry currently overseen by DSHS and hand it directly to criminals. Unlike what has been testified to earlier, regulation is what keeps the illicit market at bay. Teacup cannot replace the hemp market. It serves far fewer patients and leaves out the vast majority of adult Texans who do not qualify. Veterans and gun owners do not want to be forced into Teacup because that would mean giving up their Second Amendment rights under federal law. Even if marijuana is moved to Schedule 3, Teacup still won't be federally legal to protect those rights. Texans want additional regulation, not prohibition. We want to protect minors and keep products safe without turning law-abiding citizens into criminals overnight. Big alcohol companies like Anheuser-Busch and even licensed teacup businesses have poured money into pushing for this ban. Of course, they want to shut down. Please keep Texan citizens, small business owners, putting food on their table, veterans, cancer patients, and so many more in mind, and vote no on HB 5. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Sean Burke?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Chair recognizes Sean Burke. I show you registered testifying on behalf of yourself,
Yes, sir.
and you are against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, proceed.
I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak here today. I'm here to oppose the HB 5 as currently written. Governor Greg Abbott has asked for a bill to age-gate and regulate these projects, not another ban bill. Banning these products will not keep Texans from using THC. It will force them to the black market, which is totally unregulated, and that it is actually dominated by the cartels. You have the opportunity to pass sensible regulations and keep Texans safe. In 2019, Texas legalized these products for sale, whether intended or not. Texas legislators opened up Pandora's box, and now instead of providing sensible regulations, you are trying to slam the box closed. Your colleagues in the Senate say that regulation will be too costly to taxpayers. In 2023, 23,000 Texans were arrested for THC in Texas. Both SB 5 and HB 5 will just add to these numbers if passed. On average, it costs taxpayers $77.50 a day to house an inmate. The 180-day jail term as posed for simple possession of a hemp-derived THC product in Texas will cost taxpayers $13,950 per person locked up. Banning these products come at a cost too. I would like to sincerely ask that you do as Governor Abbott has asked and regulate these products and not create more criminals in the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Nathaniel Zarinsky. Okay, I show you registered as Nathaniel Zarinsky, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are against House Bill 5, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
So before I start, I guess, do you guys have any questions for me? I am an expert on cannabis. Any questions? None? Okay, not surprised. Let me know when you're ready. We're good? Okay. So this bill is definitely not about protecting Texans. It's definitely about stripping the hemp market and giving it to some billionaires. Tim Dunn, the Wilkes brothers, and those corporate entities as Silver Eagle distributors. Those are the guys that are paying to keep the lights on right now. Why are we even here? This is ridiculous. We should be working on Texas flooding relief. We don't need another special sessions for this. This is dumb. This is dumb. There's people still here. This is so dumb. Anyways, this cost $1 million, or over $1 million, by the way, for this special session. So that's our tax money gone. Okay. Anyways, the reason this is all jacked up, by the way, is because of Sid Miller, the agricultural commissioner. And would you lo and behold, he, I guess Todd Smith's back. That's a thing. So we're doing that again. They failed the baton pass for the track and trace program, Joey ID. See, we had meetings about this back in 2019. We actually sat there, us farmers, and tried to talk to y'all about this. We're back here. It's 2025, and I'm seeing a bunch of veterans and cancer patients, and just everybody. It's like we're trying to make everybody a criminal overnight. So it's not a ban. It's just a transfer of power. And we're gonna spend the rest of listening to y'all explain your careers about this, dead serious. Our votes are gonna count. We're paying attention now. You're gonna start seeing more people pour in and more people coming. So I'm gonna let you know that as of 2035, this is gonna be a completely black market. You're gonna see, if you guys ban this the way that it's going right now, you're gonna see foreign entities step in, and that's how the story ends. So you're gonna, really honestly, the question is whether you like your role in it. That's gonna be the important part today. I get my time's up, so I'll yield, but if you guys have any questions, like I said, I am an expert in cannabis, did come here to answer those questions, have been here all day,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, members, any questions of this panel?
May I leave this, these sheets
Absolutely,
with?
if you'll leave it
Okay.
there with
And,
Alex. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, more money for Israel.
I'll take that. Yeah.
Okay, Brian Dombrowski. Okay, we'll show Brian Dombrowski as registered but not testifying. Okay. Chair calls Romana Harding, Glenn Howard, Timothy Mabry, and Nick Mortellaro. Okay, have Romana
Yes, sir.
Harding.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have you registered testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are against House Bill 5, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, thank you, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank all of you for being here and being so kind and so patient. Some of us have been tired and they've gotten a little edgy. I apologize. This is also the best hearing this session, I gotta say. I've been to all of them. My name is Ramona Harding. I'm representing myself against HB5. I'm testifying as a teacup patient and as a disabled Navy veteran. Okay, this is emotional and difficult testimony. It's a part of my therapy to come tell strange men my story. I am not a combat warrior. I am a survivor of military sexual trauma. On October 11th, 1976, I was raped and beaten so badly I could not have children by an Iranian student pilot on Whiting Field in Milton, Florida. When I woke up, they asked what happened. I said it was an Iranian student pilot. Everybody said, oh no, and left. Somebody then came in and told me it was national security, and I was given a direct order to never tell anyone, including my own mother, why I could not have children. I was told I fell down the barrack stairs. I kept that secret from October of '76 until December of 2011 when I had a breakdown. It was a deep moral injury that led me to alcoholism, other hard drugs, and suicidal ideation. Life was hopeless. 4 years later, in the mid-'80s, after my 37-year-old brother died of alcohol poisoning from one drink too many, my World War II uncle saw me drinking punch cups of Jack Daniels and did an intervention on me to beg me to switch to cannabis from alcohol. Your mother cannot have her only other child dying of alcohol. I agreed. With his help, I used cannabis to get off alcohol. Alcohol has killed both my brothers and my biological parents. This is a jar of teacup. I was in the original PTSD study with Dr. Brimberry, and I have been in the program ever since it started for PTSD. This is $75 with a veteran discount. It's also a 90-minute drive. This is $52 for 20 gummies. This is an online one that's been around for 10 years. It is federally safe. This is $15. This is $575 a month, $510, $90. Which do you think this disabled veteran can afford, people? So I'm begging you, please give us regulations. That's what we need. We need what they talked about earlier, the panel before here, where she was talking about dosage. All of my stuff is in dosage of milligrams. That's what Dr. Brimberry got with me very carefully to decide how much I need. And this has gotten me off all the psychotropics, all the opiates. My VA doctor has told me I cannot use them because they have toxified my kidneys and livers. She told me I needed to be able to use cannabis, that I'll be illegally healed if you make this illegal. If I can't get access to this, I would love it if they were all Texan and I could get them for the same price. It's going to take a while for Teacup to come down to this price. So as a patient who's been involved from the very beginning, I am begging you to please consider this. And I would be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to questions. You, Glenn Howard? No? We will show Glenn Howard as registered but not testifying. Timothy Mabry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself and that you are against House Bill 5. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Could I ask you to remove your hat while you testify, please? All right. You may proceed.
Howdy, y'all. My name is Timothy Mabry. I'm a sixth-generation Texan, former Navy veteran, also a former fire officer. And today, I'm here to represent the veterans who are not heard, but specifically one veteran who asked me to mention his name. His name is Stephen Shannon Landers, Jr. In 2018, he applied to be a part of the Teacup program, but he got red flagged. He was going through their process to get Teacup because the only thing that actually helped with his severe PTSD, being a combat veteran, was marijuana. He went through the proper channels to get the Teacup, and he got red flagged. If y'all don't know what the red flagging is, that means he got deemed a threat to himself and other people after seeking help through medical professionals, and he had his guns taken by the local sheriff's office. They came in February of 2018 for his guns. And again, the only thing that helped him truly was marijuana. He ended up going to prison for marijuana shortly later on, and he got out. Now, this individual is prescribed Haldol through the VA. If you know anything about Halidol, it is extremely horrific. This man is on this medication, and if you have never heard somebody who is on this pleading and begging for something different and that this is not helpful, you need to talk with Steve Landers, because this is insane. These are the medications that the VA has prescribed. Many veterans who are going through PTSD are prescribed other medications like bupropion. Bupropien's exact side effect is suicide ideations. If you're depressed, hey, here you go. Here's a suicide medication. This is not acceptable. The fact that we want to outlaw and criminalize veterans, to people in Texas, I have a question. Majority of y'all have been listening to testimony all day. Could you imagine 90% of the people in the room that you see today are now going to be considered criminals, degenerates, and going to be thrown in jail? For what purpose? When you start asking that question of who benefits and why, that's a deeper question. And if you look at my testimony in the last Senate hearing, you'll actually see a little bit of that following that money. And my time's up, and I will yield the floor.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Is this a friend of yours, that the story you're telling of Mr. Landers? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it a friend of yours, or how you?
Yes, sir. He's a good friend of mine. I actually had a conversation with him out earlier. If you saw me going in and out, that's why. I was having a conversation with Steve because of what he goes through, what he does, and he does not like to take this medication. But he is obligated to do so. Because he is on parole, his parole officer has every right to call the VA and say, hey, I want a blood draw on this man. If he does not have Halidol in his system, not only can he go to jail, but he could also potentially lose his VA benefits.
Okay.
That's not okay.
Right, okay, thank you. I believe Representative Schaffner?
Ms. Harding,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you so much for coming and telling us your story. We hear you. And I'm so...
I think God wanted me to be last. I have friends who've been waiting all day since 7 for me to testify. Thank you, Austin. So, and as I said, this is a part of my therapy for me to come. I guess y'all aren't strange men now that you've heard it, right? Yeah. But as you can tell, it is very difficult.
Yes, it is very difficult, of course, and sharing your story is very healing. I'm curious, if the teacup price was less, would that be helpful for you? Would you go to that product if the teacup was not 500 and some odd?
In some cases, perhaps. The issue I have, somebody brought up CBN earlier, and I use CBN to help me sleep. Neither of these people make one good enough for me. It's 2.5 grams of CBN. I need between 5 and 10, and I can get a deep, restful sleep with that. Also, OG uses what I will call a hybrid strain, which is sort of daytime-ish for me, and it would be like having a cappuccino at night to try to go to sleep, what they put in their meds. So I absolutely cannot use. The first time I took one, it kept me awake. Dr. Brim said, well, try another one. Oh no, now I'm really wired. So absolutely cannot use them at all. Good Blends also doesn't do one. And the third one you've heard about has never had a product that any of us have ever actually been able to buy that I am aware of. And I'm really, really connected to it, and I keep in touch with it. I've done a lot of surveys online. I'd like to mention briefly, there is an app called Relief, REALAF, which is a journal for medical patients. So when I started in the teacup program, I started my Relief, got my first gummy. I put down I have anxiety, I have stress, I have insomnia. I put in what the dose was, what the time was, set a timer on my watch, came back in an hour, how do I feel, and wrote it down. And I have used it on all the different meds that I have tried, and it has been excellent. It is from somewhere back east. One of the states came up with it to help their medical patients.
To keep track of
what I
effects,
take and how
cause
it
and
goes.
effects.
Right.
Okay.
So I'll take some like Hometown Heroes. I tried one of their little Crispies, their 20 milligram one, because I do 20 milligrams 3 times a day, and I do 10 milligrams at night to go to sleep. Very specific, and I know I've gone through it, so I know exactly what works. So I started a thing with that. I'm feeling really nice. Not feeling at all couch locked. Went out and fed my chickens, cleaned my horse stalls, did all the hays that I needed to do, got all my chores done. And the best thing is my shoulder and pain did not hurt. And My doctors also told me they had me on 800 milligrams of ibuprofen for my shattered bones from beatings that I took. I can take a 20 milligram gummy and it gets rid of most of that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for asking.
Okay, members, other questions? All right. Thank you both for your testimony. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Swidley.
Thank you.
Nick Mortellaro, do we have Nick present? Okay, we're going to show Nick as registered but not testifying. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5? All right. If not, Chair I will close on that.
You can
I'll recognize Chair Vandever to close. Yeah. No, committee, thank you for your attention today and for hanging in there, and for all who came to testify. We appreciate you. We've heard you. We will take your testimony into consideration. And with that, I close. If there is no objection, House Bill 5 will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5 is left pending. Apparently there was a hat left in the overflow room. If anyone came wearing a hat and no longer has one, you may go get it. Members, that concludes today's agenda. Is there any further business for the committee to address? If not, Chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the Committee on Public Health stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.